After 10 minutes, Ji Luo accepted the fact that her soul had traveled to another world. Smelling the familiar disinfectant, looking at the simple, dim hospital room, she touched the hard bedboard and rough blanket and sighed bitterly. Died in a hospital ward, then reborn in a hospital. My past and present are truly linked to hospitals. In her previous life, she worked hard to earn money to support a family of demanding vampires. In middle age, she was diagnosed with a terminal illness. As she neared death, she finally saw through their greed. She signed her will, called her lawyer, and donated all her savings to the country to help with poverty relief and rural education. Then she closed her eyes and passed away. Just donated money to help rural areas, and now my soul has come to a remote village in the late 1970s. It seems this was your special choice for me. A faint voice, like a mosquito's buzz, escaped from her pale lips. Her clear, obsidian-like eyes looked at the ceiling. Her face, dark from sun exposure, showed no emotion. Her mind was still digesting the memories of her original self. The original her had the same name and was just 18, a scapegoat for the Ji family in New Yuan. Today's conflict was about her marriage. The son of the Zhou family from the neighboring village was injured in the army and became lame. Zhou's parents used their past kindness to force the Ji family to repay them, demanding Ji's half-sister, Ji Mani, marry into Zhou's family. Ji Mani was working at a sugar factory in the county Talon and was the second promising person in the Ji family. Ji Sanlin and Talon, her parents, naturally didn't want this. To prevent Zhou family trouble, they pushed the older Ji Luo to repay the favor. The two families secretly agreed on the plan. But within days, a matchmaker came with news. Lu's family from the county grain station was willing to pay 200 yuan in bride price for their son, who was mentally disabled. Talon and her mother immediately changed their minds and agreed to marry Ji Luo off for the money. Today, Zhou's family and Lu's family came to pick up the bride at the Ji house. A fight broke out over who would take the bride, attracting villagers to watch. At that moment, Ji Luo learned she was being sold as a commodity by her stepmother and grandmother. Usually gentle and obedient, she suddenly rebelled. Before she could say much, her stepmother Talon struck her twice on the head. Blood splattered, and she fainted. She was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Though she was saved, the original her was gone, and she had somehow gained an advantage. "You wicked girl, since you're not dead, get lost right now." A sharp, piercing sound like a needle puncturing the eardrum suddenly echoed at the door of the ward, startling Ji Luo into an instinctive shiver. Standing at the door was Talon, her stepmother from the original family. Ji Sanlin was right behind her, followed by several others, including a matchmaker she had seen earlier that morning at home, and the rest were other elders from the Ji family. "Why do I still need to come and help you?" Talon didn't step inside. Her eyes, lowered in anger, burned with hostility. Her face, dark and harsh, looked like a blackened pot bottom, glaring at Ji Luo lying on the bed as if she were an enemy. Her voice was so sharp that it drew the attention of the doctor in the next office. A female doctor, with a stern face, said, "What's all the noise? This is a hospital. If you keep causing trouble here, I will call security. We're just handling family matters about." Before Talon could finish, the doctor interrupted directly. "Family matters should be dealt with at home. This is a hospital, not a place for family disputes." Talon, used to being dominant in the Ji family, was about to speak back to the doctor. However, Ji Sanlin reached out and stopped her, speaking harshly to Ji Luo inside the ward. "Ji Luo, since you're fine, get up and come home with us. Your issue isn't fully resolved yet." "Ji Lao-san, I don't think it's necessary to go back," she said. "Since you've come to the county town and the main family is ready, just take Ji Luo there directly." The matchmaker spoke up, and Ji Sanlin and his wife thought this was a good idea. At this moment, the Zhou couple hadn't come along to cause trouble, making it the best time to handle things. Talon agreed without hesitation. "Auntie, you're quick to handle things. We'll take her now. Please go back and tell the main family that we'll be there soon." Seeing how cooperative they were, The matchmaker smiled happily. But thinking that Ji Luo's head was wrapped in bandages and her expression was serious, she warned, "Today is a very happy day for the main family. If you don't wear red and your girl is wrapped in white bandages, it might offend the hosts. You should tidy her up first." Talon thought so too. Wrapping her in white bandages was almost like a funeral shroud. If she was taken to the wedding like that, it would surely upset the relatives and cause trouble for the family. That wouldn't be good. "Auntie, don't worry. We will fix her up." Talon felt annoyed, thinking about spending money to prepare Ji Luo for the wedding. She was full of resentment but had to grit her teeth and pay, hoping to get the 200 yuan bride price promised by the grain station officials. They completely ignored Ji Luo's feelings and once again decided her marriage without her input. Lying on the bed, Ji Luo's dark, cold eyes fixed on Talon's face. She forcefully shouted for help, her voice hoarse. "Doctor, doctor, come here." The female doctor was still outside in the corridor. When she heard the call, she immediately pushed aside Talon and others and stepped inside quickly. "What's wrong? Please help me call the police." Ji Luo was very weak. Her voice was originally cold and clear, but now her throat was burning, hoarse, and painful. Despite the discomfort, she clearly made her request. Before the doctor could speak, Talon rushed in angrily like a demon, glaring at her. "You wicked woman, if you dare call the police, I will beat you to death right here." Ji Luo had already absorbed all the memories of the original owner. She hated and despised her stepmother deeply. Seeing two male doctors come in from the hospital, she looked at them with hope and expectation. "Doctors, please help me call the police. I want to accuse this woman of attempted murder." Attempted murder. Talon's pupils shrank. She rushed forward to strangle her. "Wicked woman, I will kill you right now. Stop what you're doing." Three doctors moved together, pushing Talon away. One tall male doctor shouted outside, "Shimli, go call the security team." Ji Sanlin was outside and wanted to save face. He immediately pulled Talon back and scolded her, "Stop causing trouble, be quiet." When Ji Sanlin's gaze turned to her, Ji Luo's cold, snake-like eyes fixed on him. He was so frightened that the words he was about to say caught in his throat and fell back into his stomach. In the past, Ji Luo's eyes were always dull and lifeless, but now they were sharp and bright, shining like ice. Ji Sanlin felt that she was acting strangely, different from usual, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, her gaze slowly shifted away from him. Request failed. Zhou Rongyan. Ji Luo was familiar with this name. The events that happened to the original owner today could be attributed to him as one of the main characters. Zhou Rongyan was from the Dongjiang team, and his village was about 4 or 5 miles away from Ji's family. Usually they had little contact. The only connection was that Zhou Rongyan had accidentally saved Ji Wenwu's life 2 years ago. Ji Wenwu is Ji Luo's half-brother. One winter day, he was playing by the river with friends and accidentally fell in, nearly drowning. Zhou Rongyan bravely jumped into the cold water to save him. At that time, the Ji family brought gifts to Zhou's house to thank him, and old Master Ji and his son Ji Sanlin promised to repay the kindness verbally. Because of this event, Zhou's parents, claiming it was a life-saving favor, visited the Ji family recently, demanding that Ji Luo's older sister, Ji Mani, marry Zhou Rongyan to repay the debt. Initially, the Ji family agreed because Zhou Rongyan was in the army, young, a company commander earning a steady allowance, and quite handsome. Just as they were about to agree, they learned he had been seriously injured in the army and became disabled. Without hesitation, they refused. The Zhou couple kept pestering and threatening the Ji family, calling them ungrateful for forgetting kindness, which caused a fuss in nearby villages. To save face, the Ji family pushed Ji Luo forward to accept the marriage. The Zhou family only wanted a daughter-in-law who wouldn't ask for bride price. They thought Ji Luo, known for being hardworking and gentle, would be easy to control, especially compared to Ji Mani, who worked at a state-owned factory and was spoiled and unruly. They finally agreed to the marriage. However, after the agreement was made and the Zhou family waited for the bride to arrive, the Ji family secretly changed their minds. Everyone knows what happened next. Seeing her staring blankly at him, pale as paper, with thick bandages wrapped around her head and blood seeping through, Zhou Rongyan looked guilty. He said softly, "Ji Luo, I'm sorry. I just found out about my parents' actions. It's our family's fault that you got hurt." His voice was deep and magnetic, like a rich cello tone, which brought Ji Luo's distracted mind back. As he approached, Ji Luo finally saw his face clearly. He had a trendy crew cut, healthy wheat-colored skin, sharp and high cheekbones, straight eyebrows, bright eyes that were deep and sharp, and slightly pressed lips. His appearance was exactly her type. He was handsome, simply put. While she was studying him, Zhou Rongyan was also looking at her. Before he joined the army, he had seen Ji Luo, but she was then small and undeveloped. Now, because of years working in the sun, her skin was darker, but her features had become striking. She had a gentle, elegant oval face, delicate eyebrows and eyes, and bright, clear big eyes that sparkled like polished gems, adding vitality to her pale, weak face.
"You saved me."
Ji Luo spoke at last, finally recalling a fragment from the original owner's memory. Zhou Rongyan sat down on the nearby bench, seeming to remember as well. He slightly pulled at the corner of his mouth, forming a small smile. "The year I joined the army, I went home for a visit and pulled a girl out of the water at the reservoir behind the commune middle school."
"Was that you?"
Ji Luo smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, it was me. I was so scared at the time that I forgot to thank you." At that time, the original owner had just come home from school. Her younger siblings bullied her and deliberately pushed her into the reservoir before running away. She knew a little swimming, but the water in the reservoir was very deep. She was terrified and might have been in real danger if Zhou Rongyan hadn't happened to pass by and pull her out. "No need to thank me. It was just a small help." If she hadn't mentioned it, Zhou Rongyan would have already forgotten about this incident. Seeing her lips turn pale and transparent, clearly injured and bleeding heavily, he apologized again. "Ji Luo, I am really sorry. I've been recovering at home these days and didn't know that my parents have been pressuring the Ji family behind the scenes over this. I just heard about your situation from the village secretary. I truly feel bad about it. I will cover the medical expenses, and you should rest well in the hospital. When I go back, I will talk to them about this and won't cause you any more trouble." Ji Luo is a careful person. From his words, she sensed he was genuinely unaware. She explained, "Your parents don't know that you also saved me. This time, they are only using the favor you did for Ji Wenyu as a reason to ask for something." "Ji Wenyu is your younger brother?" Zhou Rongyan was unfamiliar with the Ji family and hadn't asked much about the situation earlier. He hurriedly asked a neighbor to ride a bike and bring him over. "Half-brother." Ji Luo's face was indifferent, her voice weak. "I only found out this morning that my family sold me. If it weren't for your parents arguing with the matchmaker sent from the county town, I wouldn't have known I was being sold as merchandise, and the highest bidder would get me." Zhou Rongyan, a soldier with a strong sense of justice, frowned when he saw how the Ji family was treating her. "Your parents' actions are illegal." Ji Luo slightly pulled at her mouth and told him about her parents' involvement. "When they argued earlier, I listened from inside the house for a while. Your parents initially wanted to repay Ji Mani, who is Ji Wenyu's older sister. She works as a temporary worker at the sugar factory and has been there for 2 months. My father and stepmother initially agreed, but later my grandmother found out that you might be injured. They then changed their minds. I heard that your parents went to Ji's house several times afterward, and after discussing, they decided to send me instead." Zhou Rongyan had no idea about these matters. He had been badly injured before, and had only just managed to walk with a crutch after lying at home for over half a month. He was completely unaware of the schemes happening behind his back. As for his parents' plans, he knew them clearly. Now, besides feeling sorry, he didn't know what else to say, just sorry. "It's none of your business." Ji Luo was not someone who couldn't tell right from wrong. She believed Zhou Rongyan wasn't lying, more accurately, she trusted the character of soldiers. She had no opinion against Zhou Rongyan. As for Zhou's parents, through the original owner's perspective, she could tell immediately they were not easy people to get along with. Currently, her situation was not good. She needed to get rid of the Zhou family right away. And right now, she had a suitable candidate in mind. Zhou Rongyan was about to say something when he saw her eyes suddenly light up, as if she was planning something. As he suspected, Ji Luo had a plan, but she wanted to ask for his opinion first. After hesitating, she spoke. I'm 18 this year. You should be a few years older than me. Can I call you Brother Yuan? Although the original owner was indeed 18 and just became an adult, she was a middle-aged woman at heart. Calling a young man brother made her feel awkward. But now that she had traveled here, she was the unfortunate Ji Luo of the new Jiaowen Ji family.
Sure.
Zhou Rongyan didn't think much about it. However, her soft, gentle brother Yen felt like a feather brushing his heart, making his body tense up instantly. His body tensed, but his expression remained calm and composed, still looking at her steadily. Ji Luo didn't realize her way of addressing him was disturbing his peace. She was still trying to organize her words, feeling nervous and a bit shy when looking into his deep, sharp eyes. She suddenly found herself unable to speak the well-prepared words. What do you want to say? Zhou Rongyan noticed her hesitation. Ji Luo hesitated for a moment, but finally gathered her courage and said, Brother Yen, do you want a wife? Zhou Rongyan. Was that what he was thinking? Seeing his stiff expression, Ji Luo felt very awkward. But since she had already spoken, she couldn't take it back. She could only grit her teeth and continue. My dad is a scumbag, and my stepmother is even worse. My grandparents are also only interested in profit. Although today's events, with her injury and hospitalization, had been temporarily halted, the Zhou family might not cause trouble again. The official from the county town had paid a deposit to the Ji family. Based on what I know about the stepmother, this deposit will not be refunded. In the end, she will likely cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hang herself to force me to go. I am completely disappointed and disillusioned with my family. I won't do as they wish, nor will I agree to marry into that family as they plan. About your parents. Although they haven't clearly explained their reasons, I have a pretty good guess. They want to marry a daughter-in-law who won't ask for bride price, just to take care of you, out of gratitude for saving their lives. I'm in a difficult situation now and don't want to return to the Ji family. I can't stand their shameless and disgusting faces. I don't even want to see them again. I don't have many skills, but I am good at farm work and household chores. I also finished high school and have some education. Do you think you might consider me? In this era, people are simple and honest. Although ideas are a bit more open than before, women are still quite conservative about marriage and love. It's rare for someone like Ji Luo to take the initiative. She felt a little embarrassed, but when she spoke, her expression was calm and composed. She didn't show any shame, and her eyes looked straightforward and confident, with a hint of expectation. Unlike her openness, Zhou Rongyan felt a strange, hard-to-explain feeling in his heart. He didn't know how to start talking. Today was the first real conversation between them. They didn't talk much, and they hadn't known each other before. But he had a good impression of her. As an excellent, tough soldier, he had developed sharp eyes. The girl in front of him looked honest and gentle, but beneath that, she had a quiet resilience and dissatisfaction, which he found very similar to himself. He joined the army at 16 and served for 8 years. During that time, he earned many achievements through his own skills. He was a respected company commander. If he hadn't been seriously injured during a mission to save his comrades, and if he had a few more years, he could have been promoted again. But this time, his injury was severe, and doctors said it was unlikely he would recover fully. He might be disabled. He didn't want to trouble his leaders and comrades, so he chose to return home to recover. During this time at home, he saw how cold and selfish people can be. Now he shares the same thoughts as Ji Luo. He also wants to leave the Zhou family and has the ability to do so. But there's one thing he still needs to take care of. However, this matter doesn't conflict with his plans to marry and settle down. Zhou Rongyan is also a straightforward and honest person. When the friends brought it up voluntarily, he naturally wouldn't hesitate or feel shy. Since he didn't have a romantic interest, he simply nodded in agreement and said, "Ji Luo, I agree, but I need to tell you something first." Ji Luo appreciates honest people. Seeing his straightforward response, she secretly smiled and said with a slight smile, "Brother Yen, go ahead." Her eyes are clear and bright like spring water, free of any impurities, with distinct black and white and full of spirit. When she looks seriously at someone, it feels as if stars are swirling inside her eyes, captivating anyone who meets her gaze. Zhou Rongyan was instantly drawn in by her eyes. He considers himself a very strong-willed person, but now he felt his heart soften because of her, and his heartbeat started to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing him stay silent and not speak, Ji Luo thought he might find it inconvenient to talk, so she frowned slightly and said, "Brother Yen, if it's not convenient, we can forget it." "Not at all." Zhou Rongyan collected his thoughts, slightly lowered his head, and hid the emotions flickering in his eyes. When he looked up again, his expression was natural, and his tone was normal. "My injury is quite serious. Before I returned, I stayed in the military hospital for over half a month, and then rested at home for more than half a month. I still can't walk properly, and I might be left with a disability in the future." While in the hospital, he was cared for by a nurse and fellow soldiers. His other injuries healed relatively quickly, but his leg injury was too severe. He didn't want to cause trouble for the army, so he insisted on being sent back to his hometown to recover. The army treated him well. The bonus from his last mission was all given to him. His comrades, grateful for saving his life, arranged his follow-up care at home, and even gave his family some money to take good care of him. Unfortunately, his family took the money, but didn't do anything for him. They didn't even bother to prepare 3 meals a day properly. Moreover, my family isn't much better off than the Ji family. You've seen my parents' character and integrity. My older brother and sister-in-law are cunning, and I have 2 younger siblings who are lazy and difficult to get along with. My parents' plan, as you can probably see, is for me to marry you. They want you to come home and take care of the whole family so they can relax. If you marry me, it's like jumping from a wolf's den into a tiger's cage. I still hope you'll think about it carefully. Ji Luo grew up in the village. Although she didn't have much contact with Zhou's family, she had heard many neighbors gossip about their relatives' behavior. Now, he took the initiative to tell her that her impression of him had improved. She realized she hadn't mistaken him. A smile deepened at the corner of her mouth. "Brother Yen, if it had been my old self, I might have hesitated, but after today's events, I've come to understand. I won't be as patient and pretend to be gentle and weak anymore. In the past, I was young and inexperienced, and fighting against them wasn't good for me. Enduring it was better than begging outside or wandering the streets. Now that I am an adult, I won't suppress my temper anymore. I won't let others bully or manipulate me. I believe I can handle the people in your family." The original her was a soft, timid, and weak person. She would swallow her grievances after being beaten or scolded. Her edges had been worn down by the Ji family over time. Now, with a new mindset, she wouldn't be a soft person anymore, nor did she plan to pretend to be fragile. From the start, she told him about her change, so he wouldn't doubt her later. She, a woman, made a brave and clear decision. Zhou Rongyan naturally didn't hesitate. He liked her very much. Her appearance, looks, and temperament all matched his type. He felt this might be a gift from heaven. A warm, cheerful smile appeared on his face. "All right, when you recover and are discharged, we'll go get the marriage license." In less than an hour after arriving here, her lifelong plans had been set. Ji Luo felt it was a bit quick, but she had no regrets. In her past life, she focused all her energy on work. She had 2 relationships, but never thought about marriage. They simply dated for a while, and then broke up. This time, meeting Zhou Rongyan, she felt the urge to marry. Although it was somewhat out of necessity, it was mostly voluntary. Maybe this was what happens at the right time, with the right person, and everything was a natural and correct arrangement. Zhou Rongyan originally came to apologize and make amends, but in just a few words, he decided on a wife. He was not impulsive. On the contrary, he thought carefully before making decisions. Agreeing to marry Ji Luo today was probably the most rushed decision he'd ever made. But he had no regrets. Instead, he felt a faint anticipation for married life. He also wanted to get to know this sudden wife better. Both of them are straightforward and generous in personality. When discussing this matter face to face, neither of them feels shy or embarrassed. After reaching an agreement, they exchange a smile that holds a deep understanding between them. Just as they finish discussing, Ji Luo is about to say something. Outside, two sets of footsteps return, along with Talon's grumbling voice. Her smile on her face instantly fades, and the light in her eyes dims, replaced by a cold, chilling aura. Zhou Rongyan has been watching her closely, witnessing her emotional shift firsthand. His eyes flicker slightly, indicating that his little wife is not weak. Ji Sanlin and Talon arrive at the door, seeing visitors in the hospital room. They initially think they've come to the wrong place and hesitate to confirm at the door. Only then do they step inside one after the other. Both their gazes fall on Zhou Rongyan, who is facing away from them. When they see his face clearly, Ji Sanlin's pupils shrink. "Zhou Rongyan, it's you." Zhou Rongyan nods gently. They met at the Zhou family 2 years ago. His tone is cold. "Uncle Ji-san, I was just about to visit the Ji family. Now that you're here, I have something to discuss with you." Although he now walks with a half-disabled leg, his posture remains straight and tall. The resolute, tough aura of a soldier is engraved in his bones. His deep yet sharp eyes fall on them. Ji Sanlin feels a natural fear and stiffens his face, saying, "All right, I also want to talk to you about Ji Luo." "Uncle Ji-san, I believe that what concerns the Ji family has nothing to do with Ji Luo." After saying this, Zhou Rongyan subtly signals Ji Luo with a glance, then turns his head to look at the couple. His voice is very serious. "I saved your son, Ji Wenwu, back then. It was the Ji family's grandfather, and you, who personally promised to repay the kindness. I never expected to ask for repayment, but since my parents mentioned it and we discussed it, today you suddenly regret and embarrass the Zhou family, slap me, Zhou Rongyan, in the face. Do you think I am easy to bully?" His voice is deep and hoarse, carrying a commanding presence forged through military training, something others cannot imitate easily. Ji Sanlin, who usually handles things well at home but is timid when facing real power outside, quickly flattens his tone. "Rongyan, this is all a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? It's just that my wife didn't handle things well at home. I'll go back and discipline her." "Uncle Ji-san, I don't care about your family affairs. Today, such a big incident happened, and you can't just dismiss it as a misunderstanding. Don't blame me for speaking harshly as a junior. Even if I am crippled, I won't tolerate your Ji family humiliating me. Today's matter won't be settled with just an apology." Hearing his attitude, Ji Sanlin felt uncomfortable inside, and Talon felt even worse. She immediately roared, "Zhou Rongyan, what do you think you are? How dare you threaten us here?" "Third Aunt Ji, there's no need to say more. The word ungrateful suits you perfectly," Zhou Rongyan said calmly, looking at her with a cold gaze. Talon is quite good-looking, with a balanced height and figure, a sharp and thin face, no flesh on her cheeks, and heavy hostility in her expression. Her face looks very sharp and mean. His words made her look even uglier. She opened her mouth to reply, but Ji Sanlin stopped her. "Shut up. Women can be shameless when they throw a tantrum, but men still care about their reputation. Moreover, Zhou Rongyan did save his son's life. If they pretend not to remember this life-saving kindness, they will be drowned in the gossip and spit of the villagers. If something happens to their family in the future, no one will want to help them." Talon closed her mouth but shot a look of disgust at Ji Luo, her eyes full of sharp hatred, as if she wanted to cut her apart on the spot. Ji Luo only glanced coldly at them when they entered, then withdrew her gaze, not wanting to look at them anymore. Earlier, They went to Lu's house to chase after the matchmaker. Lu and his wife found out what happened and scolded them loudly. Lu's relatives, fearing Ji Luo might call the police and cause trouble for Lu's family, advised them to drop the matter. Despite their persuasion, Lu's family still kicked them out. Filled with anger, they came to the hospital to find her again, wanting to cause trouble. Seeing her, Ji Sanlin remembered Lu's angry words and pointed at her, shouting, I've really had the worst luck in my life." Ji Luo looked up with a cold, emotionless gaze. Such trash, and he still had the nerve to say that? She retorted bluntly, "Being born into your Ji family and having a scumbag father like you is my bad luck in life. Say one more word." Ji Sanlin raised his hand threateningly. "Did I ask you to give birth to me?" Ji Luo was not afraid of him and showed no mercy. "If your brain is full of water and you don't remember the shameful things you did back then, or how I came into this world, you can go ask your mother." The matter with her ex-wife, Bai Xuemei, was deeply buried in Ji Sanlin's heart, a taboo that no one could touch. Now she brought it up in front of outsiders and even used it to slap him in the face. Ji Sanlin's veins bulged with anger, but Ji Luo hadn't finished speaking. "If you still want to beat me to death, go ahead. I will drag down the entire Ji family with me." Ji Sanlin really wanted to pull her up and give her a good beating, but he remembered what his older brother and sister-in-law had said earlier. He clenched his teeth and said bitterly, "Today I will forgive you, but I will settle the score with you later." Zhou Rongyan now saw clearly her position in the family. Facing such a father was truly unlucky, and he could understand her eagerness to leave the Ji family. They had already discussed it. As her fiancé, Zhou Rongyan naturally wanted to stand up for her. "Uncle Ji, I won't interfere with your family matters, but I have the right to speak about Ji Luo's marriage. I don't care about your other thoughts as a couple now. I just want to tell you that Zhou Rongyan's face is not something you can slap around. I give you 1 day. Come back before noon tomorrow with a clear answer." "Zhou Rongyan, what do you mean?" Ji Sanlin's eyes narrowed sharply when he saw him interfere. "I think you should understand what I mean, Uncle Ji." Zhou Rongyan had survived countless gunfire and bloodshed. His hands had been stained with blood, and his commanding presence and righteousness were enough to intimidate those with bad intentions. Talon was trembling a little under his aura, but she still shouted, "Zhou Rongyan, are you trying to force her into marriage? Even if you're in the army, if you try to force her, we can report you." "Uncle Ji, I won't argue with you. You should first find out what insulting a soldier means." Zhou Rongyan looked at her calmly. Talon's heart skipped a beat. She was a rural woman born and raised there. Although she had some knowledge, she was completely ignorant of the law. She didn't know that insulting a soldier was a crime, so now she was scared. She exchanged a look with her husband and didn't dare speak. Seeing that they were intimidated, Zhou Rongyan continued to press. "I heard your daughter, Ji Mani, has started working at a state-owned factory. If you, as her parents, end up in jail because of today's matter, her job will probably be over too." Talon was most proud of her daughter having a job at a state-owned factory. Although she was just a temporary worker who got in through less than legal means, it was enough for her to boast about to the villagers and relatives. If the matter with Ji Luo causes the daughter to lose her job and results in the couple going to jail, it would be a big loss. They are selfish people who understand the pros and cons clearly. Today's events have made the Lu family lose all hope. To avoid causing trouble for their family and to prevent the Zhou family from causing more chaos at their home, they can only grit their teeth and make a difficult decision. "Fine, Ji Luo, you can go to the Zhou family." Although they agreed verbally, they were upset about losing the 200 yuan bride price they almost had. Talon was furious and glaring at Ji Luo with anger, shamelessly demanding, "We raised her with great effort. We don't ask for much, just give us the 200 yuan bride price." Ji Luo squinted and subtly signaled Zhou Rongyan not to agree. Zhou Rongyan was willing to marry her and help her escape the trouble of the Ji family, which was a big help. His savings were earned through hard work, and he absolutely wouldn't let the shameless couple from the Ji family drain his money. He understood her meaning, nodded slightly, and said calmly to the couple, "Aunt Ji-san, I have given my allowance and salary to my parents to keep. If they agree to give the bride price, I will ask them to send it over later. Talon's face turned very unpleasant when she heard this. You're the one marrying, not your parents. Didn't I make myself clear just now? Zhou Rongyan looked at her with a calm expression and said, if you didn't hear me clearly, I can repeat it. I've given my allowance and salary to my parents. I heard they've gone to Ji's house many times. We had already discussed and agreed on the terms. They will send the bride price as agreed. At this moment, Ji Sanlin and Talon looked as if they had eaten a fly, very displeased. The Zhou couple was like a ruthless landlord, using their kindness as a weapon to pressure others. They didn't mention any bride price or the other 3 major wedding gifts. However, they hadn't planned to prepare a dowry for Ji Luo either. In fact, both families were equally poor. Zhou Rongyan knew well how his parents behaved, so he deliberately used them as a shield. Seeing their faces turn pale and lowering their eyes, he added, Uncle Ji-san, my family's affairs are also decided by my parents. If you still need to discuss anything, I will ask my parents to go to Ji's house again. When it comes to the Zhou family, Talon was very angry. Yesterday, she specifically told the matchmaker in the town to come early to arrange the marriage, but she didn't expect the Zhou couple to be so eager. They arrived early in the morning, and the 2 sides met right at the door. The town matchmaker was quick-tongued, but the Zhou couple were not easy to deal with, especially Mother Zhou, Jiaofeng. She was short and round, with a fierce temper and fighting skills that could rival 3 people. The matchmaker was no match for her. Talon was also a strong person in the village, but when facing Jiaofeng, she was clearly no match. Today's events had already caused a big fuss. The village secretary had hurriedly taken Ji Luo to the hospital for emergency treatment. After returning, he scolded Ji Luo's family harshly and specifically reprimanded Talon. Now, neighbors still looked down on them. If the Zhou couple came back to the village again and mentioned the bride price, their family would definitely cause chaos again. Thinking about how she raised Ji Luo all these years without gaining any benefit and being ridiculed, Tao Lan's face twisted with anger. She pointed at Ji Luo, lying silently on the bed, and cursed, "You little, if you didn't cause trouble, none of this would happen. Just wait. I'll curse you every day to have a miserable life. Don't worry, I will also curse your whole family to have a miserable life." Ji Luo finally spoke. Her voice was soft and weak, but clear. Their eyes looked like they had been poisoned, cold and full of hatred. Her sudden reply and insult surprised Talon for a moment. When she reacted, she became furious instantly. She rushed over to hit her, cursing, "You little! How dare you curse me? If I don't!" Before she could reach the bed, a cane blocked her way. Talon had no choice but to stop. She yelled at Zhou Rongyan, who was meddling, "Zhou Rongyan, she's not even your family. I have the right to discipline her. Stop meddling here." Zhou Rongyan was about to argue, but Ji Luo spoke first. "Brother Yan, move aside and let her hit me. If she kills me, please help me call the police and clarify the truth. Let her stay in jail. It's also a good way to make those 2 useless people from the Ji family lose their jobs. Then I'll die happily." Her threat hit the Ji family's weakness. Ji Sanlin strode over, pulling Talon away, with angry, cloudy eyes glaring at Ji Luo. The doctor who previously bandaged Ji Luo's wound was already standing at the door, likely afraid that the couple might hurt her again. He entered, glanced faintly at Talon, and looked serious. "The patient's head injury is serious, and she has lost a lot of blood. She is very weak. As her family members, you should know that the most important thing now is for her to rest and recover. If you have other personal matters, wait until she is discharged to discuss them." Ji Sanlin, who usually cared about his reputation in front of others, looked very stern. He pulled Talon and turned to leave immediately. "You wicked woman, just wait and see," Talon cursed and threatened, then quickly left. Once they left, the room became quiet. The doctor saw her face was very pale and said, "You were badly injured today. You have a big wound on your head and lost a lot of blood. Plus, your body is malnourished and weak. You need to eat more nutritious food soon, or you might develop long-term health problems. Okay. Thank you, doctor, Ji Luo said with a slight smile. She was eager to get away from the vampire-like family, mainly to focus on healing. Since she could remember, she had been working in the fields every day. Even when she was sick with a fever, she had to get up and do chores. She did the most work at the Ji family and ate the least. She never had a full meal. Long-term malnutrition was normal for her. Now that she had a head injury and felt so weak she had no strength, returning to the Ji family would be dangerous. Her hard-won second chance at life might be lost again to them. After the doctor left, Zhou Rongyan took some money from his pocket and handed it to her. Use this first. Since I can't come every day to bring you food, if I don't come, you can ask the doctor or a nurse to buy you some. Ji Luo had no money on her, so she didn't argue. She sincerely thanked him. Thank you. Zhou Rongyan slightly curled his lips and asked, Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yes.
Since her relationship with him was now confirmed, Ji Luo was no longer shy or pretentious. She straightforwardly asked for help. Can you call the Women's Federation and the police officers to come here? Zhou Rongyan's eyes flickered slightly. Have you thought it through? Yes, I have. Just as Ji Sanlin and Talon threatened and cursed her, Ji Luo had already made her decision. She was a decisive person. Once she made up her mind, she followed through without hesitation. She had already planned to cut ties with the Ji family completely. This was a necessary step to prevent future trouble. Zhou Rongyan, like her, is a straightforward person with his own opinions and ideas. He naturally supports and helps when needed. Without hesitation, he stood up and said, You rest for a while. I'll go handle something now. Take your time. Even though his wound wasn't exposed, Ji Luo could smell strong medicinal scent and a faint bloodstain on him. It seemed his injury was still serious, and moving around today might have reopened the wound. Zhou Rongyan's lips curled slightly. It's fine. A childhood friend neighbor is waiting outside. I'll ask him to take me there. Brother Yan, thank you, Ji Luo said again. No need to be so polite. After he left, the ward became completely quiet. Ji Luo squinted, slightly parted his lips, and softly asked the invisible, reborn benefit system. When I linked with it before, I didn't hear clearly. You said it was a system developed by a divine-level universe? What was it called? Resource Sharing System. 6 strong. Bold words appeared in his mind. First, I want to thank the creator of this amazing system. Thank you for giving me a chance to travel back and be reborn. Thank you for making me the host of this incredible system. Ji Luo's voice was very soft, but his words were clear. He paused for half a second and continued. Second, I want to ask, what is this resource sharing system used for? Do I, as the host, have to complete special tasks? Although in his past life he focused all his energy on work and earning money, he occasionally read online novels, including a few about systems. Ji Luo understood that this system was one of the cheat devices in those stories. Today, he was lucky to be linked to it, and he felt a bit excited. In the vast universe, there are 3,000 big worlds and countless small worlds. Your planet, the blue one, is among the lowest-level worlds, with scarce resources and poor conditions. It has many species, but they are mostly ordinary creatures. The Divine-Level Universe Resource Sharing System is a statistical system developed by the rulers of the Divine Realm. Each world selects a host who records the resources of their world into the system. Once reaching a certain level, the system grants access, allowing hosts of similar levels to share resources and learn from each other to change their situation. The system's response wasn't a voice, but words flashing in his mind. Ji Luo read carefully and understood. He then asked the key question, are there any tasks or requirements? No tasks or requirements. 5 words flashed by. Ji Luo was slightly surprised.
No tasks?
Before he could finish speaking, another line of text appeared in his mind. This system has just been developed. It's an unofficial version, currently in testing. The host must quickly accumulate 1,000 points for the system to stabilize, and only then can your soul fully merge with your body. Otherwise, the system will disappear, and both your body and soul will be destroyed. Ji Luo. Isn't that just a task? It is what it is. A human-like thought flashed through his mind. Ji Luo no longer debated this and asked a key question. I've seen the categories in the system. Any item in the world can be entered as a resource and counted. How do I do that? Look at the item with your eyes, silently say its name, category, and function, and it will automatically be entered and scored. Simple to operate. Ji Luo became interested and struggled to sit up from the hospital bed, but he found himself weak all over. Moving slightly made him dizzy, so he gave up and relaxed. Seeing the needle still in his arm connected to the foredrip, he looked at the infusion tube and silently thought for tube, medical supplies. Instantly, the system screen in his mind changed. 0.2 points. Ji Luo's expression changed, and his pupils shrank. I need to accumulate 1,000 points to stabilize. That means collecting information for a very long time. Common items have low points. Rare and difficult-to-create items have higher points. Also, you only entered the name and category just now. If you add detailed information about their functions and uses, the points will change, the system replied. Ji Luo understood and had a plan. He asked, besides crossing over with this system and Rebirth, are there any other benefits? The system has strict rules for ranking points. Once you reach a certain score, you can learn from other hosts in different worlds and will receive rewards. The prizes vary and depend on your performance and needs. All prizes come from a divine-level world. Hearing this, Ji Luo's eyes lit up, and a bright glow shone in her beautiful eyes. Although her special ability is different from most protagonists in online stories and doesn't give her immediate help, the prizes from a divine-level world are very tempting. Just for those rewards, she would set herself tasks and take them seriously. Even though her current situation isn't great, Ji Luo is full of hope for the future. She softly whispered, in 1977, when basic needs weren't yet met and the country was just beginning to recover, I must carve out a completely different, bright path from my past life. First, accumulate 1,000 points. The system displayed a string of words to remind her. Ji Luo helplessly chuckled, I know. Once I catch my breath, I'll get started right away. The items in this ward are quite ordinary. Ji Luo tried to record all her belongings into the system, filling in detailed information about each item, but she only earned a meager 2 points. While Ji Luo was resting with her eyes closed, representatives from the Women's Federation and the Public Security Bureau arrived together. Zhou Rongyan and his childhood friend Chen Jifeng followed behind. After entering, Zhou Rongyan sat down on the original stool and introduced her. Ji Luo, these two are Comrade Li Weiyan from the Public Security Bureau and Comrade Qin Chuyang from the Women's Federation. The person behind me is my childhood friend Chen Jifeng from the Dongjiang team. Ji Luo couldn't get up, but she was polite. Hello, Comrade Li, Comrade Qin, Brother Chen. Sorry to trouble you. Ji Luo, there's no need to be so formal. Qin Chuyang stood closest to her. On the way here, Zhou Rongyan briefly explained her situation, but he knew it wasn't detailed enough. He took the initiative to say, Ji Luo, we need to investigate your case further.
Okay.
Ji Luo nodded slightly. When she saw Li Weiyan take out paper and pen to start recording, she calmly began to tell her story. After Li Weiyan finished recording, Qin Chuyang frowned and said, your family's actions involve arranged marriage, interference with personal freedom, and intentional harm. This is lawless. Ji Luo, don't worry. If the situation is true, the Women's Federation will stand up for you and protect your rights. Since Qin Chuyang had already assigned blame to Ji Luo's family, Ji Luo felt a bit relieved and asked, Comrade Li, Comrade Qin, even though they are relatives, I've endured enough abuse and mistreatment over the years. What they did to my marriage crossed my bottom line and almost cost me my life. I can't tolerate it anymore. I am now seriously injured and can't go back to seek justice myself. I can only ask for your help.
This is our job.
Helping those in need is what we should do. Qin Chuyang looked at her weak appearance with sympathy and asked, with your injuries, hasn't anyone from your family come to visit or take care of you? My father and stepmother came twice. If it weren't for the doctors and brother Yuan helping me, I might have been beaten again, Ji Luo said with a bitter smile. Qin Chuyang felt even more sympathetic and offered help. I will arrange a caregiver to look after you. They will help you recover, and I will help you get the compensation you deserve. You just focus on healing, and don't worry about the rest. Thank you, Ji Luo said sincerely, feeling truly grateful. In this era, people's customs are simple and honest. The officials are genuinely dedicated to doing real work. With their help, she can truly rest assured and recover here. Li Gong'an recorded everything carefully and said, "Your situation is quite special. I will send a female officer to protect your safety. Once your condition stabilizes and your health improves significantly, I will send her back. Thank you very much." Ji Luo indeed needs a police officer to guard her here. After all, the troublemakers in the Ji family are well known, especially the wife's loud and unruly behavior. When Officer Qin and others went over, they made it clear that she was the one filing the complaint. Ji Luo was sure that the Ji family would cause a scene and probably come to trouble her at the hospital soon. Protecting herself from the Ji family is important, and her health is even more so. It was still early, so the two officers hurried off to handle their work. Ji Luo no longer needed Zhou Rongyan's help and thanked him. "Brother Yan, I'm fine now."
Thank you.
"You're welcome." Zhou Rongyan's lips curled slightly. He still had things to do and stood up with his crutch, saying, "Ji Luo, I'll come to see you again tomorrow. If there's an emergency, ask someone to find me at the Dongjiang team." "Okay."
Ji Luo responded.
If something urgent came up, she would really have to ask him for help. Not long after they left, the doctor came to remove her for. The woman from the Women's Federation arranged for a caregiver to buy her a bowl of plain porridge. She slowly finished it and then lay down to sleep. The original owner usually woke up before dawn at the Ji family and went to bed late. Having a full night's sleep was a luxury. Her body was weak and exhausted, her mind tired. After closing her eyes, she quickly fell into deep sleep. She didn't even wake when others brought in large bags and settled into the room. "Big Sister Luo, Big Sister Luo." A hurried voice woke Ji Luo. She thought she recognized the voice, but her head was dizzy and uncomfortable, and she couldn't remember. "Big Sister Luo, wake up quickly." A girl with simple clothes and a braided hairstyle was pushing her hard at the bedside. The police officer standing nearby spoke. "Her head is injured. Don't shake her too hard, or you might make her injury worse."
"Oh."
The girl immediately withdrew her hand, looking cautious and timid, but she still anxiously called out, "Luo Jie, wake up quickly." "Ice Ching?" Her mind fuzzy, Ji Luo remembered. This was Ji's second uncle's eldest daughter, 3 months younger than her, also a girl disliked and looked down upon by the Ji family. But she was protected by her parents and had a much better life than Ji Luo. The two cousins often worked together but didn't have a close relationship, nor did they argue like other members of the Ji family. Thinking about her coming to the hospital now, she listened to the urgent voice and slowly opened her eyes, weakly asking, "Bingqing, what's wrong?" "Sister Luo, the police and Women's Federation officers came to our house and took away Grandma and third aunt. They said they hurt you and that there was an arranged marriage and that you reported them to the police. Grandpa and third uncle are on their way to the hospital. Dad asked me to come quickly and tell you to hide." Ji Luo didn't expect the original protagonist's second uncle and his wife to care about her. But thinking that they only had 3 daughters and were often bullied by Talon, who had 2 sons, she guessed they might be somewhat happy that Talon was taken away. She glanced at the female police officer beside her and reassured her, "Bingqing, there are police officers here with me. They won't hurt me. You should go back quickly and not let them see you coming to warn me. Please also thank your parents for me. I will remember their kindness." The female police officer nodded in agreement, saying, "Don't worry, comrade. I will protect Ji Luo's safety."
"All right."
Bingqing, inexperienced and very timid, was naturally afraid of the police officer. She thought her elders would arrive soon, so she turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she looked back hesitantly at Ji Luo. "Bingqing, do you want to say something?" Ji Luo asked her.
"Sister Luo, you
Bingqing carefully glanced at the police officer, nervous but brave enough to speak her mind. Sister Luo, please don't go back. Find a way to see your mother. If you go back again, third uncle and third aunt will definitely hurt you. Ji Luo, with a pale smile, said, I won't go back to the Ji family. I don't plan to find my mother. I already have a place to go. Where are you going? Bingqing hurriedly asked. You'll find out in a few days. Ji Luo didn't say more for now. It wasn't that she didn't trust Bingqing, but her personality made her think there was no need to reveal everything to outsiders in advance. Bingqing wanted to know more but thought that her grandfather and others would arrive soon. If they found her here, they would surely take their anger out on her. So she didn't press further. All right, I'll go now. I'll come see you when I have time. After she left, the female police officer stood up and said, I'll call the security personnel at the hospital to come and help. Thank you. Ji Luo had just fallen into a deep sleep and didn't know when she had arrived. When she slightly turned her head, she saw that there were still many people in the ward. Next to her bed was an elderly woman with slightly white hair, and several family members were also present. She thought that the Ji family might come later to cause trouble and disturb their rest. She decided to explain the situation and apologize first. Grandma, comrades, I have something to deal with later. My family can be unreasonable, and they might cause noise and disturb your rest. I'm sorry for the trouble. It's okay. I don't have any serious illness. Young comrade, you just handle your family matters, the kind-looking elderly woman lying on her side replied. Thank you. Ji Luo smiled faintly, but didn't pay much attention to the family. She simply nodded politely and withdrew her gaze. The caregiver arranged by the Women's Federation came in with a cup of brown sugar water. She looked at Ji Luo with sympathy and compassion. Comrade Ji Luo, let me help you up and drink some brown sugar water to regain your strength and energy. Okay, thank you, Auntie. No need to be so polite. The caregiver placed the cup on the nearby table and gently helped her sit up. After a good rest and eating a bowl of porridge earlier, Ji Luo's body had recovered somewhat. She no longer felt dizzy when sitting up. She slowly drank a large cup of brown sugar water from an enamel mug. In her previous life, she had worked hard for many years and accumulated a lot of wealth. She had tasted all kinds of delicacies, so she rarely drank things like brown sugar water. But in this reborn life, she found that brown sugar water was a rare treat for her. She had never drunk brown sugar water in her previous life, not even tasted the flavor of plain sugar a few times. Poor girl. Ji Luo was sympathizing with her original self's situation when loud footsteps suddenly sounded outside. The sound was so dense that she could feel the anger boiling just from the noise. The female police officer had just returned, followed by 2 male officers from the security department. Seeing that Ji Luo had sat up, she told her, It should be your family members who have arrived. Ji Luo, you beast, I just turned around and you stabbed me in the back. Today I won't spare you. Ji Sanlin angrily kicked open the door of the ward, holding a club in his hand, with a fierce and murderous expression as if he wanted to kill her. The female police officer immediately recognized that this family was unruly and unreasonable. She stepped in front of Ji Luo to block her and sternly questioned, Who are you trying to beat to death? She was wearing a police uniform, and 2 men beside her also wore work clothes. Ji Sanlin immediately got scared, lowered his hand, and casually threw the club into the corridor outside. Many people from the Ji family were present. Old Master Ji followed closely, and the oldest and second oldest couples were behind him. The children from each family were also there, roughly totaling about 10 people. Ji Luo glanced around casually. Besides her grandmother and stepmother, and 2 people at work, everyone else was there. Having police officers here didn't mean they could hit people, but it didn't mean they couldn't scold. Old Master Ji pointed at his granddaughter and started yelling, Ji Luo, you beast! How dare you call the police to arrest your grandmother and mother?
And you.
The original owner was used to being scolded by them, but she wouldn't let them insult her. She interrupted him calmly. If I am a beast, then what are you? And what about the people around you? You still dare to talk back? Ji Sanlin roared, pointing at her. Ji Luo's cold gaze shifted to him. Her voice was weak but clear. Ji Sanlin, listen carefully. Your daughter Ji Luo is already dead. She died at the hands of your family. The Ji Luo, alive, now only has one thing left: hatred for your family. Her eyes were very different from usual. Before, they were tired and dull, but now they were clear and bright, with a chilling coldness that made Ji Sanlin feel a shiver down his spine just from a glance. You are not Ji Luo.
Who are you?
I already said clearly. Ji Luo slowly leaned on the pillow arranged by the nurse. Her voice was faint. The old Ji Luo was tortured to death by you all. From today, I will seek revenge for what you did to me. I will return your cruelty with my own. Ji Luo, that's where you're wrong. Family matters should be discussed calmly. Why did you call the police and bring the Women's Federation people to our home? A woman from the crowd spoke. Ji Luo turned her head slightly to look at her, her expression indifferent. Andy, I always thought you were one of the few smart people in the Ji family. But now, you've done something foolish. My matter, in a broad sense, is the Ji family's issue. In a smaller sense, it's Ji Sanlin's family matter. If your big family has been living peacefully for too long and wants to interfere, even asking the eldest cousin to handle it, I won't say much. You and the eldest uncle can handle it as you see fit. She used to be very timid, never speaking up or taking initiative. At home, she was like an invisible person, always working in the fields and taking care of the family's meals. She never even raised her voice to others. But now, in front of so many people, she is using her son's job to threaten her. Aunt Lu Hongyu finally realized that she had truly changed. It seemed she had been pretending before. Today was a real turning point. She was determined to break ties with the Ji family. She didn't want to get involved in the family matters, especially since her mother-in-law had just been taken away. If there's a record against her, it could affect her son's job. Thinking of this, she softened her attitude. Ji Luo, Aunt knows you've been wronged. Your mother went too far in your marriage. But no matter what, we are family. There's no need to involve the police or the Women's Federation. When you are discharged from the hospital, our whole family will sit down and talk. I promise your mother will apologize and make amends, and she won't bother you again. Aunt, can you guarantee that with your cousin's job? Ji Luo asked her. Lu Hongyu frowned. Her son was the most successful among the Ji family's children. He had a high school diploma and worked at the Agricultural Technology Station, a government position. She would never use her son's job as a guarantee. Aunt, you live under the same roof as Talon. You should know her character better than I do. If her son hadn't become successful, she wouldn't even pay attention to you. Ji Luo's words made Lu Hongyu's face change. They hit her where it hurt. In the past, Talon relied on her relatives in the county who were officials. She often looked down on her and her second daughter-in-law, and she didn't work much. Only after her son became a cadre did she start to stand tall in front of Talon. Seeing her silent, clearly worried about her son's job, Ji Luo continued slowly. So, Aunt, you shouldn't get involved in today's matter. Also, for your son's job, you should be smart and stop Grandpa from causing trouble. You should also make a quick decision to cut ties with your third brother's family. Ji Luo, your wings are really strong now. Coming here to stir up trouble in the family, Ji Sanlin said coldly. Ji Luo looked at him calmly, her tone normal, as if she was chatting about everyday family matters. Do I need to stir up trouble? Everyone in the Ji family, including the people in Niu Jiaobei, knows that you, Ji Sanlin, are a scoundrel. Everyone knows Talon is a shameless person. Anyone with a bit of sense would want to distance themselves from you. Not only because your actions will eventually cause trouble, but also because you're lazy, dishonest, and lazy habits make everyone dislike and feel repulsed. If you weren't causing trouble with your shameless behavior, do you think the older uncles wouldn't want to cut ties with you? Ji Luo, are you looking for trouble?
Yi Sunlin suddenly snapped.
He shouted loudly, but Ji Luo was not afraid. She kept her calm tone and expression. Do you think you're not bad? Not a troublemaker? Isn't your woman malicious? Aren't you known as a lazy drunkard? Didn't you allow Talon to go to your older brother's houses to cause trouble? Didn't you tolerate Ji Mani bullying me? Didn't you ignore Ji Wenwu and Ji Shuangquan, who don't see me as a person? A series of questions made Ji Sanlin grind his teeth in anger. If there hadn't been police officers and hospital security nearby, he would have already slapped her. Since she had decided to cut ties with the Ji family, Ji Luo wouldn't give him any face. She turned to look at the others in the family, her eyes cold, showing her stance. I have already asked police and Women's Federation colleagues to seek justice for me. Whether you argue or make a scene here, I won't withdraw my words. You don't need to think about revenge later. I already said, the old Ji Luo is gone. The current me will no longer let you bully me. If you keep causing trouble and disturb my rest while I recover, I don't mind risking everything to go to the county committee and ask officials for help. The final result will be your responsibility. Seeing that she had truly changed and was ignoring them in front of so many people, the old man cursed angrily. You ungrateful wolf. If I had known you were like this, I would have drowned you in the river long ago. Ji Luo knew he was a tough character too. She sneered and mocked. You should have drowned Ji Sanlin. If you hadn't given birth to such a monster, I wouldn't have to suffer in this world or be born into your shameless, disgusting family. Ji Luo. Her words once again hit Ji Sanlin's sore spot. Ji Luo ignored his bulging veins, sat upright with her hands, and slapped him hard in front of others. How do you still think you're a person? The things you did 20 years ago, if they happened today, you'd be a criminal on death row. Everyone in the Ji family would be ashamed of you. Your two uneducated old fools would be taken out to be paraded and pelted with eggs. In the past, no one mentioned these matters anymore, but now Ji Luo brought them up again. Ji Sanlin's face was dark as ink, and his trembling body showed his anger. Before Ji Luo finished speaking, she directed her anger at old man Ji, saying, "Not teaching your son is your fault. The child you raised is known to everyone as a troublemaker. Now you're shouting that I want to drown her. I see through it. This is because the head of the family is corrupt, and because you, an old man, tolerate this. You've raised a bunch of dishonest troublemakers." Ji Luo, shut up. This angered the whole family. Ji Luo was not afraid, and didn't bother arguing. She clearly said, "This is a hospital, not the Ji family home. Not a place for you to cause trouble. They, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, broke the law, and the law will deal with them. If you want to cause trouble or use tricks, I am alone and have no worries. I am not afraid of anyone. I am willing to risk my life to stand up to you." Seeing her change in attitude, from soft to determined to seek revenge on the Ji family, everyone was surprised. Ji's second daughter-in-law, Li Shufan, pulled her older brother and sister-in-law's sleeves and whispered, "Big brother, sister-in-law, this is the matter of the third family.
We don't need to get involved.
You should think about the outcome. If Ji Luo really goes all out, your family will suffer the most." Ji Talon and his wife considered their son, but it wasn't just Talon who was taken away. Their mother-in-law was also detained. If their mother-in-law had a criminal record and close relatives were involved in crimes and detained, their son's job would be safe, but he would have no chance for promotion in the future. Seeing they remained silent, Li Shufan guessed their worries and lowered her voice to advise, "Hurry and go see Mom now. Tell her to shift all the blame onto Talon. No matter what happens next, don't cause trouble for Ji Luo." "You're right." Lu Hongyu usually looked down on her second brother-in-law and his wife for not having children, but she was much kinder than Talon. Now, she was thinking for her son, so she listened to her. She tugged her husband's arm and said, "Talon, you should talk to Dad. If he takes the side of the third family against Ji Luo, it won't do us any good. If it affects Shimli's work, it will be trouble."
Got it.
Ji Talon then pulled the old man, who was standing at the front, back and said, "Dad, the matter of the third family is for them to handle. Let's go to the police station and see Mom. Old Master Ji Sanlin is your younger brother." Old Master Ji wanted to say more, but Ji Talon frowned and said, "Dad, the third brother is important. Is victory more important? Grandson Ji Shimli is the pride of the Ji family, so of course he is the most important." Old Master Ji understood what he meant. He was worried that ongoing trouble might affect Ji Shimli's work. He looked grim and asked, "What should we do now?" "This is a family matter of the third brother's family. Let Talon handle it herself." We should go see Mom and make her disassociate herself, so it won't affect Shimli's work, Lu Hongyu whispered in his ear. Standing nearby, Ji Wenwu and Ji Shuangquan, sons of Ji Sanlin, wanted to listen, but their aunt's voice was too soft. Even on tiptoe, they couldn't hear what was being said. Old Master Ji cared most about his grandson's career and future. As long as his wife disassociated herself and shifted blame onto Talon, she wouldn't go to jail, and Shimli's work wouldn't be affected. As for Talon, her relatives in the county town are officials who could find ways to help her. So, he hesitated for only 2 seconds before making a decision and nodded. All right, let's go. Ji Sanlin was still in the hospital room confronting Ji Luo when they suddenly turned to leave. He immediately caught up and asked, Dad, where are you going? To see your mother at the Public Security Bureau, Old Master Ji replied without elaborating. Seeing that their father and older brother's family had left, only his 2 brothers' sons remained. Ji Sanlin hurriedly asked, What did your uncle say to Grandpa just now? We didn't hear clearly, Ji Wenwu answered honestly. Ji Sanlin wasn't stupid. He quickly guessed that Ji Luo's provocation had taken effect. His older brother and sister-in-law were worried that his family's issues might affect their nephew's work, so they used that as a reason to persuade their father. Seeing them leave like that, ignoring his family's affairs, Ji Sanlin was furious. He clenched his teeth and stormed back into the hospital room, glaring at Ji Luo and shouting angrily, Your provocation worked. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied, Ji Luo replied cheerfully, even smiling at him. From today on, the neighbors within 10 miles of Niujiao Bay will no longer see you as a lazy drunkard. Instead, they'll think you're ungrateful and greedy. Your woman's reputation is also ruined. I'm even more satisfied now. Tonight, I can finally sleep well and have sweet dreams. You wicked woman, just like your mother. Wicked, Ji Sanlin cursed loudly. Talking about his mother, who had no impression on him, Ji Luo's face turned cold. If my mother is wicked, would you be shameless and use despicable tricks against her? Did you force her to marry you and then purposefully make her have my child? If anyone is truly despicable, it's you, the real scoundrel. Thinking about the fact that your vile blood runs through me makes it hard for me to face others. Although nearly 20 years have passed since that time, I still remember clearly. Of course, the most vivid memory is the shame the Bai family caused me. Now that Ji Luo mentions it again, Ji Sanlin becomes furious on the spot, like a mad lion rushing forward to hit her. I'll beat you, you wicked girl. When he moved to strike, the hospital security immediately blocked him. A female police officer also scolded, Ji Sanlin, if you try to hit her again, come with me to the police station for education. You police are so full of yourself. Didn't you hear what she said? She doesn't see me as her father. I was going to discipline her, so what do you have to interfere? Ji Sanlin directed his anger at them. As an elder, you should act like one. You speak so badly about your own daughter, calling her names. A father like you doesn't deserve her respect, the female police officer said. She had already learned about the Ji family. Although Ji Luo's words weren't very polite, she could understand. Ji Sanlin realized that with the police and women's federation involved, he couldn't control Ji Luo today. He pointed at her and threatened, Just wait. I'll break your legs sooner or later. Seeing him leave with his 2 sons, the female police officer turned and said, Ji Luo, your father isn't a good person. I think other elders in your family aren't kind either. If you go back to the Ji family, it might be. I'm not going back, Ji Luo interrupted, showing a bitter smile. If I go back to the Ji family, it's a dead end. About your mother. The female police officer didn't know her full background, but had guessed a little from their exchange. Ji Luo shook her head and lowered her voice, saying, I heard about my mother from neighbors. She was a medical student from the provincial capital. She came to Nanjing County for work and study, but Ji Sanlin tricked and bullied her. Not long after I was born, my grandparents came and took her away. It seems they even beat Ji Sanlin up. Years have passed, and she has never come back to see me or written or sent anyone to check on me. So, whether I have a biological mother or not, it's the same. She probably doesn't want to see me, and I don't want to hurt her by seeking her out. The caretaker aunt standing nearby listened and felt sympathy and pity. Luo, what are your plans now? You have no job, no place to stay, and probably no money. Also, your household registration is still with the Ji family, so you can't get rid of them easily. Luo initially wanted to say she was about to get married, but suddenly remembered the household registration issue. In this era, household registration is very important. Without the household register, you are considered an unregistered person and will be treated as a stranger wherever you go. Even if you manage to make a new life elsewhere, you could be sent back to your hometown at any time. My household registration. Luo was about to mention her household registration when a thought suddenly struck her. She sat up straight, her beautiful eyes narrowing, and her voice raised. Wait, no. My household registration isn't with the Ji family, it's at the sugar factory.
Huh?
At the sugar factory? The female police officer was surprised. The patient and their family on the neighboring bed had been listening to their conversation. When she mentioned the sugar factory, the elderly woman resting in bed moved to look at her and asked, "Young officer, your household registration is at the sugar factory. Are you an employee there?" Luo had already noticed that the family on the neighboring bed was wearing a familiar-looking coat. Now she confirmed they were dressed in factory uniforms. Mani had worn such uniforms several times to show off when she came home. Luo, why is your household registration at the sugar factory? The female police officer asked. Luo looked between the two women with a bulan and explained, I have good grades. I've always ranked first from elementary to high school. The Ji family didn't want to pay for my education, but I received rewards for being top of my class every year, so I didn't need to pay tuition. With help from school leaders and my homeroom teacher, I finished high school smoothly. After graduating, my homeroom teacher recommended me for a job at the sugar factory. 3 months ago, I took the factory's internal exam and successfully got a formal accounting position in the finance department. But on my first day at work, my stepmother locked me in my room for 2 days. When I finally came out, my half-sister Mani had already taken my ID and household transfer documents to work at the factory. Is she impersonating me? The elderly woman frowned slightly, glancing subtly at her son sitting nearby, then asked, Your stepsister is working in the finance department now? No, she's working in the workshop for now. After 3 months of probation, she will be officially transferred to the finance department. Since Mani started working, she often boasted in front of her. Although the original owner felt angry and helpless, she could do nothing but swallow her grievances and tears silently. Now that she has a new chip, she will no longer be weak. Even if she can't get her job back, she won't let Mani take her place. I noticed the look in the mother-in-law's eyes when she looked at her son. This family must be high-level leaders at the sugar factory. Such a rare opportunity. She definitely won't miss the chance to expose them. Luo, why didn't you report the truth to the sugar factory back then? The female police officer asked her. Luo showed a smile that was worse than crying. I caused a fuss and made trouble. The head teacher even came to my house to stand up for me, but in the end, I was beaten several times. Unbelievable. Do they think the sugar factory is a place where they can cheat and do whatever they want? The grandmother looked kind and gentle, but when she heard this, her natural authority came out. She immediately said, Young girl, I will take responsibility for this. If what you say is true, I promise to seek justice for you. Grandma, who are you? Luo's eyes flickered. It seemed she was lucky to meet a noble person today. Young girl, my son works at the sugar factory. He's a capable official. My daughter-in-law is a leader in the finance department. I will ask him to investigate now, and he will come back with the results tomorrow morning. The grandmother was once a decisive person. Now retired, she no longer involved herself in outside affairs. But seeing this young girl being bullied by the family, she felt sympathy and compassion. She spoke to her son sitting nearby. Big brother, go back and investigate this girl. I don't need you to stay here. I'll only stay for 2 days and then leave.
All right.
The middle-aged man with glasses stood up. Everyone go back. I can walk and take care of myself. If I need help, I will call the nurse. Just come to pick me up in 3 days. The grandmother waved to the younger family members. Her family members gradually got up. The man with glasses first approached Ji Luo and asked casually, "Young comrade, can you tell me your personal information?"
Thank you.
Ji Luo politely expressed her gratitude and then said, "My name is Ji Luo. Ji as in season, Luo as in flowing water. I am 18 years old. I come from Nujiawan village, Shaojiang commune. I graduated from class 28, senior year, at County No. 1 High School. My homeroom teacher was Yu Mingyu. I took the assessment at the sugar factory on June 9th. The leader who interviewed me was surnamed Zhou. I don't remember his first name, only that he had a mole on his nose and a slightly protruding forehead. He gave me a score of 98. The recruitment documents were also sent to me by him. The other person understood and nodded. All right, I got it. Wait here for my news. Their family has left. Ji Luo thanks the elderly again, saying, "Grandma, thank you. You're welcome." Although she had been rude when confronting the elders of the Ji family before, she is polite to them now. The old lady has a good impression of her and casually asks, "I see you have a head injury. Did your family hurt you?" "Yes, my stepmother did. Since she is very bored anyway, talking to her is nice." Ji Luo slowly shares the unpleasant things that happened to her. The old lady is very angry after hearing this. She used to think the young girl's attitude towards her father was a bit too much, but now she understands the full story and feels it's not unreasonable. She is furious and says, "Your biological father is really a bad person. You were right to criticize him before. If it were me, I would teach him how to behave properly." Ji Luo just smiles faintly without saying anything. "You called the police and also asked someone from the Women's Federation to help. That was the right thing to do. Your stepmother is heartless and ungrateful. For just 200 yuan in bride price, she betrayed you, a talented and beautiful girl, and sold you to old Lu's foolish son. She's not afraid of karma. They don't care about karma. They only care about maximizing their own benefits," Ji Luo replies. She has seen many unkind people. The Ji family's third son Ji Sanlin and Talon are just low-level scoundrels, brash and unreasonable, with no real skills. The two old people in the Ji family are also selfish and only care about money. They are greedy, but even they have some limits. Because Ji Shimli, the eldest grandson of the Ji family, works at the County Agricultural Technology Station, this is the family's lifeline. The original owner didn't know how to use this to fight back, but Ji Luo understands and knows how to use this to control the Ji family and protect herself. In the evening, the Ji family sent a representative to the hospital again, but this time it was not the unreasonable Ji Sanlin. Ji Luo was holding a bowl of porridge bought by the nurse when she saw her eldest cousin, Ji Shimli, come in with a briefcase. She looked calm and called out, "Shimli Ji." Ji Shimli wore a white shirt and gray trousers. His features resemble his father, not very striking but energetic. He first nodded to the woman on the next bed, then came over to talk to her. "Ji Luo, are you feeling better?" "Yes, I am." Ji Luo knew he was there on behalf of the Ji family to discuss matters. The porridge in her bowl was still hot, so she placed it on the bedside table to cool. Ji Shimli had just bought some fruit from the supply and marketing cooperative and placed it on the cabinet, then handed her an orange. Ji Luo was not polite and continued, thanking him. "Thank you." She usually spoke little and didn't interact much with them. Ji Shimli's impression of his cousin was quite vague, but after hearing what their grandparents and elders said just now, he guessed she wasn't as innocent and weak as she appeared, probably pretending before. Tonight, he came as a mediator. Without beating around the bush, he said directly, "Ji Luo, I heard from my family about your situation. The third uncle and his wife went too far. I've already talked to Grandpa, and he promised to have a good talk with the third uncle. Also, the expenses you incurred in the hospital will be covered by the third uncle." Ji Luo listened quietly, slowly peeling an orange, waiting for him to continue. "Ji Luo, when the family fights like this, the villagers are laughing at us. It's bad for the whole family. I know the third uncle and his wife went too far, and I understand you're upset. but holding on like this isn't good for anyone. Now that you've calmed down, I'll be the peacemaker. Tomorrow, we'll try to turn this big family issue into a small one, okay? Ji Luo turned her head to look at him, her tone calm. Brother Shimli, how exactly do you plan to turn this big issue into a small one? You're the one who's been wronged. You can set the conditions. As long as I can do it, I'll try to persuade them. Ji Shimli had been working at the agricultural technology station for 2 or 3 years. He had learned a lot from his seniors about how to behave and handle matters. He maintained a fair stance as a mediator in public. There weren't many smart people in the Ji family, but he was one of them. Ji Luo sneered inwardly, keeping her face normal, but her words were firm. I have only 2 conditions. First, Talon must apologize to me. Second, sever ties with the Ji family. Today, police officers and Women's Federation officials had been involved. Talon was taken away, but Ji Luo knew she wouldn't be sentenced, only detained for a few days for education. Additionally, Talon's relatives in the county government had helped her over the years. She hadn't met them personally and didn't know their exact positions, but they had helped Talon, giving her gifts during festivals, which showed they were kind to her. If she asked these relatives for help, she might be released quickly. So, she had to get rid of the Ji family before they intervened and secure the compensation she deserved. Their voices were not loud, and they didn't hide from the neighbor woman on the next bed. The neighbor overheard Ji Luo's words, and a look of admiration flashed to her eyes. Before Ji Shimli arrived, she was prepared to apologize and make amends, but she didn't expect him to also demand that she cut ties with the Ji family. His expression was a bit strange. Ji Luo, if you cut off relations with the family after you leave the hospital, you won't even have a place to stay. I would rather beg on the streets than go back to the Ji family. Ji Luo's face was cold before, but at this moment, a cold hatred appeared on her face. Her eyes looked very icy as she said, Brother Shimli, there's no need for you to persuade me. Just put yourself in my shoes, and you'll understand. The decision I made today is not just for myself, but also for you. For me, Ji Shimli didn't understand.
You're a smart person.
You should know the character of your third uncle and third aunt, and also understand what kind of people your grandparents are. Today's events might happen once, but there will be a second or third time. Today it's me, tomorrow maybe it's Bingqing, and the day after tomorrow, Yujia. Your sister, with your parents' protection, won't be sold or treated as a commodity. But all our other cousins are used to exchange for bride price money. They don't care about our happiness, they only care about how high the bride price is. I don't know if Bingqing, Yujia, and Pansheng from the second uncle's family will resist in the future, but I can tell you clearly, I will not obey their plans. Even if I die, I won't do as they wish. If the Ji family sells girls for profit and causes harm, our cousins might be considered insignificant, but your career is basically over. Ji Luo had years of experience in business, dealing with many people, and her greatest skill was knowing how to precisely identify what others cared about most and negotiate accordingly. Ji Shimli was the most promising member of the Ji family. It took the whole family's effort to nurture him into a leader. He cared deeply about his work and future, and would never allow his family to hold him back. After she finished speaking, he made a decision in his heart. The orange peel had been peeled, and Ji Luo tore off a segment to put in her mouth. She then slowly said, Your third uncle and third aunt are notorious in the area for their behavior. Today's incident not only affects your work, but I'm sure no one will come to marry into the Ji family anytime soon. Probably no one will help when the family is in trouble either, since no one wants to associate with ungrateful people. Today I mentioned to my eldest uncle and aunt that I suggested they split the family to avoid you being implicated, but I don't think they took it seriously. Now I am determined to cut all ties with the Ji family. I won't interfere in their affairs anymore. Regarding today's matter, I only have these 2 conditions. Brother Shimli doesn't need to give me an answer now. He can discuss it with them tonight. She spoke calmly and clearly, with a firm attitude. Shimli now realized she is a person with strong opinions and ideas. Thinking about how she has always been excellent in her studies since childhood and is naturally smart, she pursed her lips and nodded, saying, Okay, I'll talk to them tonight and give you an answer tomorrow morning. Shimli didn't stay long. After saying goodbye, he picked up his briefcase and left. Once his footsteps disappeared, the woman next to her smiled and praised her. Ji Luo, you did the right thing. You should cut ties with that family. Only by getting rid of them can your life become brighter, and they won't control or burden you in the future. Ji Luo smiled and handed her an orange, saying, Grandma, have an orange. It's your eldest cousin who bought it for you. You eat it. I have some fruit too. Grandma, go ahead and eat. I already ate the pear you gave me earlier, Ji Luo said as she slightly stood up and handed the orange to her. The grandmother couldn't refuse her and had to accept it, asking, Where does your eldest cousin work? At the agricultural technology station. The grandmother understood and looked at her with a meaningful expression. He must have a lot of say in your family. Ji Luo's eyes sparkled with a smile, and her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. The Ji family has been farming for generations. Recently, when the ancestral grave exhaled smoke, only then did someone start eating the country's grain. His status at home is obvious. He's treated like royalty. Haha. She was speaking the truth, and the grandmother understood and was amused by her words. When Shimli rode his bike home, the main room was lively. The loudest was Ji Mani, who had just finished work. She was rolling up her sleeves and cursing Ji Luo at the door, her sharp, harsh face resembling Talon. Shimli is back. Lu Hongyu was the first to see him and immediately instructed her daughter, Anning, go pour a cup of tea for your older brother. Ji Mani already knew that her eldest cousin had just gone to the hospital to see Ji Luo. She hurriedly asked, Brother Shimli, did you see that little troublemaker? What did she say? She's a troublemaker. And what about you? Shimli looked at her coldly. Ji Mani's face changed, her delicate face scrunching up. Brother Shimli, I didn't cause trouble at home. Why are you scolding me? You're supposed to be a worker at a state-owned factory, yet you speak like you're spitting. You have no manners at all. It's okay for our own family to hear this, but if outsiders listen, they might think our Ji family has no manners. Ji Shimli has long been unhappy with Uncle San's family, but usually he kept quiet out of respect for the grandparents. Today, he couldn't hold back anymore. Seeing his son scold Ji Mani, Lu Hongyu also joined in criticizing Sanlin. Third son, it's not just your wife saying this. You should also teach Mani to behave. She's not a child anymore. She already works at a state-owned factory. If she talks like that at work, how will the colleagues see us? Who would want to marry a wife who speaks rudely and without manners? They had a point. Sanlin responded in a dull voice, I understand. I'll teach her later. Lu Hongyu saw right through his words. He was just giving a superficial answer. After all, he was illiterate himself. Usually, he and his wife spoke like that, and besides Ji Luo, their other 3 children all spoke with the same tone, full of foul language. She didn't care about her third son's children, but if they crossed the line and embarrassed their son, she would be the first to object. Don't just agree with words, show real action. Mani is an adult now. In a year or 2, she'll be dating and getting married. If she keeps talking like that, it will damage not only your reputation, but also ours as the Ji family. Ji Mani felt upset listening, but she didn't argue back. Although she worked at a state-owned factory, she was far behind her older cousin, who was supported by the state. She had to suppress her feelings for now. Got it, Ji Sanlin replied impatiently. Victory, how did your talk go with her? Old Ji sat in a chair, smoking a pipe. The room was filled with a strong smell of tobacco. Ji Shimli had just finished a bowl of water and sat down on a bamboo chair beside him, looking serious. Ji Luo made 2 demands. First, Aunt San should apologize. Second, she should cut ties with the Ji family. That shameless girl actually dared to be arrogant? She wants the elders to apologize and wants to cut ties with us? Dream on. Sanlin immediately got angry, slapping the table as if to show his authority in the family. Seeing this, Ji Shimli frowned, looking displeased. Third uncle, this is your family's matter. If you don't agree, you can talk to her yourself. Don't ask me to handle it next time. Sanlin, even if he was slow, could tell he was unhappy. Still, he acted like the elder. Victory, you probably already agreed, right? I did not agree. This is your family's matter and has nothing to do with me. I was just passing a message for you to run away. Shimli was on his way back, thinking about what Luo had said. Now, seeing Uncle San's attitude, he thought Luo was right. Their family must clearly separate from Uncle San's family, preferably immediately, or they will be dragged into trouble later. Old Ji noticed his grandson's frustration and quickly said, Shimli, we are all family. Talk to Uncle San calmly. I always speak calmly to everyone. Just now at the hospital, I was very calm when talking to Luo. She only mentioned these two conditions and was very firm. Think about it from Uncle San's perspective. If you say something he doesn't like, I understand why she acts this way. But I only pass on messages. Whether you agree or not is up to you. I will go back tomorrow morning to tell them. From now on, don't come to me with family matters. After speaking, Shimli turned to his sister, Anning. Anning, the food is ready. Bring it in. I'm hungry. Okay. Anning immediately went to the kitchen. The Ji family did not split up. All three families ate together in the main hall. The elders sat at the table, while the younger ones only had a seat. Others stood or squatted, holding bowls, eating simply. Each person had a bowl of sweet potato rice, a dish of spicy white tofu, and a bowl of pickled vegetable soup with a few oil streaks on top. They each took a spoon and finished quickly. Shimli put down his chopsticks when old Ji spoke again. Shimli, your grandma and third aunt have been arrested. The neighbors are watching us laugh. If they really go to jail, it won't be good for your work. You can't just ignore this. Grandpa, do you think I can handle it? Shimli asked with a frown. Before old Ji could reply, Shimli continued, if you really want me to handle it and use the connections I've built over these 2 years, I can try. But I can tell you for sure, my job at the agricultural station will be gone tomorrow. Hearing about Uncle San's messy family affairs and risking his son's job, Lu Hongyu was the first to shout, why should I trade my son's future for Uncle San's problems? Dad, don't blame me for being harsh. Whoever touches my son's job, I will cut him with a kitchen knife. Why are you shouting nonsense? Old Ji suddenly slammed his chopsticks down. Lu Hongyu wanted to say more, but Talon held her back. Don't speak now. Dad won't let this affect Shimli's work. Lu Hongyu calmed down and thought that although the old couple favored the third family, they still supported the main family when it came to their son's career. She immediately stopped speaking. Thinking that the trouble at home was caused by the third family, Grandpa Ji glared at him. I'm an old man now with half a leg in the ground, and I still have to deal with these messy things for you. I really owe you. Samlin didn't dare to reply and lowered his head while smoking. Your own mistakes, you deal with them yourself. I don't care what you do, but it can affect Shimli's work. If you mess up and damage the reputation of the Ji family and Shimli, not to mention your older brother and sister-in-law, I might even cut you with a knife. Grandpa Ji also wanted to scold Luo harshly, but since his grandson's work was the most important, he could only vent his anger on his least useful younger son. Seeing Grandpa siding with the eldest uncle's family and only having his eldest cousin in his eyes, Mani was full of dissatisfaction. She cursed the old man for favoritism in her heart, but dared not speak aloud. Thinking about Luo's proposal to sever ties with the Ji family, Mani sneered inwardly. She was eager for her to leave the family quickly. She had disliked this half-sister since childhood. They were practically sworn enemies. Every time she saw her growing more beautiful, she was so jealous she wanted to scratch her face and ruin her. But then she remembered that her sister had made a condition, that her mother apologized to her. That was impossible. Seeing Dad being scolded by Grandpa until he didn't speak, she immediately stepped forward. Dad, if that wicked girl wants to cut ties with us, let her go. As for compensation, don't give her a single cent tomorrow. We'll see Mom and ask her to think of a way to contact Uncle. She and Grandma will be back tomorrow. Samlin had already gone to the police station this afternoon to request a meeting, but they refused to see him. The police and Women's Federation officials were very firm and even scolded them on the spot. Just as he was about to speak, Grandpa Ji, looking displeased, scolded his granddaughter. Shut up. As elders, we will handle this. Seeing Grandpa still scolding her, Ji Mani pouted and couldn't help but speak her mind. Grandpa, you're just biased. You're unfair to our family.
Bang!
Grandpa Ji, who hated being questioned about his authority as head of the family, slammed the bowl on the table. Ji Mani saw him get angry and was startled. Get down on your knees. Grandpa Ji's old face darkened and looked fierce, with sharp, cold eyes. Ji Mei was frightened by him, but it was impossible for her to kneel. She muttered a few words and then ran away quickly. She ran off, and old man Ji's anger turned towards Samlin Ji. He threw a cigarette at him. Look at what kind of kid you've raised. You've spoiled him so much he's become lawless. He only worked a few days at the state factory and now thinks he's the boss, not even respecting his father. Now go and find that person. If you don't make him kneel, get out of here. Seeing the old man get angry, Lu Hongyu's face showed a gleeful smile. She added exaggeratedly, "Third son. Family matters should be handled by the elders." Dad didn't say much, but your Mani said he's biased. Looks like she's been working at the sugar factory for a few days and has really gotten confident, forgetting who's in charge here. Now she talks to Dad like that, ignoring his words. If she gets married someday, maybe to someone from the city, she probably won't want to associate with us poor relatives anymore. She might even look down on us when she sees us on the street. Big sister-in-law, you've said enough. I'll talk to her, Ji Samlin said with a stern face. Is what I said too much? Everyone knows the truth. Among all the girls in the Ji family, only Mani says Dad favors her. When Dad told her to kneel, she ran away. The other girls are obedient and respectful. They never disobey elders. No one dares to ignore Dad. Lu Hongyu knew her father-in-law's temper well. He was a very proud man, the head of the Ji family. No one could challenge him, so she deliberately kept saying that Mani didn't respect him. Her words had meaning, and others understood it too. Old man Ji's face darkened further. Seeing his younger son sit quietly, only giving him a half-hearted response, not planning to make his granddaughter kneel, he roared in anger. Do I have to go personally and fetch her? Seeing his father truly angry, Ji Samlin quickly threw away his cigarette and left angrily to find her. He left, and Ji Wenwu and Ji Shuangchuan also followed. They didn't want to stay and get scolded by Grandpa. With the third branch gone, Ji Shimli, sitting at the table, looked serious and said, Grandpa, let's split the family. Shimli, what did you say? He suddenly mentioned splitting the family, and old man Ji thought he had misheard. He didn't hear wrong. Everyone else heard clearly too. Ji Erlin and Li Shufan exchanged a look. Both of their eyes showed a bit of light, but when they saw the stern expression on the old man's face, that light quickly disappeared. Grandpa, I am talking about splitting the family. Ji Shimli knew that the older generation held very traditional ideas. Since the parents were still alive, there was no reason to split the family. However, Ji Luo's words today really woke him up. When he first mentioned splitting the family, he noticed the subtle expressions of second uncle and second aunt. It was obvious they had wanted to split for a long time. But since they only had 3 daughters and had no say in the household, and because the grandparents were strong-willed, their attempt to propose splitting wouldn't work. They had probably been waiting for the main branch to speak first. Seeing that the second branch also had the idea of splitting, Ji Xingli continued, Grandpa, regarding Ji Luo, Uncle San, and Aunt San only care about that little bride price. They are acting without thinking. You and Grandma should advise them. Now things have already happened. We've offended the Lu family and the Zhou family. Even if Zhou Rongyan is now injured and disabled, he is still a soldier with merit. He is a hero who saved lives with both his words and actions. Uncle San and Aunt San are being so extreme, it's like they are ungrateful. Given the character of Zhou's parents, I guess everyone in 10 miles and 8 towns now knows our Ji family is unkind. I know you love Uncle San, but please consider my work and the other younger siblings in the family. Aunt San doesn't fear outsiders, calling her a wicked stepmother. It's one thing to bully and mistreat Ji Luo normally, but now she's also treating her like a commodity to be bought and sold. She's not hiding her actions, and everyone knows about it. Her maternal relatives are officials, and they even helped Mei Ni steal Ji Luo's job. She's not worried about Mei Ni not getting married. But my Anning and second uncle's 3 younger cousins are almost of marriageable age. Who in 10 miles and 8 towns would dare to come to our G family to propose marriage? Everyone fears that the bride promised with the bride price will suddenly be taken by someone else on the wedding day. He spoke very frankly. Old G's face turned sour like pig manure. He frowned and said, "Your Uncle Sen told me that Zhou Rongyan went to the hospital and insisted that your Uncle Sen give him an explanation. They are threatening to report us for insulting a soldier. They already agreed to marry Ji Luo to Zhou family." Ji Shimli was unaware of this matter and was very angry. "I told you, Zhou Rongyan might be injured and disabled now, but he was a battalion commander. Is Uncle San and the others trying to embarrass him just because they want to save face? Victory, you know your third uncle well. He usually likes to drink and play cards, and he doesn't manage family affairs much. These matters are mostly handled by your third aunt behind the scenes. Whenever she influences him, your third uncle listens to her completely. If she points east, he won't go west, even if your grandparents try to persuade him." Lu Hongyu isn't just defending Ji Sanlin. She's speaking the truth. The affairs of the third family are indeed controlled by Talon. She also understands her father-in-law's personality. She can speak for her younger siblings, but she must not criticize his son. Even if his son causes trouble, he won't blame him. Basically, he protects his family blindly and is biased, which results in him spoiling the third son too much. Sure enough, her subtle attempt to provoke has stirred up old man Ji's dissatisfaction with his daughter-in-law. His face, already as dry as bark, darkened further, and he became angry. She acts without thinking. She ignores the other members of the Ji family. If she's so capable, let her stay inside and learn her lesson. Seeing that her father-in-law no longer cares about the third daughter-in-law, Lu Hongyu secretly feels pleased. She then said, "Dad, over the years, the third daughter-in-law has been acting arrogantly at home. She's starting to look down on you and Mom, and she doesn't respect us brothers and sisters-in-law either. It's time she learned her lesson. Let her stay inside for a few days. It's good for her. But Mom can't be left out. We still need to find a way to bring her back and make sure she clears her name." Her reasoning made sense. Old man Ji didn't show her a bad face and was kind to his eldest grandson. He said, "Victory, let's not talk about other things now. Your grandma still needs you to visit her. We went to the Public Security Bureau earlier, but we didn't see her." "Okay, I'll go visit her later," Ji Victory replied, unable to avoid this matter. Seeing that he agreed, old man Ji sighed in relief. When the third family left and didn't come back, his suppressed anger flared up again. "Victory, what do you think is the best way to handle Ji Luo's situation?" "Of course, we should downplay it and make it seem less serious," Ji Victory repeated. He didn't want the chaos in his uncle's family to affect his work. He pretended to be caring and advised, "Grandpa, Ji Luo has made some demands now. If she steps back a little, we should do the same. If we push her too hard and she's willing to risk everything, our family won't be able to stand tall anymore. That's nothing. If she gets into trouble and dies, the Zhou and Lu families will blame us and take revenge on the Ji family. Who can bear the consequences?" Although the Zhou family is also a humble rural family, everyone knows about their character. The couple in the Zhou family is notoriously unruly, especially Zhou Rongyan's mother, Jiao Fong, who is a very fiery and tough woman. In the county town, the Lu family holds official positions. Although their youngest son is mentally challenged, the other children all have steady jobs and are respected in the town. They are not easy for the Ji family to bully or look down on. Today's incident has already offended the Lu family. They haven't come to cause trouble, which is already giving the Ji family face. If they mishandle the situation and push Ji Luo to the point of despair, then involve the Lu family in public opinion, the Lu family's anger could burn the Ji family to ashes. At that time, Ji Shimli would definitely be the unluckiest person. "Got it, I understand how to handle it." Old Mr. Ji took his words to heart and instructed Ji Bingqing at the door. "Bingqing, go call your third uncle and the others.
Tell them I said so.
If they don't come back, don't come through this door again." "Okay." Ji Bingqing immediately ran out. Seeing that Grandpa had made a decision, Ji Shimli took the opportunity to speak again. Grandpa, about the division of the family I mentioned before, please think about it again. I know you older folks have traditional ideas, but a big tree should have many branches. I've been working for a couple of years now, and in the next year or two, I plan to date and consider marriage. It's not suitable for the whole family to live together anymore. Ji Daling and his wife actually wanted to split the family early on. When their son proposed the idea, Grandpa didn't oppose outright, so they started to consider it too. The second couple are just two hardworking people. They have some plans in mind but don't argue about right or wrong. Their 3 daughters are obedient and well-behaved. But the third couple is lazy and careless. They often cheat when doing farm work, and their share of work and grain isn't enough for their family. Besides Ji Luo, the other 3 younger children are also lazy. The first and second households have to support the third. They've long held some resentment in their hearts. Ji Daling stays silent, and Lu Hongyu has to speak up for her son. Dad, Shimli makes sense. He's of marriage age now. Maybe in the future, he'll marry a girl from the city. When his wife comes in, seeing the messy house and the whole family living together, she might be unhappy because there's no decent room for her to stay. Grandpa Ji is most proud of his eldest grandson having a stable job and hopes he can marry a city girl. The Ji family has connections with officials, so they've refused all rural matchmakers coming to introduce brides in the past 2 years. This time, the words of the eldest daughter-in-law touched his heart deeply. Seeing him hesitate and not speak, it was clear he was thinking. The couple exchanged a glance, and Li Shufan quickly seized the opportunity. Dad, winning is the most important thing. Whatever arrangement is best for him at home, just do that. Whether we split the family or not, we will never stop respecting our parents. If you and Mom want to live with us, that's fine. If you don't want to, or if you prefer to take turns staying, we agree. Everything depends on your and Mom's decision. They had been hoping to split the family for a long time, but since they had 3 daughters, they felt ashamed at home, afraid to speak loudly or argue with their in-laws. Every day, they worked quietly like 2 old oxen. Now, the most promising nephew proposed splitting the family and even found a good reason. Naturally, they wanted to support this idea. Additionally, they secretly resented the third family too. Talon was fierce and aggressive, and they usually couldn't compete with her. Now, they finally saw her make a foolish mistake that angered everyone, so they took the chance to criticize her. Seeing everyone wanted to split the family, Old Man Ji was actually unhappy. But under the current circumstances, if they didn't split, with so many granddaughters, it might be hard for them to get married. If they stayed at home as old maids, that would be a big loss. Honestly, the Ji family's 2 elders were both biased towards boys. They raised these granddaughters mainly to gain benefits, calculating dowry money, and after they married out, urging them to support their natal family. Today, regarding Ji Luo's matter, they suddenly changed their minds, but their real plan was to get practical benefits. They wanted Lu's family to give them 200 yuan in dowry money and hoped to use her to connect with Lu's family, then later force her to support her family. They didn't care about her life after marriage. Ji Sanlin and the others soon returned, with 2 sons and a daughter following behind. Ji Mani understood to stay hidden this time, deliberately standing outside the door. She tried to avoid the scene, but Old Man Ji was not blind yet. When he saw her, he got angry. Come in and kneel here. Unable to dodge any longer, Ji Mani was full of frustration. She cursed silently in her heart, "Old man," then reluctantly entered the house. She found the darkest corner to kneel, planning to wait until they weren't paying attention later to stand up and sit quietly. The Ji family was holding a family meeting. Ji Luo, who was in the hospital, had finished dinner and was now walking slowly around the hospital, gathering information. A syringe, medical instrument, with a small hole at the front, a plastic rod, and a matching piston core rod used to inject medicine or gas into the body. Hemostats, medical instrument. Surgical scissors. Iodophor, medical alcohol. Blood pressure monitor. Terramycin. Penicillin. She quickly entered nearly 100 medical-related items into the system, standing at the pharmacy door, using her good eyesight to look inside and fill in detailed, professional information as best as she could. Then she checked the points column and saw the clear 428.67 points. Her face changed. So many items entered, but only this many points? That's quite good, the system praised her. Just as she was about to ask about the points accumulation rule, she suddenly heard the familiar sound of a vehicle outside the hospital door. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately walked outside. Her legs felt weak and tired, and she was a bit out of breath by the time she reached the gate. Luckily, the tractor hadn't left. It was parked at the entrance. She quickly entered the tractor's information into the system. Tractor, Dongfeng brand handheld tractor, single-cylinder diesel engine. She only knew the basic model of the tractor, thanks to the memories left by the original owner. After a simple input, she checked the system points. 635.89. It increased by over 200. She felt a little happy. Then she saw several tables appear after this entry. She was confused. What do these tables mean? Do I need to fill anything else? A string of words flashed through her mind. Complete the details of the tractor's structure and parts as much as possible. The points will increase. She understood. Seeing the tractor driver carry a white-haired elderly woman out of the carriage, who seemed to be in pain, with a well-dressed woman helping her nearby, she immediately activated her social skills. Is this grandma injured? Yes, my mother is injured. The middle-aged woman looked at her with some suspicion. At this time, only Dr. Liu is on duty in the hospital's surgical department. The other doctors have already finished their shifts. She wanted to ask for information and naturally wanted to help enthusiastically. She quickly offered to lead them. Uncle, Aunt, Dr. Liu is in the South Building's office. Follow me, I'll take you there. Thank you so much, young comrade. These days, most people are honest, kind, and willing to help others. She is still young, with a thick bandage on her head, clearly hospitalized here. She knows more about the hospital situation, so they immediately carried her over. With her guiding them, they didn't waste time and quickly took the elderly woman to the operating room. Young lady, thank you so much just now. This is our first time at Nani County Hospital. If it weren't for your help, my mother would have suffered even more, the middle-aged woman said with a smile. Ji Luo's legs felt weak from walking, and she leaned against the wall, catching her breath. She asked softly, Uncle, Aunt, from your accent it sounds different. Are you not from Nani County? Our household registration is in Nani County, but we are from Daliao Town, near Tahi County. Oh, so you're from Daliao Town. I heard it's close to Tahi County, but here it's almost 100 miles away. Your mother hurt her leg bone. Why didn't you take her to Tahi County? The man speaking, the tractor driver, replied, We're here for a wedding celebration. On the way back, I was driving a bit fast and my mom didn't sit steady in the car, hitting her leg on the door. That's why we hurried here. I see. Ji Luo smiled and saw their worried faces. She reassured them, Uncle, Aunt, don't worry. Dr. Liu is very skilled. He's the best surgeon in Nani County. With him here, your mother will be fine. Hearing this, the couple relaxed a little. We're lucky to have met Dr. Liu. By the way, young lady, do you know where I can find a tractor repair expert in the county? The man asked again. Uncle, is your tractor broken? Ji Luo immediately thought of a solution. It has some problems, probably with the fuel injector. Our local cooperative has technicians for tractor repairs, but looking at the situation, it probably can't go back today. We need to find a mechanic here to take a look. Uncle, I actually know a tractor repair expert. He's a key member of the county transportation team, Ji Luo said with a smile. The man also smiled. Young lady, we're not familiar with this area. Please help us by introducing someone. Uncle, this person is my high school homeroom teacher's brother-in-law, but I don't know his address. I only know my teacher's address. You can go there and ask my teacher to guide you. Ji Luo felt weak and unable to lead him, so she simply told him the address of her teacher's house. Her teacher's home was not far away. It was just 2 streets over. After thanking her, The man asked his wife to wait at the door of the operating room, then hurried off to find someone. Ji Luo didn't wait long here. She exchanged a few polite words with the woman and then returned to her hospital bed, planning to wait until the man brought the repair technician before going to see the additional information. When she returned, the woman in the next bed had finished her four and was walking around the room. Ji Luo, you lost a lot of blood from your injury. It's better for you to rest in bed, Grandma Zhang said kindly. Grandma Zhang, the disinfectant smell in the room is too strong. I don't like it. I sat outside for a bit to get some fresh air. My head doesn't hurt as much now, Ji Luo replied. Grandma Zhang smiled and said, I don't like the disinfectant smell either. People, health is the most important thing. If you don't have to come to this hospital, it's better not to. Grandma Zhang, you look quite well. The doctor hasn't ordered many tests for you. Is there something wrong? Ji Luo had not asked much before. I have a strange illness. I've done all kinds of tests and taken x-rays, but they can't find anything wrong. I often feel dizzy and lightheaded, weak all over, and my eyes feel blind. I can't see clearly. Every 2 or 3 months, I need to stay in the hospital for a few days to get 4 fluids. After lying here for a few days, I usually feel better for a while, Grandma Zhang explained. Ji Luo wasn't a medical professional, but she knew some basic medical knowledge. She had also interacted with many middle-aged and elderly people in her previous life. Hearing her symptoms, she had some guesses. Seeing her raise her hand to tap her shoulders and slightly raising her eyebrows, Ji Luo asked cautiously, Grandma Zhang, have you checked your neck vertebrae?
Huh?
Neck vertebrae? Grandma Zhang touched the back of her neck and shook her head. No, I haven't had my neck checked. Grandma Zhang, I think there's a high chance your neck vertebrae are the problem, Ji Luo said as she approached her. She looked cautiously outside to see no one coming, then lowered her voice and lied. There was a famous doctor from Beijing assigned to our production team. There was also an old woman with a capitalist background. They all lived in the cattle shed. Once, I overheard that old woman say she was feeling unwell, similar to your symptoms. The doctor checked her pulse and pressed on the bones at the back of her neck, saying her neck vertebrae were misaligned and pressing on her nerves. Pressing on the nerves with the neck vertebrae? Grandma Zhang was a bit skeptical. She reached out and pressed her neck firmly, pondering. Ji Luo nodded sincerely and simply, saying, yes, the doctor said she spent a long time doing embroidery and writing when she was young. Poor posture caused her neck bones to become deformed.
Oh, dear.
Hearing this, Grandma Zhang immediately believed her and quickly said, I also often bend my head to sew shoes and make clothes. Before retirement, I spent most of my day sitting at a desk writing and doing financial reports. My symptoms are actually worse than last time. I helped my sister-in-law sew a wedding blanket for half a month, with my head down for long periods. These past few days, I've had headaches and can't sleep well at night. Grandma Zhang, may I feel your neck vertebrae? Ji Luo remembered a doctor once said her neck had problems, with bones slightly out of place. She could tell just by feeling. Ji Luo, you try. Grandma Zhang lowered her head willingly. Ji Luo carefully felt her neck, then touched her own neck bones, and turned to squat in front of her. Grandma Zhang, I think your neck bones are a bit protruded. Feel mine for comparison. Grandma Zhang carefully compared by touch, becoming more certain. Yes, I think my neck bones are a bit bulging, different from yours. Ji Luo slowly stood up and suggested, Grandma Zhang, I heard that neck nerve compression can cause dizziness and other symptoms. In severe cases, it can lead to poor brain blood flow, fainting, strokes, or paralysis. You should get an X-ray of your neck. I'll go see a doctor now. Grandma Zhang trusted her judgment and was pretty sure about her problem. Seeing her stand up, Ji Luo quickly held her back. Grandma Zhang, it's already evening. Most doctors have finished work. Only Dr. Liu is on duty. A lady just came in with a bone injury and is in surgery now. Dr. Liu is busy with her. If you go now, no one can take an X-ray. Maybe wait until tomorrow morning. All right, I'll go again in the morning. Grandma Zhang stopped, kept massaging her neck, and smiled. Thanks to your reminder today, or I'd have thought I had a strange illness. Ji Luo listened and smiled. Medical conditions are limited these days, and doctors are generally not very skilled. Conditions like neck problems are rare, so people tend to ignore them. It's normal that the county hospital didn't find anything. Seeing her keep massaging her neck, Ji Luo offered, Grandma Zhang, I saw the doctor massage someone's shoulders and neck. I learned a little. If you don't mind my technique, I can help you. Oh no, I wouldn't mind. You're such a good child. Grandma Zhang said this and then stood up to sit on the nearby bench, smiling kindly. Ji Luo, you've worked hard. I'll sit on the bench, and you can stay on the bed. Don't stand and tire yourself out. Okay. In her past life, Ji Luo had learned professional massage techniques. She first used her hands to massage for 2 minutes, then asked with concern, Grandma Zhang, is the pressure okay? Should I press a bit harder? Yes, a bit more. Grandma Zhang relaxed completely and sighed happily. Ji Luo, this feels so good. Good to hear. Just relax your shoulders and neck. I'll start applying more force now. After half an hour of massage, Grandma Zhang felt very comfortable. When she got up, she patted her head, looking a little excited. Ji Luo, that was so relaxing. I don't feel as dizzy as before, and my eyes aren't so blurry anymore. I feel much more energetic. Seeing her eyes clearer but still a bit tired, Ji Luo smiled and stood up. Grandma Zhang, I see some blood vessels in your eyes. You probably haven't slept well lately. Now that your body feels better, you should get into bed and rest. Yes, okay. Grandma Zhang did seem sleepy. She gently patted her hand. You're such a good child. Your elders don't pay enough attention to you. They're really blind. Ji Luo slightly smiled, but didn't say much. Grandma Zhang took a lychee can from the nearby cabinet and handed it to her. Ji Luo, take this can and eat it. Grandma's a bit sleepy now. I'll go to bed first. You should rest early too. Grandma Zhang, you shouldn't do that. You keep it for yourself. Ji Luo pushed it back. Take it. Grandma doesn't need much. You're at home, and the food isn't good enough. You've been hurt and lost a lot of blood. Eat something nutritious to recover. Grandma Zhang pressed it into her hand and then lay down on the bed. Ji Luo, hurry up and eat the can. I'll sleep now. Okay, sleep well, Grandma. Ji Luo gently tucked her quilt and quietly left. Lychee canned fruit was a rare treat these days. The original owner had never tasted canned food in her short life, and in her past life, she only ate it as a child. The taste had become a bit fuzzy. Her body was indeed weak now. Whether or not the canned food was nutritious, eating it would at least give her some energy, so she didn't put it away but opened the lid and started eating. One bite, sweet syrup slid down her throat, and childhood memories suddenly flooded back. It was this flavor. Input into the system. A line of words flashed through her mind. Ji Luo quickly recorded the information about the canned lychee, trying to be as detailed as possible. After finishing, she asked system, why are you so considerate? You even remind me in time. It's not convenient to answer. The system replied mechanically. Okay. Ji Luo isn't a curious person. Since it's not convenient for the system to answer, she didn't ask further. After finishing a jar of canned food, Ji Luo clicked her tongue, feeling a bit unsatisfied. In this era of scarce supplies, canned food is quite tasty. Because of limited supply and high prices, ordinary families are reluctant to spend money on it. Today, she was really lucky to get some, thanks to her grandmother. She washed the glass jar clean, stored it in the cabinet, then quietly closed the door and hurried to the front door to gather information. When she arrived, the tractor driver was just bringing someone over. Ji Luo had never seen her homeroom teacher's younger brother, but she had heard about him from the teacher. She walked over, greeted him briefly, and offered to help. She stood nearby, shining a flashlight to assist them, and recorded important information from their conversation into the system. When they didn't speak about certain things, she also asked proactively. The elders didn't think much of it, just assuming she was curious about the tractor's construction. After all, in this era, tractors are treasures for each commune and production team. People are very curious about them, and during repairs, many gather around to watch. Once they finished repairing the tractor, Ji Luo's system points exceeded 700. Tomorrow, I'll go out again and make sure to reach 1,000 points. Before sleeping, Ji Luo told the system this, then relaxed completely and slowly fell asleep. She slept until the early morning. The sound of footsteps in the room woke her. She opened her eyes and looked around. She felt a bit confused, but quickly regained her senses. Her past self had already passed away from illness. Now, she was Ji Luo of the 1970s, currently hospitalized. Ji Luo, you're awake, Grandma Zhang said, having gotten up earlier and just come back with a pot of hot water. Grandma Zhang, Ji Luo called softly, slowly getting out of bed. She saw that her spirit was much better than yesterday and smiled. Did you sleep well last night? Very well. Thanks to your massage, I fell asleep right away and slept until dawn. Grandma Zhang looked refreshed and energetic. Ji Luo's smile was bright. She got up from bed and kindly said, Grandma Zhang, I will give you a massage later. When your family members come over, I can teach them how to do it. Then, if you're uncomfortable again, they can help you at home. Oh, that would be so kind of you. Thank you so much, Grandma Zhang said with a warm smile. Grandma Zhang, please don't be so polite. I still need to trouble your son and daughter-in-law with my work and household registration matters. Ji Luo wasn't sure about her son's position at the factory, but he was definitely a senior leader. If the other side investigated, Ji Mainy's job would be at risk. Since they had helped her so much, she felt she had nothing valuable to give in return. It was right to help the elderly with massages. Seeing that Ji Luo was polite and considerate, Grandma Zhang looked at her with love and kindness, once again lamenting how her elders in the family were blind. Ji Luo had a nap, and her head was no longer as dizzy as yesterday. She quickly washed up and asked Grandma Zhang, What did you have for breakfast? Should I bring some back for you? No need. My husband will. Grandma Zhang hadn't finished speaking when an elderly man with gray hair arrived, carrying a thermos. He looked at Ji Luo and then at his wife with concern, asking, Are you feeling better? Much better. Thanks to Ji Luo last night, I slept well, Grandma Zhang replied. She then introduced Ji Luo to her husband and told him her suspicion. I'm going to see a doctor after breakfast to get a cervical x-ray. Your neck problem? The old man wasn't suspicious, but had never heard of such an illness before. He thought she had been looking down at her quilt lately and nodded, saying, Okay, go get an x-ray. If it's really a neck issue, it's good to treat it properly. Just be more careful in the future. Grandpa Zhang brought a lot of food, including buns, eggs, and homemade porridge. There was plenty for everyone. Both elders were generous and warm, insisting Ji Luo join them for breakfast, so she ended up sharing another meal. After breakfast, Ji Luo washed the dishes and, to thank them, immediately started massaging Grandma Zhang. Seeing her skillful massage technique, the old husband closed his eyes comfortably and enjoyed it. Grandpa Zhang smiled and asked, Does the massage feel good, Xiao Ji? Very comfortable. Last night, Ji Luo massaged me for half an hour. I felt so relaxed that I just sat for a bit and then fell asleep. I slept until dawn before waking up. I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time. Her massage for half an hour was more effective than my ginseng chicken soup. Listening to the elders' praise, Ji Luo smiled gently. Grandma Zhang, my massage only helps you relax a little. It doesn't cure the illness. You should see a doctor, get an x-ray, and then take medicine based on the diagnosis. Finding the cause of the problem is the most important. After that, I can take medicine accordingly, and I should also watch my posture and avoid looking down too much. That way, I won't need to come to the hospital often and waste resources. Grandma Zhang was very glad she came to the hospital and was happy to meet this young girl. If she hadn't learned about her neck problem from Ji Luo, she might have suffered more in the future, possibly even having or paralysis when it got worse. She thought she couldn't ask Ji Luo to massage her every day. She opened her eyes and said to her husband, Old Zhang, come with me to get an x-ray. When we go back, Minmin can come to the hospital at noon to learn this massage technique from Ji Luo. It will be easier to do at home later. Okay, Grandpa Zhang agreed, then thanked Ji Luo. Little Ji, later you can teach our granddaughter too. Grandpa Zhang, there's no need to be so polite. Grandma Zhang and Uncle have helped me a lot. It's only right that I help them in return. Although the Zhang family didn't send a message through the old man, Ji Luo guessed that Ji Mani had probably finished work today. Since the Zhang family helped her so much, it was right for her to help the elders with massages and teach them the technique. Helped a lot? Grandpa Zhang didn't understand. Seeing this, Grandma Zhang quickly explained Ji Luo's situation. Yesterday, Big Ji brought me here, then went back to the factory.
He should be looking into this now.
Grandpa Zhang used to be the director of a sugar factory. When he heard that Ji Mani was impersonating her older sister at work, his face changed immediately. Little Ji, don't worry. My son will thoroughly investigate this and make sure you get justice.
Thank you, Grandpa Zhang.
Ji Luo quickly expressed her thanks, then thought of Talon's relative working in a government office. She hurriedly asked Grandpa Zhang, my stepmother has a relative who works in a county government office, and she seems to hold a fairly high position. Could that cause trouble for you? What's his name? Both elders asked at the same time.
I don't know the exact name.
I only heard my stepsister call him Uncle Sui privately. His wife seems to work at the grain station. Hearing the surname Sui, the two elders looked at each other. Grandpa Zhang spoke first. Little Ji, are you sure his surname is Sui? He has the surname Sui and is probably around 40 years old. Only my stepmother and my stepsister, who replaced me at the sugar factory, have seen him. I haven't even met my terrible father or my two half-brothers. However, the entire Ji family knows that my stepmother's family has such a relative. They're quite kind to her and often send good things during festivals. In the past, I didn't think much about this relative of my stepmother. But now, with a different mindset, I feel something is off. Given Talon's personality, if she has a relative who is a government official, why does she only bring Ji Mani and not her father and brother to visit? Also, Ji Sanlin is usually lazy and spends his days drinking and relaxing. Talon often complains at home about his lack of ability, but she never thought about asking relatives to help find him a decent job. Furthermore, before Ji Shimli started working at the agricultural technology station, the old Ji family head and Ji Dalin's parents wanted Talon's relative to help get him a job quickly. But she refused to help. This caused arguments at home, and Lu Hongyu was upset for a long time. Only after Ji Shimli's job was secured did she stop criticizing Talon. I didn't think much about it back then, but now I have doubts. I'm not suspicious that Talon is lying about having such a relative, but I wonder what her real relationship with this relative is. While I was thinking, Grandpa Zhang spoke. There is only one official named Sui in the county government. The age matches what you said. His wife used to work at the grain station. If he really is your stepmother's relative, then you don't need to worry.
Oh?
Grandpa Zhang, what do you mean? Ji Luo asked curiously. He used to work at the Revolutionary Committee, and he was a deputy director with some power.
Now.
Grandpa Zhang didn't finish his sentence. The special period has ended, some people have fallen from power, and that unit has been shut down. The officials there are under investigation. Ji Luo understood immediately, her eyes shining. Grandpa Zhang, I see.
Thank you for telling me.
Talon's support has fallen apart, and she can no longer act arrogantly. The news that Ji Mani's job was revoked is certain. They can't cause trouble or bring trouble to the Zhang family. Soon after, the doctor arrived for rounds. Ji Luo is recovering well, but her head injury is serious and will take some time to heal. The doctor advised her to stay in the hospital for the next couple of days for observation and to receive 4 antibiotics. Although she didn't like hospitals, Ji Luo wouldn't treat her life lightly. Moreover, she didn't have to pay for medical expenses herself. She planned to stay here and recover her health before leaving. After the doctor finished her checkup, Grandma Zhang also mentioned her neck issue to the doctor. The doctor hadn't examined her neck carefully before. Now, as he pressed on her bones, he noticed some abnormalities and immediately arranged for her. Aunt Zhang, I will now prepare a referral for an X-ray. It's probably a neck problem. All right. Grandma Zhang was happy to have found the cause of her illness. The doctor had heard about Ji Luo's warning and smiled at her. Ji Luo, you seem to know quite a lot. Ji Luo smiled softly and confidently repeated what she had told Grandma Zhang yesterday. In the past, traditional Chinese medicine was heavily suppressed, and many skilled old TCM doctors were persecuted and sent away. Many farms and production teams had people being sent to work in cattle sheds for reform. So, the doctor didn't doubt her story. He issued the referral, and Grandpa Zhang immediately went to pay. Seeing Grandma Zhang ready to get an X-ray, Ji Luo quickly took the opportunity. Grandma Zhang, I heard the hospital's X-ray machines are very advanced. I've never seen one before. Can I go with you to take a look? I won't enter the room or disturb the doctor, just want to peek at the machine. Seeing her eager expression, Grandma Zhang smiled and said, That's fine.
Come with me.
My granddaughter also said she's never seen one and once peeked at it standing on tiptoe at the door. Ji Luo had seen many advanced imaging devices in her past life, but she had never seen the most basic equipment of this era. She was genuinely interested, mainly to earn system points. Yesterday, she accumulated quite a few tractor points, and imaging devices are scientific inventions created by researchers. The points wouldn't be less than 300. Sure enough, after the entire ultrasound system information was entered into the system, her points shot up. 620 points. Try to record all parts in detail. Your points will increase further. The system reminded her. The equipment at this time was relatively simple in function and structure. She knew the general names of the tools, though there might be some differences from later generations. She communicated with the system mentally. In this situation, I don't want to disturb the doctor. I'll use my past memories to register the information first. If I find any errors later, I'll correct them. Is that okay? Yes, the system responded kindly, showing its user-friendly nature. The filming room is usually off-limits to outsiders. However, Ji Luo was just accompanying Grandma Zhang, so the doctor didn't stop her from watching at the door. She took this great opportunity to observe all the items inside the filming room. Grandpa Zhang also stood at the door with her. When he saw her stretching her neck to look inside, he thought she was just curious about the equipment. He smiled but didn't interrupt the doctor's work. When the test results came out, it was confirmed that her neck bones were deformed. Grandma Zhang found out the real cause of her illness and was very grateful to Ji Luo. Thanks to Ji Luo this time. Otherwise, I would have thought I had a strange disease and kept taking random medicine. Not only is that a waste of money, but it also harms my health. Grandma Zhang, the doctor said the bones are deformed. Does that mean you need surgery? Ji Luo asked as she returned to the ward. No surgery. Grandma Zhang was very resistant to the idea. She shook her head. I'm already this old. I don't want to go through the pain of surgery. It's not a terminal illness. Now that I know the cause, I'll pay more attention and get massages if I feel uncomfortable. Let's follow the doctor's advice, Grandpa Zhang said. The three of them walked back to the ward together. When they reached the door, they saw a young man sitting inside. Both elders paused, looked at the room number, and confirmed it was correct. Grandma Zhang asked young man, Who are you looking for? Hello, do you know where the lady patient is? The young man asked. Ji Luo, standing behind, heard Zhou Rongyan's voice and quickly responded, Brother Yan, I'm here. Seeing that he was here to visit Ji Luo, the Zhang elders looked at him for a moment. He was dressed in olive green clothes, clearly a soldier. Grandma Zhang smiled and said, Young man, Ji Luo just went for her scan. Zhou Rongyan nodded slightly and looked at Ji Luo. He noticed she looked much better today, with some color back on her lips. He asked with concern, Are you feeling better today? Much better, Ji Luo replied with a smile. She asked him, Did Brother Chen bring you? Have you been here long? Yes, Ji Feng brought me. I've only been here for 2 minutes. Zhou Rongyan brought her breakfast and handed it to her. The buns and eggs are a bit cold. Eat them first. I've already had breakfast. Grandpa Zhang brought some from home and shared with me, Ji Luo said, looking at the two elders nearby. She nodded to them, and Zhou Rongyan insisted on giving her the breakfast. You lost a lot of blood yesterday. Eat more to regain strength. You've eaten both eggs.
All right.
Ji Luo thought that her body was a bit weak now, so she should eat more to improve her nutrition. Smiling, she responded, and then asked him, Have you eaten yet? I've already eaten just now at the state-run restaurant with Ji Feng. Zhou Rongyan saw her bright smile and felt a gentle warmth in his heart. His voice also softened a bit as he said, "Did the Ji family come to cause trouble again yesterday?" "Yes, a big group rushed over and caused a mess. There were police officers here to protect me, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. They all left afterward." Ji Luo had just peeled an egg and was about to say something when footsteps sounded at the door. She and Zhou Rongyan both turned their heads to look. The visitor was Shimli. He reached the door, saw Zhou Rongyan there, and looked surprised for a moment. His forced smile appeared as he said, "Zhou Rongyan, it's been many years. They are about the same age. When they were young, they went to the same school and were classmates, but they didn't have much contact and were only casual acquaintances." Yes, it's been many years. Zhou Rongyan had joined the army at 16 and was rarely home during his 8 years of service. Even when he took leave, he only stayed for 2 or 3 days before leaving again. He hadn't seen Shimli in over 10 years. If it weren't for Ji Luo, they probably wouldn't have crossed paths again. Yesterday, he learned some things about the Ji family from Qin Jifeng. He knew Shimli worked at a county government office. When Shimli came in, he first asked, "I heard you're now working at the Agricultural Technology Station." "Yes, at the county's Agricultural Tech Station." Shimli carried a briefcase, looking somewhat official. His gaze fell on Zhou Rongyan's leg, and he naturally asked, "I heard you were injured in the army. Is your injury serious?" "It's a muscle and bone injury. I need a few months to recover." Zhou Rongyan didn't go into detail about his injury. Whenever anyone asked, he always answered the same. "That's good, no major issues." Shimli didn't inquire further about his injury. He only heard from elders at home that he was badly hurt. But seeing his current condition today, he probably wouldn't be disabled as the elders had said. Thinking that his third uncle and aunt hadn't properly checked on his situation and had been messing with Ji Luo's marriage, causing trouble for the family, he felt annoyed. "It's a work day today, so how come you have time to come to the hospital?" Zhou Rongyan asked again. Hearing this, Shimli forced a smile and looked helpless. "My third uncle and aunt are irresponsible. They caused Ji Luo to get seriously injured and left a mess that needs fixing. I had to come out and talk to Ji Luo." Zhou Rongyan initially wanted to ask Ji Luo something, but before he could speak, Shimli came over. Ji Luo saw him looking at her, and she gently smiled, saying, "Brother Shimli came to mediate. He talked to me after work yesterday. I proposed 2 conditions. First, that Ji Samlin and his wife apologize. Second, that they cut ties with the Ji family. Brother Shimli discussed this with them last night, so he's here to tell me the result." "Those are good conditions." Zhou Rongyan gave her an approving look and then turned to Shimli, showing a firm attitude. "I've already understood the whole situation. I spoke with Ji Samlin and his wife yesterday. I also submitted a marriage application to the military this afternoon, which will be approved today. Once Ji Luo is discharged, we will go to register our marriage immediately. During Ji Luo's 18 years growing up in the Ji family, I've heard about her experiences. I think her 2 demands are reasonable. We are classmates. Out of friendship, I want to be honest with you. If I marry Ji Luo, my status will be that of a proud military family member. If the Ji family refuses her 2 conditions and continues to mistreat her as before, I will take her to the local military office, Civil Affairs Bureau, Women's Federation, and other agencies to request assistance from the authorities." Hearing this, Shimli's smile faded. "Zhou Rongyan, you and Ji Luo are about to get married. We'll be family soon. There's no need for all this. After what happened yesterday, and seeing how Ji Samlin and his wife backtracked and showed their ungrateful side, I don't want to acknowledge such relatives. I don't want any future contact with them." Zhou Rongyan made his stance clear. He looked at Ji Luo, who was quietly eating an egg, and added, "I am a soldier. A soldier's dignity must be respected. Their betrayal and backtracking insult my honor. I only hold back because of Ji Luo. I didn't want Ji Samlin and his wife to be accused of insulting soldiers." Shimli, who had been working in the county for the past 2 years and had met many officials, seemed less confident in front of Zhou Rongyan. He was also worried that he might cause trouble and affect his job. He hesitated for 2 seconds and then made a firm promise. I understand your point. I will handle Ji Luo's 2 conditions today. Good. Thank you, Zhou Rongyan said politely. Shimli forced a stiff smile and didn't stay any longer, leaving under the excuse of handling some matters. From the moment he entered until he left, Ji Luo didn't speak to him at all. Only after he was far away did she smile, clearly happy. Brother Yan, thank you. No need to say those words. Zhou Rongyan's expression was normal, but if you looked carefully, you could see a hint of a smile in his eyes. Ji Luo, is this your fiancé? The elderly couple from the Zhang family, sitting quietly next door, finally spoke up after listening to the 2 young men talk. Grandma Zhang, this is my fiancé, Zhou Rongyan, Ji Luo said with a smile as she introduced him. Young man, handsome and a soldier who defends the country. Not bad, not bad. You two are quite a match, Grandma Zhang praised with a smile. Zhou Rongyan politely responded, you flatter me. Earlier, when Zhou Rongyan was talking to Shimli, Ji Luo had been carefully observing him. She already had a good impression of him, and his recent behavior had won her over. Now, she found him very agreeable in every way. Although they had only discussed marriage plans and hadn't officially registered their marriage yet, and they had no previous contact, Ji Luo inexplicably felt that they had known each other for a long time, as if something was guiding them to get closer. Perhaps this was an example of the saying, at the right time, meeting the right person means everything begins to move in the right direction. They were chatting in the ward. Shimli had already arrived at the hospital entrance. Old Ji and the others had come early to the county town but didn't enter the hospital. They sent him as a representative to talk to Ji Luo. Zhou Rongyan is in the ward. He has already applied for marriage approval. Once the military approves, they will register their marriage. Shimli relayed this, his gaze fixed on Ji Sanlin, and his face looked very unhappy. I just went in, and Ji Luo didn't speak at all. Zhou Rongyan was the one talking the whole time. Ji Luo agreed to the 2 conditions Zhou Rongyan proposed, and he was very firm, saying Ji Luo would soon be a military family member. If you don't agree, they will go to the County Armed Forces Women's Federation to ask the leaders to handle it. This, she thinks. Ji Sanlin started to curse, but Shimli interrupted him directly. Uncle San, cursing won't solve the problem. This is something you caused yourself. You insulted Zhou Rongyan. Now it's your turn to deal with the consequences. Old Ji's face darkened like ink. He took a couple of puffs of dry tobacco and suddenly asked, Shimli, you just saw Zhou Rongyan. Did he become disabled? He was only injured, not disabled. Regarding this, Shimli felt a bit resentful towards the elders at home and said with a sullen face, Grandma, you also need to investigate properly before making decisions. If he were truly disabled, this time he wouldn't just be recovering at home, but would be discharged from the army. But he's not discharged, he's just healing at home, which shows he isn't disabled. Once he heals, he'll return to the military. I just saw him. His leg is still hurt, but he doesn't look disabled at all. Maybe the injury is serious and needs another month or 2 of rest. Zhou Rongyan, young but already a company commander, has a bright future. When Shimli thought about how his good family connections were ruined by his 3rd uncle and aunt, he felt very upset. Thinking about Ji Luo's change, he had a bad feeling, as if the most precious thing in the Ji family was lost. All of this was caused by the foolishness of his 3rd uncle and aunt. Seeing his 3rd uncle still angrily scolding and talking nonsense nearby, Shimli felt his stomach hurt with anger. He scolded in front of Grandpa, 3rd uncle, I'm telling you as a junior, you'll regret this someday, when your guts turn green. I already regret not killing Ji Luo when I had the chance. Ji Sanlin's face was full of hostility, looking fierce and almost like he wanted to eat someone, baring his teeth and snarling, if she wants to cut ties, I'll agree. I might as well pretend I never raised this ungrateful wolf. My daughter Mani is working at a state-owned factory now. She'll marry someone from the city in the future, and I'll enjoy a good life with her. I have 2 obedient sons, so I won't need to rely on her when I get old. The farther she stays, the better. Seeing his attitude, Shimli didn't want to argue more. Since you agree, just handle it quickly, so I don't have to keep running back and forth. Last night, they had already discussed everything at home. Shimli also arranged for someone to help, and overnight, he went to see Grandma Ji and told her to shift all responsibility to Talon. She could be released from the police station this morning. Now that they were rushing to pick her up, they didn't waste time. The uncle and nephew went together to the hospital to find Ji Luo. Ji Luo was talking to Zhou Rongyan about working at the sugar factory. When he saw Ji Shimli come back with someone following him, especially Ji Sanlin who looked at her like an enemy, he didn't speak first but waited quietly for them to explain their purpose. Ji Luo, third uncle, has already made his stance clear. He agrees to the 2 conditions you proposed. However, third aunt has now been taken away by the police. She can't come here to apologize in person. Uncle San is still your father, after all, both in life and in raising you. Maybe this apology. Ji Shimli didn't finish a sentence, but Ji Luo understood his meaning. She looked calm and said, "No need for a verbal apology. Just give some compensation." Even if they forced them to apologize verbally, it wouldn't be sincere. Instead of arguing over this pointless apology, it's better to ask for real compensation. Ji Luo thinks clearly about these things. The original owner suffered for 18 years in the Ji family and even lost her life because of them. A grudge of that magnitude can't be erased with just a few words of apology and some compensation. She will make Talon pay back her life sooner or later. "How much do you want?" Ji Shimli threw the ball to her. Ji Luo listened and smiled faintly, then threw the ball back casually. "Whatever you give, I trust Brother Shimli will weigh the pros and cons." Shimli's eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze toward her was deep. He had really underestimated this cousin before. Zhou Rongyan sat nearby, without speaking. When he saw Ji Luo push Ji Shimli into a corner with just 1 sentence, a smile flickered in his eyes. Yesterday, he asked Shin Jifeng about Ji Luo. Others saw her as honest and weak, just a doormat with little presence in the Ji family. Now it seems she had to hide her strength out of necessity before, but she no longer needs to hide. Her sharp claws are starting to come out. "Ji Luo, you know the family situation better. Uncle San and Aunt San don't earn much money regularly. They have almost no savings. Besides medical expenses, they can only spare about 50 yuan. Actually, this 50 yuan was demanded by Ji Shimli. With Ji Sanlin's temper, he wouldn't want to spend even a penny. Ji Sanlin and his wife are lazy and careless. They have no skills, don't work farming, and their earnings aren't enough for their own needs. Over the years, the family mainly relied on Ji Luo working to earn food to support them. Ji Sanlin is known as a heavy drinker in the team. As soon as he has money, he spends it on alcohol, often getting drunk. When he runs out of money, he asks the 2 elders for some. Talon and her 3 children are also wasteful. They spend money freely, don't earn much, but want to eat well and dress nicely. They often buy meat and sweets, and during festivals, they buy new clothes. Like Ji Sanlin, they have no money and ask the elders for it or go to their brothers' houses to borrow. Actually, Ji Daling and Ji Erlin, the 2 brothers, have long had grievances. But the elders protect the 3rd son, and Talon's family has relatives in the county who are officials. Talon herself is fierce and domineering, making it hard to confront her. No matter how unhappy they are, they just endure it. Today's trouble is a family matter of Ji Sanlin's own making. Ji Luo demands an apology and compensation, but Ji Daling's brothers firmly refuse to pay and tell him to handle it himself. Old Ji also doesn't want to spend money on this false accusation. In his view, it's just a waste of money. If he weren't worried that his wife might leave a record at the police station and affect his eldest grandson's job, he wouldn't bother with Ji Luo or agree to pay her off. Ji Sanlin has less than 3 yuan in his pocket. The family's remaining savings have been taken by Talon. The 50 yuan he brought today was borrowed from old Ji, who even signed a debt note in front of the brothers, sister-in-law, and nephews last night, promising to pay Talon back as soon as she came out. Ji Luo knows the Ji family well. The 50 yuan he managed to get today was probably forced out by Ji Shimli alone. Even a small amount of money is still money. She plans to take it first. Moreover, her health isn't good right now, and confronting them aggressively isn't wise. Later, She will gradually seek her rightful interest. That's all the money she has now, but she wants more. I want to take the grains I earned myself in these 6 months. You shameless woman. You've already taken the money and it's not enough. Now you're trying to steal my grains? Are you looking for death? Ji Sanlin roared again, acting like he's about to eat her. Ji Luo doesn't even bother to look at him. She locks eyes with Ji Shimli and speaks to him. With such a young uncle at home, don't you feel ashamed? Ji Shimli doesn't speak. His face looks very grim. Anyway, I have such a father, and I feel so ashamed. I was born into this family, and I've been unlucky for 8 lifetimes, Ji Luo says bluntly, showing no respect to Ji Sanlin. My father is a worthless, and I'm even more ashamed, Ji Sanlin snaps, shouting and acting wild. If you find it shameful, then you shouldn't have used those shameless tricks on my mother back then, Ji Luo says, shifting her gaze to him. She stands up and faces him directly, her voice loud. Who's more shameless than you? You're not only shameless, but also shameless and indecent, she continues. Someone like you, a drunken troublemaker and a harmful pest, hated by everyone, pollutes the air and ruins society. I wish I could wash the blood from your veins and scrape your bones. She insults him harshly for the first time, catching Ji Sanlin completely off guard. You despicable person. Ji Sanlin's eyes widened with anger as he rushed forward to hit her. Ji Shimli immediately grabbed him. Third uncle, don't do it. Ji Luo was already prepared for him to make a move. She casually picked up Zhou Rongyan's cane, glaring fiercely as she pointed at him. Come over and try. If you lay a hand on me, I'll smash your head and we'll both be done for. Ji Sanlin was just a coward who only bullied those weaker. Seeing her take something and ready to fight, he didn't need Ji Shimli to stop him anymore. He quickly stepped back in fear. A look of mockery flashed in Ji Luo's eyes. She kept a serious face and said, all these years, I've been working hard at home serving you vampires. I've paid enough. Your kindness in raising me, I've repaid it all. Now I only want the food I earned in these 6 months. I don't want to bother with the rest. If you don't give it to me, I'll report you to the police for your past misconduct 20 years ago. Let you spend the rest of your life in jail. Ji Sanlin's usual curse came out again. Despicable. Try cursing me one more time. Ji Luo stepped forward with her cane, pointing at his head as a threat. Don't think I won't hit you. I've tolerated you enough. After we cut ties today, you better watch your mouth. If I hear you curse me again, I'll hit you every time. If you don't believe it, just try. After saying that, she didn't bother wasting words anymore. She told Ji Shimli, give me paper and pen. I'll draft the proof of our breakup myself. Ji Shimli looked at her with deep, curious eyes. Today, her performance really surprised him. Is this truly the weak, obedient person who is bullied by everyone at home? Ji Luo knew he was suspicious, but she was not at all guilty. Only she and the system knew she had changed her core. No matter how much they doubted, it was useless. Zhou Rongyan stayed silent the whole time. Seeing her strong will and principles, a smile flickered in his eyes. Ji Luo wrote quickly, using her best regular script, very neat and precise, creating a flawless document. After confirming it herself, she asked Zhou Rongyan to review it. Brother Yan, take a look. Zhou Rongyan took the paper from her, glanced at her handwriting, and slightly raised his eyebrows. There's a saying that handwriting reflects a person. Her handwriting was upright, beautiful, with sharp, powerful strokes, revealing a hint of sharpness. This was her true character. No problem. Zhou Rongyan handed it back to her. Come here, sign and stamp. Ji Luo looked coldly at the cowardly Ji Sanlin, not even willing to call him by his name. Ji Shimli first examined the document, then looked at her deeply again, but said nothing. He simply told Ji Sanlin, Third uncle, please stamp your thumbprint. Ji Sanlin was illiterate and couldn't write his own name. He didn't recognize any of the characters on the paper. Seeing that his nephew had reviewed it and found no issues, he confidently pressed his thumb onto the paper. After stamping, Ji Sanlin took the pen from Ji Luo and handed it to Ji Shimli, saying, Brother Shimli, be a witness and sign your name. Shimli frowned but said nothing. He took the pen and signed his name. I will publish this in the newspaper for everyone to see. Luo then signed her name and pressed her thumbprint, finishing by reaching out to Sanlin. Money. 50 yuan was enough for Sanlin to buy a year's worth of alcohol. Thinking about how all that money had been taken from him, he was furious and wanted to curse and hit someone. Just as he was about to speak, Luo's cold gaze swept over him, making him swallow his words. Here, take it. Go buy medicine and take it until you die. Sanlin took the money from his pocket, threw it at her angrily, cursing as he did so. Luo usually had a good temper, but now she was so angry that she grabbed a walking stick from beside her bed and rushed over to beat him.
Ah.
Shimli, help me.
Ah. Ah.
In the end, Sanlin was beaten several times and ran out of the hospital in a loud, miserable scream. This was the first time Luo had hit someone. After beating him, she felt no regret. In fact, she felt an indescribable sense of relief. Perhaps the lingering regret left by the original owner still affected her. After hitting Sanlin, the deep-seated hatred and frustration in her heart seemed to dissipate, and she felt much lighter physically. When she returned to the hospital door with her walking stick, she coldly told Shimli, "Take care of your crazy dogs at home.
Don't let them out to bite people again."
Shimli wanted to say something, but Luo stopped him directly. "Don't talk to me about the kindness of raising him. He doesn't deserve it." In the end, Shimli said nothing and left with his briefcase. When he reached the hospital gate, Sanlin was loudly cursing, spitting out all kinds of harsh words. Old Master was also shouting along with him. Passers-by stopped to watch the scene. "Have you cursed enough?" They had no shame, but Shimli cared about his reputation. Seeing him angry and upset, the father and son of the family both fell silent almost at the same time. Lu Hongyu quickly stepped forward and asked, "Shimli, your third uncle just came out saying Luo hit him. What's going on? Did things not work out?" "Everything is settled." Shimli's face turned very serious. He was also feeling very annoyed with the third uncle's family. He said to Old Man "Grandpa, I've finished what I was supposed to do." Luo took 50 yuan and also took her own grains she earned this half year.
She signed a document to cut ties.
"I was there as a witness and signed it." She took everything she was supposed to, so why did she hit third brother? That woman is really out of control. Even though third Uncle Sanlin was a troublemaker, he was still Old Man Ji's beloved son. No matter how upset he was, he never hit him before. Thinking about Luo hitting him made him so angry, he wanted to rush in and demand justice. That was her own fault. Shimli raised his voice. Seeing third Uncle Sanlin rubbing his sore spot where he was hit and still talking nonsense, he warned him with a serious face. "Third uncle, if you don't want to get hit again, keep your mouth shut. If you keep causing trouble and don't learn your lesson, don't come to me to clean up your mess." After that, he said to Old Man "Grandpa, the family division must happen today. From now on, I won't get involved in third uncle's family affairs. Shimli, you know how third uncle's family is. What will they do after splitting up?" Old Man knew his youngest son very well. With his current state, once they split, they would be left with nothing. "Grandpa, third uncle isn't a little kid anymore. He's a father of 4 children in his 40s. How long are you going to keep favoring him? My dad and second uncle raised him for half his life. Do you think I should support him for the rest of his life?" Shimli was very unhappy with his grandparents' favoritism. For the first time, he expressed his complaints openly. He also made his stance clear. "It's my duty to support elders, but I only need to support my grandparents and parents. Third uncle has his own children. It's their responsibility to take care of him. I won't interfere in their family matters anymore. If they face real hardship in the future and have no food, I will help a little, but only as a small support." Seeing that the man didn't speak, Lu Hongyu also spoke up to support her son. "Dad, Shimli will get married and start his own family. He has to support his family and also take care of us. He has a lot on his shoulders. He really can't take care of third uncle's family anymore. Besides, third sister-in-law has relatives who can help her. It's not up to us to help. Her relatives will probably support her, and their life will be better than ours in the future. Old Mr. G was about to say something when G Maney suddenly rushed over from across the street, her voice sharp and piercing. Dad, please help me beat that worthless G Luo. What's going on? Ji Sanlin had just recovered and saw her come out during work hours. He frowned and asked, "Why are you not at work and coming here?"
Dad, I got fired. You mind you threw a bombshell. What?
Everyone in the Ji family looked shocked. Even Ji Shimli frowned and asked, "Why were you suddenly fired?" "The factory found out I was an imposter." Ji Maney cried loudly, acting very wronged. "They are too harsh. They even made security throw me out and said they would announce it publicly." "Maney, come on. I'll take you to get justice," Ji Sanlin said, pulling her to leave. Ji Shimli's face darkened like ink, and his anger turned toward his brother and sister-in-law. "What justice? Aren't you ashamed? Now that Maney is fired, how can you not help her, and then yell at us? Shimli, how can you talk like that? Now that Maney is fired, as her cousin, I should help her. Why are you yelling at us?" Ji Sanlin was very unhappy with his nephew. "Uncle, didn't you hear what she just said? The sugar factory found out she was an imposter. Are you going to make a fuss now? You can't afford to lose face over this." "I can't." Shimli was fed up with their unreasonable behavior and was so angry he felt stomach pain. He said to Ji Daling and his wife, "Dad, Mom, take Grandpa to the police station to pick up Grandma, then go home and divide the family. Uncle and his daughter want to cause trouble and make a scene. Let them. It has nothing to do with us." Then he grabbed his briefcase and left.
Dad, look at Shimli.
"He doesn't respect you at all now," Ji Maney said with a look of grievance and anger as she watched her older cousin leave. "Ji Maney, you caused this trouble yourself. Why should my son clean up after you? You got fired because of your own fault. You deserve it. The job was originally Ji Luo's. You stole it. Now that the factory found out, you have to face the consequences. You caused all this mess. You and your daughter handle it yourselves. Your mother has relatives in the government. Go ask them for help. Don't come and interfere with my son's work. If you harm my son, I'll fight you with a kitchen knife." Lu Hongyu considers her son's future more important than her own life. She is already full of complaints about the third family, and now that Ji Maney has been fired, there might be an investigation into their household by the sugar factory. This could also affect her son's reputation at work. Thinking of this, she almost wishes she could tear Ji Maney apart. "Let's go home and divide the property quickly." Lu Hongyu pulls the man along. Ji Talon doesn't speak much, but is very clear-headed and cares a lot about his son. He frowns and pulls old man Ji away, saying, "Dad, let's go. We'll pick up Mom and then head back." Old man Ji is very angry now. He thinks Ji Maney lost her stable job and might cause trouble for his grandson. Suddenly, he raises his hand and slaps Ji Maney hard. Smack. The slap lands on her cheek, leaving Ji Maney stunned. "I'll beat you, you worthless brat. You can't do your job properly, and now you've been fired and embarrassed us." Old man Ji is upset about losing his job at the sugar factory. Seeing her father-in-law angry and furious, Lu Hongyu quickly takes the chance to scold her younger brother-in-law. "Third brother, I have to tell you, Ji Luo has always been obedient and well-behaved. She studied hard and got into the sugar factory herself. If you hadn't listened to Talon and secretly let Ji Maney take her place, Ji Luo would still be working there. With her skills and education, she might even become a manager someday. Now she's married to Zhou Rongyan, who is already a battalion commander at a young age. Maybe in the future, he'll get promoted and become an official. Such a good daughter and son-in-law. If you support them a little, don't listen to Talon's false words. Ji Luo is not as bad as you think. If she doesn't do any more bad deeds, when they succeed, the other children in the Ji family will benefit too." Her words hit old man Ji's heart. He suddenly regrets everything, realizing it's all his son's fault. He becomes so angry that he grabs and hits him. This is the first time he hits his beloved son. Perhaps out of anger, he hits hard, causing Ji Sanlin to run away clutching his head. Old man Ji is furious today. After beating Ji Sanlin, he orders his eldest son and daughter-in-law to catch Ji Mani and slaps her several times on the street until her mouth bleeds before stopping. Many people are watching the lively scene at the Ji family's house, including Qin Jifeng. After the Ji family leaves in anger, Qin Jifeng runs to the hospital with a woven bag. As soon as he enters the room, he tells Ji Luo, Ji Mani has been fired from the sugar factory. They found out she was pretending to be you to get the job. Ji Luo first glanced at the two elders of the Zhang family before asking him, Brother Qin, how did you find out? After Ji Shimli came out of the hospital, he was scolding your father. Then Ji Mani suddenly ran over crying, saying she was fired. The factory found out she was impersonating someone else, and the security department kicked her out. Then Ji Shimli told the family to split up and not to interfere with your family's messy affairs. Later, old Ji got angry. Your great-aunt was stirring trouble nearby. Old Ji grabbed your father and Ji Mani and beat them badly, making Ji Mani's face swell and her mouth bleed. Now, they are going to the police station to pick up that old lady from your family. This outcome was expected by Ji Luo. Ji Mani was expelled, and she was very happy about it. She immediately thanked the two elders of the Zhang family, saying, Grandpa Zhang, Grandma Zhang, thank you both. Please also thank Uncle Zhang for me. I really appreciate it. Ji Luo, there's no need to thank us. The fact that Ji Mani was impersonating you at work is also partly the factory's fault. The HR department was not careful enough, and they should take responsibility. Grandpa Zhang planned to go back and talk to his son about this matter. The incident also served as a warning to them that the company should conduct a thorough investigation, as there might be similar cases. Thinking about this job, he asked again, Ji Luo, now that Ji Mani has been expelled, the factory will post an announcement today. You are the real employee. The HR department will contact you again. Do you have any plans for this job? Grandpa Zhang, can I still work at the sugar factory? Ji Luo was a bit surprised. Of course. You are the victim. Last time, you also entered the finance department based on your own ability. Now that the investigation is clear, you can reapply and start working again. Ji Luo hadn't thought about this before. She thought it was a good thing to be able to work there, as it was a highly desirable, stable job. However, seeing Zhou Rongyan's injured leg, she didn't think much and made a decision on the spot. Grandpa Zhang, I really appreciate your help this time. I don't plan to work at the sugar factory. Could you help me handle this job? Ji Luo, the opportunity at the sugar factory is rare. You put in a lot of effort before. Don't give up this job, Zhou Rongyan quickly said. Brother Yan, you are injured and need someone to take care of you. If I go to work, I won't be able to take care of you. Working and earning money are important, but your health is more important. The most important thing now is to take good care of you. While waiting for your injuries to heal and after returning to the army to work, I will find a job to earn money then. Furthermore, I am a military spouse with a high school diploma, which makes me a well-educated person. Finding a job shouldn't be difficult. Seeing her decisively give up her job to take good care of him, Zhou Rongyan couldn't help but feel touched. His hand on his lap clenched gently. He thought that his leg might never fully recover and that it could become a burden for her in the future. They haven't registered their marriage yet, and she has this stable job, is pretty, and has a high school education. She has also moved on from the problematic Ji family relatives. She could have better options for a life partner. Ji Luo, he started to speak. Ji Luo interrupted directly, Brother Yan, I've made up my mind. You don't need to say more. I will handle this in my own way. Besides, even if I work at the sugar factory with Talon and Ji Mani's temper, they wouldn't let me work peacefully. They won't get what they want, and they'll probably come to cause trouble at the factory every day. That would only cause problems for the factory and make it hard for me to work peacefully. Ji Luo didn't give him a chance to speak. She could guess what he was thinking. Yesterday, she discussed marriage with Zhou Rongyan. She felt some pressure and was grateful for his help in saving her. But mostly, she approved of him as a person. She genuinely wanted to marry him and spend her life with him. As for his serious injuries and possible disability, she didn't mind. The injuries were his military honors, symbols of his bravery, not flaws or shame. She liked him for who he was and chose to marry him. No matter poverty or illness, she would stay with him and never leave. She hadn't told Zhou Rongyan these words yet. Instead, she chose to show her attitude through actions. She continued talking with the two elders from the Zhang family. Grandpa Zhang, Grandma Zhang, my fiancé is a hero who protects our country. Now he's injured and needs care. Between work and him, I choose to stay at home to take care of him. Please, elders, help me. After speaking, she stood up and bowed to thank them. Thank you. Child, get up quickly. Grandma Zhang hurriedly helped her up, full of kindness. Jiluo, you're a good girl. You and Brother Zhou are a perfect match. Both of you are noble and kind. Good people will be rewarded. You will surely have a happy life in the future. Grandma Zhang, thank you for your blessings. Our situation is not very good right now, but I believe that as long as my husband and I work together and stay united, things will get better. In the future, we will be very happy, just as you said, Grandma Zhang, Ji Luo said confidently with a smile. Grandma Zhang nodded happily and said to Zhou Rongyan, Comrade Zhou, take good care of Ji Luo. She is a rare good girl. Grandma Zhang, I will. Zhou Rongyan replied with a nod. Seeing that she had made her decision, Grandpa Zhang respected it and said, Ji Luo, since you've made up your mind, I'll help you find a good match. I'll transfer this job to someone suitable, and you won't be treated unfairly. Okay. Thank you, Grandpa Zhang. Jobs can be transferred these days. Many people pay to buy positions, but Ji Luo didn't know much about the market. Asking the Zhang family for help was easier and less stressful. Grandpa Zhang agreed and hurried off to handle the matter. Grandma Zhang found out the real cause of the illness and decided not to stay in the hospital. She went to the doctor to get medicine and arrange for her discharge. After they left, Ji Luo spoke to him, asking, Brother Yan, your injury looks serious. Do you want to stay in the hospital for a few days? No need. I brought a lot of topical medicines from the military hospital. A few days later, my comrade will come by and bring more medicine. Zhou Rongyan didn't plan to use the hospital's medication. His injury was serious, and he knew it himself. There was no point in using the local hospital's treatment. Qin Jifeng sat nearby and asked, Rongyan, have you talked to your parents about us getting married? No, I'll talk to them when I go home, Zhou Rongyan replied. His family looked cold when he mentioned them. He looked at Ji Luo and asked for her opinion. Ji Luo, after we get married, do you want to live with my parents? Ji Luo hadn't thought about this before. Hearing his question, she smiled and said, Brother Yan, although our two families are a few miles apart, I've heard some things about your mother's reputation. I pretended to be weak and obedient at the Ji family before, but I couldn't win against that kind of family. I really don't want to live such a frustrating life anymore. Your mother is quite a formidable person. If we live under the same roof, I think conflicts between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law might break out from the very first day. Zhou Rongyan suddenly smiled and said, I understand now. Can we move out and live somewhere else? Ji Luo asked hopefully. I don't want to live with them either. Zhou Rongyan had no choice but to live under the same roof as them. Now that he has a wife to take care of him, he would rather spend a little money to live elsewhere than continue sharing with them. Seeing that he wanted to live alone, Ji Luo smiled and suggested, how about we ask the team leader for a piece of land and build our own house? Let's talk about that later. First, we should get married and hold the wedding, he replied. Zhou Rongyan had a plan in mind. He didn't want her to worry about these things and asked, Ji Luo, I will go to the Ji family to get your grain back. Can I store it temporarily at Ji Feng's house? Yes, Ji Luo agreed. The Zhou family was also a large, lazy family. His future mother-in-law was known for being tough and fierce. If the grain fell into their hands, it would be like a dog catching a meat bun. Gone for good. Since the grain was temporarily stored at Qin Jifeng's house, and there was no better place to keep it for now, she smiled and thanked him. Brother Qin, I'm sorry to trouble you. No problem. Rongyan is my brother. If you need anything, just come to me anytime. Chun Jifeng had been close friends with Zhou Rongyan since childhood. He also wanted to join the army but was prevented by his grandparents and uncle. So he stayed home to farm. His parents died early. When he was about 3 or 4 years old, they drowned in an accident. His grandparents raised him, and his uncle, the team leader, often took good care of him. His grandparents had fallen ill and passed away in recent years. The old house was left to him. He wasn't married yet and lived alone in the old house. Good, Ji Luo smiled in response. She thought the original owner was very capable, working hard in farming and doing many chores. She would have plenty of grain, so she wouldn't need to worry about hunger for the next 2 or 3 months. The grain was a bit much. Zhou Rongyan asked Chun Jifeng to borrow a tractor from the production team, and the two men went to Niujiaobei to transport the grain. Ji Luo stayed at the hospital to rest and waited for Grandpa Zhang to come. With the Zhang family acting as the contact, she was sure the work would be done today. Once the work was finished and she had the money, she could also get the grain. With money and food, life would be less stressful. At 10 a.m., the tractor arrived at Niujiaobei Brigade and stopped at Ji's house entrance. The Ji family had returned home about half an hour earlier. Grandma Ji had been brought back and was now handling the division of property in the main hall. Village officials from Niujiaobei and senior relatives from Ji's family were present. Zhou Rongyan, leaning on his cane, entered. The Ji family members looked unhappy and didn't even bother with polite words. It was the team leader who stood up to greet him. Are you Zhou Rongyan? Captain Wang De, I am Zhou Rongyan. Today, I came on behalf of my fiancé, Ji Luo, to collect the grain. Ji's family does not welcome him, and he doesn't plan to go inside to chat. After stating his purpose clearly, he took out the document signed by Ji Samlin this morning, which severed their relationship, and showed it to the team leader. What grain? We haven't owed her any grain. Grandma Ji was the first to speak. She had already heard from the family, but she didn't intend to give up the grain or admit to what was written on the paper. She was very angry. If the older son and his wife hadn't pulled her back, she would have gone to the hospital to fight after leaving the police station. Ji Mani, sitting in the corner with her face swollen like a pig's head, saw her grandma deny it and jumped in to help. We don't owe her any grain. She's no longer part of our family. Let her go far away. Seeing them act stubbornly, Zhou Rongyan was not angry. He took back the proof from the team leader and put it in his pocket. His gaze turned to Grandpa Ji. Grandpa Ji, you are the head of the family. Please say a word. We've already divided the family. I won't interfere with the third son's affairs anymore. Grandpa Ji made an excuse to avoid, but inside, he thought the same as his wife. Ji Luo had earned quite a bit of grain in half a year. If they refused to give it, the third family could at least eat for 2 months. All right, I understand the Ji family's position.
Zhou Rongyan saw through this family.
He didn't even ask Ji Sanlin and simply turned to leave. Jifeng, let's go. Rongyan, not anymore? Chun Jifeng frowned. Zhou Rongyan gave him a signal. He leaned on his crutch and hopped on one leg. After getting into the car, he told the tractor driver, Old Yang, go to the police station. Seeing the tractor turn around and leave, Ji Mani, who was watching happily, immediately ran back to report, Grandpa, Grandma, they've left. He's still a soldier. Turns out he's a cowardly weakling. Grandma Ji thought she had won and was very proud. She also scolded the others in the family for being useless. You see, we didn't give, so he can't do anything to us. You all shouldn't have paid that woman yesterday. Let's go together and beat her up until she's obedient. Then she won't dare to show her face in front of the third son. Lu Hongyu had a different idea. She frowned and said, Mom, Ji Luo reported the police yesterday and called the Women's Federation comrades. If our whole family goes to fight, do you want us all to end up in jail? Or do you want Shimli to be expelled from his job like Mani? Aunt Ji hesitated, thinking about Changsun's work, and felt a bit afraid. Her tone softened slightly. Why did you go around hitting people openly? Can't you do it secretly? They didn't hide this from the village officials. Captain Wang frowned and said, Old Uncle Ji, I saw the proof Zhou Rongyan brought earlier. It has Victory's signature and fingerprint. This grain issue isn't something the women in your family can just refuse or ignore. You better handle this properly. If you don't, Victory will definitely be affected. After saying that, he lost interest in their family affairs. All right, your family division is done. We won't interfere anymore. You handle it yourselves. Captain, what do you mean? Suddenly, Talon stood up quietly. That proof has your son, Shimli's signature. He acted as a guarantor. If your mother and third brother's family refuse to give grain, Luo can go ask your son for it. Ultimately, your son will have to deal with this. Captain Wang patiently explained.
What?
Why should my son take responsibility? Lu Hongyu was instantly angry. Your son signed as a guarantor, with his name and fingerprint. He has the responsibility to handle this. Seeing that the messy affairs of the Ji family finally caused trouble for his son, Lu Hongyu was furious. I knew it. Zhou Rongyan was so easy to talk to earlier. If you didn't want to help him, just say so. Turns out, you went straight to the county to find Victory. Ji Sanlin, your family's mess. You must deal with it immediately. If you cause my son to lose face at work or affect his job, I will cut you with a kitchen knife right now. Concerned about his son's reputation at work, Talon also got anxious. He shouted at the lazy nephew sitting in the corner, Ji Sanlin, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and bring Zhou Rongyan back. I won't go. They left on a tractor. I can't catch up with 2 legs. Ji Sanlin, used to being lazy, was not worried at all. The grain wasn't in his hands. The warehouse keys were kept by his mother. If things got serious, he could just use that as an excuse to avoid responsibility. Seeing him still messing around and not caring about his nephew, Lu Hongyu was so angry her eyes turned red. She grabbed a broom and vented all her accumulated anger over the years, chasing after Ji Sanlin and his 3 children to beat them. Get out of here. Now that we've divided the family, this house belongs to our main family. All of you get out. Don't come back. Anning, Hepping, come help me.
Drive them all out.
Lu Hongyu suddenly lost her temper and chased the 4 members of Ji Sanlin's family away. The 2 old men, who were biased, shouted from behind, but she paid no attention. After hitting Ji Sanlin, Lu Hongyu's anger finally eased a little. She stormed back and yelled at her parents. Dad, Mom, since you're so biased and protecting him, you might as well go live with him. From now on, I promise to send the respect and filial piety that should be given. You're going against heaven. Grandma Ji often acted like the elder at home. All 3 daughters-in-law were obedient under her discipline. Now, the eldest daughter-in-law was pointing her finger and criticizing her, which made her so angry she slammed the table. Anyone who dares to harm my son, I will go against heaven for them. Lu Hongyu had endured enough. When Talon opened his mouth to say something, she roared at him. Talon, I'm making this clear today. If you side with the 3rd son, I will divorce you. I will take the children and leave this family, so Victory won't be harmed by that 3rd son.
What are you talking about?
I never said I would side with the 3rd son, Talon replied. He was also unhappy with the 3rd son's family and finally made his stance clear to his parents. Dad, Mom, if you want to favor the 3rd son, I have nothing to say.
But Victory is my bottom line.
I won't allow the mess from the 3rd son's family to affect Victory's future. Choose between the 3rd son and Victory. Choose Victory, and you can stay with us. If you choose the 3rd son, then stay with him. Seeing that he finally took a stand and was on her side, Lu Hongyu felt relieved. She threw down the broom in her hand and sat heavily on a nearby bench, waiting for the 2 old folks to make their decision. Ji Sanlin, who had been beaten earlier, had gone back into the house to hide, but now he endured the pain and came out. He didn't dare go inside but stood at the door, shrinking his body. His eyes darted around and he said, Dad, Mom, why don't you come live with me? We can build a new house next door, and you can stay in the new house. He was scheming, and everyone present could see through it. Ji Erlin and his wife knew the elders wouldn't stay with them, so they said nothing. They stood in the corner with their 3 daughters, not interfering in the fight between the eldest and the 3rd son. Talon and Lu Hongyu looked unhappy. The third son was clearly planning to use the elder's savings. He kept talking about building a house, but he had no money himself. It was just a scheme to get the elders to pay for the house. When they eventually passed away, the house would belong to him. Everyone saw through this, and the two elders also understood clearly. Grandpa Ji was also angered by his shamelessness. He picked up a cigarette stick and threw it at him, angrily saying, "I live with you, but I still have to spend my own money to build a house for myself. Later, when my old bones are worn out, I'll have to work hard to farm and support you. You good for nothing. I want to have a drink, but I have to watch out for you stealing it. Do you think I'm stupid enough to be tricked?"
Dad, what are you talking about?
"I will take good care of you." Ji Samlin knew that the second old couple had some savings. If he didn't find a way to get it in the future, all that money would belong to Big Brother, Big Sister-in-law, and Ji Shimli. Once it was in their hands, he wouldn't be able to get any of it. Lu Hongyu sneered and said, "Dad, Mom, I still say the same thing. If you want to live with Old San, we will respect you and won't hold back a single grain of rice. Whether you want to build a house or squeeze into a smaller one, we won't say a word. Are you hoping we'll go live with Old Sen now?" Grandma Ji glared at her. "Old Sen wants to live with you, and you're so biased and indulgent toward him. I can't just stand in the middle and be the bad guy stopping you." Lu Hongyu thought it through. For the sake of her son and the whole family, she had to stand strong and absolutely prevent Old San's family from causing trouble again. Meanwhile, at the Ji family side, they were discussing splitting the family. At the hospital, Ji Luo was talking about work with the second old couple from the Zhang family and their visitors. Grandpa Zhang was acting as a matchmaker for his old comrade's family. They wanted to buy the job for his recently turned adult granddaughter. This family was well off financially. To buy this job, they were willing to spend money. They paid 800 yuan in cash on the spot and also handed over a stack of daily expense vouchers. Ji Luo was satisfied with the price and quickly agreed to the deal. After they settled everything, she went with them to the sugar factory to handle the transfer procedures. With the Zhang family's help, the work transfer was completed smoothly, taking less than 5 minutes. After leaving the personnel office, everyone passed by the factory's production workshop. Ji Luo looked through the window and saw the factory's machinery. Her eyes lit up and she asked Grandpa Zhang, "I think that might be the production workshop. I don't know how sugar and brown sugar are made. Can I secretly take a look outside the window?" Her small request was immediately approved by Grandpa Zhang. "No problem. Come on, I'll take you inside to visit." Inside the workshop, Ji Luo learned that Grandpa Zhang was the old director of the sugar factory and Grandma Zhang was the former head of the finance department. The factory's veteran staff and leaders were very polite to them, personally guiding them on the tour. Ji Luo quietly followed behind during the tour, saying nothing but silently recording all the production equipment and conditions introduced by Grandpa Zhang and others into the system. 2 hours later, she left the sugar factory, politely thanked the elderly Zhang couple, and then walked alone back to the hospital. "Hey, carrying so much money on you isn't safe," she muttered softly on the way home. She touched the household registration certificate she had just received and decided, "I'll open an account at the credit union and deposit the money." Nowadays, few people save money. When she went to open an account at the credit union and deposited such a large sum, the staff asked her many questions. Fortunately, she had the proof from the sugar factory, which helped her smoothly get the passbook. Ji Luo was seeing a savings passbook from the 1970s for the first time. It was about the same size as modern household registers, with famous quotes printed on the back. She put the passbook away and was about to return to the hospital when a thought suddenly appeared in her mind. "Check your points." 5,460 points. Ji Luo was slightly surprised. Before going to the sugar factory, she had checked her points and only had about 1,300. After visiting all the production equipment at the sugar factory and recording everything, her points increased rapidly. Ji Luo felt a bit happy and silently asked herself, "You mentioned rewards for reaching certain points. When will I receive my first reward?" At 10,000 points, a sentence floated through her mind. Ji Luo smiled and asked again, "Are these rewards given randomly, or Do I need to request or draw for them? They will be awarded based on your needs at the time, the system replied. Ji Luo understood and smiled even more. Your system is quite considerate and user-friendly. Not bad. Then she asked, when will the next reward be given after reaching 10,000 points? At 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. Every 50,000 points, a reward is given. The more points you have, the better the prize. Okay, I get it. Ji Luo just wanted to know these details and didn't ask further. Feeling satisfied, she happily headed back to the hospital. During her previous life, she spent most of her time in the hospital and couldn't even go out for fresh air. Now, living again with a young, energetic, and healthy body, surrounded by fresh, natural air without the discomfort of car exhaust and smog, Ji Luo felt as if her mind, body, and soul had been freed. She walked with a smile, full of energy. She feels happy and relaxed, but the Ji family is now full of chaos. After Zhou Rongyan left the Ji family, he did not go to find Ji Shimli. Instead, he went to the police station, accusing the Ji family of refusing to fulfill their promises and suing the entire family, not just Ji Sanlin. When the police came to arrest people, the two old men of the Ji family finally became afraid. Ji Talon and others quickly disassociated themselves by claiming they had split from the family. In the end, they took away the most lively troublemakers, Grandma Ji and Ji Sanlin, along with Ji Mani. The people were taken for education, and the grain was also seized. When Ji Shimli hurried home after hearing the news, he was furious to learn that his grandmother's foolish favoritism was holding them back. I won't go to rescue them. They brought this on themselves and deserve to be taken in for education. When trouble happens, I'm the one left to clean up. They never consider my future when they cause trouble. Do I owe Uncle San's family anything? Ji Luo is right. Having such a father and relatives is bad luck for us. I won't interfere with Uncle San's family's affairs anymore. If I do, I won't be human. Grandpa, if you force me to get involved, I will cut ties with you just like Ji Luo did and never see you again. Ji Shimli vented his anger at home, packed his clothes, and left with a dark face. Dad, Mom, I will live in the company dormitory from now on, coming home once every half-month. If there's something at home, come find me at work. Don't come to Uncle San's family anymore. Good. I won't let anyone come to clean up Uncle San's mess. Whoever tries will face me. Lu Hongyu said this to him, and also to her father-in-law. The eldest grandson left angrily, full of resentment. Old Ji also felt some regret but ultimately shifted all the blame onto his wife and granddaughter, Ji Mani. After delivering the grain to Qin Jifeng's house, Zhou Rongyan asked him to ride his bike to the hospital. Just as he reached the gate, Ji Luo came out. Brother Yen. Ji Luo saw him and smiled, running over warmly. Did the grain transfer go smoothly? Just ask the police again. Zhou Rongyan looked at her with a deep, thoughtful gaze. She looked much better today, with a healthier complexion and lips, more spirited overall. Her smile was brighter than the sun, charming and warm, with adorable dimples. Hearing that he had called the police again, Ji Luo's smile faded. Is that old lady causing trouble again? You know them quite well. Qin Jifeng responded and told her, Rongyan called the police. They were very rude and caused a fuss, rolling on the ground and making a scene. The wife of the Ji family and Ji Mani were the most lively. Your father also doesn't fear trouble. In the end, all three of them were taken away and arrested. Ji Luo clapped his hands and said, Well done. Zhou Rongyan slightly smiled and said, The grain has been received. It wasn't stored at Jifeng's house because their granary had a leak. It has just been transferred to his uncle's house.
Good, that's fine.
Ji Luo knew that Qin Jifeng's uncle was the team leader, so it was safe to leave the grain at his house. He immediately shared good news with them. I sold my work. I sold it to the granddaughter of Grandpa Zheng's old comrade. They gave me 800 yuan and some food coupons. 800. Qin Jifeng was a bit surprised. The job at the sugar factory's finance department is worth that much. Zhou Rongyan understood the market. Ji Luo smiled. It was lunchtime now, so he cheerfully invited, "Let's go to the state-run restaurant. I'll treat you to a meal. We'll order 2 good dishes." After saying that, he naturally helped Zhou Rongyan. "Brother Yan, I'll support you." His soft, slightly cool hand linked his arm. Zhou Rongyan's body instinctively tensed, his lips pressed together, and his voice was a little husky. "Ji Luo, I can walk with my cane. No need to support me. Is that okay?" Ji Luo looked a bit worried.
Yes.
Zhou Rongyan, injured, didn't put his foot down, supporting himself with his cane and slowly moving forward. Seeing he could walk alone, Ji Luo let go but carefully stayed nearby, gently reminding him, "Slow down. No rush, walk slowly." "Okay." Zhou Rongyan felt a bit warm inside. His future wife was kind and thoughtful. He started to look forward to married life. At the state-run restaurant, Ji Luo first helped Zhou Rongyan sit down, poured plain water for the 2 men, and carefully asked, "Brother Yan, do you have any dishes you can't eat or shouldn't eat?" "I'm not picky." Men in the army didn't complain about food. When out on missions in the wild, if there was no food, they would eat leaves and roots directly. "All right, I'll order whatever." Ji Luo went to the counter confidently, looked at the menu on the blackboard, and ordered 1 twice-cooked pork, celery stir-fried with sliced meat, eggplant stir-fried with vegetables, and braised tofu with vermicelli. 3 bowls of plain rice. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, plus rice. Total 1.25 yuan. After paying, he returned to the table and waited. Zhou Rongyan also poured her a glass of water and looked at the bandage wrapped around her head. He said, "Ji Luo, stay in the hospital for a few more days. Let the doctor give you some anti-inflammatory medicine. When your wound starts to scab over, you can leave the hospital." When they changed the dressing earlier, the doctor said your recovery was pretty good. You should be able to leave in about 2 days. Ji Luo really didn't want to stay in the hospital.
It was a place she strongly disliked.
In this second life, she didn't have many wishes. She just wanted to live healthily and happily until old age. The kitchen chef was quick at cooking. After only 5 or 6 minutes, the waiter called out to serve the dishes. Ji Luo and Chen Jifeng both stood up to bring the food over. Just as they were about to eat, Ji Luo saw someone outside carrying a shoulder pole with a basket of vegetables and fish. The person put down the pole and squatted by the roadside, shouting, "Fresh fish caught from the river, freshly picked vegetables, cheap prices." Ji Luo raised an eyebrow and asked the 2 beside her, "Can people now set up stalls and sell things privately?" "Some started at the beginning of the year," Chen Jifeng replied, "but back then, everyone was selling secretly. Later, since no one stopped them, more and more people began selling goods with shoulder poles." Chen Jifeng knew quite a bit about this. He often brought mountain vegetables and other produce to the city to sell, earning a little extra to support his family. Not long after Zhou Rongyan returned home, he also stayed to recover from his injury. He didn't know much about the county town situation, but he was aware of what was happening in the military. Seeing her interested, he told her, "The provincial capital issued a clear notice allowing private stalls. But they can't be set up randomly on the roadside. The government has planned a large marketplace. As for how to operate, I'm not too sure." Ji Luo was happy to hear this and started planning. She originally wanted to get married and live in the village, taking care of Zhou Rongyan. But now, her thoughts had changed. However, her plans still needed to be discussed with him, and there was no rush today. "Eat first." Zhou Rongyan scooped some meat onto her plate. It was moderately fatty, looking greasy on the surface. In her previous life, Ji Luo never ate fatty meat. Her current body was extremely lacking in oil and water, and she hadn't eaten much meat before. Seeing the large plate of twice-cooked pork made her salivate. She also scooped some fatty meat for him. "Brother Yan, you should eat more, have more." Zhou Rongyan's lips curled slightly as he picked up his bowl and started eating heartily. These days, pigs are fed with natural pig grass, not high-tech feed. The pork has a fresh, sweet flavor. Ji Luo ate happily, thinking to herself, "This tastes way better than the delicacies I ate in my previous life." Today, the service at the state-owned restaurant is generally average, but the portions of food are really generous and affordable. The plate of twice-cooked pork is full of meat, with no messy side dishes, which is much better than finding meat among the sides in previous experiences. Brother Yen, Brother Chen, eat more meat. Ji Luo, although she likes meat, has only eaten it a few times since the original owner. She's worried that eating too much at once might upset her stomach. Ji Luo, there's plenty of meat. You should eat more, Zhou Rongyan said, helping her by adding some celery and sliced meat. I'll eat less today, just to let my stomach get used to it. Ji Luo smiled and picked some sweet potato noodles. Fried tofu and sweet potato noodles are really tasty. I like these. They shared dishes happily, getting along very well. Chun Jifeng felt somewhat out of place, thinking he might be a bit of a bother just staying here. He asked, Rongyan, have you known Ji Luo for a long time? It's understandable, he thought that way. The way they interacted now was like they had known each other for a long time, not like they had just met. We met before, sort of known each other, Zhou Rongyan replied. Ji Luo smiled sweetly and gently. Actually, Brother Yen saved me many years ago. He's been my lifesaver. I see, Chen Jifeng understood. Ji Luo's willingness to marry Zhou Rongyan this time was probably also because she remembered his help. Brother Chen, you're about the same age as Brother Yen, right? Have you married yet? The original owner knew a little about Chen Jifeng, knowing his parents passed away early. He didn't know much about his personal life. I'm the same age as Rongyan, half a year younger, and I haven't married yet. Chen Jifeng now eats alone, as his family doesn't go hungry. His uncle and aunt have been arranging marriages and matchmaking, but none of the matches suited him. Mostly, no one was interested in him. He will turn 24 later this year. In the countryside, he's considered a man of a marriageable age. Besides farming, he hasn't learned any decent skills. His house is old and broken, he doesn't have much savings, looks quite ordinary, and isn't good at talking sweet words to girls. So he's still single. Don't worry, fate will come eventually, Ji Luo comforted him. Hearing this, Zhou Rongyan's eyes flickered. A young girl speaking such comforting words seemed overly mature, which didn't quite match her appearance. Actually, when he first saw her at the hospital yesterday, he noticed a spirit in her eyes that didn't match her age. Her later behavior also surprised him. However, he didn't think much about all this. He just believed that she had a hard time living at the Ji family over the years. The environment had made her become more mature and steady. After dinner, the three of them left the state-run restaurant together. Outside, Zhou Rongyan said, Jifeng, you go get the bike first. I need to talk to Ji Luo.
Okay.
Chen Jifeng nodded and walked away quickly. They were standing on a small. Ji Luo, worried he might lose his balance, naturally stepped forward to support him and asked, Brother Yen, what do you want to say? Zhou Rongyan glanced at her hand, which was holding his cane, and his grip tightened slightly. His expression looked a little unnatural. Ji Luo, are you really willing to marry me? Yes, I am. Ji Luo answered, without hesitation. Seeing that he was still hesitating about this, she felt a bit helpless. Brother Yen, I am serious. I truly want to marry you. As for your worries, I don't care about them. Your health isn't the most important thing. I care about you as a person. I believe that if we work together, we can be happy. Her sincere and firm words made Zhou Rongyan's heart, which was as tough as steel, tremble slightly. His deep, husky voice also trembled a little. Ji Luo, I won't let you down. Yes, I believe in you. Ji Luo's smile blossomed, her beautiful, clear eyes shining like stars, firm and warm. Looking into her enchanting eyes, Zhou Rongyan made the most sincere invitation from his heart. Ji Luo, shall we get the marriage certificate tomorrow? Are you willing?
Yes.
Ji Luo answered loudly, her smile like a flower. Comrade Zhou Rongyan, please take care of me for the rest of my life. Zhou Rongyan usually didn't smile much, but at this moment, he showed his brightest smile. His eyebrows lifted with happiness, and his voice was tinged with a smile. Comrade Ji Luo, I swear in the name of a soldier, I will always be loyal to you, and never let you down. If I ever do anything wrong in the future, please point it out. This was a simple promise, without fancy words or excessive vows, but it was Zhou Rongyan's most sincere expression. They stood by the street, exchanging a few words that confirmed the most important decision of their lives. Neither hesitated or wavered. They faced the future with their most sincere and pure hearts. After deciding to get married, Zhou Rongyan discussed another matter with her. "Ji Luo, after we get married, we won't live at the Zhou family house. Can we rent a place outside?"
Yes.
Ji Luo had no objections. She simply didn't want to live under the same roof as the Zhou family. However, she felt that Zhou Rongyan spoke about the Zhou family without any emotion, as if he was talking about strangers, which confused her. "Brother Yan, since we need to rent a place outside, how about renting in the county town?" Ji Luo wanted to discuss this with him and shared her plan. "We have some savings, but both of us are injured and need to spend money. Renting a house and daily expenses cost money. If we don't earn, we'll run out of funds soon. Now, we can set up a stall in the county town. After we get married, I want to find ways to earn money, take care of you, and help with the family expenses." When she previously asked about setting up a stall, Zhou Rongyan guessed she had ideas. He initially wanted to rent a house in the village, but since she had a plan, he was willing to change his mind. "Okay, let's rent a house in the county town. Don't worry about the rent. I'll find a place tomorrow and buy some basic daily items." After saying this, Zhou Rongyan took a stack of money from his pocket and put it into her coat. "Ji Luo, take this money first. Use it to buy some new clothes and shoes and some milk powder or malt drinks. Don't be too frugal with spending. I've earned a good salary over the years, so supporting the family isn't a problem. I didn't bring the passbook, but my comrade will bring it over in a few days and you can keep it." Just after they agreed on the wedding, he handed over all his savings, which surprised Ji Luo. "Brother Yan, I have money too. You should keep some on you. Renting a house costs money." Ji Luo roughly estimated that the money he gave her was at least over 100 yuan. She took most of it and tried to give it back to him. Zhou Rongyan reached out to stop her, saying, "Keep it. I still have 20 yuan on me. The rent is covered. If I need more money later, I'll ask you." "All right." Ji Luo smiled, stored the money carefully, and then asked, "Brother Yan, how should we arrange the wedding? Your comrades are coming over. Are they here especially for our wedding?" "Ji Luo, the wedding might have to be simple and modest. I don't plan to hold it at the Zhou family's house. I know them well, they won't organize the wedding for us." When Zhou Rongyan mentioned the Zhou family, his expression was very cold, and a sharp glint flashed in his deep eyes. Ji Luo caught this cold look and tightened her grip on his arm. "Brother Yan, did something happen?" "Ji Luo, I want to do something on our wedding day, something related to the Zhou family. When my comrades come, I want to ask for their help to handle it." Zhou Rongyan did not carefully explain the arrangements for now. Ji Luo instinctively felt that he had important matters to handle. Since he didn't say anything now, she wouldn't ask. She would naturally find out the day after tomorrow. "Brother Yan, do you need me to do anything?" "Just prepare to be the bride," Zhou Rongyan replied with a slight smile. Ji Luo smiled upon hearing this. "Okay, I'll leave everything to you. I'll follow your lead." After Zhou Rongyan left on his bicycle, Ji Luo hurried to the state-owned store. Since they were about to get married, she needed to buy some new clothes and shoes for herself and Zhou Rongyan. As for other daily items, she planned to buy them after renting a house. Since they would live in the county town later, shopping would be easier, and she could buy what they needed anytime. Nowadays, weddings are simple and modest. Many poor rural families don't even have new clothes for the wedding, and some borrow the wedding bedding and decorations, returning them after the ceremony. Ji Luo stayed in the state store for half an hour, choosing 2 sets of clothes for Zhou Rongyan. Both shirts were white, with pants in 2 colors, black and sea blue. She also bought him a pair of black sports shoes. She picked a white shirt for herself and bought a piece of red cloth, planning to sew a half-length skirt as her wedding dress. She also bought 2 casual outfits, and the latest pair of shoes just arrived. In addition, she bought a red festive headpiece and ribbon, a box of snow cream popular among women nowadays, and 2 simple makeup sets. This was her first wedding in this life, and the last, so she had to take it seriously. Although her current makeup products were not as good as those in later years, her youthful and beautiful face meant even simple makeup wouldn't make her any less stunning than future brides. At this moment, Zhou Rongyan had already returned home. Mother Zhou, Jiao Fong, immediately started questioning him. Where have you been all day? Where did you go to fetch grain before? Why didn't you bring it home? Chen Jifeng helped him into the house. Seeing that his aunt didn't care about his health, he asked about the grain with a frown. Auntie, why did I have to bring the grain I bought to your house? You bought it? Jiao Fong clearly didn't believe it. Before he could answer, she started chattering. Why did you buy so much grain? That's my business. You don't need to worry about it. Chen Jifeng didn't like her and helped Zhou Rongyan into a shabby, messy hut. Looking around at the disorderly room, he frowned and deliberately said, Rongyan, did someone break into your house? Should I call the police? Yuan looked around the house and saw that his neatly folded clothes from this morning were all thrown on the ground. He said calmly, Jifeng, I'm staying at your place for a couple of days. Help me pack my things.
Okay.
His luggage only had a few clothes and a bag of medicine, all packed into an olive green suitcase, which he carried as he left. The Zhou family was at home. They watched him leave, but didn't stop him. When he reached the door, Jiao Fong said, Don't come back after you leave. I don't want to take care of you. As Zhou Yanyan reached the door, he suddenly stopped and looked back at them with a very cold gaze. Don't worry, I will never come through this door again. I won't give you a chance to take care of me. His eyes were very cold and sharp. He looked at Zhou Dad and Zhou Dezhu for 3 seconds, then turned and left without looking back. Zhou Dezhu and Jiao Fong were so scared by his stare that they couldn't speak. They felt like their spines were frozen with cold, and they shivered uncontrollably. After leaving the Zhou house, Chen Jifeng helped him onto his bike and asked, Rian, did something happen? I need to handle some things. I'll wait until my comrades arrive the day after tomorrow to make arrangements. You'll find out later. Since he didn't say more, Chen Jifeng didn't ask further.
All right.
If you need help, just tell me. I don't have many skills, but running errands for you is fine. Why say that among brothers? There will be many times I need your help in the future. Zhou Yunyan patted his shoulder. Chen Jifeng smiled. Just let me know if you need anything. Zhou Yunyan stayed at Chen Jifeng's house for one night. The next morning, Chen Jifeng took him to the county town. They bought breakfast at the state-run restaurant and then went to the hospital to eat breakfast with Ji Luo. Ji Luo had just changed her dressing in the morning. Seeing them, she was very happy and said, Brother Yan, I can leave the hospital tomorrow. The doctor said my wound is healing well. I just need to take the medicine home and change the dressing myself. Ask the doctor to give you some blood-boosting and nutrition pills. She worked the most at Ji's house and ate poorly. She was very weak. She had been injured and lost a lot of blood, so she needed to buy more nutritional supplements to recover. Okay. I'll ask the doctor to prescribe some when I leave tomorrow, Ji Luo replied. After finishing breakfast, the three of them took out the clothes she bought yesterday. Brother Yan, I bought you some clothes. Today, we're going to register our marriage. Wear your new clothes. Okay. Zhou Rongyan's clothes were a bit wrinkled. He was wearing a standard army olive green training uniform. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong six-pack abs and scars on his back. Some scars were deep, some pinkish, indicating they had recently healed. Seeing these scars, Ji Luo felt a deep emotion and frowned. Brother Yan, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Zhou Rongyan slightly turned his body to hide the scars from her view. It seemed impossible for the scars not to hurt, but since he didn't want her to see, Ji Luo bent down and looked into his eyes seriously, saying, Brother Yan, scars are not ugly. They are your medals of honor, symbols of your bravery and protection of the country. They are the most beautiful flowers on a hero. Zhou Rongyan had never heard such praise. His body tensed up instantly, overwhelmed by an unspoken emotion that filled his chest, and a warm wave surged in his eyes. Seeing his emotional turmoil, Ji Luo smiled gently and softly said, All right, I'll help you get dressed. She took a white shirt and slowly helped him put it on, buttoning it carefully. She adjusted the sleeves and smiled sweetly and gently. It fits perfectly. Zhou Rongyan hadn't worn a white shirt in a long time. Today, wearing the clothes his wife bought for him, he felt especially happy. Seeing a pair of pants, he slightly smiled. Luo Luo, I'll change my pants myself. He used to call her by her name directly, but now hearing Luo Luo made Ji Luo's heart glow with happiness. Her beautiful, charming eyes sparkled brightly. Seeing she liked him calling her that, Zhou Rongyan relaxed from his initial nervousness, took her hand gently and with a smile in his voice, said, I can do it myself. Ji Luo happily replied, I'll be at the door. Call me when you're ready. Okay. Zhou Rongyan watched her leave, his usually tough and cold face softening with tenderness, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a gentle smile. Chun Jifeng had left while they were changing clothes. He was outside eating breakfast, and when she came out, Judonggen to se, Ji Luo, Rongyan has had a hard life since he was young. His parents and siblings are all troublemakers. They didn't treat him well. Even now, he's seriously injured at home resting, but they don't care much, often forgetting to bring him water or food. Rongyan is a good person. He doesn't talk much. Now that you're getting married, please take good care of him. Brother Chun, don't worry. I will take good care of him. Ji Luo promised him and then asked, why are the Zhou family so harsh to him? I'm not sure either. His parents have never liked him since he was a child. The whole family is trouble. There are 2 older people you have seen before, so you should know something about them. His mother is well known for being fiery and disliked. All the women in our village have had conflicts with her. His father doesn't often argue with others, but he is the most unpleasant person in the Zhou family. His mother often fights outside and tries to take things, but it's actually him who encourages and directs her behind the scenes. Rongyan's older brother, Zhou Rongbao, is a lazy troublemaker who spends his days hanging out with bad friends. His older sister-in-law is also dishonest and tricky. The younger siblings are not good people either. They are lazy, often steal, and do bad things outside. Ji Luo saw the Zhou siblings on the road and didn't think well of them. Now, after thinking carefully about their looks and comparing them with Rongyan, she suddenly had a guess. Luo Luo, I've changed it, someone called from inside. Ji Luo quickly pushed the door open and saw him standing on one leg, fixing his belt. She hurried to support him. Does it fit? Do you want to adjust the size? No need. It fits well, he replied. Rongyan fastened his belt, picked up his cane, and said, Luo Luo, bring your ID. Let's go now. Okay, she replied. Ji Luo had prepared everything in advance. She packed up the things on the bed and put them in the cabinet. She told the nurse next door and then came to help him walk. They first took a small photo, then went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to fill out a marriage application. They pledged in front of a portrait of a great leader and smoothly received their marriage certificate. When they left the Civil Affairs office, both of them had happy smiles. Chun Jifeng was waiting outside and said cheerfully, Rongyan Ji Luo, congratulations. Thank you. Ji Luo smiled and took some wedding candies out of her pocket to give him. Rongyan patted her shoulder. We're sharing our happiness with you. Now we're waiting for your good news. Chun Jifeng smiled happily, took the candies, and asked, Are we going to look for a house now? Yes, let's go find a house, she replied. Seeing that Ji Luo looked healthier and more energetic than a few days ago, Rongyan asked, Luo Luo, do you want to come with us to see the house? She nodded. Yes, I'll go with you. After Rongyan sat on the back of the bicycle, Chun Jifeng pushed the bike forward. Ji Luo followed closely, chatting with them. Brother Yen, I used to go to County No. 1 high school. I have a classmate whose house is in the staff quarters between the hospital and the school. They might have a house for rent. Okay, let's go ask first, Rongyan agreed. The main character graduated from high school last year. After graduation, she lost contact with her classmates. Most of her classmates found good jobs, but she, despite having a high school diploma, was kept at home by the Ji family. Their arrival was quite coincidental. They happened to meet high school classmate Li Jiao while she was taking out the trash. Seeing Ji Luo, Li Jiao looked surprised and said, Ji Luo, what are you doing here? Li Jiao, long time no see. Ji Luo smiled at her. It's been almost a year. Li Jiao threw away her trash and quickly approached her. She glanced at the two men beside her, nodded to them, and asked with concern, Ji Luo, how are you doing now? During the spring festival, we visited the teacher to pay respects. The teacher mentioned your family situation. I also heard that the teacher introduced you to work at the sugar factory. Are you working now? I got a job in the finance department at the sugar factory, but I resigned yesterday, Ji Luo said with a smile.
Li Jiao frowned. Why?
The sugar factory is a good place, much better than our company. Why did you resign? Some messy things happened at home. Ji Luo didn't want to give the Ji family any face. Her high school teachers and classmates were pretty good, and she got along well with them. So she told her everything that had happened recently. Your stepmother and stepsister are too much. How can they treat you like that? Li Jiao was so angry after hearing this that her eyes turned red. She even reached out and patted her arm. You're too honest and weak. If you can't handle them, you can go to the police. Or you can come to us for help. I was too naive before, too focused on family ties. Now I understand. I've cut ties with them and won't let them bully me anymore, Ji Luo said with a faint smile. Li Jiao noticed that she was different from before. She looked energetic, her eyes bright, her smile warm. There was no more sadness or despair on her face. She was happy about her change. Ji Luo, you did the right thing by cutting off those bad relatives. After saying this, Li Jiao looked at the two men beside her and asked, You said you married a soldier. Which one is your husband? Hello, I am Ji Luo's husband. My name is Rongyan, Zhou Rongyan said as he got off his bicycle and stood on one leg. Li Jiao saw he was injured. When standing on one leg, her posture was still straight like a spear. She had a strong, brave look and a natural respect for soldiers. Comrade Zhou, hello. My name is Li Jiao, and I am Ji Luo's classmate.
Ayu, Kumrada Li.
When talking to outsiders, Zhou Rongyan was quiet and simply greeted her. Ji Luo stepped forward to support him and introduced her and Chen Jifeng, then explained their purpose. Jiao, we just got married today. My husband hurt his leg and needs to rest and heal. Living in the countryside is not very convenient. We plan to rent a house in the town and wanted to ask if your family has any houses for rent. My house has already been rented out, but my little uncle has a small house for rent. It's behind the school, a small, old house. The room is a bit damaged, but everything necessary is there. Ji Luo was about to rent a simple house and said, Jiao, I want to rent a simple house. My husband's leg injury makes it hard for him to walk up and down stairs, so a single-story house would be better. Ji Luo, wait a moment. I'll go call my little aunt. She has the key and will take us to see it. Okay, we'll wait here. Ji Luo smiled and thanked her. Jiao, thank you so much.
Don't be so polite to me.
Li Jiao smiled and gave her a playful look, then turned and ran back to the second floor of the red brick building behind. After a couple of minutes, Li Jiao ran over again. Ji Luo, my little aunt wants us to go first. She doesn't have the key on her. She's going to find my little uncle for it. It will probably take about 10 minutes. No problem. We'll go ahead. Ji Luo helped Zhou Rongyan sit back on the bike seat, took his crutch, and chatted casually with her classmates as they walked. By the way, Jiao, where do you work now? I work at the porcelain factory, just wasting time in the warehouse. Li Jiao said with a hint of worry. I had two choices back then, the porcelain factory or the paper mill. I originally wanted to go to the paper mill. At that time, my grandma's cousin introduced me to someone. My grandma insisted I go on a blind date. The guy worked at the porcelain factory. I thought he was okay when we met for the blind date. My grandma and my aunt thought he was good, always encouraging me. I was impulsive and chose the porcelain factory. I worked there for 2 months. After meeting him a few more times, I realized he had many bad habits. He lacked any sense of masculinity, was timid when faced with problems, and was brainless. He always listened to his mother. I also checked his family situation carefully and found it was a mess. I decided to stop seeing him. Because I changed my mind, their family caused a lot of trouble and my work was affected. I used to work in the workshop, but later I was transferred to the warehouse. The porcelain factory is not doing well, especially this year, with poor profits and often unable to pay wages. There are no promotion opportunities either. Now I just pass the time in the warehouse. Work when there is work, rest when there isn't. Today, there was no work, so I stayed home to rest. Honestly, I only worked less than 5 days this month. In the next half month, I think I might work 3 or 4 days, which would be good. Ji Luo saw her worried and gently comforted her. Don't think too much for now. Things will get better eventually. The factory leaders will find ways to fix the problems. Also, if the porcelain factory closes, you have a high school diploma, so you won't have trouble finding another job. Just find a different company. Ji Luo, it's really hard to find a job now, Li Jiao sighed. Policies have been changing these past 2 years, so there will be many reforms. Maybe there will be other opportunities then. Ji Luo knew about the political future but couldn't say too much. Li Jiao thought her life was still better than Ji Luo's, so she stopped talking about herself and asked, Ji Luo, what are your plans next? I don't plan to look for a job. My husband hurt his leg badly, so I need to take care of him first. I saw some people selling things outside, so I might start a small business to earn some extra money. Other plans will come later, Ji Luo replied. Li Jiao looked at Zhou Rongyan in front of her and sighed slightly. She linked arms with her and softly said, Ji Luo, if you need help, just come to me anytime. Okay. Once I settle things here, I'll find a weekend to rest and invite the teacher and classmates to my house, Ji Luo said. All right, I'll contact everyone later, Li Jiao smiled. They talked happily as they walked, soon arriving at Li Jiao's little uncle's house. They chatted for 5 or 6 minutes before her uncle and aunt came over. The house was quite clean, 2 bedrooms, a storage room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It had simple furniture, electrical wiring, and power. Nearby was a public water well. The only problem was that all the windows were broken. Ji Luo and her friends were satisfied with the house. The price was right. When her uncle and aunt saw they wanted to rent, they promised to repair the broken windows and damaged parts in the afternoon so they could move in tomorrow. After renting the house, Ji Luo paid the rent, received a set of keys, and asked her family to arrange the repairs. They left first. 3 people had lunch at a state-run restaurant at noon. After eating, Ji Luo returned to the hospital to rest, while Zhou Rongyan and Qin Jifeng also went back to the village. Ji Luo took a nap in the hospital room. Around 3 p.m., Li Jiao came to see her and told her that the windows had been repaired. She then hurried to the state-run store and bought many daily necessities to send over. With Li Jiao helping by riding a bike, Ji Luo didn't have to work hard. After finishing these chores, she invited Li Jiao to a restaurant for dinner, and the two had a nice chat. The next morning, Ji Luo woke up early. She first went to the hospital cafeteria to buy breakfast, then started packing her things. In the hospital room, she put on a natural light makeup, wore a white shirt and a red skirt, and styled her hair into a half-up bun, which young girls like. She added a red hairband to make her look bright and festive. When the doctors and nurses arrived for work, Ji Luo handed out small bags of candies, telling everyone she was getting married and thanking them for their care and protection. Zhou Rongyan arrived at the hospital at 9:30 a.m. to pick her up. Seeing his beautiful and gentle bride, his eyes shone brighter than usual. Brother Yan, is everything okay? Ji Luo spun around in front of him, looking youthful, lively, and full of energy. Her smile was warm, like the sun in the sky. You're beautiful. Zhou Rongyan didn't say much, but his eyes only saw her. The dress she made by hand over 2 nights was simple and elegant, without any embroidery. She paired it with a plain white shirt and a belt, which made her waist look slim. The overall look was simple but attractive. Yesterday afternoon, Zhou Rongyan cut his hair. Today, he wore the white shirt and black pants her wife bought him, looking less cold and more noble and handsome than usual. Ji Luo pinned the red flower she sewed last night onto his chest. The ribbon of the flower was embroidered with the words groom. After fixing it, she gently touched it and looked up at the handsome man with a smile. Groom, shall we leave now? Wait half an hour. My comrades are coming with a car, and we'll go back together. Zhou Rongyan had Chen Jifeng ride his bike to bring him over. He wouldn't ride a bike back. The village is about 7 or 8 miles from the county town. Later, his friends would give them a ride on the way back. In less than half an hour, Chen Jifeng ran in to say, "Rongyan, your friends have arrived."
Rongyan.
Su Guanglei and Peng Jinsong rushed over like bullets. When they saw Ji Luo, both showed a surprised smile and called out together, "Sister-in-law, sister." Zhou Rongyan stood up with his cane and saw the two brothers smiling too. He introduced Ji Luo. On the left is Su Guanglei, my boss, a deputy regiment leader. On the right is Peng Jinsong, my good partner, a deputy battalion commander. Deputy regiment leader Su, deputy battalion commander Peng, hello. My name is Ji Luo, Zhou Rongyan's wife. Ji Luo said confidently. Rongyan, such good luck. Su Guanglei patted Zhou Rongyan on the shoulder. Seeing he looked okay but thinner than before, he asked, "Rongyan, why have you lost so much weight? Does your wound hurt badly?" "The wound doesn't hurt anymore, and I'm recovering well," Zhou Rongyan said, not wanting them to worry and not telling the full truth. Su Guanglei and the others knew him well. The more he said he was fine, the more it showed he hadn't been resting well. They planned to ask more when they returned to the Zhou family later. "Guanglei Jinsong, today I married Luo Luo. The village has arranged everything. Let's go back first. We can talk about other things after the wedding ceremony." Zhou Rongyan arranged things and asked Chen Jifeng for help. "Jifeng, help carry Luo Luo's luggage and put everything in the trunk. Your bike can be on the trailer. We'll go back together."
Okay.
The jeep stopped at the hospital entrance. Peng Jinsong helped Zhou Rongyan get into the car first, then called out to Ji Luo, "Sister-in-law, you and the battalion commander sit first." They fixed the bikes, and then all three men got into the car. Su Guanglei drove, stepping on the accelerator toward the village where the Zhou family lived. Zhou Rongyan talked with his two brothers, while Ji Luo didn't speak. She quietly entered the information about the jeep and its parts into the system, earning her points, which soared to 7,500. When her eyes moved to Peng Jinsong's side pocket phone, Ji Luo blinked and entered the data into the system. 220 points? Isn't that less than a B ultrasound machine? The system replied, though it is a weapon, it's not as precise as medical equipment. The scoring rules are set by the system, and Ji Luo, as the host, couldn't change them. She could only accept silently. Su Guanglei drove pretty fast. The 7 or 8 mile trip took about 10 minutes. As the car was about to stop at the Zhou house entrance, Zhou Rongyan said, "Guanglei, keep driving forward and stop at the village committee where the flag is raised." Su Guanglei looked back at him and then at the closed door outside. He asked Rongyan, "Are you not holding the wedding at home?" "Yes, not at the Zhou house. I told the team leader that today I would borrow the small village hall to hold a simple ceremony, not a big banquet. We plan to give some candies to neighbors nearby. Later, we will go to the county town's government restaurant for a meal and have a small celebration with 2 tables." Su Guanglei sensed something was happening but didn't ask questions. He kept driving forward. Although it's not the internet age, news spreads quickly, especially in the village. Any small change causes the whole village to react fast. The village's smart women, especially those who gather intelligence, are the quickest to get accurate news. The jeep stopped at the grain drying area next to the village committee. Su Guanglei and Peng Jinsong both got out of the car and helped the woman sitting at the edge, Zhou Rongyan, to get down. Chun Iku, the village head and uncle of Chen Jifeng, came over to greet them. "Comrade Su, Comrade Peng, nice to see you. Are you here today to attend Rongyan and Jiluo's wedding?" "Yes, it's a happy day for the couple. The leader sent us to represent and join the celebration," Su Guanglei replied. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed some to the elders. Jiluo, the bride, also carried a box of candies she had prepared and politely handed some out to the neighbors. Most villagers knew Jiluo, but in the past, she kept her head down and rarely spoke to anyone. Today, she was dressed beautifully, spoke politely, and made a good impression. "Give me the bag, I'll hand out the candies," someone said. Before finishing, a hand grabbed the cloth bag. Jiluo recognized her as Zhou Mimi, the daughter of the Zhou family. She immediately knew the girl wasn't there to help but wanted to secretly eat the candies herself. Without hesitation, she snatched the bag back and scolded, "If you want candies, find a man to marry. How many candies you get is up to you." Everyone nearby laughed at her words. Another girl, Gao, who didn't get along with Zhou Mimi, shouted loudly, "Zhou Mimi, aren't you ashamed? Distributing candies is the bride's job. Stay out of it. If you want candies, find a man to marry and satisfy your craving." "Wang Ernie, shut up," Zhou Mimi yelled at her. "Talking is my right. If I want to say something, I will. Do you have a say in it?" Wang Ernie, who had always argued with Zhou Mimi since childhood, responded loudly. Ji Luo ignored their arguments and continued handing out candies from her cloth bag. She gave a few to each person but deliberately skipped Zhou Mimi and Lu Kaiwan, Zhou's sister-in-law. "Ji Luo, what about ours?" the sister-in-law and sister asked, opening their mouths to request.
No.
Ji Luo intentionally did not give them any. Zhou Rongyan had set the wedding at the village committee office, which showed he had broken ties with the Zhou family. Naturally, she wouldn't foolishly try to please them. "Zhou Rongyan, what kind of thing did you marry?" Zhou Mimi rushed forward quickly, shouting sharply and piercingly, pointing at Ji Luo with her finger. Smack! She was slapped hard. The person who hit her was Zhou Rongyan. He was strong and slapped Zhou Mimi to the ground. Zhou Dezhu, Jiao Feng, and 2 other sons were at home. They had wanted Zhou Rongyan to bring Ji Luo into the yard and give her a warning to control her from the start. They thought Zhou Rongyan had called someone to pick Ji Luo up on a bicycle, but unexpectedly, his comrades arrived in a jeep, scaring them so much they dared not show themselves and hid behind a wooden door. They never expected Zhou Rongyan's comrades from the provincial city to come to his wedding. Seeing that there was no preparation at home, they panicked and hurriedly came to the village committee office. When they arrived, they saw Zhou Mimi being bullied by Ji Luo and slapped down by Zhou Rongyan. "Mimi!" Jiao Feng's voice was sharp and piercing, loud enough for people across the river to hear. Zhou Mimi, stunned by the slap, finally reacted. She covered her hurt face, tears pouring down like a flood, and skillfully rolled on the ground, crying loudly, "Mom, Zhou Rongyan hit me. Now that he has a wife, he doesn't want us anymore. Hurry and hit him back. Zhou Rongyan, you little wolf. How dare you hit Mimi? Are you trying to die?" Jiao Feng glared at him with a fierce look. Zhou Rongyan's expression was cold. He turned to Peng Jinsong beside him and said, "Jinsong, find me someone." Peng Jinsong was also a tough guy. He took off his waist queue and handed it to Zhou Rongyan. Seeing them move the queue, Jiao Feng and her daughter's faces suddenly changed. Zhou Dezhu backed away in panic. "Second brother, don't be reckless." Zhou Rongyan pressed the trigger with one hand, aiming the queue at Jiao Feng's head, his eyes icy. "The bullets in my hand are meant for killing enemies on the battlefield, but I don't mind giving you a few now. Rongyan, stay calm. Don't do anything." Chen Ikue didn't expect them to move the wheelchair, and he was worried that Zhou Rongyan might lose his temper. He quickly kicked Zhou Rongbao aside and shouted, "What are you standing here for? Hurry up and pull your mom and sister away." Seeing him act, he also shouted at Zhou Dezhu, "Dezhu, today is Rongyan and Ji Luo's wedding day. They don't want to hold the wedding at the Zhou family's house, so they chose the village committee. Since you weren't invited, go back home and don't let them embarrass themselves. He is my son. He's getting married, and we..." Zhou Dezhu started to speak, but when he saw a gun aimed at his head, he stopped. Seeing them calm down, Zhou Rongyan handed the weapon back to Peng Jinsong. "Jinsong, watch over them. Before the wedding ends, if they cause trouble, just act. I will take full responsibility for any consequences." "Okay." Peng Jinsong nodded. Zhou Rongyan slightly turned around and saw that the small hall was ready. He invited Captain, "Today, I am marrying Ji Luo. Please be the witness for us. Deputy Commander Su, please be the officiant." Zhou Rongyan had already discussed this with Chen Ikue yesterday, and Chen Ikue had prepared everything. He immediately led the newlyweds into the small hall. The wedding was very simple. The officiant and witness just said a few formal words. Then the newlyweds bowed to the leader's portrait and paid their respects. The ceremony ended after that. Rongyan's sister-in-law, congratulations. Su Guanglei had never treated Zhou Rongyan as a subordinate. In his heart, Zhou Rongyan was like a brother. This time, he also brought a gift, a thick red envelope and a pair of watches. He handed them to Ji Luo. This is from the brothers. Wishing you a happy marriage, and may your love last forever like time. Zhou Rongyan smiled and said to Ji Luo, Luo, accept it. Thank you. Ji Luo politely expressed her thanks before accepting the gift. After the wedding, Ji Luo helped the man walk outside. Seeing that Zhou's family members hadn't left and were still standing there, their eyes looked like they were glaring at enemies. They felt very lucky not to have rented a house in the village, because with this family's noisy nature, they probably wouldn't have peace in the future. Chun Jifeng moved a stool from inside the house. Zhou Rongyan sat down slowly and began to discuss the main matter of the day. He asked Su Guanglei beside him, Deputy Commander, how much money did you give them last time you brought me back? And the food and things you bought, how much did they cost? Su Guanglei saw him suddenly ask these questions and immediately looked at the Zhou family members. Seeing their faces change, he guessed what was happening. The tall, strong figure stepped forward and answered Zhou Rongyan's question, 300 yuan in cash, 50 jin of rice, and other items like formula milk, malted milk, brown sugar, cereal, and cuttlefish. The total cost was 268 yuan. I only drank half a cup of brown sugar water and had 1 meal a day, Zhou Rongyan said calmly. When he said this, Su Guanglei and Peng Jinsong were both furious. They almost drew their guns at the same time, pointing them at Zhou Dazhu and Jiao Fang's couple.
Stop.
The couple was so scared they nearly fainted and hurriedly sat down on the ground. You promised me well back then, repeatedly assuring me that you would take good care of the injured officer. Is that how you did it? Su Guanglei pressed his gun against Jiao Fang's forehead. I didn't. Jiao Fang was usually tough in the village, known for throwing tantrums and being fierce, but now, with the gun pointed at her, she was so scared she couldn't speak. Hand it over. Peng Jinsong's voice was loud like thunder, making Zhou Dazhu tremble and crawl backward. I will give it. The items have been mostly eaten. Convert them into money, Zhou Rongyan said. He wasn't going to let them get away with it cheaply. Seeing Zhou Rongbao and Zhou Ronghui's brothers secretly trying to slip into the crowd and run away, Su Guanglei aimed his gun at Zhou Rongbao. If you move again, I'll make you bleed more. The brothers Zhou Rongbao and Zhou Ronghui were troublemakers and most afraid of soldiers and police. Now, with guns pointed at them, they both instinctively raised their hands, too scared to speak. With Peng Jinsong there, Zhou Dazhu and Jiao Fang's couple had no choice but to go back and get the money. The nutritional supplies they left behind, only the formula milk and malted milk remained unfinished. Everything else had been eaten completely. Peng Jinsong was so angry he tore down their shabby house on the spot. When he returned, Peng Jinsong's face was ashen. Zhou Dazhu and Jiao Fang's mouths were bleeding, clearly beaten earlier, but they didn't even dare to cry out loud now. Peng Jinsong took all the remaining items back and handed the money to Ji Luo. Clean out the house thoroughly. There's only about 400 yuan. This meant that besides their 300 yuan, the Zhou family only had a little over 100 yuan in savings. A large family, with 6 adult workers besides Zhou Rongyan, had so little savings, showing how lazy and careless they usually were. Rongyan, is there anything else you need to handle? Su Guanglei sensed that he still had something to do today related to the Zhou family. Zhou Rongyan had been looking at his watch, which was a few minutes before 10:30. He told Chen Jifeng nearby, Jifeng, please go to the village entrance and see the police officers. Led them here. Okay, Chen Jifeng immediately ran off. Rongyan asked, what happened? Why do we need to call the police? Uncle Kue, I know you're worried about the team being recognized for good work this year, but there are a few troublemakers in the team who have done bad things outside. We need to remove them first, or we won't be able to get the award. He didn't name anyone, but everyone in the village, including Uncle Kue, clearly thought it was the Zhou family.
All their eyes focused on them. What are you looking at?
Jiao Fong had just been beaten by Peng Jinsong. Her teeth were loose, and her cheek was swollen. Seeing Zhou Rongyan, this young troublemaker, calling the police to arrest people, she boldly said, "We have already returned their money and belongings. We haven't taken anything else from them. This ungrateful kid is a real traitor. We raised him and even sent him to the army. When he started earning money, he only sent us half a year's allowance. In the past 7 years, he hasn't given us a single penny. He got injured outside and became disabled, yet he expects us to support him. He hasn't given us any respect money, and we only ask for some food and drink. Now he's calling people to beat us. Ugh, why am I so unlucky? Why did I give birth to such a cruel young man?" Instead of crying and throwing a tantrum, Jiao Fong started crying and complaining with tears and snot, lying on the ground, tears pouring out like water. The relatives of the Zhou family were nearby, listening to her. One old man stepped forward and asked, "Zhou Rongyan, is what your mother said true? They raised you all this time, and you only gave half a year's allowance in gratitude? Third uncle, this is my matter. Please don't interfere now. As for what she said, when the police arrive, I will give the Zhou family an explanation. Once everything is settled, if you think I did wrong, you can criticize me then." Rongyan was still polite to him, respecting him as an elder, but he didn't say anything more about the others. After about 2 minutes, Chun Jifeng arrived with a group of police officers, 7 or 8 in total, all riding bicycles. They parked their bikes by the roadside. The leader, Lu Gong'an, strode over and asked, "Who is Captain Zhou?" "I am." Zhou Rongyan raised his hand. With Ji Luo's help, he stood up and introduced them. "These two are my comrades, Deputy Commander Su Guanglei and Deputy Battalion Commander Peng Jinsong." Comrade Gong'an and the 2 military leaders briefly shook hands. Lu Gong'an then asked him, "Captain Zhou, you previously registered a report at the police station. Why did we come to Dahuai Tree Village today? Is there something you need to handle?" Zhou Rongyan pointed at the Zhou family members gathered in the middle and, with a calm expression, dropped a big bombshell. "Zhou Dezhu and Jiao Fong are involved in child theft and trafficking." As soon as he said this, the 2 involved people looked shocked, their voices trembling with surprise. "You're talking nonsense." The other villagers were also stunned, eyes wide open. Child theft and trafficking? Zhou Rongyan knew they would deny it. He didn't explain further at the moment, but continued. "Zhou Rongbao is involved with a widow named Wang from the neighboring Shuangtuo village, messing around with her. He also hangs out with troublemakers in the county. The bicycle he's riding now is proof." "Zhou Rongyan, you dog. Stop slandering me here," Zhou Rongbao shouted angrily. This time, Zhou Rongyan responded, "You're not wrong. I am a dog. Your mother is that dog, and you're her pup." Ji Luo, standing nearby, bit her lip to hold back her laughter. This moment made her see Zhou Rongyan in a new light. His personality and temper really won her over. Zhou Rongbao was so angry he rushed forward to hit him, but Su Guanglei kicked him over. "Dare to make a move in front of us? Be good and behave." Rongbao, Zhou Dezhu, and his wife immediately rushed over to protect him, but as they moved, they were all restrained by the police comrades. "Let me go. You're framing Zhou Rongyan. He's lying. We are honest farmers, working the land in the village all our lives. We've never been outside, never done what he's accusing us of. He's deliberately slandering and framing us." Zhou Dezhu shouted desperately, struggling and cursing at Zhou Rongyan. "Zhou Rongyan, I am your father. How can you treat me like this? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? You're my father?" Zhou Rongyan coldly asked back, pointing at his own face. "Look at this face of mine. Which part looks like yours?" The villagers had long noticed that Zhou Rongyan did not resemble the Zhou family or Jiao Fong and her family. He was tall and handsome, while Zhou Dezhu and Jiao Fong were shorter, and their children, like Zhou Rongbao, were also quite short. Their features looked very different, which could be seen from their appearance and height. "Rongyan, do you mean you were kidnapped by them?" Chun Ikue, representing the villagers, asked. "No, I was stolen. Rongyan replied firmly, his sharp, cold eyes fixed on Zhou. 7 years ago, I went home for a visit and accidentally overheard Zhou say that I was stolen by him, meant to get revenge on my biological father. No, you must have heard wrong. I never said that. You are my son. Zhou stammered, panicked and incoherent. He truly didn't know Rongyan had overheard him and suddenly called the police. Officer Liu, take them away for investigation, Rongyan said lazily, uninterested in wasting words. The police officers immediately handcuffed them. Rongbao, scared of being taken away, pushed them away forcefully when they tried to arrest him, then ran through the crowd and escaped.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out. Rongbao, who had only run about 10 meters, was so frightened that his legs went weak. Instinctively, he curled up on the ground, covering his head. Stay still. 2 police officers moved in and subdued him, handcuffing his hands behind his back. Rongbao's wife, Lu Kaiwan, finally reacted in panic and tried to stop the police, but she was also restrained. With 3 members of the family taken, Zhou Mimi and Zhou Ronghui turned pale with fear. Just as they tried to sneak away, Rongyan spoke again. Zhou Ronghui has been sneaking around outside, stealing chickens and breaking into houses. He's not a good person. Please, officers, take him for investigation and education too. Zhou Rongyan. Zhou shouted his name hysterically. Do you really want to wipe out our family completely? This is your own fault, Rongyan replied. He had never felt any fatherly love from this family. Since he was old enough to understand, he had been their servant, the punching bag for their abuse and scolding. He hadn't had many good days before he turned 16. Only when he joined the army did he finally escape this family and live the life he liked. He felt no kinship with them, only disgust. He had planned to deal with them later, to find a chance to learn about his biological parents, but things changed faster than he expected. Now, she is married to Ji Luo. He doesn't want her to be bullied by the Zhou family and refuses to take her into their house. Just as his comrades arrived again, he took this chance to deal with a bunch of troublemakers. Jiao Fong and others cursed and insulted all the way, but Zhou Rongyan ignored them. After the police took the troublemakers away, he asked his third uncle, "Uncle, do you have anything else to say?" The old face of the third uncle, like bark, twitched as he said, "No matter what happens, they raised you. Even if they didn't give you life, they still raised you. Why are you so harsh?" Zhou Rongyan smiled slightly and didn't argue with him. He only said, "Uncle, if one day your grandson or great-grandson is kidnapped or taken away by enemies, and they use him to vent their anger and bully him to death, and if you can forgive the enemies and be grateful for their cruelty to your descendants, I will help you apply for a big saintly banner." The third uncle looked upset after being challenged. Seeing the neighbors looking at her strangely, his old face couldn't hold up, and he pulled a long face and told his family, "Go back." Only Zhou Mimi remained among the troublemakers. Zhou Rongyan didn't bother with her anymore. Zhou Mimi's personality and temper followed Jiao Fong's, and she was spoiled to the point of being lazy, sharp-tongued, and mean. Few villagers liked her, and the extended relatives of the Zhou family ignored her. The neighbors and the team paid no attention to her either. The matter was settled. Zhou Rongyan invited village officials, family members, and some elderly elders from the team to eat at a state-run restaurant in the county. Only Qin Jifeng and the children of the team leader were invited among peers. In the reception room of the state-run restaurant, there were 2 tables. Ji Luo ordered 2 sets of dishes, 5 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, 2 cold dishes, and a soup, totaling 10 dishes. Each table was served with 2 bottles of wine and a bottle of soy milk for everyone. After ordering, she hurried to the state-run store to buy sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candied fruits. Normally, such extravagance would attract criticism, but today was their big celebration, and there were distinguished guests from the provincial capital. She thought it was appropriate to prepare a feast. Seeing Ji Luo busy and polite to the elders, acting very generous, Su Guanglei whispered, "Rongyan, I didn't have time to ask earlier. Why did you suddenly get married? What's going on with your sister-in-law?" Peng Jinsong also leaned in, clearly curious about Ji Luo. The three of them talked together, and Ji Luo didn't disturb them. She was busy exchanging pleasantries with the invited elders and the wives of village officials. After Su Guanglei and Peng Jinsong heard about Ji's family, Peng Jinsong asked softly, "Captain, are you feeling sorry for your sister-in-law and trying to help her leave Ji's family? That's why you married her, right?" "No, we just liked each other and accepted each other." Zhou Rongyan had a special feeling when he saw her in the hospital room for the first time. After a few days of simple contact, he was very sure that Ji Luo was exactly the person he was looking for. Su Guanglei smiled and patted his shoulder. "Your wife looks very nice. You make a good match." "Yes, she is very good." When Zhou Rongyan talked about his wife, his eyes shone with happiness. His recent depression had eased a lot, but when he thought about his leg, he sighed. "In the end, I am going to be a burden to her." Su Guanglei's smile faded instantly, and he looked serious and earnest. "Rongyan, don't think too much. I will find better doctors to treat you." "Let's not talk about this today," Zhou Rongyan said, adjusting his mood with a smile. "I've been on medication lately, and can't drink alcohol. I can't join you today, but I will make it up later." "Good. You must make it up later. When you recover and return to the army, we will celebrate properly." Su Guanglei raised his glass of wine and clinked it with Zhou Rongyan's soy milk, then got up to toast the elders and village officials. Soon, the waiter announced that the food was served. Nowadays, at state-run restaurants, you have to serve yourself. Chun Jifeng and the children of the squad leader came to help Ji Luo serve the dishes. Once the delicious food was on the table, Zhou Rongyan stood up, supported himself on the table, and with Ji Luo, said a few words of thanks to everyone before starting to eat. "Brother Yen, eat the braised pork." The master chef in the kitchen made the braised pork look very appetizing. Ji Luo scooped a big piece for him and also served him a separate bowl of pork rib and lotus root soup, which was cooled. She kept piling other dishes into his mouth. Seeing that she was only busy serving him food and hadn't eaten herself, Zhou Rongyan also served her some food. "Luo Luo, you eat too." "Yes, let's eat together." Ji Luo had breakfast early that morning and was really hungry now. She picked up her bowl and started eating her wedding feast. Seeing them feed each other and their eyes full of affection, Su Guanglei and Peng Jinsong exchanged a subtle glance. Both had smiles and a bit of relief. Nowadays, there was no waste of food. The dishes were prepared quite generously, but everyone had good appetites. The food tasted good, and all the dishes were finished. Not even a drop of soup was left. After the banquet, the village officials and neighbors congratulated the newlyweds and then left on tractors. Zhou Rongyan and the others returned to their rented house. Su Guanglei and another person went with them. The jeep drove straight to the door, and then the two helped Ji Luo clean the house. With their help, the inside and outside of the house were quickly cleaned. Ji Luo also tidied up the bed in another bedroom and invited them to stay overnight. After finishing these chores, Ji Luo prepared to go out. "Brother Yen, I'll buy some vegetables outside. You and Deputy Captain Su can chat. Luo Luo, your injury isn't fully healed. Rest at home. Later, I'll ask Jinsong to bring back some dishes from the state-run restaurant," Zhou Rongyan said, not wanting her to tire herself. "Brother Yen, I'm almost fine. It's okay. I just want to buy some vegetables and other things. I'll be back very soon." Although Ji Luo had prepared a lot yesterday, it was mainly for her and her husband, not for Su Guanglei and the others. She wanted to buy toothbrushes, towels, and other items. "All right, come back quickly after shopping. The streets are full of troublemakers now. Be careful." After the special period ended, the city was much more chaotic than before. Idle people had come out, and fights between gangs often happened on the streets. It was unsafe for a lone woman to walk outside. "I understand," Ji Luo said, took a cloth bag from inside the house, and told Su Guanglei and the others before heading out to buy things. At this time, the meat factory's vegetables were running low. Ji Luo bought 2 jin of pork fat, 2 jin of pork belly, and a few jin of ribs. She also bought a fish from a street vendor and some vegetables. Later, she went to the state-run store to buy a few jeans of flour. When she returned home, Su Guanglei had gone to the Public Security Bureau. Prung Jinsong was at home talking with Zhou Rongyan. Ji Luo boiled a pot of hot water and brewed tea for them without disturbing their conversation. She was busy preparing dinner alone in the kitchen. As it got dark, Su Guanglei returned. Ji Luo finished the dishes and called out, "Brother Yan, dinner." "Okay." Zhou Rongyan stood up and, leaning on his cane, came to the kitchen. Seeing 4 or 5 dishes on the stove and some pancakes, he felt very warm inside. "Luo Luo, you've worked hard." Ji Luo served the vegetables from the pot and saw that both guests had come over. She smiled and said, "Deputy Captain Su, Deputy Battalion Commander Prung, it's just simple food. Please don't mind." "Little sister-in-law, preparing so many dishes, you've worked hard." Su Guanglei and the others immediately helped carry the dishes into the kitchen, saying to Zhou Rongyan, "Rongyan, you sit down. We'll serve the food." The light bulb in the room was dim, casting a yellowish glow. The table was placed under the bulb, with 4 people sitting around it, each on a different side. "Your sister-in-law is good at cooking," Prung Jinsong said as he ate a piece of pancake. He was from the north and liked bread and noodles. Tonight, he was eating chive and oil residue pancakes, which suited his taste very well. Su Guanglei also liked the food and took 2 pancakes, stacking them to eat. "Delicious. I'm glad you like it," she replied. Although Ji Luo's family was very wealthy in her past life and had a maid to cook, she had experienced many hardships when she was young. She knew how to make meals and desserts, but now, with limited ingredients and cooking tools, she could only prepare simple dishes to entertain them. The pancakes were very popular, and a plate was quickly finished. Ji Luo also served everyone some vegetables and kept adding meat dishes to Zhou Rongyan's bowl. After dinner, Ji Luo didn't ask the guests to help with chores. She brewed a pot of tea and let them sit in the living room to chat while she handled the housework alone in the kitchen. Watching her busy in the kitchen and smelling the aroma of cooking, Zhou Rongyan finally felt the warmth of home. He was very happy today, and his smile never faded all day. Su Guanglei and the others planned to return to the provincial capital early tomorrow morning. They politely took a shower and went back to their rooms to rest, not disturbing the newlyweds on their wedding night. "Brother Yan, the bathwater is ready. You can take a shower first." Ji Luo poured hot water for him, brought a clean set of clothes from the bedroom, and placed towels and soap within easy reach. She helped him into the bathroom. "Luo Luo, you've been busy all day.
Sit and rest first."
"I can shower myself. Call you when I'm done," he said. "Okay," she nodded. She looked at his injured leg and reminded him, "Brother Yan, don't get the wound wet. Be careful." Feeling tired after a busy day, Ji Luo returned to her room, spread the thin blanket on the bed, and lay down to rest. She thought about how she was now married and would share a bed with Zhou Rongyan for many years. Her heart was filled with sweet anticipation. "Luo Luo, I've finished my shower." Zhou Rongyan pushed open the door with his crutches. Seeing her asleep on the bed, he gently approached and nudged her. "Luo Luo, don't sleep yet. Take a shower first." Ji Luo, still not fully asleep, immediately sat up. "Brother Yan, you go ahead and sleep. I'll shower now." Seeing her tired and sleepy, Zhou Rongyan said, "Tomorrow's clothes can wait." "Okay," she replied. She picked up her clothes and quickly went to take a shower. She takes showers quickly. After finishing, she locks the door outside, turns off the light, and returns to the room. Seeing that he is still awake and sitting on the bed applying medicine, she immediately approaches him. "Brother Yan, I'm here to change your dressing." "Luo Luo, no need. I can do it myself." Zhou Rongyan casually picks up a towel to cover the wound, hiding the fierce scar from her view. Ji Luo crouches in front of him, tilts her head, and asks, "Brother Yan, did you forget what I said this morning?" Zhou Rongyan didn't forget, but the injury on his leg was very serious, much deeper than the one on his back. Even he was shocked when he first saw it. He was afraid it might scare her. "Brother Yan, I'm not afraid. I'll change your dressing in the future." Ji Luo mentally prepared herself, But when she finally lifts the towel and sees the wound on his leg, she gasps in shock. Her face tightens. How did you get such a serious injury? Was it caused by something sharp?
A saw.
During the fight with the enemy, the saw nearly cut the back of Su Guanglei's neck. In a life-and-death moment, he rushed over to push Su Guanglei away, and the saw fell onto his leg. His leg was almost severed at that time. He was rescued in time, and his leg was saved, but it damaged bones and tendons, making recovery very difficult. He didn't tell her what happened that day, but Ji Luo could imagine it. Her heart trembled, and her voice became heavy. Brother Yen, besides your leg, are there any other injuries? All superficial wounds. They're almost healed. Before returning, Zhou Rongyan had stayed in the hospital for a while. He was in bed for half a month and couldn't move, but he didn't tell her this. Brother Yen, tell me how to use these medicines. I'll change your dressing regularly, every day. Seeing his wound, Ji Luo was certain that with current medical technology and medicines, his leg wouldn't recover easily. Her heart felt heavy. Luo, I already used medicine earlier. Just wrap it with gauze. I'll tell you more when I change the dressing tomorrow. Zhou Rongyan took out the gauze from the small box and prepared to bandage himself. I'll do it. Ji Luo took the gauze and skillfully and gently helped him bandage the wound. After finishing, she packed all the medicines on the bedside table into the box, helped him onto the bed, carefully supporting his injured leg, and covered him with a light blanket. Ji Luo climbed onto the bed from the other side. Her wound on the back of her head hadn't healed completely, so she couldn't sleep lying flat. She turned to her side, facing Zhou Rongyan. For the first time sharing a bed, the two remained silent for a moment. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. At 9 o'clock, Qin Jifeng came over carrying a basket, and the two were sitting at the table feeding each other affectionately. Why haven't you had breakfast yet? The single man didn't understand the affairs of newlyweds and thought they were just busy in the morning, so breakfast was a bit late. Ji Luo had just fried some pancakes, with 2 left in the bowl, and handed them to him. Brother Chen, try these pancakes I made. Have you eaten enough? Qin Jifeng asked first. We're full. Zhou Rongyan had eaten 4 pancakes and a big bowl of milk this morning. Seeing some vegetables left in his basket, he asked, Jifeng, did you go to sell vegetables at the market this morning? Yes, there are some vegetables from the field. I can't eat them all myself, so I took some to sell on the street to earn a little pocket money. Qin Jifeng had just earned about 7 or 8 cents this morning. The leftover vegetables were sent specifically for them to eat. He said to Ji Luo, these vegetables are for you to eat. Thanks, Brother Chen. Ji Luo was not polite and went into the kitchen with her basket, then came out and said, Brother Chen, I also want to go sell goods at the market. Let's work together. What do you want to sell? Qin Jifeng asked her. Ji Luo pointed to the pancakes in the bowl. Try the taste of these pancakes first. Qin Jifeng picked one up and tasted it. His small eyes lit up. They taste pretty good. I'm not bragging. My cooking skills are pretty good. I can make many small cakes and noodles, learned from a master chef in the high school cafeteria. My steamed buns and twisted rolls are much better than those in state-run restaurants. In her memory, she had seen the cafeteria master making noodles, but she had never tried it at home. She was just telling a little lie. Qin Jifeng understood. You want to make and sell noodles?
Yes.
Most people here can't make noodles. White steamed buns, twisted rolls, steamed bread, and pancakes should sell well. We can work together. I'll handle the food and you can help with fetching water and kneading dough, the more tiring tasks. Later, we'll go sell together and split the earnings equally. What do you think? Qin Jifeng had no objection to working together, but didn't want to give her a bad deal. Rongyan can also help. We'll split 30 to 70, with me getting 30 and you two sharing 70.
Okay.
Ji Luo agreed happily. After saying that, she took out some money. Brother Chen, I'll write a shopping list. You can ride your bike to buy supplies, and I'll prepare at home. They started right away. Zhou Rongyan also didn't stay idle and helped with some manageable tasks nearby. Since it was their first time selling noodles, they didn't make too many complicated items today. Ji Luo made 100 steamed buns, 50 scallion rolls, 50 meat buns, and 30 chive and egg pancakes. At 5 p.m., she and Qin Jifeng carried their baskets to the busiest main street. After setting up their goods, she started calling out freshly made buns, steamed bread, scallion rolls, and fragrant chive and egg pancakes. Cheap and tasty, limited quantity. If you want noodles, come quickly. Qin Jifeng. He had never shouted to sell vegetables before. When someone asked, he simply answered. He had never actively called out to sell his goods. The buns were still steaming, all made from white flour, evenly sized, and looked very appetizing. A young woman passerby asked, "How much are they?" Ji Luo smiled and said, "Sister, pork buns are 1 penny each, scallion rolls are 5 cents each, and chive and egg pancakes are 8 cents each. No receipts needed. They are all freshly made and hot, ready to eat immediately. 2 pork buns and 2 pancakes, please." The young woman bought first. Several others gathered around to watch. After she started eating, a woman nearby asked, "Girl, are they tasty?" "Yes, very tasty. The chive and egg pancakes are especially good." The young woman tried one and was very pleased. She quickly paid again, saying, "Give me 4 more pancakes to take home for my parents." Business picked up quickly. Ji Luo handled sales. Qin Jifeng took care of collecting money and giving change. Before the busy period ended, all their goods for the day were sold out. When they returned home, Zhou Rongyan was sorting beans. "Luo Luo, everything sold out so fast?" "Yes, very good. The pork buns and chive pancakes sold the fastest, all gone in about 10 minutes. The steamed bread and scallion rolls took a bit longer." Qin Jifeng placed the basket in the kitchen, then took all the money from his pocket and laid it on the table, counting aloud: 100 steamed buns, 5 yuan, 50 scallion rolls, 2 yuan 50, 50 pork buns, 5 yuan, 30 pancakes, 2 yuan 40, total 14 yuan 90. Ji Luo helped him organize the change. Zhou Rongyan saw how excited they were, happily counting money, and couldn't help but smile. He suggested, "Jifeng, why don't you move in with us? Selling noodles in the morning is even better. You can make them at home in the evening and sell them on the street in the morning." "Okay, I'll move in with you. I'll pay half the rent and electricity bills." Qin Jifeng agreed, without hesitation. Finally, they calculated that their profit was nearly half. Based on today's sales, they could earn over 200 yuan a month, which was much more than what factory workers earned. Ji Luo kept good records and saw that it was getting late. She said, "Brother Qin, you can move in tomorrow. Tonight, take some time to go to the carpenter's house and buy more baskets and sieves. Bring them over tomorrow for use. We'll make a rack later and prepare everything before increasing the amount." "Okay, I'll come early tomorrow." Qin Jifeng took the special meat buns and cakes he had kept earlier and rode his bike back to the village. For dinner, they had noodles, and Ji Luo also cooked some green beans and boiled a bowl of eggs. The couple ate simply to fill their stomachs. After washing the dishes, Ji Luo came out and told Zhou Rongyan, "Brother Yan, I want to go out tonight to visit the high school homeroom teacher's house. Is it far?"
Zhou Rongyan asked.
"Not very far. Li Jiao's house is about 200 or 300 meters further down the road." "I'll go with you," Zhou Rongyan said, worried about her going out alone at night. "Brother Yan, walking isn't easy for you, and it would be tiring to go back and forth." Worried about worsening his injury, Ji Luo said, "It's not dark yet. I'll go quickly and come back soon. I'll only sit for half an hour." Zhou Rongyan thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, be careful. Many people live around here. If you encounter danger, shout immediately." "Okay." Ji Luo agreed and then arranged, "Brother Yan, I'll bring water to the storeroom for you. Take a shower first. I'll be back around the same time after your shower."
"All right."
Zhou Rongyan slowly got up and said, Luo, buy a bicycle tomorrow. The box I gave you yesterday has a bicycle ticket and a sewing machine ticket. There are many other receipts too.
You can use them."
"Let's buy a bicycle. Don't buy anything else for now. When we have our own house and settle down in the future, I'll add other things." Ji Luo poured water for him. Her clothes and other items were placed in the storeroom. She packed some meat buns and steamed bread in a cloth bag and also took some candies, canned food, and malted milk from the bedroom cabinet. Before dark, she hurriedly went to visit the homeroom teacher. At this time, Teacher Yu was having dinner at her house. Seeing Ji Luo arrive at this hour, she was startled. Ji Luo, why are you here? Is something wrong? No, Teacher Yu. I came specially in the evening to visit. In the original owner's memory, Teacher Yu had been very kind to her. Without her help, she wouldn't have finished high school smoothly or gotten a job at the sugar factory. Ji Luo followed her teacher into the house. After politely greeting her family, she began to talk about recent events. Actually, she should have visited during the day, but since her teacher and her husband were both at work and the children were at school, she chose to visit at night. Teacher Yu is a kind and caring person. When she learned about the hardships Ji Luo faced in her family, she felt guilty and her eyes turned red. She also regretted not calling the police sooner to help Ji Luo escape from her family. After sitting for about half an hour and leaving her home address, the teacher invited her to visit again on the weekend. Worrying that Zhou Rongyan was alone at home, Ji Luo hurried back just as it was getting dark. Zhou Rongyan finished a shower and sat at the door, waiting. When he saw she was safe, he relaxed. Luo, the water in the pot is boiling. Go take a shower first. Brother Yen, I'll shower later. Tonight I want to make some steamed buns and flour rolls to sell tomorrow morning. Ji Luo had worked hard all day and didn't feel tired. She was full of energy and eager to work. She rolled up her sleeves and got started. Brother Yen, you sit and rest nearby. I'll finish mixing the remaining flour tonight and get up early tomorrow to steam the buns. Luo, your head injury isn't healed yet. Don't overexert yourself, Zhou Rongyan called after her. Brother Yen, I know. Health is more important than earning money. I won't tire myself out, she replied. In her past life, she worked too hard to earn money and damaged her health. This time, she would never make that mistake again. Money needs to be earned, but there's no end to wealth. She wouldn't foolishly use her body as a price again. After mixing all the flour, Ji Luo quickly washed her face and hair. Once her hair was dry, she took out the medicine and helped her husband change and bandage each other. Only after finishing did they go back to their room to rest. Thinking about her plans, she woke early in the morning. Quietly getting up without waking Zhou Rongyan, she went to the kitchen to busy herself. When Zhou Rongyan came out with his crutch, the steamed buns were already in the steamer. After a quick wash, he sat by the stove to help her burn the fire. All the buns were cooked. Just as Ji Luo was about to leave to sell them, Chen Jifeng arrived. Seeing she was ready, he smiled and asked, Ji Luo, did you get up in the middle of the night to make these? I mixed the dough last night and got up at 5 in the morning, she replied. Since he was here, she didn't need to make 2 trips. Ji Luo immediately handed him 2 large baskets. Brother Chen, take these to sell at the hospital entrance. I'll go to the usual spot. After you finish selling, buy some meat at the meat factory. We'll make meat buns this afternoon.
All right.
Chen Jifeng quickly took the items into the house and left in a hurry, carrying a basket. Ji Luo also carried 2 baskets from the kitchen, calling out as she walked, Brother Yen, we're going out. We'll be back after selling everything. Be careful, Luo. Zhou Rongyan wanted to go with her, but couldn't because of his leg injury, so he stayed at home to rest. Morning sales were better than in the afternoon. Over 100 steamed buns sold out before 8 o'clock. Ji Luo returned home earlier than Chen Jifeng. As soon as she arrived, she discussed with Zhou Rongyan, Brother Yen, the kitchen is quite big. I want to build a clay stove and buy another pot. That's fine. Let Jifeng handle it. He knows how to build stoves. Chen Jifeng came back 10 minutes late, carrying meat, and said, Ji Luo, the first woman who bought our buns yesterday was a nurse from the city hospital. She saw me at the door and asked if I had chive and egg pancakes. She wants 10 for 5 p.m. regular customer. We must deliver. Ji Luo smiled and told him, Brother Chen, have breakfast first. Let's plan today's work. They were quietly working hard to earn money. Meanwhile, Talon finished a week of education and was finally released. But when she got home, she learned that her mother-in-law, husband, and daughter were all detained at the police station for education. The family was divided, and her two sons were left without anyone to take care of them. They ate simple meals, and her daughter was fired from the sugar factory. Everyone in the commune knew she had impersonated someone, and she was furious, cursing loudly at home. During this time, Old Man Ji was often criticized when he went out. His son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren all blamed him for favoritism. He felt uncomfortable inside. When his third daughter-in-law returned and caused trouble at home, he was so angry that he ordered his other two daughters-in-law to beat her out of the house with sticks. Talon had been used to being domineering in the Ji family for years. Now that she was kicked out, she was stunned. But she was determined not to go back and admit her mistakes. So she turned around and headed straight to the county town, rushing to her relative's house. When she knocked on her relative's door, she found out they had already been dismissed from their jobs and their house had been taken back. The new owner had no idea where her relatives had moved. After losing her support, Talon wandered aimlessly on the street. Later, for some reason, she hurried to the police station. She kept crying and making a scene there, but she still couldn't see Ji Sanlin and his daughter. With nowhere else to go, she had to return to her mother's house to stay temporarily. Soon after, she heard from her sister-in-law that Ji Luo had married Zhou Rongyan, and on the wedding day, Zhou Rongyan sent the Zhou family and their two sons to the police station. Zhou Dazhu and Jiao Fong were arrested. Talon felt happy about this. If Ji Luo hadn't caused so much trouble, things wouldn't have gotten this bad, and she wouldn't have been taken for education. However, thinking that Ji Luo married Zhou Rongyan, who is cold and ruthless, even capable of hurting his own parents, she was a bit afraid he might take revenge on Ji Luo for her. Talon didn't expect that in just a few days, her family would change so much. She blamed everything on Ji Luo, cursing and scolding her constantly at her home. She stayed at her mother's house for 2 days. When Ji Luo's mother and Ji Luo's brother Ji Sanlin and his daughter were released, Talon immediately went to pick them up from the police station and took them back to Niu Jiao Bay Brigade. On Zhou's side, the police started questioning and investigating right away. Zhou Dezhu refused to admit he stole or kidnapped a child, stubbornly claiming he found the abandoned baby on the road. Jiao Fong told a lot, honestly saying that Zhou Rongyan wasn't her biological child. Zhou Dezhu had brought him back from outside. However, she didn't know much about Zhou Rongyan's background. The case of Zhou Rongbao and Zhou Ronghui, the brothers, was easy to investigate. Zhou Rongyan told the truth. Zhou Rongbao was involved in many immoral activities, including theft, robbery, and illicit relationships. Zhou Ronghui was also involved in bad deeds outside. Although the difficult times had passed, crimes like immoral relationships remained serious. With other charges added, Zhou Rongbao was sentenced to 20 years of reform through labor and was sent to a remote farm. Zhou Ronghui, with lighter crimes and being underage, was sentenced to 3 years and sent to a lakeside farm within the province for reform. When Zhou Dezhu and his wife learned about their son's sentences, they cried desperately in the detention house. Jiao Fong, especially, threw a tantrum, using all her tricks to make a scene. But no matter how much she caused trouble, it couldn't change their sons' fates. After Zhou Rongbao was sentenced, Lu Kaiwan packed her dowry and ran back to her parents' home without a word. Less than half a month later, she remarried. The police were investigating events from over 20 years ago. Zhou Rongyan, as the victim, personally went to provide some information. They are now just waiting for the investigation results. Knock, knock. There was a busy household, and someone outside was knocking on the door. Ji Luo wiped the flour from her hands and ran to open the door. She saw Li Jiao Jiao outside, smiling brightly, and said, "Jiao Jiao, come in quickly. What are you cooking at home?" I saw smoke rising from the kitchen roof from far away. Li Jiao Jiao followed into the house and casually handed her a bunch of green beans she brought. Ji Luo, my colleague from the countryside, gave me a big bunch of beans. I'll share half with you. Jiao Jiao, you should take these home to eat. You live in the city, so you need to buy groceries. We have vegetables here. Ji Luo refused to accept the vegetables she offered. Li Jiao entered the house and saw a large cutting board in the living room with a pile of dough on it. Zhou Rongyan sat nearby kneading dough, and another familiar person, Chen Jifeng, was busy too. She greeted them simply and asked, "Ji Luo, what are you making?" Jiao, I told you before, I want to start a small business to earn some money. Back when I was at County No. 1 middle school, I watched the master chef in the school cafeteria make noodles. Later, I practiced at home. Now I can make buns, steamed bread, and flour rolls. These days, I'm making these to sell at a stall. Ji Luo said as she moved a stool over for her, poured a bowl of tea, and went to the kitchen to grab 3 freshly cooked items for her to try. Jiao, try this. Ji Luo, I'll just have one. Li Jiao only took a flour roll and returned the rest to her. You guys are not living easy either. Take these to sell. Jiao, just eat. Help me taste it, Ji Luo said with a smile, pulling her to sit on the stool. You sit here and eat, I need to work. Okay, you busy. Li Jiao doesn't know how to make noodles, but she loves to eat them. She tried the flour roll, her eyes bright. Ji Luo, it's delicious. Even better than the master chef at the school cafeteria. Freshly made ones are softer and more fragrant. Try the meat buns too, they just came out of the pot. At this moment, Ji Luo was wrapping meat buns. Her hands were skillful, and her buns looked nice. The 2 men making simpler things like steamed bread and flour rolls weren't as good as her. The meat buns were soft and juicy. One bite was oily and flavorful. Li Jiao exclaimed on the spot, "Oh my gosh, Ji Luo, these meat buns are so delicious. We've been selling for 3 or 4 days. These meat buns sell the best. We're almost out every time." Li Jiao quickly asked, "How much for one?" 1 mao, 10 cents, the same price as the state-run restaurant. The flour rolls and steamed bread are 5 cents each. I also made chive and egg pancakes, 8 cents each, and they sell very well. In the past few days, they increased the quantity daily, but it was still not enough. Ji Luo added more today. She planned to make 100 more meat buns and 50 more of the other items. Li Jiao saw that there were many steamed buns and mantou on the shelf, probably a few hundred. She quickly did the math in her head and pointed at the items on the shelf, her expression a bit exaggerated. Ji Luo, are these all the buns and mantou we plan to sell today? Yes, the shelf only holds about 1/3 of what we have. We're still making and steaming more in the kitchen. We'll go out to sell at 5 o'clock. Thinking about the buns and mantou, Li Jiao estimated that even if each only earned 2 cents, selling 300 to 500 pieces a day would bring in nearly 10 yuan daily. Over a month, that adds up to almost 300 yuan, which each of the 3 people would share equally, earning nearly 100 yuan. That salary is higher than the regular wages at state-owned factories. Ji Luo, with your skills, you won't have to worry about food and clothes in the future, Li Jiao said, giving her a thumbs up. Just enough to support the family, Ji Luo modestly replied, then changed the subject. Jiao, are you taking a day off today? No work? Yes, I worked all day yesterday, so I have a day off today. When talking about work, Li Jiao felt annoyed. After finishing her meat bun, she continued, Yesterday, I met Chen Jinming on the way home. His company isn't doing well either, just like mine. Now he's at home with nothing to do. He told me yesterday that he wants to quit his job and look for other ways to make money in the city. But his parents strongly disagree. He said he wants to handle it first, and then go back after he's sorted things out, even if it means getting scolded. The older generation has their own reasons. They probably think that even if the company isn't doing well, having a stable, respectable job still gives face. Ji Luo understood their perspective. But face doesn't fill your stomach, Li Jiao said, sharing her different view. She couldn't help but vent her frustration. My parents also think like that. Actually, my dad, mom, brother, and sister-in-law all work at places with pretty average performance. My sister and brother-in-law haven't been paid for 2 years, and last year they just lived off savings. This year, they don't even need to go to work anymore. It's worse than me. But they still try to act proud. I suggested they resign and try to start a small business, but they thought I was giving bad advice and scolded me. Everyone has their own ideas and choices. You mean well, but others might not listen. Just focus on living your own life, Ji Luo said with a gentle smile to comfort her. You're right. I saw how hard things were for them, and we often argued over small things. I kindly gave some advice, but since they didn't want to listen and thought I was meddling, I stopped interfering in their affairs after that. They too were chatting, and both men did not interrupt. After they finished talking, Qin Jifeng said, people from the countryside envy those with decent jobs in the city. Now that I hear you, I feel lucky to live in the countryside. At least I have land and fields. As long as I work hard, food and drink are not a problem. Hardworking people won't go hungry anywhere. Lazy people, that's another story, Li Jiao said with a smile. Li Jiao was free today. She was a diligent person and, after finishing her bun, she volunteered to help them. She was clever and quickly learned how to make buns. Although her buns weren't as pretty as Ji Luo's, they looked good enough for sale. Seeing her good work and steady speed, Ji Luo had an idea and asked, Jiao, would you like to come work part-time here? Part-time? Li Jiao didn't understand the term. It means you help me when you're not working, and I pay you 1 yuan a day. Ji Luo, I can help you, but you don't need to pay me. Just buy me a meal, and that's enough, Li Jiao said with a smile. Seeing her willing to help, Ji Luo smiled and arranged, Jiao, we go out to sell twice in the morning and afternoon. On the day you help, you can eat breakfast and lunch here. I'll give you 1 yuan for the day. If you only work half a day, I'll give you 50 cents. Ji Luo, really, you don't need to pay me. I'm just free at home anyway, she replied. You must be paid for your work. That's my rule, Ji Luo said. Then she turned to the kitchen to check the steamed buns in the pot. Li Jiao looked at her with mixed feelings, staring at her back for a few seconds, then turned to Zhou Rongyan and said, Comrade Zhou, I noticed Ji Luo has changed a lot recently. She's not as weak and honest as before. She's doing well now. Zhou Rongyan liked Ji Luo's genuine personality and her lively, energetic look now. Seeing him watching Ji Luo with only her in his eyes, Li Jiao felt amused. She used to think Ji Luo's life was tough and pitiful, but now she realized she married the right person. Her life was much happier than outsiders thought. With a capable helper, they finished the planned work early today. By 4:30 p.m., they rode bikes to deliver the goods and sell. Li Jiao followed Ji Luo to set up the stall and saw how busy the business was. At first, she was shy and a bit clumsy, but she quickly became skilled. When the two of them rode their bikes back home, Qin Jifeng had already returned and was feeling proud, saying, Today I was faster than you. Brother Qin, you're amazing, Li Jiao said, giving him a thumbs up. We sold the same amount, just the two of us, and you sold even faster. Today, the doctors and nurses at the hospital helped out. They each bought more than 10, so we sold quickly. Qin Jifeng smiled and handed the money he just sorted out to Ji Luo. Ji Luo, you count the money. I'll go cut the vegetables. Ji Luo nodded and invited Li Jiao. Jiao, stay here for dinner. I'll cook some twice-cooked pork to treat you. Okay, I won't be polite, Li Jiao replied happily. But she still needed to go home and say something. Ji Luo, I need to go back first and tell my parents. Jiao, bring some buns back for Uncle and Annie to eat, Ji Luo said. Earlier, Ji Luo had left about 10 buns in the pot. She took half in a small cloth bag, saving the other half for dinner. That evening, she cooked a big bowl of twice-cooked pork, a plate of scrambled eggs with green peppers, a dish of stewed green beans, and a large bone-in pork rib soup with winter melon. The main food was rice and buns. It was simple, everyday home cooking, and all 4 of them ate until they were full. After dinner, everyone was busy. Under the dim yellow light, the 4 of them prepared the noodles and buns early for the next morning's sale. Around 8:30 p.m., Li Jiao was ready to go home. Ji Luo thought it was unsafe for a girl to walk alone at night, so she asked Qin Jifeng to help her to the residential area downstairs. Jiao, who just sent you back? Li Mu, who was watching from the window, saw that her was a man, so she asked as soon as she got home. It was my classmate Ji Luo, her husband's friend.
I just had dinner with them.
Ji Luo was worried I'd walk home alone, so Brother Chen sent me to the door. When Li Jiao entered the house, she saw that her family was still awake. She smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, my classmate Ji Luo is running a small business selling buns and steamed bread. Her business is pretty good here. When she's not busy, she asks me to help out, and she pays me $1 a day plus 2 meals. Is that the buns you brought back earlier?"
Li Fu asked.
Yes. Did you eat them tonight? Are they good? They're quite tasty, Li Mu said, steaming some for herself. She asked, "Were you there all day today?"
Yes.
I went in the morning and I ate lunch and dinner at their place. Ji Luo taught me how to make buns and twisted rolls. The buns you ate tonight were all made by me. She asked me to bring them back for you. Li Jiao was in a good mood at this moment. What's the situation with your classmate Ji Luo's family? Li's father asked. Ji Luo's family has it pretty tough. They had known about Ji Luo's family for 3 years, and since Li Jiao had been in contact with her more recently, she had previously asked about her family in detail, so she told her parents everything. Li's mother frowned after hearing this. Having such a family, your classmate is quite unlucky. Yes, Ji Luo is very beautiful and is recognized as the school's most popular girl. She excels academically, ranking first in the entire school every year. Based on her performance in school, if her family's relatives weren't holding her back, she could have even gotten a government job. Li's father asked again, "Is her husband a soldier?" Yes, he's a battalion commander. He was injured in the army and is now recovering at home. Their family situation isn't very good either. Ji Luo is taking care of him now. Chen Go, who just drove me back, is his neighbor and brother and they live together. Ji Luo is also doing business with them. Li's parents didn't oppose her working part-time to earn money. Her factory wasn't doing well, and she could only work a few days a month. Helping out at Ji Luo's place to earn some extra money was a good idea. However, she was still an unmarried girl, and it wasn't very appropriate to be out late at night with male companions. Li's mother casually poured her a glass of water and said, Jiao, next time you go help your classmate, I'll come to pick you up at night. Don't let a male friend see you home alone, to avoid gossip and protect your reputation. Li Jiao hadn't thought of this before and smiled. Mom, Ji Luo didn't ask me to work at night, only during the day. I had dinner there tonight and saw they were preparing things for tomorrow morning, so I helped out a bit. Good, you've worked all day. Go take a shower and rest early. Li's mother didn't ask further. Ji Luo and her family also took showers and went to rest. Her head wound had fully scabbed over and didn't need changing. Zhou Rongyan's injury had been healing well these days, and a scab was starting to form on the surface. She carefully disinfected and dressed his wound, then gently bandaged it. Using her mind to communicate with the system, she asked, "My husband's leg injury is serious. The medical skills and medicines here can't treat it. Can the system reward me with a top-tier healing medicine from a divine-level space? His injury doesn't require top-tier divine-level pills. Slightly higher-level medicines from other realms can cure it," the system replied. Ji Luo was delighted. How can I get it? How many points do I need? 50,000. 2 words drifted through her mind, followed by a line of text. After reaching 50,000 points, you can share information resources with higher dimensional realms. Select the healing potion you need, then use your mind to send a request to the divine realm. The system usually approves and distributes it. That means I might not always get what I want, Ji Luo frowned. The better you perform, the faster your points grow, and the higher your chances of getting the rewards you want, the system patiently explained. I understand, she replied. Luo, what are you thinking about? Zhou Rongyan called her several times, but she didn't hear him. Her face kept changing expressions, so he had to push her gently. Brother Yan, what's wrong? Ji Luo snapped out of her thoughts. Luo, what were you just thinking about? You looked so focused, Zhou Rongyan said, feeling her expression was unusual, like she was talking to someone else. I was thinking about something, a little too absorbed, she said with a shy smile. To avoid making him worry, she quickly changed the subject. Brother Yan, it's late.
Go to sleep early, she said.
Seeing she didn't want to talk about her thoughts, Zhou Rongyan respected her privacy and moved slowly toward his side of the bed. Luo Luo, you wake up early usually. Sleep early tonight and rest more, he advised. Okay, she replied. Ji Luo put away the medicine box, got into bed from the other side, and casually turned off the light. She rolled into his arms. Zhou Rongyan loved holding her while sleeping. She was well behaved, hardly moving all night. She slept in his arms and woke up in the same position. As a newlywed couple full of youthful energy and deep affection, lying in the same bed, they couldn't just chat under the blanket. Usually, they only hugged and kissed, but tonight, their actions under the covers were noticeably more intense, and their breathing heavier. Luo Luo. Tonight, Zhou Rongyan's body responded strongly. With a slight effort, he turned over, pressing his soft, panting wife beneath him. In the dark night, his deep, black eyes shimmered with intense passion. At this moment, just a spark was enough to ignite him completely, ready to break her apart and devour her. Brother Yuan, can you? Since their wedding day, Ji Luo had prepared herself. She genuinely liked this man and longed to be close to him, but she was also worried about his health. Yes, Zhou Rongyan had thought about it for a long time. His leg injury was healing well. Even if one leg couldn't move, he believed in himself. Ji Luo had also been stirred by him. She reached up and gently caressed his neck, whispering softly, if you're tired, stop. Okay. Zhou Rongyan had endured to his limit, like a hungry beast pouncing forward, swallowing all her soft breaths. Soon, the room echoed with faint, muffled sounds of discomfort, and Zhou Rongyan's deep, husky voice expressed concern. Luo Luo, does it hurt? A little. Ji Luo was experiencing this for the first time. Although she was prepared, the tearing pain at that moment made her tremble. At first, it was painful, but with his gentle care, it gradually became more comfortable, and she let out happy, breathy sounds. She felt the joy of closeness, and Zhou Rongyan felt the same, until they were both sweaty and exhausted. In the quiet night, their breathing was especially clear. After a while, Zhou Rongyan regained his strength and gently stroked his wife's cheek, asking softly, Luo Luo, does it still hurt? No, it doesn't hurt anymore. It no longer hurt, but since it was her first experience, she felt a little sore and numb, though she didn't say anything. Ji Luo shifted her body slightly, shyly covering a certain part, her eyes shining with a smile in the dark. Brother Yuan, I'll go get some water and wash up.
I'll go.
Zhou Rongyan didn't want her to tire herself out, so he turned over and sat up. Brother Yuan, I'll go get water. Don't pull at the wound. They had only been intimate twice, so Ji Luo didn't feel tired. She quickly put on her clothes, her legs a bit sore, and went to fetch water. Tonight was truly their wedding night. After their physical closeness earlier, their bodies and minds had become fully connected. When they lay down again, they cuddled together. Ji Luo slept well and fell asleep quickly. Zhou Rongyan, however, didn't fall asleep right away. He held her tightly, still savoring the wonderful feeling of their intimacy. If only one of his legs could move, he might have been able to do it a few more times. In the army, he often heard married senior comrades tell funny stories. At first, he thought they were just bragging, but after experiencing it himself, he realized how wonderful the feeling of being close as a couple really is. That night, both of them had sweet dreams and slept peacefully. In the morning, Ji Luo woke up and was about to get out of bed when Zhou Rongyan also woke up. He sat up and asked with concern, Luo Luo, are you feeling okay?
I'm fine.
Ji Luo's ears turned slightly red as she turned to hug him, a bit shy. It only hurt a little at the beginning. Zhou Rongyan kissed her tenderly and gently said, today Li Jiao Jiao will help. You should rest more. Okay. When the two finished washing up and came out, Chen Jifeng had already steamed the first batch of buns. He was adding firewood to the stove and said to them, Rongyan, Ji Luo, we don't have much firewood left at home. I calculated last night that buying coal isn't worth it. Maybe we should spend some money to ask the villagers to chop firewood? Coal from the south is more expensive than from the north, and there isn't much supply in the county town. Buying coal is inconvenient and not cost-effective. Zhou Rongyan had already told Ji Luo about this. Both of them agreed to spend money to hire someone to chop firewood. They said, Ji Feng, you go back to the village this morning and ask your cousin to help us chop some tractor firewood. Later, Uncle Yang can deliver it. Okay, Chen, Ji Feng replied. Brother Chen, do you grow a lot of wheat in your team? Ji Luo asked again. Our team only grows about 10 acres of wheat. The neighboring team grows quite a bit more. Chen Jifeng knew she wanted to buy some, so he offered to help. I'll ask around this morning. If the price is right, I'll buy more to grind into flour. Ji Luo turned and went inside, taking out 100 yuan and giving it to him. Here, take this money and use it. I'll handle the house and you handle the outside. All right, he agreed. About 10 minutes later, Li Jiaojiao arrived with a flashlight. As soon as she entered the house, she started helping with the work. At 6:30, 3 people carried baskets on their shoulders and each held 2 large baskets in their hands. They set off through the morning fog to sell breakfast. Ji Luo, Shimli, was living in the company dormitory now. When he went out in the morning to buy food, a colleague told him there were steamed buns for sale by the roadside that supposedly tasted good. He followed the smell, but didn't expect it to be Ji Luo selling them.
Feng Liye.
Ji Luo wasn't surprised to see him. The county town was small. Since she was selling goods at her stall every day, it was only a matter of time before they met. Ji Shimli, do you know each other? A colleague asked. Ji Shimli slightly pulled at the corner of his mouth, smiling a bit awkwardly. My cousin. Oh, she's your cousin? You two don't look much alike, the colleague said with a smile. He had bought buns from her that morning and had privately commented that the girl selling buns was very pretty. Seeing that Ji Shimli was her cousin, he approached casually. Girl, do you still have chive and egg pancake? Yes, how many do you want? Ji Luo lifted the towel, revealing a basket of steaming buns and pancakes. 1 pancake, 1 meat bun, and a twist bread, he said, then took out money. He nudged Ji Shimli with his elbow. What about you? Eat something too. Take care of your cousin's business. I'll have the same, Ji Shimli said. Ji Shimli followed his colleagues to collect money, but his gaze stayed on Li Jiaojiao. He asked Ji Luo, is this your friend? High school classmate, Ji Luo replied indifferently. Li Jiaojiao helped them carry the buns, politely smiled at them with a hint of distance, and didn't say much. Ji Shimli took a bun and started eating. The taste was really good. He tried to make conversation. I heard about the Zhou family. Where are you and Zhou Rongyan living now? Renting a house in the county town, Ji Luo said, not planning to give him the address. Ji Shimli knew when to stop and didn't ask more. Since they hadn't seen each other for about a week, her complexion looked much healthier, her skin was fairer, and she had gained some weight, clearly living well these days. A few days ago, he visited his family and heard from his mother about the Zhou family. He thought about Zhou Rongyan's decisive and ruthless attitude towards the Zhou family, similar to Ji Luo's attitude towards the Ji family. He inwardly admired how alike they were. Are these noodles and pastries you made, or are you selling them for your classmate? Ji Shimli asked again. I made them, Ji Luo replied. She said this while busy serving other customers efficiently. In her previous life, she often cooked at home. Her cooking was average, not much different from others, and Ji Shimli had eaten her food many times, but he had never tasted her noodles and pastries before. Today's noodles and pastries were truly delicious, better than those from state-run restaurants. They were fluffy, soft, and looked very good. Each bun and roll was evenly made and attractive. Seeing her skill and that she was selling so many snacks daily, earning quite a bit of money, Ji Shimli hesitated for a few seconds and suddenly said, Third aunt, and the others have gone home. She often goes to the county town these days. When you sell your goods, try to avoid her. He suddenly acted friendly. Ji Luo glanced at him, unable to guess his reason for doing so. No matter the reason, Ji Luo didn't want to owe him favors. She slowly stood up and said calmly, Brother Shimli, I've cut ties with the Ji family. I shouldn't interfere in their affairs. But since you kindly reminded me just now, I'll give you a friendly warning. What do you want to say? Ji Shimli asked seriously. That Talon, A relative of yours working as an official in the county town has only been seen by Ji Mani. The rest of the Ji family, including Ji Sanlin and his sons, have never met her. Before you came to work in the county town, Talon didn't want to ask her relatives for help. I thought she didn't want to use her connections on outsiders and wanted to leave them for her own children. She often boasted at home about her relatives' abilities and talents. The other side was indeed kind to her and her daughter, giving gifts during festivals that you've seen. But after Ji Mani turned adult, this relative didn't help her find a job. Instead, she shamelessly tried to take my job. Recently, you know what happened? They were all taken in for investigation by the police. But Talon, this relative, didn't help. Don't you think that's strange? Shimli hadn't thought about this before. When he was working, after his third aunt coldly refused to help, he stopped paying attention to her relatives' matters. Now, after Ji Luo said that, he started to have some guesses. He frowned and asked, "Are you saying that the Tao family doesn't really have such a relative? That she made up this person and lied to the family? The gifts that she and her daughter received every year weren't things ordinary families could give. Even if Talon used money to buy some things, some items couldn't be bought. So, this person definitely exists, not just made up. But whether they are truly relatives is hard to say." Ji Luo hadn't investigated and wasn't interested in doing so. Today, he told him his suspicions just to return the favor of her sudden friendliness earlier. "What do you mean?" Shimli narrowed his eyes. "If the Tao family's relative is so capable, why don't they help the Tao family? Why only help her, the daughter who married out? If she says her relative is close to Talon and doesn't have contact with the Tao family, then why does she only see Ji Mani and not Ji Wenyu or Ji Shuangchuan? Talon spends all day at home scolding Ji Sanlin, calling him a useless failure and saying he's not capable of earning money. She has relatives who are officials. Normally, she should ask them for help to find a job for Ji Sanlin, but she didn't do that. When Ji Sanlin and his sons wanted to visit her relative, she repeatedly made excuses to refuse, not letting them meet. She only took Ji Mani every time. Don't you find that interesting? And also, you probably know the Tao family's personality. Saying they're like vampires isn't an exaggeration. They have such powerful, wealthy relatives, and they wouldn't try to latch onto them and drain them for blood? But the Tao family doesn't do that. Instead, they often come to the Ji family to try to get something. Even when they're just small favors, they don't hesitate. Don't you think that's strange?" Ji Luo repeatedly asked questions, noticing his brow furrowing more and more, which suggested he was recalling some details. She continued to guide him step by step. Recently, Talon and her daughter have been busy. When the sugar factory announced that Ji Mani was fired, this relative didn't come forward to suppress the news. When the mother and daughter were taken away for education, they also didn't show up to say anything. Do you think this relative is unwilling to help, unable to help, or wants to help but has no ability now? When her last words reached his ears, Ji Shimli suddenly frowned. As he looked into her clear, bright eyes, he seemed to understand something. Seeing that he had some guesses, Ji Luo added, "I don't know their true relationship, but I think once it's revealed, it could be very interesting." After saying this, she stopped talking and, just then, someone came to buy buns. She immediately crouched down to serve the customer. Ji Shimli didn't stay long and turned to leave with his colleagues. "Ji Shimli, is she your real cousin? Are you dating her?" Ji Shimli's mind was busy with messy family matters, while his colleague beside him was more concerned about Ji Luo's personal life, his eyes still shining with curiosity. Ji Shimli knew what he was thinking and replied with some helplessness, "Don't think about it. She's married. Her husband is an active-duty soldier." "She's married?" His colleague sounded a bit disappointed and continued, "Honestly, your cousin is really pretty. When we went to buy buns from her yesterday, she was very polite and kind. I even saw her give a bun to a passing little beggar." Ji Shimli looked back at Ji Luo, who was still selling goods. She had changed a lot recently, completely different from before. But he didn't doubt she had changed her personality. He just thought she had been pretending to be obedient and weak at home. After they walked away, Li Jiao took a moment to ask Ji Shimli about her. "Ji Luo, was that person your real cousin?" "Yes, the eldest grandson of the Ji family, my uncle's son. He works at the agricultural technology station, Ji Luo simply replied, not saying much more. He seems to be a bit better than your family members. Li Jiao was also influenced by his earlier reminder and now had a somewhat good impression of him. Maybe. Ji Luo wasn't sure what Ji Shimli was thinking. Whether his kindness was genuine or had other motives, she decided she wouldn't have any more contact with the Ji family. After they finished selling buns and returned home, Qin Jifeng also came back and immediately told her, Ji Luo, I just saw Talon and Ji Mani. They were heading toward the grain station.
Don't worry about them.
Ji Luo brought out the already cooked mung bean porridge from the stove and placed a large plate of pancakes on the table. She called everyone over, saying, let's have breakfast first, then settle the bills afterward. The four of them sat down separately to eat. Ji Luo thought about Qin Jifeng returning to the village today and Li Jiao working half a day this afternoon. She suggested, let's take a day off today. No selling this afternoon. Okay, there's some work at home. I'll stay busy here all day and come back early tomorrow morning, Qin Jifeng replied. His family still had farm chores and vegetable garden to tend to. Brother Qin, please buy some eggs for me in the village and maybe 1 or 2 chickens.
Ducks are fine too.
Recently, their family's meals had been good, with meat every day. Every other day, they bought ribs or large bones to make soup. These are cheap and nutritious, and the 2 injured people were clearly recovering well. Qin Jifeng nodded. I'll bring them over tomorrow morning. After eating, Li Jiao went home first. Qin Jifeng paid the bill and then rode his bike back to the village. Ji Luo went to wash clothes at the communal water well. Zhou Rongyan was also busy. Using a cane, he slowly cleaned the house. The tables, chairs, and benches were wiped clean, and the kitchen was tidied up very neatly. Brother Yan, I can handle the cleaning. You sit and rest, Ji Luo said. She finished hanging the clothes and went inside. Seeing that he had already tidied up the house, she hurried over to help him sit down. With no outsiders at home, Zhou Rongyan suddenly pulled her into his arms and held her close, his eyes deep and quiet. Are you feeling unwell today? No, she replied. After resting overnight, Ji Luo no longer felt soreness this morning. Thinking about the intimacy from last night, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and her ears felt warm and hot. When she looked into his deep, affectionate eyes, her heart trembled. She was about to speak, but the words she wanted to say were swallowed into his mouth. In the end, in broad daylight, in a dim bedroom, a song that made her blush and ears burn played out. Compared to last night's gentle intimacy, Zhou Rongyan was noticeably more excited and rough today. He didn't stop for long, continuing until he was too exhausted and then collapsed onto her. Lu. Today, he experienced intense pleasure and wished to merge her into his bones and blood. His strong arms held her tightly around the head. Brother Yan, it hurts, Ji Luo said, nearly falling apart from his roughness. Her strength was almost gone, and she couldn't move under his tall, muscular body. Zhou Rongyan quickly rolled over and lay beside her, covering her with a thin blanket he picked up nearby. He held her with one arm, kissed her cheek, and his voice was hoarse. Luo, rest a bit. Ji Luo had no strength to turn over. She moved her head, her eyes full of charm and flirtation. Her lips, bright red, pouted slightly. It hurts. Her gaze was very tempting, and Zhou Rongyan felt his heart tremble. But he kept his reason. His rough hand reached under the blanket and gently massaged her body. Itches. His fingers, calloused from work, touched her smooth, delicate skin, making Ji Luo tremble all over. She kept trying to dodge away. Zhou Rongyan had to stop immediately. Seeing her playful look made him smile. All right, I won't move. Ji Luo gradually regained her strength. She reached out to massage her sore spots, her eyes shining with charm and mischief as she glared at him, grinding her teeth. Zhou Rongyan, get me some water. Okay, I'll get the water. Zhou Rongyan couldn't stand her gaze. His strong self-control, which he was proud of, completely broke down when he looked into her eyes. They were resting at home during the day. Talon and her daughter were out in the hot sun, asking around for news. After talking to many people, they finally got a clue related to relatives. Mom, what should we do? Uncle Sui lost his job. How can he help us now? Jia Minnie looked upset and annoyed. During the week she was punished, she kept cursing Jilua in her mind and vowed to make her pay. But now her biggest support was gone. Their connection was cut off, and she didn't know where he had moved. Thinking about all the bad luck lately, which she blamed on Jilua, she angrily kicked a tree branch to vent her frustration. Talon looked more worn out than before these days. She felt uneasy too. She lowered her head and said, "All right, let's keep looking. We need to see him first. Revenge on Jilua can wait. Right now, the most important thing is to find him a job. If he has a job and income, we won't have to worry about food and drink. We can deal with everything else later." Mom, Uncle Sui lost his job himself. How can he find me a new one? Jia Minnie pouted. Losing his job doesn't mean he has no connections. Talon thought she wouldn't give up easily. After a moment, she added, his father-in-law has some contacts in the city. He won't just watch him lose his job and do nothing. Hearing this, Jia Minnie's hope rekindled. All right, let's go find their new place. Let's go to the grain station. Talon generally does not want to go to the grain station unless absolutely necessary. However, blindly searching around the county town is not effective. To quickly confirm his new residence, she had no choice but to follow his wife. Shimli went out in the morning to visit some work sites and stopped at the grain station to talk with the leaders until noon. When he left, it was just lunchtime. He took his bicycle from the bike shed and was about to go back to the cafeteria for lunch when he accidentally saw Talon and Ji. Why are they here? Because Ji Luo had warned him this morning, Shimli already suspected that the third aunt's relative might be involved. Seeing their cautious and somewhat sneaky behavior while following a female colleague, he immediately pushed his bike and followed at a moderate distance. The woman being followed initially did not notice she was being watched and seemed to be lost in thought, her expression dark and serious. At a turn ahead, she casually glanced back and saw Talon and her daughter not far behind. When Talon and her daughter saw her looking, their expressions subtly changed, especially Talon, whose eyes darted around nervously. She stopped her steps and did not continue following. The woman stood still, her eyes cold and full of anger as she looked at Talon, then glared at Ji hiding behind her. Even though they were 5 or 6 meters apart, Talon could clearly feel the coldness in her eyes. Usually, she was quite domineering in the Ji family, but in front of this woman, she dared not act arrogantly or even say hello. The woman stared at them for 2 minutes. When they did not approach, she threw a cold, sharp glance at them and then turned and left with her bag. Mom, are we still following? Ji, like Talon, was a coward who only knew how to be tough at home. She was spoiled and willful, but was now too frightened to move after a single glance from the woman. Talon wanted to keep going, but her legs refused to listen. She didn't take a step forward. Mom, Ji saw she wasn't moving and nudged her arm, saying, Mom, she probably lives nearby. We just follow from a distance just to get a rough idea of where Uncle Sui lives. After she goes to work this afternoon, we can go door to door to find her. Moved by her words, Talon immediately stepped forward and kept up, still warning her, Mani, don't follow too close. Shimli rode his bike and hid behind a wall nearby. Only after they left did he come out. They had been a bit far away, so he didn't hear exactly what the mother and daughter said, but he saw that they were noticed by a female comrade ahead. Since you know each other, why are you sneaking around? If you're caught following, why don't you go and say hello? His instinct told him that third aunt was hiding something from the family. After the mother and daughter were a little farther away, he continued to follow on his bike. The woman being followed indeed lived nearby. She was now opening the door with her bag and returning home. She casually glanced at 2 steaming vegetable dishes on the table and looked out the window. Chioha, you're back. A middle-aged man came out of the kitchen, holding a bowl of scrambled eggs, calling out, Chioha, dinner is ready. Fong Chioha didn't respond. She still stood at the window. When she saw the mother and daughter outside looking around, She turned to look at the man with an expression of disgust. Your old flame and her daughter are outside, sneaking around and following me. Do you want to invite them in for dinner? Su Jianhua, used to her attitude, placed the bowl on the table, then walked to the window with a mysterious look in his eyes, glancing outside. Fang Qiuhe looked at the mother and daughter outside with a full face of disgust and spoke coldly. Your old flame, I don't care how you handle them, but it can't affect Shi Yong and Ji Yuan's future. You'd better handle it well. If it affects the children, don't blame me for tearing your face apart. Qiuhe, I made mistakes. I've been making up for them all these years. I also promised you that their presence wouldn't affect Shi Yong and Ji Yuan. When Su Jianhua said this, his gaze outside became deep and complex. He continued, Qiuhe, you know what happened back then. I was wrong, but I was also set up. No matter how much you say, it can't change the fact that you betrayed the family. Fang Qiuhe looked at him with disgust, not even bothering to look at him, and turned to go inside with her bag. Su Jianhua, used to her disgust, followed her into the house, trying to flatter her. Qiuhe, I made mistakes. I've never denied that. It's my fault, and I betrayed your trust, and that of my in-laws. As for Talon and her daughter, I've already discussed it with you before. She's schemed against me, and I will get revenge for this someday. Fang Qiuhe turned to look at him coldly and asked, When are you leaving? Over the years, he has been giving money and supplies to that disgusting mother and daughter during festivals. Fang Qiuhe knew about it, but because she saw that besides giving things, he had no other contact with them, she kept his dignity and didn't expose his actions in front of her children. When she was willing to discuss matters calmly, Sui Jianhua also revealed his plan. Zhou was transferred to the city less than 2 years ago. Even with Dad, the eldest uncle, and his in-laws helping, his job is still not stable enough. He must be promoted to a full position within this year. To succeed, the family's support is essential, and there must be someone inside the company to help him. What do you mean? Zhou's matter has nothing to do with those two outsiders, Fang Qiuhe said, confused. Ji Mani is already an adult. I've raised her all these years, and now it's time for her to give back. Sui Jianhua's eyes revealed a calculating look, and he didn't hide it in front of Fang Qiuhe. He glanced outside the window and squinted, saying, Talon has been asking in recent years to find a good job and suitable partner for Ji Mani. Now, there's a good opportunity inside Zhiyong's company. Who is it? Fang Qiuhe was trying to think of someone suitable, but couldn't find the right person. Sui Jianhua raised a finger, his tone cold and sinister. His beloved nephew is already of marriage age, but no women in the circle are willing to marry him. He's looking for someone outside the usual circles. The person he mentioned was somewhat known in their circle, someone who looked normal on the outside but actually had mental issues. Seeing that he was targeting Ji Mani, Fang Qiuhe sneered. She's your daughter after all. Can you really be so heartless? Such a foolish girl is definitely not mine. Sui Jianhua's eyes flashed with intense cruelty. He met with Ji Mani several times each year, pretending to care about her grades and chatting about other things. But as she grew older, she became more foolish, stubborn, and increasingly embarrassing. The more she showed these traits, the more he disliked her. If Ji Mani still looked decent and had some useful looks, he would have ignored her long ago. Fang Qiuhe had been sleeping with him for over 20 years and knew his character well. Since he wanted to vent his anger, but also had her son in mind, she no longer criticized his cold-heartedness. Instead, she said, if you're going to do it quickly. Make sure it's before my father retires and the new person takes over, so Zhiyong's work can be completely stable. Sui Jianhua nodded, about to say something, but Fang Qiuhe added, and you'd better handle Talon properly. She once dared to scheme and threaten you. Once her daughter becomes successful, she will likely cause trouble again. You only need to deal with her now, so she won't cause problems later. She didn't mention these things, but Sui Jianhua would handle them anyway. He nodded and said, Qiuhe, eat first. I'll find time in the next couple of days to meet with them. You should also talk to Zhiyong's side. Let's work together to finish things early. Seeing how attentive he was to his son, Fang Qiuhe stopped showing her displeasure. She nodded and said, okay. Talon and her daughter still didn't know that their powerful supporter was about to abandon them. They were wandering nearby, having just asked two neighbors about something, but didn't get any useful information. They wandered for half an hour, afraid Feng Qiuhua might notice them. They planned to come back tomorrow to look again. Talon knew a bit about Feng Qiuhua's family. She knew Feng's parents and brothers were high officials. It was easy for them to kill her, like crushing an ant. So, she relied on giving birth to Ji Mani and dared to ask Su Jianghua for money and things, but she didn't dare show herself in front of Feng Qiuhua. Of course, she also knew about Feng's family situation, which Su Jianghua had told her. It was a warning for her to behave and not do anything too extreme that might affect his family. Talon wasn't stupid. She was scheming against Su Jianghua, mainly wanting money and good things, hoping to cling to him for a better life. But she didn't want to risk her life, so she hadn't foolishly provoked Feng Qiuhua over the years. Every holiday, she would take some satisfactory gifts and go back to the countryside. Meanwhile, Zhou Rongyan and Ji Luo had finished lunch. They were now pushing a bicycle out the door. Zhou Rongyan needed to go to the County Armed Forces Department for some matters, and Ji Luo was riding the bike to see him off. After registering at the guard post, Ji Luo pushed the bike and accompanied him to the office building. When they reached the gate, Ji Luo asked, "Brother Yan, can you go in by yourself?" "Yes," Zhou Rongyan replied, standing with his crutch. Luo, I might need about half an hour. You wait outside for me. The work here is different from training," he said. "Okay, I'll just look at the notice board over there." Ji Luo pointed to the nearby playground. The notice board displayed the latest newspapers. Ji Luo looked carefully. One of the pages had news about the proposal to resume the college entrance exams, but no final decision had been made yet. She carefully recalled the policy of restoring the college entrance exam. She remembered that the exam was resumed at the end of October. Now it was May, so there was about half a year left. This year's exam schedule was quite special, with only 1 or 2 months between the notice and the exam itself for preparation. The original owner had good grades. After graduating from high school, she continued reading for a year. All the knowledge from high school was still fresh in her mind. With a little review, it wouldn't be hard for her to get into a university. About half an hour later, a young man in military uniform ran out. "Are you Comrade Ji Luo?" "Hello, I am Ji Luo."
Hello, Comrade Luo.
"I am Secretary Yan from Minister Li's office. Colonel Zhou is helping with some matters at Minister Li's invitation. It might take half a day. Minister Li asked me to invite you to the office to rest for a while." Seeing that Colonel Zhou was busy, Ji Luo quickly said, "Comrade Yan, I won't go to the office. I have something to do. Please tell my husband that I am going back to my hometown to get some books. I will come back around 4 or 5 o'clock to pick him up." "Okay, I will tell Colonel Zhou." Ji Luo didn't stay long and went to the door to get her bicycle. She hurriedly left. Since cutting ties with the Ji family, she hadn't been to Niujiaobei. Today, she returned to pick up her high school textbooks. The distance from the county town to Niujiaobei was about 5 or 6 miles. She rode her bike to the village entrance, but didn't go into the village. She saw a child playing by the canal and called out, "Stone." The dark-skinned boy looked up, stared at her for a few moments, then recognized her.
Luo.
"Stone, come here. Help me with something." Before she left, Ji Luo had gone home and brought a cloth bag filled with steamed buns. She grabbed 2 and, when Stone, barefoot, ran over, handed him the buns. "Stone, can you secretly call Sister Bingqing over? Don't tell anyone in the Ji family, okay?" Stone happily took the buns, telling her, "Sister Bingqing is at Sister Ni's house. I saw her." "Stone, can you call her over for me?" Ji Luo finished speaking and took 2 candies from her pocket, stuffing them into his shirt pocket.
Keep these to eat.
"Don't let your sister see. If she sees, you won't get to eat anymore." Stone nodded repeatedly, also putting the buns into his small pocket, then ran off to call her. Soon, Bingqing ran over. Seeing her, she was a bit happy. "Luo Jie, why are you back?" "Bingqing, I came back to get some things." Bingqing rushed over to her. It's been half a month since they last saw each other. She looks much healthier, has gained a little weight, and is wearing new clothes. She's also riding a new bike. Ji Bingqing feels a bit envious and asks, Sister Luo, I heard you got married. How is Brother Zhou, your brother-in-law, doing with you? He's doing well. Ji Luo smiled and handed her a half bag of steamed buns hanging on her bike. I made these myself. Take them home to eat. Don't let others see them. Ji Bingqing opened the cloth bag and looked inside. It was filled with plain steamed buns. She felt touched. Sister Luo, there are so many buns, all made with plain flour. That must have cost a lot. Take them home and eat. Ji Luo didn't say much more and asked her for help. Bingqing, I came back today to pick up a few things. I don't want to go inside and bring bad luck. Can you help me get them? What do you want to take, Sister Luo? Ji Bingqing asked quickly. I want my high school textbooks. They're in the corner of the small shed where I used to live. Sister Luo, now that the family has split, the house I used to live in belongs to my family. Your books are in my room. I'll go get them for you now. Ji Bingqing said and ran into her house. Soon, she returned carrying a large stack of books. She said to her Sister Luo, during this time, Aunt San and Ji Mani have been going to the county town often. Today they went again and just got back. I don't know what they're doing in the county, but it seems things aren't going smoothly. They didn't meet anyone, and just now Grandpa and Grandma argued with Aunt San at home. This morning, I saw Brother Shimli. He told me about this too, Ji Luo said calmly. She tied the textbooks to the back of her bike and continued, Bingqing, since the family has split, you should keep to yourselves and not get involved with them. Ji Bingqing also thought about it, but her grandparents favored Uncle San's family. Uncle San and Aunt San were unreasonable, and whenever they resisted, they were scolded harshly. She didn't speak, and Ji Luo could guess what she was thinking. She kindly reminded her, the soft ones are afraid of the ES are afraid of the aggressive ones, and the aggressive ones are afraid of those who won't give in. The more weak and passive you are, the more they think they can bully you. I am a living example of that. Ji Bingqing slightly curled her lips. She understood these reasons and had thought about resisting, especially after Ji Luo successfully broke free from the Ji family. Her desire to fight back grew stronger, but she was still too scared to do so. When she finished tying the books and was about to leave, Ji Bingqing asked, Sister Luo, where are you living now? We're renting a house in the county town. Ji Bingqing heard about the Zhou family and knew that besides Zhou Mimi, everyone else had been taken away and sentenced. She asked, Sister Luo, I heard your brother-in-law's leg was badly hurt. Will he be disabled? His injury was serious, affecting bones and tendons, but he won't be disabled. He just needs a long rest, probably about half a year. Ji Luo wouldn't let Zhou Rongyan become disabled. She planned to earn the 50,000 points quickly, help him get good medicine for healing, and support him in returning to his beloved army. It's good he won't be disabled, Ji Bingqing smiled. They chatted for a while, then Ji Luo left on her bicycle back to the county town. Ji Bingqing waited until she was gone before returning home. When she got back, Li Shufan called her inside and asked, Bingqing, did Ji Luo come back just to get those books? Yes, she took the books, said a few words, and left. What did she say? Li Shufan asked eagerly. Ji Bingqing didn't hide anything and told her about their brief conversation. After hearing this, Li Shufan looked toward the neighbor's house and whispered, Your third uncle is just a fool. He had a good hand but played it badly. Mom, Sister Luo has changed a lot. She was riding her new bike, wearing new clothes and sneakers, and had a new watch. That watch is much better than Brother Shimli's and even better than those from the state store. It must have been bought in a big city. She also gained some weight. Her face is fuller, and her skin isn't as dark as before. She said Zhou brother-in-law treats her very well. Zhou Rongyan is a company commander, earning a good salary and allowances every month, probably more than Brother Shimli. He hasn't sent money to the Zhou family, so he probably has several thousand yuan saved up. Now he's at home recovering, and his comrades have prepared food and nutritional supplements for him. Ji Luo married him to enjoy a good life. The news about the Zhou family spread to several nearby production teams. Li Shufan and her daughter learned everything clearly. At this moment, they also sighed, Sister Luo has sharp eyes. Everyone says Zhou Rongyan is now even his family says he's limping, but she still chose to marry him. That's much better than marrying into the Lu family. While they were talking, the youngest daughter of the second household, Ji Panpan, brought in some hot flour rolls, happily saying, Mom, Dad said they taste really good. Let's eat them quickly. There were 5 flour rolls and 3 steamed buns in the bag. As soon as Ji Bingqing brought them home, Li Shufan took advantage of her parents-in-law arguing with the third household and immediately had her youngest daughter steam all of them. Li Shufan saw the man eat a flour roll and a steamed bun. She divided the flour roll into 3 parts, giving one to each of her daughters. She also ate a flour roll herself, and the remaining steamed bun was shared equally among the 3 daughters. Eat quickly, so the neighbors won't see, and don't tell anyone about this, she said. Li Shufan felt sad that her daughters had to eat secretly. After a few bites, she quickly ate her piece, and then went to the small vegetable garden behind the house to find Ji Erlin. Meanwhile, Ji Luo rode her bike back to her home in the county, and then visited Teacher Yu at County No. 1 Middle School. She asked him to help find some past exam review materials for the college entrance exam. Later, when she returned to the County Armed Forces Department, Zhou Rongyan had just finished his work. Several leaders were there, enthusiastically seeing him off as he left. With Zhou Rongyan's introduction, Ji Luo shook hands with the leaders and exchanged a few words before they took him home. Luo, the person wearing glasses just now, is a leader from a military research institute. They are working on weapons, and I happen to know a bit about this. He invited me to study and research with them for the next few days. I might not be able to help you at home during this time, he said. Brother Yen, important national matters come first. Don't worry about me. Go ahead and focus on your work. Starting tomorrow morning, I will pick you up on time, and I will handle the small family business with Brother Chen, she replied. Zhou Rongyan thought for a moment and suggested, Luo. Uncle Jifeng's daughter is diligent and capable, and she's quite strict. We can spend some money to invite them to help with work and selling goods. That's fine. When Brother Chen comes back, I'll talk to him, Ji Luo said. She also wanted to find some trustworthy people to help. She wasn't afraid that her apprentices would learn everything and then leave her stranded. She had many ideas for making money and rich business experience. These small businesses would eventually be replaced by her. Chun Jifeng returned the next morning. When he heard Ji Luo wanted to invite his cousins to help, he hesitated and expressed some concerns. Ji Luo, I have no problem with you inviting them to help. They would be happy to come. But once they learn the skills, they might have other ideas in the future, he said. It's okay. I don't plan to do these small businesses forever. If they want to become independent or open their own shops later, I won't stop them. I'm doing this now to save some money, so I can switch to something else later, she replied. After spending time together, Qin Jifeng understood her personality better. He used to think Zhou Rongyan was very capable, but now he realized Ji Luo was also very talented and discreet. The two of them were truly a good match. He also couldn't clearly explain the reason, but he felt that following them would definitely lead to a bright future. Ji Luo, I don't plan to work alone. It's good to work with you. Whatever you do in the future, I will follow you, Qin Jifeng declared immediately. Ji Luo smiled and said, Brother Chen, thank you for your trust. For now, let's start with small business to save some capital. Later, when we do bigger business, I promise I won't treat you badly. Okay. Chun Jifeng didn't ask much about her big plans. He decided to wait until she finalized her decision before inquiring further. After confirming more people would join, Qin Jifeng finished the hard work and immediately rode his bike back to the village, calling his cousin, sister-in-law, and 2 younger cousins over before lunch. Ji Luo had met the Qin family at the wedding banquet. His eldest cousin was named Qin Jijun, and his eldest sister-in-law was Yu Xiuzhu. Both were hardworking and quiet. Second cousin Qin Jiling and younger cousin Qin Jibin were twins, 16 years old, 2 years younger than Ji Luo. They had attended the same commune middle school and had met many times, but they didn't usually keep in touch. Before they arrived, Chen Iku and his wife had taught them well about how to behave and work. They were sensible and immediately started helping with chores once they arrived. Yu Xiuzhu and Qin Jiling, as aunt and niece, were both skilled with their hands. Ji Luo personally taught them how to make buns, and they quickly picked it up, making buns that looked good and were just as good as those made by Li Jiao. Wow, so many people at home today. Li Jiao came over, and the house was bustling with activity. Ji Luo gave a brief introduction to both sides and then called out to her, Jiao, come, let's go sell our goods. Ji Luo, wait a moment. Li Jiao grabbed her and pointed to the meat buns Qin Jifeng had mentioned, saying, Ji Luo, my uncle works at a machinery factory. I met him on the road yesterday and gave him 2 buns. He loved them so much that I want to send him 100 this afternoon.
Huh?
That many? Ji Luo was surprised. The factory is doing well. My uncle is a manager, and recently, a technical team from the north was sent to support the factory's reform. They often work overtime until midnight. My uncle said they could use some buns as late-night snacks.
Ji Luo understood.
She took the meat buns from Qin Jifeng and smiled, saying, Brother Qin, wait for the next batch of buns. We're going to deliver the goods first. Okay, go ahead. Business was good, and Qin Jifeng was happy. He helped them load the baskets onto the bike. The machinery factory was a bit far away. It took half an hour of cycling to get there. Li Jiao contacted me, and Ji Luo carried a basket and followed her inside the factory. As we passed a production workshop, Ji Luo's eyes immediately began a quick, all-around scan, recording all the machines and parts she saw into the system. When she saw her points rapidly surpass 10,000, she was very happy. When we left the factory, my points had reached 12,820. System, when will you give me my reward? I was looking forward to my first prize. I will give it to you when we get back. Those 4 words floated through my mind. To get my first reward sooner, I pedaled my bike so hard that the wheels almost smoked on the way home. Li Jiao sat behind me. I was riding too fast, and she was a little unsteady, holding onto my clothes. Ji Luo, why are you riding so fast? She asked. I suddenly don't feel well in my stomach. I need to get home quickly to use the bathroom. I made up an excuse. Li Jiao sighed helplessly, smiling. Do you want to find a place by the roadside to take care of it? She asked. No need, I can hold on until we get home. The half-hour trip was cut down to 20 minutes, and we arrived home. Qin Jifeng and Qin Jijun had just finished selling a batch of goods and were now at home packing for the next sale. I quickly went to the bathroom, then returned to my room, eager to ask, where's my reward? As soon as I finished speaking, an object wrapped in an old newspaper appeared out of nowhere on the bed. It was about the size of a red brick. Seeing its rough exterior, my excitement was somewhat dampened. I picked up the package and weighed it about 3 jin around
5 kilogram.
I frowned slightly. What is this? I asked. Open it and see for yourself. I sighed, tore open the newspaper wrapping, and saw a neatly folded bundle of money inside. My eyes widened in surprise. Money, I exclaimed. It's what you need most right now, the system replied. I said, this reward is very real and really touches my heart. I was about to count it when the system announced again, 5,000 yuan. The first reward was quite a lot. Zhou Rongyan had been in the army for many years, and his savings on the bank book were only about 5,000 yuan. Although this reward was much less than I had imagined, I was still very satisfied. I carefully folded the newspaper and muttered, where should I hide so much money? Our home is so small. If Brother Yen finds out later, I won't be able to explain. Storing such a large sum at the credit union wasn't a good idea. I'd probably be questioned or watched, and it could cause a lot of trouble. When your points reach 100,000, you can apply for a storage bag as a reward, and the chance of receiving it is quite high, the system kindly reminded. Storage bag? Ji Luo's eyes lit up. Was it the kind of magical space bag she was thinking of? Yes, the lowest level storage bag is about 3 times the size of the house you're living in now. At this moment, Ji Luo's eyes brightened with excitement. I understand. I will earn points quickly. After saying that, She first hid the money in a pile of unremarkable books, planning to find a better hiding spot later. When she left the house, all the leftover noodles were packed into baskets. Everyone carried a large basket and locked the door, then hurried to the main street to sell goods. With the help of Li Jiao and 4 members of the Qin family, today's stock was sold out early. The Qin family members didn't stay overnight here. After selling everything, they rode their bikes home. Ji Luo also went to pick up Zhou Rongyan to bring him home. Zhou Rongyan helped a lot today. Minister Li personally bought 2 jin of meat and gave it to him, so they enjoyed a good meal tonight. 3 people, 3 dishes, 2 meat dishes, and 1 vegetable. Ji Luo and Qin Jifeng's happiest time each day was counting money at night. Zhou Rongyan sat nearby with a teacup, watching them happily tally their earnings. When Ji Luo finished counting and smiled brightly, he couldn't help but smile too. Is making money fun? Yes, it is, Ji Luo said happily. Qin Jifeng recorded the accounts, smiling just as happily. Today's earnings are as much as I made selling vegetables and mountain goods last month. Zhou Rongyan knew that earning money in the countryside wasn't easy, and he said with a smile, "Save more money, and maybe you can marry a wife someday." Qin Jifeng grinned, having some thoughts about marriage. He also wanted to experience the warmth of having a wife and children at home. They were very happy about earning money. When they returned home, the Qin siblings were also very pleased. Ji Luo paid them a daily wage of 1 yuan. They worked half a day today, and when they finished, Ji Luo paid them. But the Qin siblings didn't take the money. Instead, they took a bag of steamed buns home to eat. Now, the family was inside eating and chatting. At Niujiao Bay Brigade, Ji Shimli went home after work today and bought a jin of meat, giving the family some of the supplies issued by the unit this month. Although the family had split up and cooked separately, the house was small. The big house cooked meat, and the neighboring 2 families could smell the delicious food and knew they were eating good dishes. This made Ji Sanlin's family very jealous. Ji Wenwu and Ji Shuangchuan, 2 grown-up children, relied on their grandparents' affection and brought bowls to uncle's house for meals. However, Lu Hongyu was not used to this and frowned, telling them sternly, "It's time for us to eat. Go back to your own home to eat." Seeing that the brothers didn't move, Talon stood at her door eating from her bowl, clearly instigating them to come. Lu Hongyu was very angry and ordered her younger son, Heping, "Go get the broom. They are not part of our family, so sweep them out." Ji Heping placed the dishes on the table without even glancing at his 3rd uncle's 2 nephews and immediately ran out to get the broom. Talon angrily rushed over, shouting sharply, "Big sister-in-law, they are just here to eat with Grandpa and Grandma. As the eldest aunt, why are you so petty? I've already said, no one is allowed to enter our house. Your son, go back to your home and stop bothering us." Recently, the 2 sisters-in-law had completely torn their relationship apart. Lu Hongyu no longer held back. With her husband and children supporting her, she became very confident at home. Seeing that the 2 old folks didn't speak, Lu Hongyu felt even more confident. "You mother and daughter keep running to the county town every day, eating well outside, but I haven't seen you bring anything back to show respect to your parents. Now that Shimli has brought back some meat, I know exactly what you're thinking. Let me make this clear. This meat is for our family to eat. If you want some, go buy it yourself. Don't keep eyeing ours." At this moment, Ji Heping also brought the broom inside. Lu Hongyu placed it beside herself, waiting for her daughter to bring the meat over. Once she did, she subtly gave Shimli a look. Shimli also disliked the 3rd uncle's family. He first picked up chopsticks and divided 3 pieces of meat for the grandparents, then shared the remaining meat evenly among the 5 family members. The 2 elderly members of the Ji family had visibly become more haggard in recent days, probably due to family troubles that made them very upset. Both looked exhausted and lacked the energy to get involved in the quarrel between the sisters-in-law. They rarely ate meat, and these 3 pieces were not enough for themselves, so they didn't really want to share with their grandchildren either. Ji Wenwu and his brother watched the grandparents eat meat, drooling with envy. Both brothers looked eagerly at their grandparents, hoping they would share 2 pieces of meat with them. Unfortunately, the grandparents didn't even glance at them. "Come back. Talon, seeing that the two old folks were only focused on eating and ignoring their two grandsons, shouted angrily, "Tomorrow I will go weigh the meat to Jean, for our own family to eat. Don't worry. You all eat 10 Jean at once, and we won't be shameless enough to carry bowls around asking for food," Lu Hongyu snapped. After the mother and son left, Shimli spoke up. "Grandpa, what have Aunt San and her daughter been doing in the county town every day lately?" "Visiting relatives," old Ji replied. "Did they see anyone?" Shimli had come home today, mainly to find out about Talon's relatives. He said the other party was transferred for work and has moved. They've been looking for the new place in the county. Hearing this, Shimli frowned. He thought about the woman they followed this noon. She was probably a relative of Talon's family. Since she was a close relative, why did Aunt San and her daughter not go up to greet her, but instead follow secretly? What is their relationship with this relative? "Grandpa, how much do you know about this relative of Aunt San's family?" "Shimli, why are you suddenly asking about this?" Lu Hongyu looked at him. Seeing everyone stop eating and look at him, Shimli calmly said, "I just think this relative of Aunt San seems a bit strange." "Strange how?" Old Ji asked quickly. "Aunt San's relative gives them good gifts during festivals, but she has never given anything to the Tao family. The Tao family has never met this relative. Uncle San and Yuan have never seen her, and neither have we. Only she and her daughter have seen her. Aunt San says her relative is a government official. What kind of official could keep us from knowing? Only Manny knows? Could she be deliberately hiding something, afraid we might try to get close to her relative? Last time, when I had work issues, I understood she didn't ask her relative for help. She has 3 children, and it's understandable to prioritize her own family. But recently, Manny was fired, and their mother, Aunt San, and Uncle San were all taken to the police station for education. Her relative didn't step forward to help. Now her relative has been transferred and moved, but they didn't even send a message about her new address. It's like they're deliberately not telling Aunt San. Don't you think that's strange?" These 2 old men had argued with Talon a lot these days, always blaming her relative for not helping. But they never thought much about it. Now, when Shimli brought it up, both of them felt something was really off. Seeing they weren't speaking and seemed to be thinking, Shimli repeated his earlier question. "Grandpa, Grandma, how much do you know about this relative of Aunt San's family?"
We
"Don't know much." Grandma Ji had asked Talon before, but she didn't say anything. She looked upset and said, "The third family's relative is an official, but their position is special, and their workplace is confidential. We can't talk about it." "Yes, she said that at the time, that their workplace was secret, and they couldn't tell outsiders," Old Man Ji added. Shimli thought for a moment, and quietly said the key point. "Grandpa, according to third aunt, this relative is a cousin from her mother's side. But this cousin has no dealings with the Tao family. As an official, they should have some influence, but they have never helped the Tao family. Third aunt's 2 brothers from her mother's side. I'll say this bluntly, they're not good people. They've caused trouble outside many times. When they got into trouble, this relative never stepped in to help." Lu Hongyu immediately agreed and added, "Yes, about 4 or 5 years ago, Talon's eldest brother got drunk and fought someone, breaking the other's rib. It caused a big fuss. The other person demanded compensation and even wanted to report to the police. At that time, the Tao family didn't seem to pressure them using this official relative. She said her cousin works at a special unit, so maybe it's not convenient for him to get involved in these matters," Grandma Ji said uncertainly. "Grandma, even if he's from a special unit and can't intervene directly, he could at least make a call to ask someone to help handle it," Shimli said. He had a suspicion about his relative's identity, but didn't have time to investigate. Silent Delin Ji suddenly spoke up. "Shimli, this matter with third aunt's relative has nothing to do with our family. You should focus on your work and not worry about her affairs." "Dad, the matter with third aunt's relative does indeed have nothing to do with me. But I feel that his identity is very strange and suspicious." Shimli paused briefly and then lowered his voice to say, "You all know that the special period is over. Most of the officials from that faction have been. Now I suspect that third aunt's relative is from that faction.
What?
The two elders of the Ji family looked shocked. Grandpa, third aunt, said her relative was transferred and moved. If it was just an ordinary transfer, why didn't they inform about the new address in advance? Also, at this critical time, is this transfer normal, or is it because of something else? Old Man Ji's chopsticks slipped from his hand and fell on the table. He suddenly grabbed his grandson's arm, his face full of wrinkles like ravines. Shimli, do you know something? Grandpa, I don't know anything, but Ji Luo should know something.
Yi Luo?
Everyone at the table looked visibly changed. Victory Ji looked outside and saw that the people from Uncle San's family hadn't come out. He spoke in a slightly quieter but loud enough voice for everyone to hear. This morning, I ran into Ji Luo on the street in the county town. She was selling buns and steamed bread at a stall. She's changed a lot recently. I talked with her. After he finished, Grandma Ji looked upset and said, Victory, you can't believe what that girl says. She's jealous of our family and likes to stir trouble. Grandma, Ji Luo lives under the same roof as Uncle San's family. She probably knows more about Aunt San's affairs than we do. What she warns us about doesn't need much thought, just a little thinking, and it's clear she's right. Her doubts are not unfounded. Besides, this relative only helps Aunt San and her daughter. She doesn't help Uncle San, or the talented and capable, or the Tao family, or us. Don't you think that's strange? Also, this relative is very kind to Maney. Aunt San used to say she'd help Maney find a job. But when Maney grew up and needed a job, she didn't help. Instead, she even tried to take Ji Luo's work. Grandma, don't be angry with me for speaking honestly. If that relative had helped Maney find a job back then, and Aunt San hadn't had bad ideas, our family wouldn't be so criticized now. And Uncle San is also irresponsible. He lets Aunt San do whatever she wants at home, making the house a mess, and life is terrible. He even forced Ji Luo to cut ties with the family. He'll regret it someday. Victory, you've gone too far with your words. Grandma Ji didn't agree and still defended her son. Your Uncle San isn't capable of doing bad things. He doesn't do evil. Now that the children are grown, I believe they will be filial to him. He won't be left without support when he's old. Ji Luo is a wicked girl. Cut her off if you want. Your Uncle San doesn't care about her, and I don't care either. Victory Ji chuckled softly. Grandma, do you still not see what kind of people Maney and the talented and capable siblings are? They've been badly influenced by Aunt San. Do you think Uncle San can rely on them in the future? They will learn and do better, Grandma Ji replied. Before Victory Ji could say more, Lu Hongyu stopped him. Victory, enough. Don't interfere with Uncle San's family. Let them handle their own affairs. Victory Ji nodded and picked up his bowl to eat. Although the topic was dropped, Old Man Ji lowered his head, lost in thought, not saying a word. Until the bowls and chopsticks were cleared away, Old Man Ji stood up holding his pipe and said, Victory, come with me. We need to talk. The grandfather and grandson went to the bamboo grove behind the house. Old Man Ji sat on a flat stone and looked worried. Victory, do you think I did something wrong? He asked. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Victory replied as he lit a cigarette for him. Old Man Ji took a puff and said with a cloud of smoke, It's about Ji Luo. When he mentioned Ji Luo, Victory also felt a bit sad. He lit a cigarette and squatted nearby. Grandpa, there's something I want to say, but I don't know if I should. Go ahead. Old Man Ji looked at him. I think cutting ties with Ji Luo might be the biggest mistake our Ji family has made, Victory said honestly. Seeing his grandson also thought he was wrong, Old Man Ji sighed heavily. He had never paid much attention to his granddaughter Ji Luo before, or rather, he didn't care about her. But recently, he kept thinking about her for some reason. Actually, it wasn't because he remembered her good qualities, but because after comparing her with Ji Maney, he realized Ji Luo was much more diligent and capable. Her personality was honest and gentle, and she looked prettier. She had a good reputation in the village and could bring some face to the Ji family. Seeing his grandfather with his head down and silent, Victory told him, Grandpa, Ji Luo is now selling buns and steamed bread at a stall in the county town. Her high school classmates are helping her. The food is quite good, and many people are eager to buy. She probably earns more in a month than I do in my salary. Today after work, I saw her riding her bike to pick up Zhou Rongyan from the County Armed Forces Department. When Zhou Rongyan came out, many officials were there to see him off. One leader even gave Ji Luo 2 pounds of meat, showing they value her and see potential in her. I think they have a good relationship. Zhou Rongyan is very caring and considerate towards her. She's wearing new clothes and shoes, has a new bike and watch. She's gained some weight and looks much prettier than when she was at home. While he was speaking, Old Man Ji looked up and saw that Ji Luo was doing better and better after leaving home. Zhou Rongyan was not as lame as they said. His face, wrinkled like tree bark, was tight with regret. You grandma and third aunt have short sight and don't listen to the full story before making decisions. I was also misled by them and made mistakes, he said. While the grandfather and grandson talked about Ji Luo, Talon was at home losing her temper. As usual, she pointed at the drunken Sanlin Ji and scolded him loudly. You're just useless trash. I was blind to marry such a fool in my life. My daughter, a pure and innocent girl, married you, a second-hand loser. I worked hard to raise your illegitimate child, and now, at the end, you send that child to get an education. Now, even my children can't hold their heads up high. I raised that ungrateful person. I didn't just do nothing. I worked hard. It's right that she gave her job to Manny, but this ungrateful person secretly schemes to get revenge on us. Now Manny lost her job and her reputation is ruined. It's all because of that Bao girl, Ji Luo. You must go deal with her. Talon's sharp, loud insults hurt her ears. Ji Sanlin, drunk and confused, was being scolded and muttered back. Good for nothing. You're a good for nothing too. We're all good for nothings. Can't even find a backup, just a useless person. Ji Sanlin, who do you call a good for nothing? Say that again. You good for nothing scoundrel. Your son wants to eat some meat, but you can't even buy it. I was blind to marry such a useless man like you. You're the most useless in the Ji family. No wonder Bai Xuemei, even after giving birth to Ji Luo, the ungrateful person, doesn't want to stay with you. With a useless man like you, anyone who stays with you is unlucky. The words Bai Xuemei are a deep taboo in Ji Sanlin's heart. Even when he's drunk now, he can't touch that name without feeling a shock. Talon usually scolds him as useless and a coward. Ji Sanlin doesn't care. But when she mentions Bai Xuemei, his mind suddenly becomes clear as if struck by lightning. He staggered to his feet, eyes bloodshot and fierce, glaring at her. Shut up. Your mouth is on me. I want to say what I want. Talon had no idea she had touched his bottom line. She kept provoking him. Bai Xuemei despises and dislikes you, a useless man. Now her daughter also looks down on you. She probably plans to cut ties with you soon. Only we, mother and son, are foolish enough to live with a useless person like you. I've been cursed to have such a mess of a man. Smack. While she was shouting, she didn't defend herself. He slapped her hard, knocking her to the ground. Before she could recover, Ji Sanlin, full of alcohol, pounced on her, pressing down and wildly beating her with both arms. Help!
Help me!
Talon often yelled at home. The Ji family was used to it, and no one came to stop her. It wasn't until Talon screamed for help that Ji Manny and her siblings rushed in. Mom.
Dad, stop it. Stop.
When they reached the door, Talon was already covered in blood from being beaten. Ji Sanlin had drunk a lot of alcohol. Under the influence, Talon had insulted him deeply, which made him furious. He hit her hard, and his face looked especially fierce and scary. You wicked woman.
I've tolerated you for a long time.
You're a mess. Do you think you're something special? If you think I'm useless, then get out. It wasn't me who asked to marry you. Your family sent someone to matchmake and you married me yourself. If you're regretful, then get lost. Go back to your old Tao family. I don't care. Ji Sanlin kept cursing and kept hitting Talon, making her scream loudly. Soon, Ji Daling and the others heard the noise. Seeing Ji Sanlin beating her badly, They were worried someone might get hurt badly, so they hurried over and pulled him away. "Let me go. I want to beat this trash woman to death. Tell her to get lost. Our Ji family doesn't want her. Let her go as far as she can." Ji Sanlin was held by his brothers, but still kicked Talon fiercely, with a dark, angry face, cursing loudly and using harsh words that were hard to hear. The grandparents from the Ji family, who were talking in the bamboo forest behind, hurried back when they saw Talon covered in blood. They were shocked. Old Ji quickly asked what happened. "What's going on? Why did the third son suddenly start beating her?" She was just insulting the third son at home, calling him useless and a coward. That's why he got so angry and hit her. Ji's wife quickly defended her son. During the argument earlier, no one came to see, but they heard Talon cursing. Li Shufan from next door listened carefully. Seeing Ji Sanlin still wildly kicking Talon, she whispered to old Ji beside her. "Dad, when the third sister-in-law was insulting the third son, she mentioned Ji Luo's mom. That's when he suddenly lost his temper." Old Ji knew his son well. The name Bai Shuai was a taboo in the family, no one could mention it. Talon had touched his sore spot today. Ji Shimli stood outside, seeing neighbors gathering to watch, and said, "Manny, take your mom inside to clean her wounds." Talon was beaten badly, her teeth were loosened, and she spat out a lot of blood. Her face was covered in blood, and she looked a bit shocked. Usually, she was very bossy at home, but after being beaten hard by Ji Sanlin, she became a little scared. Without needing Mei and I to drag her away, she quickly got up, panicked and frightened, and ran back into her room. Seeing her become obedient after being hit, the old lady Ji encouraged her husband nearby, saying, "Third brother, you did the right thing. That brat should be taught a good lesson. It's about time she was punished like this." Ji Sanlin was somewhat sober earlier, but now, drunk again, he was a bit confused. He raised his neck and roared, "Mom, from now on, if she curses me again, I'll beat her. I'll send this troublemaker back to old Tao's house. I don't want her anymore." "Shut up," his mother snapped. Old Mr. Ji, seeing his son's drunken state, became annoyed and told the other two sons, "Throw him onto the mat and ignore him." The Ji family soon dispersed. The neighbors were used to their arguments, but today's sudden fight between Ji Sanlin and Talon surprised many. Some even whispered that he finally showed some backbone. Ji Sanlin was known as a drunk and a troublemaker in the team, and Talon's reputation wasn't much better. She had argued with neighbors before and was disliked by many in the team. Today, many people watched and laughed at her being beaten. Meanwhile, Ji Luo was hosting guests. That evening, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Yu, came to visit. Li Jiao and two other classmates were there too. They hadn't all gathered properly in nearly a year, and tonight they talked for almost 2 hours. Mr. Yu discussed the college entrance exams with them. Although no official notice had been issued yet, newspapers had already published proposals to resume the exams. He advised them to read and review their books when they had free time, as there might be opportunities soon. Inspired by the teacher's advice, the classmates decided to start preparing early. When they got home, they organized their high school textbooks and began reviewing their lessons. Not only did they take action, but Zhou Rongyan also started doing something. He had finished middle school and joined the army. Later, he self-studied high school courses in the military, focusing only on science subjects. Zhou Rongyan was very talented in science. He didn't need teachers for many courses. He could learn on his own. Over the years, besides training, he spent a lot of time studying books about weapons and military technology. He became very knowledgeable about various weapons used in the army. A few days ago, when he went to the county military office to handle some matters, he encountered a problem with a new weapon assembly. Since he knew about it, he helped solve the issue. Ji Luo carefully organized her books, placing them on a small table in the room. She said, "Brother Yan, the books on the left are for arts classes, and the ones on the right are for science. When you have time, take a look." "Okay." Zhou Rongyan had just heard his wife being praised by the teacher. Her academic performance was excellent. If the college entrance exam could be restored, it wouldn't be hard for her to get into university. To keep up with his wife, he knew he had to work hard too. Brother Yuan, you still need to go help tomorrow. Sleep early. Ji Luo casually spread out the blanket on the bed. After he lay down comfortably, she turned off the light and got into bed. As soon as she was settled, a strong male scent filled the room. His hot body pressed close to hers, full of energy, and soon they began a deep conversation for the night. After 2 busy days, Zhou Rongyan needed to go to the machinery factory for some matters. When Ji Luo heard he was going there, she immediately took the opportunity. Brother Yuan, I'll ride my bike to take you there. I've been there before to deliver buns, so I know the way. Luo, riding a bike is a bit far. Let Ji Foam take me, Zhou Rongyan said, worried she might tire herself out. Today, the team will deliver firewood, and Brother Qin needs to receive the goods at home. I'll go and send you off. Now that the Qin family was capable, Ji Luo felt confident leaving the task to them. She told Ji Foam and the others and rode her bike to the machinery factory. The leaders and technical experts from the county's armed forces department arrived earlier and waited at the gate. As soon as they arrived, they registered to enter the factory. While the men discussed work matters, Ji Luo quietly stood nearby to accompany them. She also took the chance to input various machinery and equipment data into the system, gradually filling in the details from previous entries. She spent the whole morning at the factory. Her points exceeded 20,000. During lunch at the factory canteen, she entered data for a large liberation truck into the system. 20,200 points. Still more than halfway to 50,000, Ji Luo muttered to herself while eating. She overheard Zhou Rongyan discussing special parts with the technical experts and sent a mental message to the system, asking system, "Can I tell my husband about your existence?" "The matter is up to the host. You can decide for yourself," the system replied. Ji Luo considered her situation and shared her thoughts. "I'm just an ordinary person. I only deal with common items. Due to current policies, travel is restricted. Even if I record everything I can access now, my points probably won't reach 100,000 in the next year or two. I urgently want to get the healing medicine to cure him. Honestly, telling him might help me accumulate points later. You are in the lowest level world. As your points increase, you can gradually share information and resources with higher level worlds. This will also help you plan and grow better in the future." These words flashed through my mind, and I smiled to myself. Okay, I understand. After lunch at the mechanical factory, Zhou Rongyan had some other matters to attend to at the County Armed Forces Department. I drove him and everyone else to the office building entrance. Only then did I ride my bike home. At home, everyone was busy. 3 women were making noodles, and the 3 brothers Chen were working together smoothly. Everything was going well. As soon as I got home, Li Jiao happily reported, "Ji Luo, I got another order for you." Jiao, your social connections are pretty good. I had just bought a bag of oranges on the way home and shared one with everyone. I smiled and asked, "Which organization is this order from?" Jiao ordered it. His sister had a baby last month, and they're celebrating the full moon tomorrow. Their family needs to prepare red eggs and sugar buns. He heard you are making buns to sell, so he asked to order 100 red-dipped sugar buns. Jia is our high school classmate. He now works at the grain station. Last night, during a gathering with teachers and classmates, we talked about him. Seeing that the red-dipped sugar buns were ready, I smiled and said, "All right, I'll deliver them now." Since classmates take care of business, I also packed some meat buns in oiled paper and took a few chive and egg pancakes as a gift. I carried 2 heavy baskets and hurried to deliver the goods. Ji Luo, long time no see. Jia works as an accountant at the grain station. When he saw an old classmate bringing something over, he ran out smiling and looked surprised when he saw me. "Ji Luo, you've changed a lot. You look more beautiful than before. You seem more energetic and handsome too." Jia used to be a bit careless during school, but now with a stable job, he dressed more formally. His spirit and appearance are definitely different from before. Hearing the compliment from the school beauty, Jia grinned and kept smiling. "I heard from Li Jiao about your situation. It looks like you're doing very well now." "Yes, I've completely left the past behind and started a new life. I'm doing very well now." I handed him the 2 baskets, smiling brightly. The sugar buns you wanted are ready. Inside the oiled paper are meat buns and chive egg pancakes, still warm.
Try some and see how they taste.
You're so polite. Hee-jie gladly accepted them. There's no need to be so polite. I should also thank you for taking care of my business. Ji Luo took out a piece of paper from his pocket, which had his home address written on it, and invited him. Hee-jie, last night we gathered with the teacher. I invited her and some classmates to come over on Sunday. If you're free, come join us. I'll make dumplings and braised dishes for everyone. I heard from Li Jiao that your cooking is good. I will definitely come on Sunday, Hee-jie replied happily. It was during work hours, and Hee-jie was rushing back to his office. They didn't talk much, just exchanged a few polite words. He then carried 2 baskets and left. Ji Luo rode away on his bike, but not far out, he saw 2 familiar figures. Why are they here? Even if Talon and Ji Mei and I turned to dust, Ji Luo wouldn't mistake them. He immediately rode his bike into a corner to hide. Seeing Talon look back several times toward the grain station, covering her face and whispering to Ji Mei and I, Ji Luo suddenly remembered that Talon's relative's wife worked at the grain station. He muttered quietly, "Are they here to visit relatives at the grain station?" Talon and Ji Mei and I stood in place for half a minute, talking but not heading toward the grain station. Instead, they went in the opposite direction. After they had walked a certain distance, Ji Luo waited until they were out of sight, then slowly followed on his bike. When they reached the residential area a mile away, he locked his bike in a nearby bike shed and secretly continued to follow.
Uncle Sui.
Talon went ahead to ask around, while Ji Mei and I, looking annoyed, walked behind. Suddenly, she saw Sui Jiangbo come out of his house. "Mei and I, why are you here?" Sui Jiangbo pretended to be surprised. Actually, he had seen Talon and her daughter earlier inside the house. He had wanted to find someone to contact them in the village, but was delayed by something. When he saw them come back, he came out to meet them. "Uncle Sui, you moved without telling us? We've been looking for you for a long time." Ji Mei and I acted spoiled and rude at home but was charming in front of him. "Mei and I, some things happened recently. We moved here temporarily. We've only been living here for less than half a month and haven't had the chance to inform you." Sui Jiangbo looked kind and friendly, asking, "Did you come here alone?" "I came with my mom." She went ahead to ask around. Ji Mei and I pointed to the alley in front. "Mei and I, go call your mom," Sui Jiangbo said, pointing to the alley behind him. "Go about 200 meters down this road. There's a small square. I'll wait for you at the bulletin board. I have something important to tell you and your mother." When she heard there was good news, Ji Minnie's eyes lit up with excitement. "Great, Uncle Sui, I'll go call my mom right now." Watching her walk away, Sui Jiangbo's smile slowly faded. He didn't wait for them and nodded subtly towards the house before quietly leaving. Hidden in the shadows, Ji Luo saw Sui Jiangbo's face clearly and noticed the change in his expression just now. He was sure that Sui Jiangbo's friendliness towards Ji Minnie was fake. Curious about his true relationship with Talon, Ji Luo quickly looked around and chose a nearby shortcut to the small square he mentioned. Coincidentally, the bulletin board at the small square was next to a wall, and Ji Luo hid behind it before Sui Jiangbo arrived. Sui Jiangbo waited about 2 minutes. Talon and her daughter happily ran over, and Ji Minnie called out warmly from afar, "Uncle Sui." Sui Jiangbo nodded slightly. His seemingly gentle but cold eyes fell on Talon. He asked, "What's wrong? Why does your face look swollen?" Talon's face stiffened, and she didn't tell the truth. She lied. "I tripped on the doorstep last night." Sui Jiangbo saw through her lie immediately. The injury on her face was clearly caused by a hit. From what he knew about Talon, she probably caused it herself. Since she wasn't honest, he didn't bother to ask more. "Uncle Sui, you said there was good news."
What is it?
Ji Minnie was eager to know and didn't want to hear about her mother being hurt. Talon also looked anxious and hurriedly asked, "Did you arrange a job for Minnie?" "No, I haven't arranged a job. It's not convenient for me to do that now." Hearing this, Talon frowned. "What do you mean by not convenient? You promised to help Minnie find a job before. Why are you changing your mind now?" She questioned him right away, making Sui Jianghua unhappy. Ji Mini also looked upset and said, "Mom, let's listen to what Uncle Sui has to say first."
Talon finally understood.
Sui Jianghua had lost his job, and he didn't have the authority now. It was indeed harder for him to help with a job. She forced a smile and said, "I heard about your situation. Your work now."
"I've had a change in my job."
"I'm waiting for a transfer, and I might be moved to the city next month," Sui Jianghua replied casually, not wanting them to know the full truth. When she heard he wasn't suspended, just transferred to a different position, Talon's expression changed clearly, showing a bit of flattery and happiness. She said, "I knew it was your former neighbor spreading rumors. Your work is fine. Even if you're suspended here, your father-in-law's family will definitely help you find a new job." Sui Jianghua slightly twisted his fake smile but didn't explain further, which was taken as an agreement with her guess. Since he still had a job, probably working in an official government office, Talon's excitement grew. She immediately asked, "By the way, you said something good happened. Since it's not about finding a job for May and I, what other good news is it? You asked me before to help May and I find a job and a match. Now, at this time, I can't arrange a job for her in the county town. I think she's at the age to get married, so I asked relatives in the city to help find a good family for her." Talon cared a lot about her daughter's marriage, so she hurriedly asked, "What is the other family's situation? Are they officials in the county town?" Ji Mei and I didn't speak, but her eyes shone brightly, and she was very excited inside. Sui Jianghua, who had been in official circles for decades, saw through the thoughts in the mother and daughter's minds clearly. He smiled kindly and warmly. "They're not from the county town, but from the city. The man just turned 22, about 4 or 5 years older than May and I. He's quite suitable in age, tall and handsome. His family situation is a bit special. His parents passed away in an accident when he was young, leaving him as an only child. He was raised by his grandparents and uncle's family. His uncle is a top official at the City Forestry Bureau. The couple loves their nephew very much and arranged a job for him early on. He's currently working at a forest farm. His uncle wants him to gain experience there first, and once he's married, he'll transfer back to a city office." Hearing that he was the nephew of a senior city leader, Ji Mei and I almost jumped with joy. Talon was equally excited, saying, Sui Go, is this really the good family you've arranged for May and I? When you mentioned it last time, I started looking around and also asked relatives in the city for help. After careful selection, I think this family is the best." Sui Jianghua spoke smoothly, and Talon felt very comfortable listening. Her eyes showed deep affection for him. Seeing the same excited expressions on the mother and daughter's faces, Sui Jianghua's gaze flickered slightly, and he continued, "Although I asked relatives to help make the connection, the other family also has some conditions." "What conditions?" the mother and daughter asked together. The gay man didn't set any special conditions, as long as they get along well. However, his uncle and aunt want the future daughter-in-law to be diligent and caring for the family. They have helped support their nephew financially and prepared the wedding house early. Everything else was arranged by them. The man works at a forest station and was raised by his grandparents, so he doesn't do household chores. They expect the daughter-in-law to manage the home, cook 3 meals a day, and be a good wife and mother at home. They hope she won't work outside. This requirement made Talon very happy, and she smiled with her eyes squinting. "Oh, what's so hard about that? Taking care of the home and being a good wife and mother is what women do. Our Maney is perfect for that." Ji Luo, hiding behind the wall, rolled his eyes. The food cooked by Ji Maney was as bad as pig feed. She was unhygienic, messy, lazy, and greedy. Whoever married her would be unlucky. But given the good family background of the man, as Sui Jianghua just described, how could he possibly choose a girl from the countryside? Talon and her daughter were so excited by this good news that they didn't think much. But Ji Luo was very sure something was suspicious. Most likely, the man had health issues. Ji Maney was so happy she couldn't stop smiling, acting shy and grateful to Sui Jianghua, eager to go to the city for the wedding. Talon also smiled happily and, worried the good opportunity might slip away, asked eagerly, Brother Sui, when will they meet? What should we prepare? The man's family is well off, so no need to prepare much dowry. I'll go to the city later and buy some ready-made bedding, clothes, and shoes for Manny. As for the bride price, their family won't be stingy. They have everything ready, new furniture, bedding, and clothes. The wedding house is a newly renovated 2-bedroom apartment, all brand new. It's better than our old unit, even bigger than some 3-bedroom homes. The house is a 2-bedroom, but it's larger than our previous place at work. It's a new building, and the space is bigger than most 3-bedroom homes. The man is working at the forest station and usually lives in a dormitory. He hasn't moved into the wedding house yet. They'll move in after the wedding. Talon and Manhwa became more excited. Talon was thinking about their future life in the city and was very happy. Good. Brother Sui, I knew you cared about Manhwa. We'll follow your arrangements for everything. The man was also in a hurry. He is over 22 years old, usually busy with work, and has few holidays. This time he happened to have a break. Recently, his family has been arranging blind dates for him. If you agree, I will call my relatives when I go back. In the next couple of days, I will take you to the city to handle this matter quickly. With him stepping in, Talon was eager and agreed. Without hesitation, we agree. Minnie has no objections. Uncle Sui, I agree. Manhwa responded sweetly, sounding overly dramatic and making one's scalp tingle. Sui was slightly pulled at the awkward corner of his mouth. This is a bit sudden. You should discuss it with the rest of your family first. If they agree, we will take the bus to the city the day after tomorrow morning. I will wait for you at the station. If you don't come, I will assume you changed your mind, and I will cancel this plan. Sui go, we won't change our minds. We agree and promise to come on time, Talon said, worried this good opportunity might slip away. Okay, I will wait for you at the station, Sui nodded. His eyes flickered slightly, then he added, your husband is a drunkard and a troublemaker. He doesn't speak well and easily offends people. Don't involve him in Minnie's affairs. Minnie's matters, we will handle them ourselves, Talon said with a deep, mysterious look. Hiding behind the wall, Luo heard her words. Her eyes narrowed, and she suddenly had an interesting guess. Talon intentionally said that last part heavily, and combined with Sui Jiangua's appearance, her mind came up with a playful thought. Sui Jiangua glanced at her without saying more, then waved his hand. All right, you can go back now. I will contact the relatives. As he was about to leave, Manhwa suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out, Uncle Sui, wait a moment. I have something I want to ask for your help with. What's the matter? Sui Jiangua asked. Uncle Sui, can you find someone to deal with a person for me? Manhwa pouted and acted cute. Sui Jiangua's eyes flickered. Deal with whom? That's the daughter of my dad and the woman in front. Manhwa had never called Luo's sister before. She had always used her full name. Now, relying on her backing, she immediately poured out all her grievances from these days. Talon also helped her, and both mother and daughter looked very similar, with expressions full of disgust and hatred when mentioning Luo. Luo listened quietly, with no emotional fluctuation. Before she even started to deal with them, they were already trying to push her around. They were truly vicious to the bone. After they finished venting their feelings, Sua Jiangua asked, did she marry a soldier? Yes, a disabled one. Manhwa pouted. Sua Jiangua knew a little about the Ji family. He didn't want to get involved in their affairs, nor did he want to offend active soldiers or military spouses. He said, all right, Manhwa, I understand you've been wronged. But the most important thing now is your marriage and dealing with your half-sister. We can handle revenge later.
Uncle suo.
Manhwa looked unhappy. Manhwa, the man your relatives introduced, your uncle and aunt, are high-level city officials. They have strict family values and care about their reputation. If they find out you're trying to get revenge on your sister and it damages your reputation, it could ruin everything. Talon thought further ahead and knew he was right. If the issue with Luo affected her daughter's future marriage, it wouldn't be worth it. So she quickly advised, Manhwa, Uncle Sua is right. You can deal with Ji Luo later. Right now, the most important thing is for the good opportunity your uncle introduced to succeed. Okay. Ji Mani also thought the elders made sense. She secretly planned that once she married into a powerful official family, she would find a way to get back at Ji Luo later. Mani, your sister's marriage isn't good either. She's a soldier with a hurt leg. Marrying her means suffering. In the future, you'll marry into a city family with endless benefits. No need to work or go out to earn money. You can stay at home, enjoy good food, live in a nice house, and have more children. A good life is ahead. Your sister can't compare to you. You'll be a family member of a leader someday. Not just in your village, but even in the county, many people will envy you. In fact, the best way to get revenge isn't to beat her up, but to marry well, gain a high status, and make her look up to you. That's the real revenge. Sua Jumba kept persuading her, and Ji Mani suddenly felt dizzy and happy, smiling sweetly. Uncle Sua, I understand. I'll listen to you. Talon also thought he was right. She imagined her daughter soaring to success in the future, with Ji Luo, the Ji family, and those who didn't like her in the village all looking up to and flattering her and her daughter. She felt very happy. Brother Sui, we all trust you. Mani's future marriage is in your hands. When she moves to the city, please take good care of her. It's not necessary to say that. Sui Jiangbua maintained polite manners on the surface. Seeing that they had nothing more to say, he stepped away and said, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. You should go back too. Uncle Sui, take care on your way. Ji Mani smiled with what she thought was her best smile to see him off. After Sui Jiangbua walked away, the mother and daughter couldn't hold back their joy and excitement. They hugged each other and laughed happily. Mani, my good girl, I knew you were lucky. From now on, I'll follow your lead for a good life, Talon said happily, as if she was about to get married herself. Ji Mani was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. Mom, Uncle Sui is really kind to me. Talon looked in the direction Sui Jiangbua had gone, holding her daughter's hand, her eyes shining with a mysterious light. Mani, once Uncle Sui is transferred to the city, you should visit him often and keep good relations. Don't have conflicts with his family. Uncle Sui's father-in-law's family is quite powerful, so don't offend them. Mom, is Uncle Sui's father-in-law's family more powerful than the family I'm going to marry into? Ji Mani had never dealt with these matters before and wasn't interested before, but now she was curious. I don't know. Anyway, it's good to get along with them. It won't hurt you, Talon said. Right now, Talon was full of hope that her daughter would marry into the city and she could go enjoy a better life too. She excitedly planned the future. Mani, Uncle Sui will help you handle everything. After you marry in, you should behave well and have a son quickly to establish your position. Later, I'll come to help take care of the children. We'll live in the city from now on, no more going back to the Ji family to see how others look at us. Mom, what about Dad and Wushu? Ji Mani asked. Mani, Uncle Sui just said it. Your dad looks terrible. Always drinking and scolding people. When he gets drunk, he acts crazy and causes trouble. If he comes to the city, he'll only hold us back and make trouble with your uncle's family. Let them stay in the countryside. We'll send money regularly, so he won't affect our good life, Talon said with resentment toward Ji Sanlin. After being beaten, she even had thoughts of killing Ji Sanlin. Now that her daughter finally had a chance to marry into the city and live well, she didn't want to take him along. If it weren't for her 2 sons, she might even consider divorcing him. Ji Mani also didn't want her 2 brothers to go with her. She didn't want to share her meat with them or be burdened by them. Without hesitation, she agreed, okay, I'll send them 10 yuan each month and a little extra during festivals. They can stay in the countryside. Having settled this, mother and daughter immediately hurried back to Niujiao Bay. They couldn't wait to go back and show off and brag. After they left, Ji Luo slowly came out from behind the wall. She did not follow them but went to the nearby family area to get her bicycle. Talon's bragging and showing off were not just talk. In less than half a day, everyone knew that Ji Mani was going to marry into a family of city officials. Everyone knew it was Talon's relative who arranged it. They all came to flatter and praise her, making her so happy she didn't know what to do with herself. Her happiness made Lu Hongyu and Li Shufan feel very disappointed. The two sisters-in-law had just been upset by Talon. Now they stayed at home, calling back all their daughters, refusing to go out and see Talon's proud attitude. Big sister-in-law, don't you think something strange about this? Li Shufan, the quietest of the three daughters-in-law, was actually the most observant. What's strange about it? Lu Hongyu was also smart but was too angry with Talon earlier to think carefully. The man introduced by my younger brother's wife's relative has such good family conditions. His great-uncle is a high-ranking official, and he himself has a stable government job. Plus, he looks good. With such qualifications, many women in the city would want to marry him. The matchmaker should have come early to introduce him. Why is he still unmarried at 22? Why does he specifically want to marry a girl from the countryside? Exactly. Lu Hongyu clapped her hands on her thighs. This is suspicious. Ji Bingqing squatted in front of them and whispered, Mom, Aunt, this man introduced by the third aunt's relative, could he be the same as the man the matchmaker introduced to Luo Jie last time? Maybe he's mentally challenged or a simpleton. Lu Hongyu's eyes lit up, but then she shook her head. Talon just said he works at the forest farm. If he's mentally challenged, how can he go to work? Maybe he's not mentally challenged, but there must be other issues, Li Shufan whispered. Yes, there must be other problems. Lu Hongyu's eyes darted around as she smiled strangely. He must also be a healthy but abnormal person. Otherwise, he wouldn't come down to the countryside to marry.
Li Shufan drew her lips.
Let her brag. There will be a time when she cries.
Talon was that loudly ousted.
That evening, she cooked 2 jean of meat in one pot and deliberately carried it out to the yard to eat, puffing up her chest and acting proud, as if she and her daughter were about to become important people. Today, Ji Sanlin rarely had a day off from work. When he heard that Talon's relatives had arranged a good marriage for Ji Mani, he didn't feel much happiness or excitement. He kept a sullen face, finished eating, and then squatted at the door smoking, lost in his thoughts. Lu Hongyu and the others didn't bother to pay attention to Talon and didn't point out anything suspicious. They just let her boast, while everyone secretly hoped she would be proven wrong in the future. Talon and her daughter were completely carried away by the good news. Even after sleeping on it, they didn't realize the full meaning. The next morning, they got up without eating breakfast and happily went to the county town to buy things and prepare. Although Sui Jiangwa didn't ask the Ji family to prepare a dowry, Talon still planned to buy 2 new sets of clothes and shoes for Ji Mani. After all, she was about to move to the city, and wearing 2 plain clothes would be embarrassing. Ji Mani loved shopping for clothes the most. She was quite pretty, and with a little dressing up, she looked charming and attractive. Mom, do you think that's Ji Luo? The mother and daughter had just bought buns at a state-run restaurant and were about to go shopping for clothes. As Ji Mani casually looked to the street, she saw Ji Luo selling things with a basket on the street. Ji Luo was surrounded by a crowd. Talon tiptoed and stared for a while before confirming it was her. That's Ji Luo, that shameless girl. Why is she here? Mom, she's now renting a place in the county with Zhou Rongyan, Ji Mani said, about to go confront her. Talon, calmer than her, immediately reached out and held her back. Mani, today we're here for an important task. Don't forget what Uncle Sui said yesterday. We need to deal with that girl later, Talon said. Mom, I can't swallow this insult. Ji Mani had been wanting to get back at Ji Luo for a while. Seeing her now but unable to act made her feel very upset and resentful. Once you marry into the city official's family, we'll find a chance to deal with her, Talon said, not planning to let Ji Luo go. She pulled Ji Mani along. Ji Mani shot a quick glare toward Ji Luo but followed Talon to buy clothes. Ji Luo didn't see the mother and daughter. She was busy selling buns at that moment. Although the county town wasn't big, her business was really good, with many loyal customers every day. She was so busy she didn't notice the passing women. The state-run store was crowded. Ji Mani waited in line for about 10 minutes before feeling stomach pain. Mom, You wait here, I need to go to the bathroom, she said. Okay, hurry back, Talon waved her off. Jimmy quickly ran to the public restroom, passing by Ji Luo's stall. She glanced at her and saw her selling buns, big, white meat buns. Just looking at them made her swallow her saliva. Usually, she would get angry and try to argue or take something, but today her stomach hurt, so she had to go to the bathroom first. When she finished and came out, Ji Luo had already packed up and left. She ran over to Talon and immediately told her, Mom, I just saw Ji Luo selling buns. She's doing very well. Selling buns? Talon hadn't seen clearly and frowned. How does she know how to make buns? There was another person selling with her. I don't know that person. It must be their partner, helping to sell. Jimmy thought about how they had just sold 3 or 4 baskets of buns, and she was jealous and a little angry. Mom, their buns sell very well. Many people buy them. They sold out quickly. I just got back and they already packed up. She must have made a lot of money today. She doesn't know how to make buns. She probably just helped sell. She might get 3 or 5 cents per day. Talon wasn't jealous of that small amount of money. She said, Jimmy, you don't need to be jealous. You're going to the city tomorrow. Soon you'll be a family member of a government official. With a big uncle in the government, you'll have everything you want: power, wealth, good food. You don't need to envy her small earnings. Mom, you're right. She only makes a little money and has to take care of Zhou Rongyan, who is disabled. There's nothing to envy. Thinking about how she was about to rise in the world and become successful, Jimmy felt happy and a little dreamy. She pointed at the brightest dress in the state-run store and said, Mom, I want that dress and those pink sandals on the counter. Talon had already heard the clerk quote the price, more than 10 yuan. It was ridiculously expensive. She really didn't want to buy it, but knowing her daughter had important things to do in the city tomorrow, she gritted her teeth and agreed. All right, I'll buy you that dress. I won't buy the shoes now. There are many new styles in the city. I'll buy them for you when we get there.
Okay.
Jimmy thought the things in the city would be even better, more beautiful clothes and shoes. She didn't insist on having everything like before. Ji Luo went out early in the morning to sell some goods. After selling, she went home to eat breakfast. Today, she didn't need to take Zhou Rongyan to the county military office, but she had to take him to the police station. The case of Zhou Dajua kidnapping children was still under investigation. The police had checked archives from over 20 years ago and found that Zhou Dajua had served in the army, but he was discharged after less than half a year and returned to his hometown. Zhou Rongyan was brought to the Zhou family after he was discharged. This matter dates back 24 years. Investigating it thoroughly is not easy. The county police have limited authority. The leaders there think that Zhou Rongyan, being an active soldier, might have an easier time applying for an investigation. So, they sent someone to inform him and asked him to go to the police station for a talk. These things are not suitable for Ji Luo to get involved in. After sending him to the police station, she waited outside in the lounge reading a newspaper. Ji Luo, why are you here? Ji Luo had just finished reading a paper when she saw Ji Shimli outside the window. He put down the paper and came out. I brought Brother Yen here for some business. Why are you here too? Ji Shimli pointed to the archive room at the end of the corridor. The police took some documents from the agricultural technology station.
I just brought them back.
Seeing that she was free, Ji Shimli looked outside and said, Ji Luo, I want to talk to you. They walked to the shady parasol tree outside. Ji Shimli spoke first. This morning, He Ping came to my unit dorm to see me. She said that Aunt San's relative told Mei and I about a marriage proposal. It's from a city official's nephew. Her relative plans to take Mei and I to meet him tomorrow. I'm not interested in their affairs, Ji Luo said calmly. Ji Shimli smiled slightly. He also couldn't understand the reason but felt the urge to tell her about it after seeing her earlier. Although she didn't want to hear it, he continued, Aunt San and Mei and I boasted about this yesterday when they returned home. Now, several production teams around know about it. My mother thinks something's wrong. The man introduced by Aunt San's relative, if he really is as good as her family says, would marry a rural girl? Ji Luo listened and slightly smiled, saying, Now, the mother and daughter are immersed in happiness and won't think much about other things. Even if you kindly remind them, they might think you're jealous or can't stand seeing them happy. Since you've separated your families, why burst their beautiful illusions? Seeing that she shared the same suspicion and believed there was a problem with the marriage arranged by Aunt San's relative, Shimli hesitated for a few seconds and then asked, "How much do you know about Aunt San's relative?" "I only know her surname is Sui." "That's not a secret. Mei and I used to call her Uncle Sui at home, and everyone in the Ji family knew about it." Shimli had been busy lately, asking around, and he was already sure of her identity in his heart. Sui Jianghua, former vice president of the Revolutionary Committee, has been suspended from his position. He also secretly investigated and found that Sui Jianghua had no family ties with the Tao family and no other connections. He was now very sure that Auntie had lied. As for why she lied, he hadn't figured it out yet. Seeing that she was unwilling to speak, Shimli looked at her deeply and said confidently, "Ji Luo, actually you know quite a lot." Ji Luo listened and smiled faintly, with no real smile in her expression. Her tone was very cold and indifferent. "You're right, I do know quite a lot. Do you want me to say it out loud?" Shimli was a bit curious and wanted to know, but when he saw her smile, he hesitated and didn't speak. "If you wish, I can tell you everything I know, but I still need to remind you of one thing. Even if some people no longer have power now, they have been running businesses in the town for many years and likely have many contacts. Once the truth comes out, can you and the Ji family withstand their behind-the-scenes pressure?" Ji Luo's calm words reached Shimli's ears without missing a single syllable. After a long silence, he finally said, "I understand. Your mother's guess is correct. I'm just waiting to see the joke." After speaking, Ji Luo had a meaningful smile on her lips, then put her hands in her pockets, ready to leave.
Yi Luo.
Shimli called her again, locking eyes with her clear, bright, and pure eyes, and told her something else. "A few days ago, your third uncle and third aunt argued at home. She cursed and mentioned your mother, and your third uncle suddenly got drunk and lost control, beating her up."
"What do you want to say?"
Ji Luo looked at him steadily. "You're very clever. You understand what I mean." Shimli had completely changed his view of her and was sure that she had been pretending to be weak and innocent at home. In fact, her true nature was not weak at all, and she was very smart. Ji Luo's lips curled into a sarcastic smile, and she sneered, "Losing her mind whenever my mother's name is mentioned. This is just Talon hitting a sore spot, reminding him of his shameless past behavior and the insults from the Bai family. Do you think someone like him still has a shred of conscience or regret deep down? He's a selfish, rotten person to the core. Not in this life, and not in the next, will he ever change." After saying this, she turned and left. Having experienced her past life, she would never make the same mistakes again in this one. The Ji family's so-called relatives were just her biological kin, but they had nothing to do with her. From the moment she was reborn, she was no longer Ji Luo of the Ji family in Niu Jiaobei. She has taken over the original owner's body. She secretly works to seek revenge, but will never maintain relations with the Ji family relatives. Shimli had some plans in mind and wanted to ease his relationship with Ji Luo to keep their contact normal. But now, seeing Ji Luo's cold attitude, he knows they will have no more contact in the future. Shimli rides his bike back to his workplace and encounters Talon and Mei. He has no choice but to stop his bike. Third aunt, Mei. "Shimli, why aren't you at work now?" Talon, carrying some things, is smiling happily because of a family celebration. "I was just out on some errands. Now I'm returning to work." Shimli glances at the dress Mei is holding. A few days ago, he bought some things at a state-run store and saw a woman asking about the price of his dress. It cost him half a month's salary, but now they bought it easily. It seems the marriage arranged by Sui Jianghua is settled. "Shimli, you're living in the company dorm and haven't gone home. You probably don't know about the family celebration. Talon can't wait to show off in front of him." "What celebration?" Shimli pretends not to know. "It's Mei's big day. My cousin introduced a good match for her. The man is from the city, working at a forest farm with a stable government job. His eldest uncle is also. Talon excitedly talks about it. She has repeated these words dozens of times at home yesterday, as if the good news is already certain. What she says is similar to what Ji Heping told him earlier. Shimli doesn't interrupt her. After she finishes bragging, he speaks. Third aunt, your cousin is just making an introduction. Neither of them is met, and nothing is settled yet. Are you celebrating too early? My cousin's family knows the other side well. He will take us there tomorrow. Once he steps in, it's sure to work out. Talon believes Sui Jiangbua can handle it well. Seeing her so confident in Sui Jiangbua, Ji Shimli's eyes flicker slightly, and he says, Third aunt, your cousin seems capable. Why don't you ask him to help third uncle find a job? Third uncle is still young. If you arrange a lighter job for him, he can earn some money to help the family. Your days could be easier. Suddenly mentioning this, Tao Lan's smile stiffens. Thinking about the time Ji Sanlin hit her, she pulls a face and says, Your third uncle has no skills. All he does is drink and sleep lazily. Even if I ask him to get a job, he might not be willing to do it. Ji Shimli carefully observed her expression, noticing subtle changes that made him more certain she was hiding something. Considering Sua Jiangbua's abilities, he decided not to ask further questions. Third aunt, Mainie's marriage. Leave it to you and third uncle. We've already separated our households, so we won't interfere. Once the wedding is confirmed, we'll make sure to prepare everything needed. Noticing he wasn't flattering or congratulating her like others, Talon looked displeased. Shimli, Manie married well, which is good for the family. Especially you, working in an official position, you'll benefit the most in the future. Why are you acting like this now? Before she finished, Ji Shimli cut her off. Third aunt, first, Mainie's marriage isn't settled yet. Second, I got to where I am today through my own efforts. I haven't taken anything from your family, neither before nor now. Even if Manie marries well and your family becomes rich and powerful, I won't take advantage of you or use your influence for my benefit. When my mother asked for your help back then, you refused. I said then I would never ask for your help in this life. Today, I still hold the same attitude. Even if Manie marries into a powerful family and becomes successful, I won't ask for favors or assistance. I keep my promises. After saying this, Ji Shimli didn't mention any issues with the marriage proposal Sua Jiangbua introduced. He simply pedaled his bike and left. Seeing his attitude, Tao Lan's face darkened like ink. A regular clerk, not even a small official, and so arrogant. Mom, he doesn't respect us. When I marry into the city, I won't pay attention to him or have anything to do with the Debo family, Ji Manie said, glaring at Shimli's back with anger. Don't associate with them so they won't keep leeching off you. Talon spat at Shimli's back and pulled her away. Let's go home, she said. At the police station, Ji Luo waited in the break room for nearly an hour before Zhou Rongyan finally came out, leaning on his crutches. Brother Yan, how's it going? Jiao Fong doesn't know about my background. I've checked everything that needs checking. The case on her side is closed. She'll be sent to farm labor camp this afternoon. Zhou Dazhu is a very clever and stubborn man who refuses to give in. The police leaders suspect that my kidnapping case is related to his being sent back by the military years ago. We have now found the military unit number he served in, but because the unit was reorganized and moved several times, it's hard to investigate further. Zhou Rongyan just finished talking with a police officer about the internal military investigation. Since the police don't have authority to interfere, they want him to use his contacts to help with the investigation. Ji Luo accompanied him as they slowly left. She advised Brother Yan, this isn't something that can be figured out in a few days.
Take your time.
The most important thing now is to heal your injury. Zhou Rongyan looked down at his leg. He could feel that the bones were healing well, but the nerves and tendons were damaged, and he might never fully recover.
He didn't speak.
Ji Luo guessed what he was thinking and said, Brother Yan, I have something to tell you. Let's go back first. Okay. Zhou Rongyan nodded, leaning on his cane as they went to get the bicycle. When they got home, Chen's family and Li Jiao came to check on them. They couldn't help with the investigation, but offered some comfort. Ji Luo opened the bedroom door, poured 2 cups of tea, and said, "Brother Chen, I have something to discuss with Brother Yuan. We'll come out after we talk." "Go ahead, we're busy anyway," Qin Jifeng waved them away. They both went into the bedroom. Zhou Rongyan sat on the bed, waiting for Ji Luo to close the door. He asked her, Luo, what do you want to say?" Ji Luo sat beside him, took his arm, and softly whispered in his ear, "Brother Yan, I want to tell you a mythological story." Zhou Rongyan. "A myth story? Does it need to be so mysterious?" "It's a myth story about me," Ji Luo pointed to herself. Zhou Rongyan frowned.
About you? Yes.
Ji Luo nodded and smiled. "Brother Yan, we've been married for a while now. Living under the same roof these days, with your intelligence and sharpness, you should have noticed I have some little secrets." Zhou Rongyan did notice, but he didn't plan to investigate deeply. Seeing she wanted to talk about it, he held her hand tightly. Luo, what do you want to say?" "Brother Yan, I was actually born a little different from normal people."
Huh?
"Different from normal people?"
How?
Zhou Rongyan didn't see anything unusual about her, just thought she was smarter than most. "I look like a normal person on the outside, but my soul is a bit special. I was born lucky, reborn with memories from my past life." Ji Luo told this lie about herself. Zhou Rongyan had never heard of such things and looked at her in shock. Luo, are you telling the truth or just making up a story?" "It's a real mythic fantasy story that happened to me." Ji Luo looked very serious and continued softly, "Brother Yan, in my past life, I died from a serious illness. I worked hard and accumulated over 10 billion in wealth. Before I died, I donated all my savings. Maybe because of this, the gods and spirits were moved, and I was given a second chance to be reborn, still with my past memories. They also gave me a special gift for my rebirth." "What gift?" Zhou Rongyan felt this was the important part. "I am bound to a special system that others can't see. Only I, the host, can communicate with it." Ji Luo linked her arm with his and carefully explained about the system. After she finished, she took out 5,000 yuan hidden under the bed. "Brother Yan, look, this is points I earned when I reached 10,000. The system awarded me these a few days ago." The new, perfect bills were stacked neatly. Zhou Rongyan looked closely at 2 of them, the same as the ones from the bank, and they were new currency issued this year. Luo, put it away." Now Zhou Rongyan believed her. His wife was a special chosen blessing. Ji Luo hid the money under the bed and sat back beside him, softly saying, "Brother Yan, I've talked to the system. When I reach 50,000 points, I can apply for healing medicines from other worlds as a reward. Our current world has a low level, so the medicines here can't heal your leg, but the medicines from the previous world can." Luo. Zhou Rongyan finally understood. She suddenly told him such a big secret because she wanted to tell him she had a way to heal his leg. Having such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Ji Luo stepped forward, linking her arm with his, and smiled softly. "Brother Yan, I only have 22,000 points now. To reach 50,000, I need your help." Zhou Rongyan opened his arms and held her close, kissing her forehead. Luo, thank you. We are husband and wife, partners who will grow old together, the closest people to each other. We shouldn't even say thank you." Ji Luo also held him back. "All right, no more thank yous." Zhou Rongyan held her tightly, but in his heart, he swore he would love and protect her for a lifetime, even with his life. 2 people talked in the room for about 10 minutes. Zhou Rongyan carefully learned about the system. To get the healing medicine sooner, he immediately arranged, Luo, after lunch, you take me to the military office. There's a part that needs to be made at the steel factory. I've applied to go, and you come with me." "Okay." Ji Luoxi nodded happily and stood up. "Brother Yan, we'll handle the work outside. You stay in the room and read. I'll come to call you at mealtime." While others were busy making noodles, Ji Luo first cooked rice. She simmered 2 large pork bones with winter melon and also cut all the pork she bought this morning, planning to stew a pot of green beans for lunch. "Older sister Luo, when will brother Zhou Ronghui's mother Oh no, I mean Zhou Ronghui's mother, be sent to the farm? Chun Jilin asked her. She'll be sent away this afternoon. Ji Luo didn't ask much about the others, not knowing exactly which farm, only knowing the farm will be reformed in 3 years. The charge is abusing active soldiers. Only 3 years? Chun Jibin looked a bit disappointed and frowned. She's annoying as a hated shrew. Many people in the team hope she never comes back. Chun Jijun sighed. Zhou Rongbao for 20 years, Zhou Ronghui for 3, Jiao Fong for 3, and a Zhu Zhou probably won't come out. This whole family has caused us a lot of trouble.
Exactly.
Recently, Dad went to a meeting at the commune and was often criticized by other team leaders. He always comes home with a bad mood. Yu Xiuzhu also disliked the Zhou family, but didn't blame Zhou Rongyan. Many in the team also stood up for him. Other production teams have their own messes. Not to mention, there are plenty of thieves and troublemakers and many involved in inappropriate relationships. If someone wanted to investigate, they could easily find a lot, Ji Luo said, recalling her original memories. She knew well that rural life was full of dirty secrets, and no one should mock others. Chun Jifeng carried out 2 large steaming baskets and said, Rongyan is right. These troublemakers should be cleaned out early. Once these rotten roots are pulled, the team will be peaceful. Oh, by the way, how's Zhou Mimi doing lately? Since they didn't mention the Zhou family, Ji Luo had forgotten about her. Everyone else in the family was arrested. Lu Kaiwan ran back to her parents' house and remarried. Now, she's the only one left at home. Those uncles and relatives from the Zhou family aren't good people. They're all scheming to take over their house. Zhou Mimi is usually quite fierce. Now she's been upset by her family's issues and fights with them every day, cursing and arguing. A few days ago, her great-aunt tried to take over the storage shed and was chased with a kitchen knife, nearly getting her arm cut off. Other relatives were so frightened by her madness that they temporarily stayed away. Zhou Mimi didn't take any loss. Not only did she hurt her great-aunt, but she also took advantage of everyone sleeping at night to trample all the vegetables from her uncle's family. Yesterday, during an argument, she even threatened to buy rat poison to harm them all. Chun Jilin usually doesn't get along with Zhou Mimi and often argues with her. Recently, seeing her so crazy, they dare not provoke her anymore. Zhou Mimi now acts like a mad person, biting anyone she sees. My mother told us to stay away from her, saying she now seems mentally ill and might really buy rat poison to hurt others if she gets angry. Li Jiao only recently learned about Zhou Rongyan's family situation and expressed sympathy. Ji Luo, you and Zhou Ge really share the same bad luck. Both of you have such mean families. You had a very hard childhood. Things will get better in the future. Ji Luo is a person who looks forward. The good and bad of the past are gone. What matters now is to live well every day. Yes, now you both have escaped from those wicked relatives. Work together, and your future will definitely be brighter. Li Jiao now thinks they are a perfect match. Both are modest, hardworking, and quietly striving. They will get through this tough time and will surely live happily in the future. At noon, they prepared 2 simple dishes, a pot of pork bone and winter melon soup, and a large bowl of green beans stewed with meat. The portions were generous and the taste was good. Everyone shared and ate until they were full. After lunch, Ji Luo rode her bike to take Zhou Rongyan somewhere for errands. As soon as she dropped him off, she immediately came back to help with chores. There are more workers now, and the daily output has increased. Chun Jifeng, her cousin, and her younger brother went out early to sell goods. The 4 women at home made and steamed food on their own, waiting until after work to go out and sell together. Their noodles are delicious, look good, and are affordable, so they are very popular. Every time they sell, the goods are quickly bought up. Luo Jie quickly count out 100 sugar packets dipped in red. Chunbin rode his bike back hurriedly and shouted from the door. Binzi, are there more orders? Ji Luo asked casually, coming out of the kitchen with a tray of food. Yes, an old lady ordered some. She's waiting on the street now. Ji Luo quickly counted the items for him. The order was a bit large, so she helped carry a basket to deliver the goods. Riding her bike to the roadside, she saw it was a familiar customer and happily said, "Grandpa Zhang, Grandma Zhang." "Oh, Ji Luo, it's been a while since we last saw each other." The elderly couple from the Zhang family stood nearby, watching Chen Jifeng and others sell buns. When they saw her, they both smiled. Seeing her carrying a basket of buns, Grandma Zhang beamed. "Ji Luo, you're selling buns too?" "Grandpa Zhang, Grandma Zhang, these are my friends. We're working together on a small business to earn some extra money to help with household expenses." Ji Luo replied happily, also showing concern. "Grandma Zhang, how is your health lately? Is your neck problem better?" "Thanks to you, I feel much better now. My granddaughter massages me every morning and evening. I also pay more attention not to look down all the time. Recently, I haven't felt as dizzy or uncomfortable." Grandma Zhang looked at her kindly, noticing her complexion had improved. She smiled warmly. "You seem to be doing well lately. Your face has a bit more flesh and you look healthier. That's because I've been eating nutritious food regularly. My husband has been very good to me, buying me supplements to strengthen my health. I really feel much better." They chatted casually, and Ji Luo learned that the Zhang family didn't live far away. She asked Chen Jibin to help deliver some sugar buns to their home, and also gave them a few meat buns and twisted rolls as a gift. The kind elderly couple from the Zhang family, before leaving, also handed Ji Luo 2 oranges. When they returned, Chen Jifeng and others had just sold all the goods from their baskets. On the way back, Ji Luo said to them, "Tomorrow, we'll put a sign on all the baskets, welcoming bulk orders. If the quantity is large, we can offer a small discount."
Good.
Chen Jifeng agreed without hesitation, smiling as he said, "Ji Luo, baked buns and pancakes sell really well. They're more popular than meat buns. Our space is too small, and our tools are limited. Making pancakes takes too much time. Every day, Ji Luo personally makes the pancakes, while others handle buns and steamed bread. It's very tiring for her to do everything alone, and she can only prepare a limited amount of goods each day." That busy afternoon, after finishing her work, Ji Luo hurriedly rode her bike to pick up Zhou Rongyan. "Yenge, have you been waiting long?" Zhou Rongyan was already waiting at the reception area outside the door. Seeing her sweaty and tired, leaning on his cane, he stepped forward. "Luo, Luo, don't rush so much. I can wait here as long as you need." Ji Luo pedaled her bike around and waited for him to get on securely before leaving. "Yenge, when are we going to the city?" "Still in a couple of days. There are some procedures to handle." Ji Luo didn't ask about things she shouldn't know, only inquired, "Are you coming over in the next couple of days?" "No need to come over. I'll finish drawing the plans at home." He doesn't need to come, so Ji Luo doesn't have to go back and forth to pick him up. Things will be easier these days. Smiling, she said, "Tonight, let's eat chicken. I just asked Brother Chun to kill a big rooster. We'll stew half and stir-fry the other half." "How does that sound?" "Sounds good. Your cooking is always delicious." Zhou Rongyan is not picky and really likes her stir-fry dishes. Recently, they have been eating nutritious and timely meals, and his body has visibly gained weight. When they got home, Chen Jijun and the others had already left. Li Jiao wasn't eating here tonight and hurried back to cook. Chen Jifeng had already slaughtered the big rooster. Now he was squatting at the door plucking feathers. This chicken was bought at his uncle's house and brought over by his cousin this morning. After finishing with the chicken, Ji Luo went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The two men stayed in the main room kneading dough. 2 days later, Ji Luo accompanied Zhou Rongyan on a military truck arranged by the county armed forces to the city, heading straight to the steel factory. With Zhou Rongyan secretly helping, Ji Luo's point soared. In less than half a day, she broke through 50,000 points. Seeing her active performance, the system rewarded her with the healing medicine she desperately needed. "Brother Yen, I got the healing medicine." On the way back in the afternoon, Ji Luo couldn't wait to share the good news, shoving the small medicine bottle into his hand. Zhou Rongyan looked at the bottle. The porcelain bottle had traditional Chinese characters on it, only the name of the medicine, with no other instructions. He softly asked, "Luo, Luo, how do you use this medicine? Is it or topical?"
It's
It has 30 pills inside. 1 pill a day, and you'll recover after finishing them. Ji Luo carefully read the medicine instructions. Zhou Rongyan tightened his grip on the bottle. Take it again when we get back. Ji Luo nodded slightly and softly said, I can now see information about the world providing the medicine. The taste is a bit bitter. After taking it for 2 or 3 days, the wound will itch and sting. That's part of the healing process. Brother Yen, you should endure a little. Okay. Zhou Rongyan carefully put the bottle into his pocket and gently held her hand. Luo, we've been busy today and didn't go out to play. Once my leg is better, I'll take you to the city for a good walk. Ji Luo smiled, her eyes shining. Just 1 month left. Zhou Rongyan was actually very happy inside, but he was reserved by nature. He rarely showed his true emotions outwardly, so others couldn't usually see what he really felt. Today, it rained in the town, so I stayed home and didn't set up my stall. Chun Jifeng also went back to the village. The two of them arrived home just as it was getting dark. They were dropped off at the road intersection, but there was a short walk remaining. Both of them held umbrellas and got a little wet. Once home, they took hot showers first, then started preparing dinner in the kitchen. After dinner, Zhou Rongyan took out some medicine. He poured out a small black pill, which looked ordinary. Ji Luo poured him a cup of warm water. Brother Yen, take your medicine. Drink it with water. Zhou Rongyan put the pill in his mouth, ready to drink water, but he noticed the pill dissolved into water as soon as it touched his tongue. A bitter taste exploded in his mouth, making him frown even though he was prepared. Is it very bitter? Ji Luo quickly brought the water to his mouth. Zhou Rongyan drank the entire cup of water, washing away most of the bitterness. The medicine dissolves in my mouth. It's quite bitter. Just swallow it directly tomorrow, Ji Luo said, opening a drawer nearby and taking out a piece of candied fruit. Luo, you eat it. I don't want it. Zhou Rongyan didn't like sweets, and the bitterness was fine for him. He tried to stuff the candied fruit into her mouth. She ended up eating it, smiling. Really don't want a piece?
No.
Zhou Rongyan handed her a teacup, still smiling. Luo, pour me another glass of water. They placed 2 cups of tea on the table. Ji Luo took out a pen and paper, sat beside him, and said, Brother Yen, I can now share resources with the higher dimensional system. I just saw a record about a pistol. It seems more advanced than what you're using now. I'll copy it for you. It might help improve our weapons. Hearing this, Zhou Rongyan was happy but also a bit worried. Luo, copying other stuff. Won't that hurt your host? It won't. They can also see what I upload, so we can learn from each other. Ji Luo had also asked the system about this. Their linked system was purely for sharing information, with no other rules. Brother Yen, you can read your book first. I need some time to copy this. I'll give it to you once I finish. Ji Luo lowered her head and started copying the information from her mind. After nearly half an hour, she finished. She handed him the manuscript. Brother Yen, it has pictures and data. The host recorded everything in detail. Take a look. Okay. When Zhou Rongyan received this manuscript, all his focus was on it. He carefully read through it once, then took out paper and pen to start writing calculations and drawing diagrams. Ji Luo did not disturb him. She was nearby reviewing high school textbooks and occasionally got up to pour him a glass of water. They usually went to bed at 9 o'clock, but tonight Zhou Rongyan was so engrossed that he said, Luo, you go to sleep first. I'll read a bit longer. Okay, don't stay up too late. Ji Luo had to wake up early to steam buns and needed to sleep early. After putting away her books, she went to bed. Over the next 2 days, Zhou Rongyan stayed in his room except for meals and bathroom breaks. He sat at his small desk, busy with his work. Everyone knew he was busy with important tasks, so no one disturbed him. They all worked in the main hall and bedrooms. Luo. Near noon, Zhou Rongyan called from inside the house. Ji Luo immediately put down her work, pushed open the door, and asked, Brother Yen, what's wrong? Luo, can you take me to the post office? I need to send some things to Guanlei and give him a call. Zhou Rongyan pointed to the important documents he had organized. These were valuable materials he copied for his weapon reform plan, hoping Su Guanglei could help submit it to the military.
Okay.
Ji Luo quickly tidied herself up, told the others, grabbed what he needed to mail, and took him to the post office. Soldiers have special privileges. Zhou Rongyan showed his ID and went to the phone room. Ji Luo didn't follow inside. She waited outside under a big tree.
Luoye.
Suddenly, Ji Bingqing's voice was heard. Ji Luo turned her head and smiled slightly. Bingqing, Yujie, why are you in the county today? The sisters each carried a basket, half a basket of eggs and another with vegetables they grew themselves. Ji Bingqing shyly smiled and looked a bit embarrassed. Today, our mom and the others came to the county. We heard that now you can set up stalls to sell things here, so we brought some to sell. But we've never sold before, and the city folks are pretty sharp. They saw we didn't know how to sell, and they priced the eggs very low. We walked around the street for 2 hours and only sold 10 eggs. Their vegetables were neatly packed. Ji Luo happened to need some, so she said, you can sell me these eggs and vegetables. I'll buy at the normal county prices. Luo, Jia, do you really want so many? Ji Bingqing pointed at the 2 baskets. Ji Luo nodded, took out some change from her pocket, and said, my classmate's family also buys vegetables often. I'll share some with her later. Then she asked, how many eggs are there here?
25.
Sister Ji Yujie answered her. Their vegetables were all washed and bundled up. Ji Luo counted the money for them. I didn't bring anything to pack with, so please sell these 2 baskets to me as well. Older sister Luo, these 2 baskets didn't cost anything, they are old things from home. No need to count money. Ji Bingqing refunded 50 cents to her.
Take them.
Ji Luo didn't take advantage of the Ji family. She changed the subject. You just said your mom also came to the county town. Why didn't she come with you? Ji Yujie pointed toward the direction of the state-run store at the end of the street and said with a pout, Ji Mani is getting married soon. Third aunt's relative arranged it, and they will be married in a few days. Grandma asked my mom and auntie to pay for her wedding accessories. Today, they are here in the county to buy her dowry. They're still shopping at the state-run store. Ji Luo slightly smiled, a bit amused. I heard Brother Shimli say it's a nephew of a city leader's family. They must be very proud these days. They are quite happy, Ji Bingqing said politely, especially after returning from the city. The mother and daughter are practically over the moon. Now everyone in the commune knows Ji Mani has become a phoenix rising. Now whatever she asks for, Grandma gives her. Yesterday, she was weighed for meat. Today she's killing chickens. It's like they're worshipping her as a goddess. Ji Yujie pouted, feeling unhappy but not daring to say it at home. Yujie, don't talk nonsense. Ji Bingqing pulled her arm. Ji Yujie awkwardly smiled and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Sister Luo, why are you here? Brother Yuan is making a phone call inside. I'm waiting for him here. As she finished speaking, Zhou Rongyan came out leaning on his cane. He glanced at Ji Bingqing and Ji Yujie, recognizing them from when he visited the Ji family to ask for grain last time. He knew they were Ji Olin's daughters. Brother-in-law, Ji Bingqing and her sister called out nervously. He nodded slightly. Are you here for mailing things? No. Ji Bingqing shook her head, looking a bit nervous. We came to sell vegetables. Sister Luo just bought all our vegetables. Ji Luo tied the vegetable baskets to her bicycle, told him about their vegetable selling, and then said to Ji Bingqing and her sister, next time, come to the county earlier to sell. Just set up a stall outside the meat factory. Your vegetables are clean and fresh, so they will sell well. Older sister Luo, I understand. I'll try again tomorrow. Ji Bingqing shyly smiled. Jingqing, do you have any chives at home? Ji Luo asked her. Yes, our family grows a lot of chives, enough to pick 2 or 3 baskets. I want to buy some chives. Help me pick 1 or 2 baskets. I'll wait for you at the meat factory gate around 7 a.m. Chive and egg pancakes sell very well. Recently, the chives used were brought from the village by the Qin family. Their team's chives are all harvested, so they need to buy more to keep in stock. Sister Luo, why do you need so many chives? Ji Yujie asked. I'm making pancakes to sell, so I need chives. Ji Luo finished tying everything up and was rushing back to eat lunch. After Zhou Rongyan sat down, She said to them, "We're going back to eat. We're leaving now. See you tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." After watching the couple leave, Ji Yujie felt a bit dazed. "Sister, is that really Luo Jie? I feel like she's different from before." "She is different, and she's changed a lot." Ji Bingqing admired Ji Luo, mostly feeling a bit jealous. When the sisters arrived at the state-run store, Lu Hongyu and Li Shufan had already finished shopping. Ji Anning was helping carry things nearby. "Bingqing, Yujie, are you done shopping?" Li Shufan asked as soon as she saw them. "Mom, I just met Luo Jie at the post office entrance. She bought all our things, even took the baskets." Ji Bingqing handed her the money and said, "Luo Jie said she's making pancakes to sell and needs chives. She asked me to bring her 2 baskets of chives tomorrow morning." Lu Hongyu stepped forward and asked, "Bingqing, did you find her to sell, or did she come to buy from you?" "She bought voluntarily. She was just sending her brother-in-law to the post office to make a call and talk to us for a bit," Ji Bingqing told them, still feeling amazed. "Luo Jie has changed a lot. Her skin has become much fairer, and she looks even prettier than before." Ji Luo resembled her mother, tall with beautiful features. Even without dressing up, she was the prettiest girl in the Ji family, which made Ji Mani most jealous. Lu Hongyu had already heard her son mention this and asked again, "You just saw Zhou Rongyan. Is his leg better?" "Not fully healed yet. He's using a crutch, but his complexion is much better than when he came to get food at our house." Ji Luo and the others had already returned home. As soon as Zhou Rongyan sat down, he said to her, Luo, "I feel some reaction at my wound. It's a bit itchy and painful. Brother Yan, stay home more during this time. Rest and lie down at home."
Okay.
Zhou Rongyan gently took her hand and smiled. The leader gave the order. "I will obey it."
Yellow chuckled softly.
When no one is paying attention, she quickly leaned forward and left a gentle kiss on his cheek, teasing playfully, "Good boy." Zhou Rongyan's smile slowly spread across his face. His deep eyes sparkled with happiness, and his chest felt full of joy and sweetness. "Drink some water and rest for a bit. I'll go help with cooking." Ji Luo poured him a glass of water and placed it nearby, then hurried to the backyard to help. Now, the kitchen at home is used for steaming noodles. In the backyard, they built a small earthen stove specifically for cooking rice and stir-frying dishes. For lunch, they prepared a dish with meat and vegetables, a bowl of spicy tofu with mincemeat, stir-fried eggplant, and a large soup with pork bones and winter melon. Every day, they buy meat from the meat factory to make buns, and also use bones and ribs to make soup. Their meals are much better than those in their old countryside home. The next morning, when Li Shufan came with her 2 daughters to sell vegetables, Ji Luo's stall was crowded with people buying buns.
Lilu.
Ji Bingqing saw her busy stall and was surprised by the lively business. Ji Luo turned her head and saw Li Shufan arriving. She called softly, "Second aunt." "Ji Luo, your business is doing really well," Li Shufan smiled. Seeing an unfamiliar woman helping her sell, she asked, "Is this your friend?" "Yes, my high school classmate." Li Jiao was busy collecting money and politely greeted, "Hello, auntie." Ji Luo helped hand out buns and asked them, "Bingqing, put the chives aside for me. I'll settle the bill later. Do you still want to sell vegetables?" "Yes, we brought some vegetables." Ji Bingqing quickly set down her basket. Just set up by the roadside. It's the peak time for city folks to buy vegetables. There was another vegetable seller nearby earlier. They sold out and left. Seeing her business was good, Li Shufan asked, "Ji Luo, can we sell next to you?" "Sure, just set up anywhere. No one will bother you. In summer, there are many kinds of vegetables. Ji Erlin and his wife are diligent and have grown good crops in the fields. Today, they brought a lot. Eggplant, bitter melon, cucumber, green beans, and some dried wild mushrooms and fungi they picked in the mountains in spring. They also caught small fish and shrimp from the river, but these are all dried goods." Ji Luo's business was good, and she quickly sold out a basket of goods. She glanced over and saw Ji Bingqing and the others had arranged their goods well, all placed on fresh lotus leaves, very tidy. She smiled lightly and asked, "Second aunt, did you bring a scale?" Yes, we did. Li Shufan has never done business before and was a bit nervous. She quickly took the scale out of the basket. Second aunt, please help me weigh the chives. The chives are weighed. Exactly 10 jin. Chives cost 3 cents per jin on the market. Ji Luo gave her 3 mao, 30 cents. We'll take the chives back now, and the basket later. Li Shufan nodded and discreetly asked, are you renting a place in the county town? Is it far? Yes, renting not too far. We rented a house from my classmate's uncle. Ji Jiao helped tidy the remaining buns and stood up. Ji Luo, I'll take the vegetables back and bring some more buns. You sell here. Okay, you can ride your bike back. While they were talking, another customer came to buy noodles. It was an old customer. As soon as they arrived, they asked, young lady, do you still have meat buns and pancakes today? Sister Wang, we still have plenty of meat buns. There are only 3 chive and egg pancakes left. All the chive and egg pancakes, please. And 3 more meat buns. The customer paid right away. Seeing someone selling vegetables nearby, she asked, these small fish and shrimp look good. What's the price? Seeing the business coming, Li Shufan quickly and politely responded, comrade, 350 per jin. Last night, Ji Shimli went back home. Li Shufan asked him about city prices. Today, she came prepared to sell vegetables. Sister Wang, this is my aunt's cousin. These fish and shrimp were caught from the river by them. They're cleaned well. The vegetables are also from their own garden. Today, they brought these to sell in the county to earn some money to help with household expenses. Sister Wang saw they were family and smiled. Your vegetables are clean, unlike others which are full of mud and look messy. In the end, Sister Wang took care of their business, bought a jin of small fish and shrimp, and weighed 2 or 3 jin of other vegetables. It was their first real attempt at business, and Li Shufan and her group felt a bit awkward. After seeing Sister Wang off, she said to Ji Luo, I'm really grateful for your help just now. Otherwise, we might not have sold anything. I only said a few words. It's mainly because your vegetables are good. Next, each side sold their own items. Li Shufan's group gained their first experience, and soon they became more skilled, selling most of their goods quickly. When Ji Luo's side was almost finished selling, Li Jiao arrived riding her bike to deliver goods. She immediately said to her, Ji Luo, I just met teacher Yu on the road. She wanted to buy buns, but I took her money without asking. Yes, in the future, when you see the teacher, don't accept her money. Li Jiao carefully arranged the heavy basket and returned the basket to Li Shufan. Seeing that their vegetables had sold quite a bit, she smiled and said, Andy, you're selling pretty fast too. Luckily, before we came, we thought it wouldn't sell well, so we didn't bring much, Li Shufan said, now regretting not bringing more. City folks don't have their own farmland, so they have to buy all their food. In the past, they could only buy from the meat factories, state stores, or supply cooperatives. Now that street stalls are allowed, people have more options for buying vegetables. Many villagers now sell vegetables on the roadside, with prices similar to stores. People buy them on their way to and from work, saving time from queuing in shops. Li Jiao usually bought vegetables from street vendors, sometimes asking the Chen siblings to bring some from the village, like eggs. If they bought in larger quantities, it was cheaper to bring them from the village. After selling for another half hour, only a bitter melon and 2 cucumbers remained. They decided to pack up and leave. Ji Luo, since you live in the city, you still need to buy vegetables. Take these 2 or 3 bitter melons and cucumbers to eat, Li Shufan said, placing the vegetables into their empty basket. Ji Luo saw they were about to leave and accepted the vegetables. She also gave them 3 steamed buns, saying, you came out early, probably didn't have breakfast. Eat these buns to fill your stomach. We've really benefited, Li Shufan smiled. Ji Luo slightly pulled at her mouth and said, Second auntie, next time you come to sell vegetables, please bring me some eggs and chives with green onions. Alright, these past few days have been busy. Mei and I is getting married soon, so we won't come to the city for another couple of days. Li Shufan deliberately mentioned Mei Ni's wedding. Ji Luo listened without showing any expression, only replying about the vegetables. Okay, except on rainy days, I sell here every morning. I can deliver anytime. After the mother and daughter left, Li Jiao asked about the Ji family. Ji Luo, the Mei and I your second aunt mentioned. Is she your half-sister? Ji Luo nodded and told her about Mei and I. That man is so good-looking. Why marry a village girl? Li Jiao instinctively felt something was wrong. Ji Luo blinked and said, I also want to know the reason. Your stepmother and stepsister probably got tricked, Li Jiao guessed. Then she added, that mother and daughter aren't good people either. If they were tricked, they kind of deserve it. They are now lost in a sweet dream. Both mother and daughter are hoping to go to the city for a better life. Rumor has it that, even before meeting for matchmaking, they were already bragging at home. Now, everyone in the commune knows she is going to marry into a family of city officials. Li Jiao is a bit speechless. The higher you jump now, the harder you will fall later. Ji Luo smiles silently, agreeing with her. Li Shufin and the others didn't stay long in the county town. After selling their vegetables, they hurried back home. They don't have a bicycle, so they walk both ways. They took a shortcut through a nearby mountain path, and by the time they reached home, it was past 9 o'clock. Just as they arrived and hadn't had a chance to drink tea, Grandma Ji came over and asked, Are the vegetables all sold? Mom, we didn't bring many vegetables. They sold quickly at a low price. On the way back, Li Shufin told her daughters to keep quiet and not tell others the truth. They left before dawn this morning, and except for Ji Erlin, no one knew how many vegetables they brought. How much money did you make? Grandma Ji asked again. Li Shufin knew she would ask, and, even after dividing the family, she still wanted to control the household. She replied, less than a yuan. Seeing there was no money at all, Grandma Ji frowned and said, Not even yuan? Do all three of you need to go? Mom, Bingqing Yu Jie has never sold vegetables before. She doesn't understand much. I went with her this time. Once they get used to it, I won't need to go with them anymore. Grandma Ji has always been biased against the second son's family and looks down on her 3 granddaughters. Even if they are diligent and obedient, she never pays attention to them. After muttering a few words, she left. Ji Erlin went to work early in the morning and came back for breakfast around this time. Seeing the basket he brought back was empty, he hurried into the house to ask, Shufin, are all the vegetables sold today? Yes, all sold. Li Shufin told her husband the truth without hiding anything. She lowered her voice and honestly told him how much money they made today. She also gave him a steamed bun she had saved, saying, This is from Ji Luo. Our mother and daughter split 2 of them. This one is for you. Eat it quickly, so the neighbors don't see. Ji Erlin, having worked all morning and feeling hungry and thirsty, ate the porridge brought by his daughter and quickly swallowed the large steamed bun. After eating, Ji Erlin called his eldest daughter over. Bingqing, come here. Dad, what's the matter? Ji Erlin looked out the window and quietly told her, Tomorrow morning, go to the county town again and deliver a letter to Ji Luo. Dad, what letter? Ji Bingqing asked. Tell Ji Luo that Manny met Zhou Erge this morning. Let Zhou Erge find trouble with her and warn her to be careful during this time. She shouldn't go out alone to sell goods. Zhou Erge is a notorious troublemaker from the neighboring village. Everyone dislikes him. A few years ago, he often bullied the female educated youth who came to the city. Later, the educated youth reported him, and he was sent to prison for 3 years. He was released earlier this year and has become even more unruly. Now he is a big troublemaker in the commune. Each family in the team warned their daughters to stay away from Zhou Erge, fearing trouble. But Ji Manny voluntarily sought him out and even asked him to find trouble with Ji Luo. Li Shufin and others knew her plan very well. She's about to get married and still causing trouble. She'll suffer a big loss sooner or later. Li Shufin didn't want to interfere with the affairs of the 3rd family. She told her eldest daughter, Bingqing, tell Ji Luo tomorrow morning to be careful. Okay, Ji Bingqing replied. Right after breakfast, the neighbor's wife called out, Second family, come help Manny wash her shoes. Li Shufin looked impatient and replied, Mom, the team arranged work for Bingqing and the others. Today they need to and earn work points. Manny isn't going out to work now, so she can wash her own shoes. After saying that, she gave her 3 daughters a look. Bingqing, hurry up, don't dawdle. The team leader will call roll soon. The family of 5 went out to work. Lu Hongyu also took her daughter to work, saying, Mom, my 3rd sister-in-law mentioned before that her husband's eldest uncle only asked for a daughter-in-law who is kind and diligent, able to handle 3 meals a day at home, and keep the house clean. Look at Manny now. Her cooking is bad. She doesn't wash her clothes or shoes. She's lazy and greedy. After she gets married, she probably won't cook or wash clothes, and she won't clean the house. People might think we're lying and kick her out. Then our family's reputation will be ruined. She was speaking the truth. After thinking for a moment, Ji's wife immediately got up and went to find Talon and Manny. Soon, she called them back to help with chores and learn to cook. Jimmy was full of reluctance, but thinking about her future in-law's status, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and learn. However, she lacked patience and wasn't very clever. Mrs. Ji and Talon patiently taught her for a long time, and the dishes she made were only barely edible. Compared to other grandchildren in the Ji family, she was far behind. Compared to their simple meals, Ji Luo tonight cooked 2 good dishes, a spicy fish head that made everyone hungry and a pickled vegetable fish fillet. The fish was sent by her cousin from Uncle Chun Jifeng's family, who caught it himself in the river. He also brought 50 pounds of ground flour. Ji Luo invited him to eat at her house, but he didn't want to stay for a meal. After paying for the flour, she packed some buns to exchange for his fish. Zhou Rongyan and Chen Jifeng both liked these 2 dishes very much. They shared the soup and soaked rice in it. They ate a full meal today. When they got up, they were both rubbing their full stomachs. After washing the dishes, Ji Luo took out her notebook and sat at the backyard gate. While it was still light, she quickly calculated the expenses for the past month. Brother Chun, the accounts are ready. Take a look. Chun Jifeng, who had just finished to shower and was drying his clothes, smiled and said, No need to look. Just tell me the number. After deducting all expenses, the net profit is 826.85 yuan. We split it 3 ways. You get 248 yuan, and I get 578.8 yuan. Chun Jifeng was very happy with this income. He said happily, These are lucky numbers. Yes, lucky numbers. We will get rich in the future. Ji Luo was also very happy. She smiled and told Zhou Rongyan standing behind her, Captain Zhou, go back to your room and get the money. We are dividing it. Yes, leader, Zhou Rongyan responded loudly, as if accepting an order. After Chun Jifeng received his share of the money, he decided happily, I'll go to the bank tomorrow and open an account to deposit the money. Brother Yen, let's also deposit our money, Ji Luo suggested. Zhou Rongyan had long handed over the financial control of his household to her. He also gave her his salary and allowance passbook. He only had less than 20 yuan in pocket money, mostly earned through her hard work. She arranged everything. Luo, you decide, he said. Just as she stored the money away, there was a knocking at the door outside. Chun Jifeng immediately went to open it. Hey, Li Jiao, why are you here tonight? Hee, I brought you another customer, Li Jiao said with a smile as she entered the house. Ji Luo came out of the bedroom just in time to hear her words. She smiled and said, Jiao, I see you're a sales genius. I'm not bragging. My grades aren't as good as yours, but I'm better at making friends. Li Jiao is lively and cheerful, and she's really good at socializing. Even after graduation, she still keeps in touch with her old classmates and often interacts with them. She's definitely better at dealing with people than Ji Luo. Of course, I'm comparing her to the original owner. Ji Luo smiled and asked her which classmate introduced the business. It's not a classmate, but my neighbor's aunt. Her father is celebrating his 70th birthday, and her siblings are all successful leaders in state-owned factories. They plan to host a banquet at a government restaurant for the occasion. They have many relatives and friends, and after the feast, they want to give everyone small gift bags. I took the initiative to take the order. Li Jiao, when do you need it? How much do you need? Chun Jifeng asked quickly. The old man's birthday is the day after tomorrow. I need 200 sugar buns and 200 meat buns. They must be delivered to their home early the next morning, Li Jiao said, paying a 10 yuan deposit first. Ji Luo agreed right away. Okay, I'll deliver the goods at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Li Jiao has brought in many orders recently. Ji Luo and Chen Jifeng had already discussed giving her a reward. For every 100 units she brings in, she gets 1 yuan. Today, she brought 400 units, so they paid her 4 yuan on the spot. The next morning, Ji Bingqing carried a basket of vegetables to the place where she sold vegetables yesterday. Seeing that Ji Luo wasn't there, only her classmate was present, she quickly asked Comrade, "Why didn't Sister Luo come today?" "Huh, didn't your mom say she would come to sell vegetables in a couple of days? Why are you here today?" Li Jiao was squatting to sell goods and looked up to ask. "I came to find Sister Luo for something. Since I was passing by, I decided to sell some vegetables too." Ji Bingqing put down the basket and asked, "Why didn't Sister Luo come today?" "She went to the village to buy a dustpan and sieve. Business is getting better, and their household items are running out. Today, 2 men are making shelves at home, so Ji Luo went early to buy things in the village." When she heard Ji Luo went to the village, Ji Bingqing frowned and immediately asked, "Which village did she go to?"
"I don't know, I didn't ask."
Seeing her look anxious, Li Jiao stood up and asked, "Are you in a hurry to find Ji Luo?" "Yes, I have something urgent to discuss with her." Ji Bingqing was worried that Ji Luo might have gone near Jiaowan village, where she might run into Zhou on the way. She looked anxious and asked, "Is my brother-in-law at home?" "Brother Zhou is at home. You hurry, and take me to find my brother-in-law. Sister Luo has gone to the village, and I fear she might be in danger," Ji Bingqing said hurriedly. When she heard that Sister Luo might be in danger, Li Jiao's face changed greatly. She immediately picked up her basket. "Let's go. Follow me quickly." The two ran back to their home, both sweating heavily. Rongyan was sitting at the door, making a wooden frame. Seeing Ji Bingqing arrive, still panting, he asked, "Bingqing, why are you here?" "Sister-in-law, please, go find Sister Luo quickly," Ji Bingqing gasped. "What happened?" Rongyan immediately stood up with his cane. "Yesterday, my dad overheard Ji Mani looking for." Before Ji Bingqing finished speaking, Rongyan grabbed his cane, jumped on his bicycle, and pedaled away. Li Jiao also threw her basket at home and came out saying, "Ji Bingqing, stay at home for now. Don't sell the vegetables. We've bought them all. I'm going to find Chen Jifeng and ask him to come quickly." "Okay, I will stay and watch the house for you." Ji Bingqing looked inside the house, but no one was there. She sat on the small bench where Zhou Rongyan had been resting earlier. Sister Luo bought a dozen dustpans in the village closest to the county. There was a skilled bamboo craftsman whose family wove many new dustpans and sieves. She selected 10 and also bought a few steaming baskets. She had bought quite a lot, and everything that could be tied onto her bike was secured. Sister Luo rode her bike back, which looked like a tractor. Just outside the village entrance, a shadow suddenly rushed out from the dark. Sister Luo immediately braked sharply, planting one foot on the ground to steady herself. The person who appeared was Zhou. He had originally planned to go to the county to find Sister Luo, but met another troublemaker on the way. He learned from him that Sister Luo had come to the village this morning, so he was waiting on the main road. "Zhou, what are you doing?" The original owner knew him and also knew he was a notorious second-rate troublemaker nearby. She never interacted with such thugs before and had never spoken to him. Sister Luo disliked this kind of rough person. His sudden appearance clearly meant he was prepared. She immediately clenched the small dagger hanging at her waist, a gift from Zhou Rongyan for self-defense. "Oh, you're looking more beautiful now." Zhou last saw Sister Luo at the beginning of the year, when she had just returned from the farm. He caught a quick glance of her when she was wandering around the village, wearing ragged clothes and working in the fields, not speaking to him. He truly didn't expect Sister Luo to be so beautiful. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have waited until today to make a move. "What do you want to do?" Ji Luo frowned and subtly checked the nearby terrain. This place is not far from the village behind. nor from the main road leading to the county town. Many people travel on that road. She was unsure of Zhou Erge's intentions. If he was up to no good, it would be safer to run back to the village or head onto the main road. What do you think my brother is planning to do? Zhou Erge, with a yellow-toothed grin, looked very lecherous. Ji Luo squinted. Zhou Erge, you're back now, so you should have heard about me. My husband is Zhou Rongyan, a military officer. I am now a military wife. I don't know why you're suddenly targeting me today, but I warn you. Harbor bad thoughts about a soldier's family, and it won't be as simple as being sent to the farm for 3 years. People like Zhou Erge fear soldiers and police the most. He also fears death. Her warning clearly intimidated him. Ji Luo carefully observed his expression, noticing his hesitation. She took the opportunity to press further. You should have heard about the Zhou family. You used to have dealings with Zhou Rongbao, right? Zhou Rongbao was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Do you still want to go to jail and keep him company? News of the Zhou family's affairs had spread throughout the commune. Everyone said Zhou Rongyan was ruthless to the Zhou family, showing no gratitude for their upbringing, and was determined to wipe them out. Zhou Erge also heard that on the day Zhou Rongyan got married, Zhou Mimi only scolded Ji Luo, and he slapped her in front of everyone, even pulling out a gun on the Zhou family members. Actually, yesterday when Ji Mani tried to attack Ji Luo, Zhou Erge hesitated a bit, but he couldn't resist the large sum of money promised to him. Ji Luo was good at reading people's expressions. She saw all his nervous glances and changes, confirming he was afraid of Zhou Rongyan. But he was conflicted about other things. She directly asked, "Tell me, who sent you? How much did they pay you?" Zhou Erge's pupils shrank.
How do you know that?
I have no grudge against you and no dealings with you. If someone hadn't promised you money, you wouldn't be so stupid as to block my way. At this moment, Ji Luo was considering who might have sent him. She quickly narrowed it down to 2 suspects and guessed aloud, is it Talon or Ji Mani? Zhou Erge didn't expect her to be so clever, to know it was their mother and daughter behind this. He fell silent, not answering. His silence was an admission. Whether it was either of them or both working together, Ji Luo was too tired to ask further. She sneered, they dislike me and want to hurt me. Instead of doing it themselves, they just spend a little money to hire you. They spend money to have you do things, but they probably didn't leave any evidence or proof. Afterwards, they will deny everything and go back to the city to enjoy their lives. The anger of Zhou Rongyan is something only you have to bear. What she said, even Zhou Erge understands, but Ji Mani's promised money was too tempting. Seeing that he didn't speak and was hesitating, Ji Luo asked again, how much did she promise to pay you? She moved closer step by step, and Zhou Erge couldn't resist, kept silent, and didn't answer. 50? Ji Luo didn't expect him to answer and guessed on her own. Seeing his eyebrows furrow, she increased her offer. 100? After guessing, Ji Luo smiled. Zhou Erge, do you know you've been tricked by them? What do you mean? Zhou Erge straightened his back. I'm very familiar with the Ji Sanlin family. They don't have more than 50 yuan in total savings. When Talon injured me before, she paid 50 yuan, borrowed from old Ji. The money they promised you, they can't really give. Not 50 or 100 yuan, they don't even have 5 yuan in their hands. I heard Ji Mani is getting married in the city. The Ji family is preparing a dowry. Ji Sanlin and Talon can't even afford a quilt. It's all the elders forcing the big and second houses to chip in. These things aren't secret. If you go to the village and ask around, you'll find out. Zhou Erge didn't know about these things, but thinking about how he asked Ji Mani for a deposit yesterday and she hesitated and only gave 2 yuan, he started to believe Ji Luo's words. Seeing anger flicker in his eyes and obvious suspicion, Ji Luo continued to poke at his heart. Ji Mani is getting married tomorrow and leaving. If you hit me today and later point fingers, do you think Talon will admit it? Do you think Ji Mani will? You have no evidence left. Even if you cling to them afterwards, you're someone with a criminal record and a bad reputation. Who will believe you? Also, I heard Ji Mani married into a family of officials in the city. Do you think you can compete with them? If you go all out to oppose them, with Ji Mainy's status and Talon's cousin who is an official in the county, do you think they will let you go? If they decide to act against you, do you think they will just send you to farm labor for 3 years? Do you think they will let you live to threaten them? Every word, she said, hit Zhou Erge's weakest spot. Even though he was a scoundrel, he was afraid of death and knew it wasn't worth risking his life for a small amount of money he hadn't yet gotten. Ji Luo saw from his expression and eyes that he had come to his senses. She loosened her tight grip on the small dagger, stepped on her bicycle pedal, and said as she left, "Since you didn't make a move, I'll pretend the obstacle you caused didn't happen." Luo Luo. Ji Luo rode her bike less than 20 meters away when Zhou Rongyan rushed over on one foot on his bike. Seeing him coming, Zhou Erge's face changed drastically with fear. He ran towards the nearby village, feeling grateful that he hadn't attacked Ji Luo just now. Zhou Rongyan saw his back and quickly reached Ji Luo, holding her tightly. "Luo Luo, Zhou Erge didn't do anything to you, right?" "No, Brother Yen." Ji Luo almost fell off her bike when he pulled her. She struggled to stand firm and looked up at him. "Brother Yen, why are you here?" Zhou Rongyan glanced in the direction Zhou Erge ran and carefully looked her over. After confirming she was unhurt, he told her about Ji Bingqing's search for her. Ji Maini. Ji Luo clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes cold as ice. "Since she doesn't want to live a good life, I'll help her. Luo Luo, I will handle this." Even though Zhou Erge didn't attack just now, Zhou Rongyan had no intention of letting Ji Maini go. "Brother Yen, there's no need to dirty our hands dealing with Ji Maini." Ji Luo already had a plan. She had wanted to wait until she saw the chaos at the Ji family before retaliating against Talon, but now she decided to act earlier. She looked cold and said, "Brother Yen, I need to write a few reports to be delivered to the offices of the commune, county, and city leaders." "The Ji family is involved in city affairs?" Zhou Rongyan was slightly surprised. "The Ji family isn't that capable yet, but Talon has some skills," Ji Luo sneered. Zhou Rongyan had heard about the Ji family before and had some vague guesses. He didn't ask more and said, "Luo Luo, you write the reports. I'll help you deliver them. I guarantee they'll reach the offices of the major leaders." "Okay, let's go back first." Zhou Rongyan turned around on the spot. Ji Luo saw her pedal hit his injured, drooping leg and quickly called out, "Brother Yen, don't move." She immediately jumped off her bike, stopped it, and went over to lift his pant leg. She saw the bloodstains from the pedal on his lower leg and felt heartache. "Brother Yen, you can't ride anymore. I'll find someone to take you back." "Luo Luo, this minor injury is nothing." During her outings, Zhou Rongyan often got hurt. These injuries were not a big deal to him. Last time, his leg nearly got cut off. Despite such serious injuries, he clenched his teeth and never shouted in pain. "Zhou Rongyan, you are not allowed to leave." He didn't think much of his injuries, but for Ji Luo, it was very important. She blocked his car and refused to let him go. Her face was very serious, more than ever before. Seeing her call him by his full name, clearly angry, Zhou Rongyan had to stop. He leaned forward slightly, trying to look a little bit apologetic as he took her hand. "Luo Luo, I'll listen to you. I won't ride anymore. You go call someone on the main road to take me back." "Go to the hospital," Ji Luo said softly. "Luo Luo, no need for the hospital. We have medicine at home. The medicine the army brought back is even better than in the hospital. Just help me put on the medicine when we get back." Ji Luo nodded in agreement and gave him an order. "Wait here for me. I'll go call someone now."
Okay.
Since his wife spoke, Zhou Rongyan didn't dare to refuse. Ji Luo ran to the main road. Just then, Chen Jifeng rode his bike with his cousin. When he saw her, he shouted, "Ji Luo, are you okay?"
"I'm fine, Tian Yi."
"You came just in time." Chen Jifeng stopped his bike in front of her and asked, "Did that Zhou Ergo do anything to you?" "No, he just stopped me at the village entrance. I explained the pros and cons to him. He's afraid of going to jail like Zhou Rongbao, so he didn't make a move." Just then, Brother Yen came by, and he hurriedly ran off. "Good, he didn't hurt you." Chen Jifeng felt relieved and then said, "I heard Ji Bingqing say it was Ji Maini who ordered him to block you." That girl is so mean at such a young age. She needs to learn a lesson. I will teach her a lesson. Just wait and see. It won't be long before something exciting happens, Ji Luo said briefly. When the brothers arrived, Zhou Rongyan didn't have to ride his bike back alone. The four of them went back to the city together. When they got home, Ji Bingqing was still waiting. Chen Jiling and Li Jiao were talking to her. When they saw they were safe, the three of them said in unison, "Sister Luo, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Ji Luo smiled at them and also thanked Ji Bingqing. "Bingqing, thank you." "Sister Luo, did you run into Zhou Ergo on the road?" Ji Bingqing asked quickly. "Yes, but he didn't hurt me." Ji Luo briefly explained her conversation with Zhou Ergo earlier. He's afraid of dying, afraid of sitting in prison for decades like Zhou Rongbao, and also afraid of Ji Mainy's revenge in the future. That's why he didn't make a move and ran away quickly. After returning home, Ji Luo offered some dried fruits and candies to Ji Bingqing, then hurriedly took out the medicine box to bandage Zhou Rongyan. Today, because of Ji Luo's matter, they lost some time. There are still many buns at home that haven't been sold. Now, the Qin family and Li Jiao are carrying heavy baskets to sell their goods again. Jie, are Ji Ling and the others coming here to work every day now? Ji Bingqing, who is a primary school classmate of Qin Jiling and her brother, only finished elementary school and didn't continue. Chen's siblings both went to middle school. Yes, we're too busy here. We asked them to come help during the day. Ji Luo had already changed Zhou Rongyan's medicine, washed her hands, poured her a glass of water, and brought her 2 freshly steamed meat buns. "Jie Bingqing, you came out early. You probably haven't had breakfast. Eat these 2 buns to fill your stomach." Jie, my classmate gave me a steamed bun earlier. I'm not hungry anymore." Ji Bingqing refused. "Even if you eat 2 more, you won't be full." Ji Luo handed her a bun, and also asked Zhou Rongyan, "Brother Yan, have you had breakfast?" "I have." Zhou Rongyan leaned on his crutch and stood up. Not wanting to disturb the sisters' conversation, he slowly walked to the door to continue setting up the rack, saying, "Jie Bingqing, it's rare for you to come here. Finish your lunch at home before heading back." "Brother-in-law, I won't stay for the meal. My parents are waiting for me at home. If I stay late, they'll worry." Ji Bingqing is a very filial girl. Ji Luo also wanted her to stay for dinner, but seeing her insist, she could only say, "Bingqing, next time you come to sell vegetables, come to our house for a meal. Just tell second aunt in advance." "Okay." Ji Bingqing agreed, and then brought up something from before. "Jie, Manny is getting married in the city tomorrow. This time, Zhou Ergo didn't succeed. With her personality, she'll probably come to bother you again." Ji Luo slightly curled her lips, her eyes meeting Ji Bingqing's, and asked, "Bingqing, do you think Ji Mainy looks like your third uncle?" Her words suddenly changed, and Ji Bingqing was stunned, not understanding. Jie, what do you mean?" Ji Bingqing was caught off guard, but Zhou Rongyan guessed it and slightly raised his eyebrows. "Bingqing, think carefully. Does Ji Mainy look like your third uncle? In features, do they resemble each other a little?" Ji Luo repeated the question. Before Ji Bingqing could answer, she pointed to her own face. "I think I look more like my mother, but if you look closely, I also resemble Ji Senlin a bit. Ji Mainy also looks like Talon, about 5 or 6 points. Do you think her other half looks like Ji Senlin?" Jin Qing was comparing things in her mind and shook her head stiffly. "It doesn't seem quite right. You said, why does Talon only take Ji Mainy when she visits her relatives in the county and not her 2 sons? Ji Luo asked again. Jin Qing is not foolish. She pointed out the obvious fact clearly. Her face changed suddenly, and her voice trembled with surprise. "Luo Jie, you mean?" Talon's relatives this time paid close attention to Ji Mainy. They put in a lot of effort to take her to the city, marry her into a family of officials. Did Talon let Sanlin attend the wedding? Did she invite the Ji family? Jin Qing shook her head. No, third aunt didn't let third uncle go. They argued at home about this, and even the grandparents were unhappy. Third aunt said third uncle can't talk nicely, likes to curse, and gets drunk and acts foolish. If he goes, It might upset the in-laws and cause trouble for the family. In the end, Grandpa decided not to let third uncle go. He and eldest uncle Shimli went instead. Shimli said he was busy with work recently, had to accompany leaders to inspect a local commune, and couldn't get leave to attend the wedding in the city. Luo smiled when she heard this. Not going is the right choice. Luo Jie, Shimli also knows some things, right? Qing thought about her family's ignorance and felt complicated inside. He works in the county, meets more people than us, and is quite smart. He probably noticed something unusual recently. Luo guessed he was investigating and might have found some clues, but no concrete evidence yet. Qing thought about the dowry prepared for Mani at home. It was all earned hard by her parents. She frowned and said, third uncle and third aunt didn't prepare a decent dowry for Mani. Grandma asked our family and eldest uncle's family to help her save face. We each spent nearly 20 yuan. All these things are a waste of money. The groom's family is well off. No matter why they marry Mani, they will put on a good front and not let others gossip. The bride price will definitely be generous. This money is probably in Talon's hands. She won't tell the truth to the Ji family. You should go back and tell your parents about this. Also, Auntie is smart. She must have a way to avoid losing out. With her reminder, Qing's eyes lit up. Luo Jie, I understand. I'll go back now and tell my parents. Don't tell your parents what I told you today. Just keep it in mind. Luo warned her again.
Why?
Qing was confused. You told your parents that they are angry and causing trouble, which is not good for your family. Even if the two old men and your eldest uncle believe what you said, do you think they will kick Talon out? Even if Mani's identity is revealed, Talon has given 2 sons to the Ji family, which still gives her the power to be arrogant and humiliate your mother in the family. Moreover, now her daughter is married to someone important in the city. With your grandparents' personalities, they will definitely force your third uncle to wear a green hat, be unfaithful, and eventually turn a blind eye to this matter. They will still support Talon and Mani, maybe even ask them to help support the family. So, telling your family about this will not benefit you at all. In the end, the 2 old men will think you are a troublemaker, and Talon and her daughter will target you specially. With their small-mindedness, they might even revenge against you behind your back. Ji Bingqing, a naive country girl who has never seen much of the world, was so worried after hearing this that her heart raced. She nervously said, Luo Jie, alright, don't think too much.
Just keep this in mind.
Live your life normally at home, just like Brother Shimli. Even if you know something, pretend you don't. That way, if anything happens in the future, it won't involve you, and it won't cause trouble for your family. On the way home, Ji Bingqing's mind was full of Luo Jie's words, looping over and over until she finally snapped out of it just before reaching the door. Bingqing, how much did you sell today? As Ji Bingqing put her things inside, Grandma Ji came to ask about the situation on time. She quickly replied, Grandma, today the city was chaotic. It seems there was a protest or demonstration. No stalls are allowed on the street. Only 3 people bought some vegetables from me, and I only made about 1 or 2 cents. Actually, all her vegetables were bought by Luo Jie. When she returned, Luo Jie even put 2 jin of meat in her basket and packed a bag of buns as a thank you for warning her today. Seeing only this small amount of money, Grandma Ji looked down on her and asked again, what kind of protest is this? It seems to be workers from a factory holding banners and protesting. I overheard a passerby say that the factory is behind on wages and supplies, and they want to find the union leaders to seek justice. On her way back, she did see the protest but only watched from the roadside and didn't inquire further. Grandma Ji was a bit skeptical. The factory still owes wages and supplies? Is there really such a thing? I'm not sure either. I only heard it from passers-by. Ji Bingqing also found it strange, but she hadn't worked at the factory, so she didn't know much about state-owned factories. She asked but didn't get any answers, so her mother-in-law stopped asking and turned to leave. Seeing that she had no more questions, Ji Bingqing let out a deep breath, quickly put away the things Ji Luo had given her. locked the door, and ran to look for her parents in the back mountain. When she heard that Ji Luo had given them some meat, Li Shufan and the others were very happy. The last time they ate meat was during the New Year, and they had almost forgotten how it tasted. Although they had moved out, their kitchens were right next to each other. Once the smell of pork appeared, the neighbors would definitely notice. If the neighbors got angry, they couldn't keep the meat, and it was already good if they each got a piece. Bingqing, go back and cut the meat, bring it up the mountain, and also bring a clay jar and some salt. We won't be back for lunch. We'll cook and eat it on the mountain, Li Shufan arranged. Seeing that her father didn't say anything, Ji Bingqing nodded and immediately turned to go down the mountain. After she left, Li Shufan poured a bowl of water for her husband and softly asked, Erlin, do you want Bingqing to act nice in front of Ji Luo and get closer to her? Is there a plan behind this? We don't have much ability ourselves. We need to think more for them. Ji Erlin put down his, sat casually on a nearby haystack, and sighed. Our children at home. Only Shimli and Ji Luo are a bit smarter. I don't expect them to help Bingqing and her 3 sisters in the future. I just hope that if they need help someday, they can lend a hand. Don't you think Mei and I is promising? Li Shufan asked. When it came to this niece, Ji Erlin frowned. It's good if she doesn't cause trouble for the family. Besides, with her personality, do you think she'll remember us poor relatives once she becomes successful? Will she even consider us? Li Shufan listened and smiled. She hasn't even married yet, and she already looks down on us. Recently, Ji Mei and I had become very proud, walking around with her nose in the air. When she saw them, her gaze was full of contempt, and she no longer regarded them as relatives. Ji Erlin was too lazy to talk about her. Thinking that his eldest daughter was also of marriageable age, he looked worried and said, Bingqing is almost 17. It's time to talk about marriage. When the rainy season comes, you should visit your parents' house and see if your father, mother, and 2 sisters-in-law have any good candidates. I already asked, but there are no suitable ones. Li Shufan was also worried about her daughter. Recently, she thought of a suitable person and sat beside him. What do you think of Chen Jifeng, who came with Zhou Rongyan to help move grain last time? Ji Erlin turned his head to look at her. The nephew of Captain Chen Ikue from Xiago Brigade? Yes, his parents drowned in a flood years ago, and his grandparents raised him afterward. Li Shufan had inquired about him recently and continued, You saw him last time. He looks decent, about the same age as Zhou Rongyan. I heard he's living alone now, farming and working hard. He's a diligent and capable young man. He doesn't have any bad habits, but his house is a bit poor. I found out he's not in a relationship yet. Captain Chen and his wife are worried about him. Actually, she had some small intentions in choosing Chen Jifeng and told him honestly, this kid has no parents. If it works out, maybe we. Ji Erlin thought for a moment and said, he's close to Zhou Rongyan, so his character should be good. Chen's children are all well-behaved. The twins look good, speak politely, and greet us on the street. Chen Jifeng was raised by Captain Chen and his wife, so he probably isn't bad either. Ji Bingqing quickly came up carrying a clay jar and some buns, handing them to them. Dad, Mom, this is from Sister Luo. There are meat buns and sweet buns. The weather is too hot, so the meat buns won't last long. Let's eat them now. Ji Yujie and Ji Panpan saw the buns and stopped their work, happily gathering around to eat. Oh, Bingqing, did you go to Sister Luo's rented house earlier? Li Shufan asked. Yes, Sister Luo wasn't selling on the street this morning.
She went to.
As she finished speaking, Li Shufan's eyes lit up. All the children of the Chen family in Xiago are at Sister Luo's? Yes, Captain Chen's eldest son and daughter-in-law, Chen Jiling and Chen Jibin, are there. Jiling's cousin Chen Jifeng is also there, along with Sister Luo's classmate Li Jiao. I talked to Sister Luo earlier. She's working with Chen Jifeng on a business. Chen Jifeng is now living in the county town. Jiling and the others were called over by Chen Jifeng to help. They spend their days making buns and steamed bread, then selling goods on the street. Li Shufan and Ji Erlin exchanged a glance, then asked, Bingqing, their business is doing so well? Do they need so many people to work? Business is doing quite well. I saw they took over 10 baskets of buns and steamed bread to sell this morning. Everyone was very busy. Even brother-in-law was helping at home. This morning, they all went out to sell buns. Sister Luo and her classmates sold across from the meat factory, while the Chin family went elsewhere. It seems they all work in pairs. When I left, I saw Qin Jifeng buy about 10 pounds of meat from the meat factory. He said he got a big order and needs to deliver 400 buns to a customer tomorrow. They will be busy this afternoon. Brother-in-law and Sister Luo asked me to eat first before coming back.
I was worried about you, so I didn't eat.
Sister Luo told me to come again next time. Ji Bingqing doesn't know her parents' plans. She isn't thinking about her personal affairs now. Instead, she said to them, "Dad, Mom, I talked with Sister Luo about Manny's marriage. She told me some things. On the way back, I thought carefully, and I think I should tell you." The next day, Ji Manny got married. The groom didn't come to pick her up from the Ji family. Instead, 2 colleagues, a man and a woman, rode bikes to the village to pick her up. These 2 colleagues weren't relatives of the groom's family. They were hired just to pick her up. They didn't bring the promised bride price or the traditional gifts like 3 turns and a loud drum. They only brought 2 chickens, a bottle of wine, and about 4 or 5 pounds of meat. Then, Ji Manny rode her bike to the county seat to transfer. As for the Ji family, they weren't even asked to send her off. No one mentioned it. The groom's family didn't take this seriously. Old Ji and the others were very angry. They had planned to go to the city today to send her off and attend the wedding. But now, the groom's family didn't show up or come to pick them up for the banquet. It was like a slap in their face. I've lived for decades, and I've never seen anything like this. "It's so funny I could die," said the neighbor next door, who didn't get along with old Ji's wife, laughing loudly. Could Talon be lying? Did Ji Manny really marry into a government family in the city? I think she's just bragging and lying. Which government family would arrange things like this? Are they shameless? Did you see? The 2 old folks from the Ji family looked so angry their faces turned green. Yesterday, they were bragging outside about going to the city for the wedding. Turns out it was all wishful thinking. The groom's side didn't invite them at all. It's really laughable. The neighbors outside watched and laughed at the joke. The 2 elders of the Ji family were so angry their chests hurt. They called everyone back inside and shut the door. Smack. A wife slapped Talon across the face and sternly asked, "Tell me honestly, what is the situation with Manny's family?" "Mom, I am not lying." Talon, hearing suspicious comments from outsiders, covered her face and said, "I really didn't lie. I saw her husband. He works at the forest farm and has been to his uncle's house. The neighbors all call him secretary. They are both high-level officials, and their whole family works in government agencies." Old Mr. Ji slammed the table and shouted angrily, "You saw today's arrangements. Isn't this proper behavior for a family of officials? This doesn't seem right. There must be some mistake." Talon was nervous and confused, speaking incoherently. No, this is definitely wrong. These 2 people are they're not arranged by the groom's family. What's the point of saying this now? "Hurry and find your relatives," Lu Hongyu snapped at her. Yes, fine, Brother Sui." Talon ignored everything else and rushed outside. She jumped on her bicycle and hurried to the county town. Ji Sanlin sat motionless on a bench, holding 2 bottles of wine and looking at them. Seeing him like this, old Mr. Ji was furious and shouted at him, "Are you dead? Your face is beaten so badly, and you still don't go see what's going on?" When I was introduced to the matchmaker, I wasn't allowed to go. When we discussed attending the wedding, I wasn't allowed either. Why should I go now? At first, Ji Sanlin argued with Talon, but now he was tired of it. He stood up with the 2 bottles of wine and told his 2 sons, "Bring the meat and chicken home. Cook them for lunch." Seeing his indifferent attitude, the 2 old men were so angry they felt their hearts ache. The others showed little emotion. Lu Hongyu pursed her lips and said, "Luckily, Victory is busy with work, or he would be embarrassed today." Ji Erlin and his wife exchanged glances. They hadn't been invited at all. The old couple and old San's family never considered them, so there was no embarrassment. Dad, Mom, no matter what, Mei and I has been taken away. She's married now. The people sent by her fiancé's family didn't mention the dowry. They probably don't like what we prepared. The dowry we gave Mei and I, she didn't take it. Maybe old Sen should return it to us? Li Shufan usually kept quiet, but she spoke up on this matter. Her 3 daughters all needed dowries when they married. The dowry for Mei and I was quite good, and she was reluctant to give it to old San's family. Lu Hongyu also has a daughter and agreed with this matter. Since my nephew's family doesn't want her, we should take her back. Without giving her parents-in-law a chance to speak, she immediately told Li Shufan, second sister-in-law, let's go now. We will move her out. Your family's dowry is for Bingqing, and mine is for Anning. All 4 of Ji's granddaughters obediently followed their mothers and left. They hurried to Ji Mainy's room and took away the bedding decorated with double happiness characters and other items. At this moment, the elderly couple from Ji's family were still angry and felt that Ji Mainy's in-laws were too much. They moved the dowry without saying a word. Actually, Li Shufan had already discussed with Lu Hongyu yesterday. In the afternoon, the 2 sisters-in-law talked with the old lady about Ji Mainy's bride price. But the old lady was very protective of Talon and Ji Mainy, and she scolded them instead. Today, she just took the person away and didn't want the dowry. They could take it back for themselves so they wouldn't lose out. Li Shufan packed the bedding into the cabinet. At this time, Ji Erlin also returned. She immediately pulled him aside and said, Erlin, Ji Mainy's marriage is very strange. There must be something behind it. I think Shimli and Ji Luo probably know something. Third brother doesn't care about the family affairs, so we shouldn't either. Ji Erlin saw through it. Third brother was already hopeless. He valued his wine more than anything. He didn't care about his children and didn't want to interfere. At this moment, Ji Sanlin had already opened a bottle of wine. Since his son-in-law hadn't arrived, the 2 bottles he received were pretty good and just what he liked. He was leaning on the bed, holding a wine bowl, drinking happily. Meanwhile, Talon chased all the way to the county town and finally caught up with Ji Mainy. She thought the 2 people coming to greet her were imposters, not sent by the groom's family. But when she saw Sui Jianghua handling the matter, she immediately started yelling. Sui Jianghua, what exactly is your plan? Why didn't Zhao Dongshu come to greet her? Why did you send these 2 people? Sui Jianghua disliked her loud, aggressive attitude. He frowned and said, last time, when Zhao's family gave you the bride price, there was also a piece of paper. Both you and your daughter signed it. Didn't you see it when you went back? Talon had forgotten about that paper. All she remembered was that Zhao's family gave 588 yuan as bride price. As for what was written on the paper, the Zhao family read it aloud at the time. Both she and her daughter had limited education and couldn't understand anything unusual. They both signed happily. Seeing her expression, Sui Jianghua knew she hadn't even looked at the letter. His eyes flickered slightly, and his tone softened a little. The Zhao family made it clear back then that I was responsible for arranging the marriage proposal and wedding, while they handled the banquet and ceremony.
Coming from the city is not easy.
Dongshu doesn't have enough time to travel back and forth. I arranged a car to take Mainy there, so she could arrive just in time for the wedding. But Talon thought that the Ji family hadn't sent anyone to deliver the bride, and they hadn't even brought the dowry. She frowned and said, my in-laws had planned to send someone, but now. This is your matter. It was very clear at the time. The Zhao family doesn't want the Ji family to attend the wedding as long as the bride, Mainy, goes to bow to the heavens. Sui Jianghua looked impatient, and his face darkened. I don't know what you've been doing all this time. So many days have passed. Even if you can't read the words on the paper, other people in the Ji family can. If you show them the paper, they won't insist on going to deliver the bride. Talon had no idea that the words on the paper were clear. She was so focused on the 588 yuan bride price that she was overjoyed and didn't listen carefully to anything else. With the Zhao family status, today's wedding is attended only by officials and their families. If you take the Ji family members to the wedding, are you trying to make the guests mock and shame Mainy's background? Or Do you want the Ji family to take this chance to curry favor with the powerful and later leech off Manny? Suo Jembwa knew her and her daughter well, selfish and vain. He could easily control them. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Talon's thoughts suddenly changed. Manny was dressed very carefully today, wearing a beautiful dress bought last time, with a slightly festive makeup, her lips painted red, looking mature and glamorous. At first, she was unhappy with the Zhou family's way of fetching the bride, but now, after hearing Uncle Su's words, she also didn't want the Ji family to attend. In her eyes, the Ji family were country bumpkins. If they went to send the bride, it would embarrass her. So she immediately decided, "Mom, you can go back. I only need Uncle Su to accompany me for the wedding."
Talon finally understood.
The Ji family really shouldn't go to deliver the bride. They couldn't afford to drag down their daughter. She nodded repeatedly. "All right, Uncle Su will go with you. Leave early so you won't miss the auspicious time. We'll wait for you at home after 3 days." "Go back for what?" Suo Jembwa looked displeased, his voice dark. "Don't you know the Ji family's character? After Dongxiu came over, your parents-in-law, brothers-in-law, sisters-in-law, nephews, and nieces all made requests. Some wanted jobs or money. Others asked him to help find a partner. Should I tell him whether to agree or not?"
Talon.
"Mom, we won't be returning to the family home anymore. Recently, Ji Manny has been showing off a lot, but when it comes to sharing the good things at home, she refuses to give anything. Now that she has married into the city and is living a good life, she definitely won't let Ji's family keep taking from her. She wishes she could completely cut ties with her poor relatives." All right, I won't go back. I'll visit you in the city in a few days," Talon said, finally understanding. Sui Zhenghua no longer tried to stop her and spoke in a much calmer tone. "You can visit Manny anytime. Dongxiu has no parents now. When they have children in the future, you can go help take care of them and live with the young couple. As for the rest of Ji's family, don't promise anything easily. Don't upset Dongxiu and Zhao Shuju's couple." Okay, I understand. I'll listen to you," Talon replied repeatedly. "All right, let's go now. If we delay any longer, we'll be late." Sui Jianghua arranged for a truck, which was also carrying a lot of his furniture. His 2 sons work in the city. His eldest son's job is stable now, and they plan to move to the city to live. He also wants to start fresh there. After watching the truck leave, Talon rode her bike back to Niujiaobei. As soon as she arrived at the team, she was mocked by many people, but she confidently responded, boasting that her in-laws had sent a large truck to pick people up from the county town. "Big truck picks people up in the county town, but not in our Niujiaobei. Do they think our rural dirt roads are too messy? Do you even believe what she's saying? She's just a liar, pretending to be something she's not. Maybe Ji Manny married an ordinary family and is just lying outside to make herself seem better. I always thought it was strange." Ji Manny was taken to the police station for education. That's a stain on her record. Which official's family would marry a woman who's been detained? Maybe the officials are just blind. Look at her. She's just average, uneducated, bossy, and aggressive. She can't do anything right. Even her clothes are dirty, and her cooking is worse than pig feed. Rural folks like us look down on her. Could the official's nephew have different tastes? Maybe he just likes that kind of person, like Ji Sanlin.
Haha.
Neighbors outside are gossiping and laughing, while 2 old people in the Ji family are starting to shout and cause trouble. Talon is usually arrogant and proud at home. On the way back, she didn't think carefully about her words. As soon as she got home, she started talking loudly. Basically, she was saying that the Ji family people are uncultured country folks, and the Zhao family doesn't want them to embarrass themselves. Her words were straightforward, so it's easy to imagine how angry the elderly couple in the Ji family were. In the end, Mrs. Ji chased her around the village with a feather duster, hitting her. What was supposed to be a happy event turned into a farce, a joke that everyone in 10 miles was talking about. Ji Sanlin spends his days at home drinking and eating meat, ignoring the gossip outside. He doesn't care about others' teasing or insults, as long as it doesn't affect his happiness from drinking. He doesn't go out, but Talon always does. These days, she's been arguing and shouting with people every day, even losing her voice. Ji family's affairs, Ji Luo heard about from Chen Jilin. After hearing it, she just smiled faintly. Ji Mainy's wedding was a lively topic, and soon another lively topic will come. Her report letter was mailed the day after Ji Mainy's wedding. The county officials had already received it, and the city officials probably received theirs a bit later. Given Sui Jianghua's background, he should have received a report letter by now. He will probably take action soon. The original owner died at Talon's hands. She must avenge her death. Now, it depends on how ruthless Sui Jianghua is and how harsh his methods will be. Comrades, do you want to buy breakfast? Freshly made buns, flour rolls, and steamed bread. At dawn, Ji Luo carried a basket to sell at the county station entrance. She usually doesn't sell here, but today she deliberately came to see someone off. The bus hadn't left yet, and those who wanted to take the bus were waiting at the station entrance. Many hadn't eaten breakfast, and seeing the steaming buns and steamed bread, they all gathered around. Ji Luo, what are you doing here? A knowing voice finally arrived. Squatting and selling goods, Ji Luo turned her head and saw Talon carrying a bag of luggage, holding other things in her hand. The rest of the Ji family didn't come with her. Talon's attitude was cold. This isn't your home. I don't need to report to you what I do. Talon also saw clearly now. She was selling buns here. Looking at the basket full of white buns and flour rolls, her throat couldn't help but move, and she salivated. Give me 10, please. Talon still maintained her usual commanding attitude, unapologetically reaching out to demand money. Ji Luo glanced at her coldly and said, Pay first. You wicked woman. You forget me after 3 days without a beating. Smack. Ji Luo suddenly stood up and slapped her, forcing her to swallow the foul words she had just spat out. You're so mean. How dare you hit me? Her sharp, piercing voice made others frown in discomfort. Smack. Ji Luo delivered another slap, then kicked her. She knew Talon's skills well and responded quickly with a counterattack. You old wicked woman. You've been hitting and scolding me all these years, treating me like a servant from the old days at home. Last time, you sold me to a mentally disabled man for money, and I was badly beaten, almost dying. I worked hard to get a job at a state-owned factory, but your daughter replaced me, leaving me no choice but to sell things on the street to survive. I work hard to earn a little money, and you still want to take advantage. Do you think I'm an easy target you can just squeeze? The hatred I've accumulated over the years, I haven't even settled with you yet. Since you came here today willingly, I'll give you what you deserve. Zhou Rongyan had been watching Sui Jianghua closely these days. Yesterday, Sui Jianghua sent someone to Niu Jiaobei to meet Talon, and today she suddenly took a car to the city, all under his instructions. Ji Luo knew that Talon's departure today might be permanent, and she had to get some revenge for the original owner before she left. So, she was ruthless this time when punishing Talon. She casually grabbed a stick from the corner and started beating Talon fiercely, mainly hitting her shoulders, back, and fleshy parts of her buttocks, avoiding her face. She even wanted to hit her on the back of the head with the stick for revenge, but hesitated, not wanting to stain her hands with such a life and risking losing her own bright future. Stop.
Please stop.
Talon, who was running around wildly from the beating, heard Sui Jianghua's voice and saw him as her savior. She excitedly shouted, Brother Sui, help me. Quickly help me. Ji Luo is going to kill me. Seeing Sui Jianghua arrive, Ji Luo's strikes grew even harsher. She quickly chased after Talon and kicked her on the. Talon was knocked to the ground, limbs sprawled out. Ji Luo didn't stop after knocking her down. She kept kicking her repeatedly. She glanced at Sui Jianghua approaching and quickly covered their heads with her hat, saying, You wicked woman, always complaining at home about my useless father Ji Sanlin. Turns out you've been sneaking around with some wild man outside. You are a rough man, but you look like a decent person. No wonder you always put on makeup and dress up when you go out. When you come home, you act happy and boast that you finally caught me in the act. Before, every time you went to the city, you wouldn't let Ji Sanlin and the 2 sons go with you. I thought that was strange, but now I know you weren't visiting relatives, but meeting your lover in secret.
Bah.
That's disgusting. You curse and call people mean names every day. I think the worst person in the world is you old scoundrel. Today, I will go back to New Jiawan and tell your two old friends and Ji Sanlin that you are cheating and meeting with a man outside early in the morning. After saying that, she kicked Talon's tailbone, making her hurt so much she almost bit her tongue. Comrade, you misunderstood. Talon and I are not what you think. We are relatives, Sui Jiangbo quickly explained. Stop lying. Ji Luo gave him a look of contempt and pointed at Talon, who was gasping in pain. She used to be my stepmother in name. I know her family well. I know everyone in her family. Tao's family isn't related to you at all. I'm not related to Tao's family. I'm related to the other side. Sui Jiangbo tried to explain, but Ji Luo cut him off immediately. I don't want to know what your relationship is. I have no interest. I've already cut ties with the Ji family and have nothing to do with them. Talon, this wicked woman, is uncontrollable. Ji Sanlin can't manage her, and no one in the Ji family can suppress her. She only listens to what you say, her so-called relative. Please take care of her. Don't let her out to cause trouble. Don't let her act like a mad dog biting people everywhere. If you let her out again and let her bully me, I will call the police and have her taken to the police station again. Oh, and her daughter, Ji Mani, that crazy girl, only listens to you. Keep her close and teach her not to be so shallow. She often steals my things. I don't bother with her. Last time, she pretended to be me and took my job. I just asked the factory leaders to fire her. If she steals from me again, I will send her to the police station to sit. You don't need to use her current status and her husband's family to pressure me. The barefoot person isn't afraid of the one wearing shoes. If she angers me, I will risk my life to get revenge. I want to see if her in-laws still want her, this shameless, disgraceful daughter-in-law with no shame. After speaking, she shot a disgusted look at Talon, picked up the basket beside her, and strode away quickly. Just now, Jilua had been very harsh, and Talon was trembling from the pain of the beating. She couldn't even get up, struggling and twisting several times but failing to stand. At this moment, she looked like a maggot wriggling on the ground. Sui Jiangbo saw her like this and felt disgusted. Seeing others pointing and whispering nearby, he frowned and said, "If you don't cause trouble every day, you might survive." Suiga, it's not Ji Luo's fault. Talon's face was covered in tears and snot from the pain, and when she looked up, she looked terribly ugly. Sui Jiangbo found her appearance disgusting and looked impatient. Your family's mess is your business. Deal with it yourself. Don't drag me into it and stain myself. The kindness you showed me back then, I've repaid it already. Your daughter's marriage is settled, so don't come to me with that gratitude anymore. Sui Jiangbo didn't want outsiders to misunderstand or cause him trouble, so he deliberately said this in front of everyone. Your daughter called me, saying she arranged a tractor to pick you up in the city. I came to tell you about this. As for the misunderstanding with your stepdaughter, you should go back and explain it to your in-laws and husband. I won't take responsibility for all these messy problems. If you don't handle it well, and it damages my reputation outside, affecting my work and family, don't blame me for turning cold. Sui Jiangbo showed a firm attitude, with a natural and perfect expression on his face, which was also his true feelings inside. When he left, he looked disgusted and unhappy, not even turning his head, and didn't even touch Talon. But at the door, he subtly gave a glance to the two of them. Boo-woo, woo-woo. They all left, leaving Talon crying on the spot. She wasn't stupid and understood what Sui Jiangbo meant. She knew he was serious. He wouldn't care about her and her daughter anymore. There were strangers around, and no one knew Talon. After hearing what Ji Luo had said earlier, everyone believed she was not a good person. No one came forward to help or support her. Some women even whispered among themselves. Talon struggled hard to get up, roughly wiped her face, and seeing everyone looking at her with strange eyes, she angrily shouted, "What are you looking at?
Get lost."
You shameless woman, what are you pulling at?" An older woman spat, and looked very disgusted with her unruly behavior, then twisted her hips and walked away. The bus was about to depart soon. The driver brought the shuttle over, and people heading to the city started boarding one after another. Talon hobbled along slowly, carrying her bag to get on the bus. The woman walking behind her saw how difficult Talon was walking and stepped forward to help. "Big sister, I see you're hurt badly. Let me carry your luggage." Seeing others helping her, Talon turned her head and smiled.
Thank you, ma'am.
Everyone has their own troubles. Stepmothers also face many difficulties. I understand how hard it is for you. The woman was kind and friendly, helping her carry the heaviest bag and even offering her a hand to help her sit down. "Big sister, get on the bus first and find a seat to rest." Others ignored Talon, but this woman and her husband were willing to help and sympathized with her difficult situation as a stepmother. Talon quickly liked them and chose a seat towards the back with them. Throughout the journey, Talon chatted with the couple, criticizing her in-laws and husband, scolding Luo, and bragging about Mani. She also deliberately raised her voice to introduce Sui Jianghua, pretending to clear her name, while belittling Luo and pouring all her harsh words onto her. The people on the bus weren't fools. They could tell right from wrong. No matter how loudly she shouted or how much she explained, few believed her. Since they were strangers, no one paid much attention to her, and she was free to rant and complain inside the bus. When they arrived in the city, a tractor came to pick her up. The couple who had been chatting with her earlier started flattering her again. The man helped carry her luggage, and the woman kindly helped her down from the vehicle. Talon felt that these two got along well with her, so as soon as they got off, she said, "Big sister, brother, where do you live? My daughter sent a car to pick me up. I'll ask the driver to take you a short way." "Oh, girl, you're so kind. Our home isn't far from your son-in-law's place. Only 2 or 3 miles. That's perfect. Let's go. I'll have the driver take you back. I need to go see someone, and since I'll be staying at my daughter's house in the city, I have no relatives here. We just got along well, so I'd love for you to visit sometime. Girl, as long as you don't mind our simple and humble home, you're always welcome to come over." They became very familiar during the trip, talking like close sisters. Supporting each other, they boarded the tractor, which rumbled away with a loud noise. At this moment, Talon was thinking about going to her daughter's house for a good life. She was very happy and kept talking excitedly. After eating the walnut cake given by the woman, she finally quieted down and closed her mouth. Then she began a difficult life where she felt ignored and powerless. Meanwhile, officials from the county and commune arrived at Niujiao Bay. 4 leaders came in total. The team leader, Yuan, was busy working in the fields and hurried back in a rush to welcome them. "Team leader Su, is there a female comrade named Talon on your team?" the secretary of the commune asked. Team leader Su had a bad feeling and quickly answered, "Secretary Qin, Talon is the wife of the 3rd son in the Ji family. Do you need to see her for something? Where is she? Take us to see her. We have questions to ask her." This morning, Su had heard Lu Hongyu talk about her family. He quickly explained everyone Talon is not at the team today. She went to the city. Her daughter got married there, and today was supposed to be her return visit, but because of her son-in-law's special situation, the young couple didn't come back. She left early to catch a bus to the city. Seeing that she was not at home, the 4 leaders exchanged glances. Secretary Qin asked again, "Are the other members of the Ji family here?" "Yes, they are all here. Her husband and 2 sons are at home. Only she went to the city." Secretary Qin nodded and said, "Then tell Talon's husband and family to come back. We need to ask them some questions." Okay. In less than 5 minutes, the Ji family returned. Ji Sanlin, who had been hiding in the mountain hollow to relax, was the last to arrive. As soon as he got home, he asked, "Who is looking for me? Are you Ji Sanlin?" Secretary Qin looked at him. "Oh, Qin's secretary. What a surprise to see you." Ji Sanlin, no matter how simple-minded, recognized the commune's secretary immediately. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to the 4 leaders, smiling very flatteringly. "What wind blew you here today, leaders? Sorry for not giving you a good reception." The four leaders politely declined his cigarettes. A county official named Tong spoke first, saying, Ji Sanlin, we have some questions about Talon.
She is not at home now.
We hope you tell the truth and cooperate well with our investigation. Comrade, Talon is not at home. She went to the city. My granddaughter got married in the city, and her husband's family is from Lin City. Old Mrs. Ji tried to speak up, but was interrupted by Qin Shuji, who said, Ma'am, please do not interrupt Director Tong's investigation. We will ask you questions later if needed. Be quiet and don't disturb the leaders, old Mr. Ji warned, pulling her back and giving her a stern look. Old Mrs. Ji felt that the county and commune leaders coming now probably meant they were here, because Manny married into the city. Seeing old Mr. Ji stop her, she looked unhappy. Old Mr. Ji ignored her and told his son, Third son, answer honestly when Director Tong asks questions. Yes, Dad, I know, said Ji Sanlin, looking a bit nervous and trying to please. Director Tong, you can ask. Do you know Sui Jianghua? Director Tong asked directly. Sui Jianghua? Ji Sanlin hadn't heard the name and thought for a moment before shaking his head. No, I don't know him. I've never heard of that name. Does your wife Talon have any relatives with that name? Director Tong asked again. No, Ji Sanlin replied without hesitation. Third son, isn't your sister-in-law's official relative surnamed Sui? Li Shufan reminded him. Oh, right, yes. Ji Sanlin remembered and quickly told Director Tong, My wife has a relative in the county town. He's an official, surname Sui, but we don't know his full name, only his surname. Your whole family doesn't know him? Have you seen him? Do you know which unit he works for? Director Tong asked a series of questions. Ji Sanlin shook his head again. We haven't seen him. Only my wife and daughter Manny have seen him. They visit him in the county town during festivals. We haven't seen him, and we don't know his exact workplace. Only that he's a high-ranking official. Director Tong, we haven't seen him. My son's wife told us before that her cousin works in a secretive agency, and we can't ask about him. Old Mr. Ji added. The four leaders exchanged glances. Qin Shuji asked, You only know his surname Sui, and nothing else? The Ji family members nodded in unison. They truly didn't know anything else. At this moment, old Mrs. Ji also sensed something was wrong. She forgot about everything else and hurriedly asked, Director Tong, Qin Shuji, has something happened? The county and the commune both received anonymous letters. The letter accused Talon and her cousin, Comrade Sui, of having an improper relationship. They are not blood relatives but are involved in a secret romantic relationship. Suddenly, everyone was shocked by this news, as if thunder had struck their heads, making them all freeze in place. Seeing Ji Sanlin stay silent, Qin Shuji added, The letter also says that your daughter, Ji Manny, is not truly part of the Ji family. She is the illegitimate child of Talon and Comrade Sui.
Bang!
Ji Sanlin fell to the ground in shock. No, this can't be true, cried Ji's wife first, shaking her head wildly. No, someone is just trying to slander us behind our backs. The leaders also doubted the letter's truth at first, but after asking around, their suspicions started to lean toward believing the letter. Tong Shuji asked calmly, If this letter is false and just slander, then why haven't you all met Talon's relatives if they are such good connections? She works at a special confidential unit, Ji's wife answered sharply. Working at a confidential unit doesn't stop normal visits from relatives as long as it doesn't involve work secrets. Ordinary social visits are fine, Tong Shuji reminded them. Ji Sanlin, now panicked, quickly got up from the ground and spoke faster than usual. Tong Shuji, my daughter Manny married in the city. Talon's cousin arranged the marriage, and the wedding was held 3 days ago in the city. The person surnamed Sui was the one who sent her there. Hearing this, Tong Shuji frowned. You didn't go to see your daughter off? As her father, you didn't see her off? I wanted to go, but Talon wouldn't let me. She said I was a drunkard not fit to attend, that I looked shabby and ugly, and that I couldn't speak well, so I would embarrass the family. She didn't let me go, Ji Sanlin said angrily. Did other members of the Ji family go? Tong Shuji asked again. No, none of us went. Old Ji, noticing something was wrong, quickly recounted everything about the wedding day. After he finished, Tong Shuji squinted and asked, "Did you not notice anything strange about the wedding? Did you not realize Talon was deliberately keeping you from attending?" They had noticed before, but now they understood what was happening. Grandma Ji felt a cold chill in her back and was stunned. At that moment, Li Shufan ran over and tugged her arm, asking Mom, "Do you remember what happened when Manny was born?" "What's there to remember?" Grandma Ji replied coldly. "On the day Manny was born, we were all not at home. We were working in the fields. At that time, Shimli hurried over from the fields to call us, saying Talon was about to give birth. Later, Talon said that Ji Luo bumped into her belly, which caused her to go into labor early. The third child also beat Ji Luo badly afterward and kept her locked in the firewood room for 2 days without food or drink. Ji Luo was young then, but she kept crying, saying she didn't bump Talon. None of you believed her." As she spoke about this, Ji Sanlin also remembered it and stared intently at Li Shufan. "Second sister-in-law, what do you mean? What are you trying to say?" Li Shufan was a bit nervous under his stare. She hesitated for half a second before saying, "Third brother, Ji Luo was only 2 years old then. Do you think a 2-year-old child would lie? Also, she was so small then, she couldn't have bumped into Tao Lan's belly." Lu Hongyu also came over with a frown and said, "Third brother, actually, when you got married back then, I always wondered about one thing. Tao Lan was a young girl then, quite pretty. Many matchmakers from the nearby villages came to propose marriage, and many men had ideas about her. But she chose you, who is carrying a child. Don't blame my sister-in-law for speaking harshly. Back then, your issues with Ji Luo's mother caused a lot of trouble, and people didn't think highly of you. You had a daughter, and were lazy and careless. The widows in the village didn't want to marry you, but Talon was willing. She saw you twice and married you quickly. I found it strange at the time. Now, I think maybe." She didn't finish her sentence. Everyone present was not foolish and could guess what she meant. The yard fell silent. Ji Sanlin, standing in the middle, was trembling all over, his face gradually turning furious. Suddenly, Ji Bingqing, standing behind, stepped forward bravely and said, "Third uncle, if that letter of complaint is true, then third aunt probably won't come back today after going to the city. You should go inside and check if the money at home is still there." "Yes, third brother, go quickly and check." When money was mentioned, Grandma Ji suddenly snapped out of her shock, her emotions rising. She pushed Ji Sanlin toward the house. The mother and son rushed into the house, with Mr. Ji following closely behind. The rest of the Ji family also gathered around but stayed at the door, watching. "No, not a penny," they said. Soon, Mrs. Ji screamed hysterically, and Mr. Ji shouted angrily, "Help search carefully, Hongyu, Shufan, come in and help. Quickly, turn everything over." They tore the house apart, but aside from a few coins in Ji Sanlin's pocket, there was not a single penny left. In the cabinet, there were Tao Lan's clothes. Most were old and patched, all taken away. Even the gifts from Zhou's family during their last visit to the city for matchmaking were emptied out. Not even a single piece of candy was left. This caused chaos in the Ji family. Mrs. Ji and Ji Sanlin's mother and son shouted loudly, venting all their anger and curses. They were so furious that they didn't care about anything else. They didn't expect to hide the family's shame, but their loud voices and bad tempers made the news spread quickly. Before long, the whole commune knew about the trouble in the Ji family. When Victory Ji was called back home, the news was already out. As soon as he arrived, he lost his temper and almost scolded his grandmother and Uncle San face to face. Other families try their best to hide their scandals so outsiders won't find out. Yet you both are shouting and yelling, even shouting your throats raw to tell everyone. You're afraid others won't know. Are you both crazy? Aren't you ashamed? All day long, you only know how to shout, yell, and curse when trouble happens. Now, everyone knows. The Ji family's reputation is ruined, and you're just throwing it on the ground for others to trample. Are you satisfied? Being scolded by the younger generation, Mrs. Ji and Ji Samlin felt uncomfortable but didn't argue back or dare to. On the way home, Victory Ji had already heard from his brother about what happened. He gritted his teeth and asked sharply, "How much do you know about Ji Mainy's in-laws? Tell me everything you know." His surname is Zhou, named Zhao Dongshu. His great-uncle is the secretary of the City Forestry Bureau. Zhao Dongshu works at a forest farm. I'm not sure which one. Ji Samlin hurriedly told him everything he knew. Is that all? Victory Ji asked sternly. Yes, that's all I know. Ji Samlin was now a little afraid when he saw him. Remembering what Tong Shujia and others had said before they left, he added, Tong Shujia said that Talon's shameless lover is named Sui Jiangbua. Ji Shimli had already confirmed it was him. He clenched his teeth and told them, Sui Jiangbua was the former vice president of the County Revolutionary Committee. He is not involved in any secret or special work. He was dismissed earlier this year for disciplinary reasons. What? The Ji family members were surprised again. Third uncle, you really have been clueless your whole life. So foolish that you're played around and don't even realize it. Ji Luo is right. With a relative like you, we've really had bad luck for generations. Ji Shimli was full of anger. After shouting at him, he turned and left. Shimli, where are you going? Old Ji immediately stood up to follow. Ji Shimli didn't look back, but replied, I'm going to check on Ji Mainy's family. The stories they told might all be lies. Maybe you've all been fooled by them. That scoundrel, I must tear her apart, Ji's wife cried out on the ground. Stop crying. Old Ji was so angry, he felt like tearing her apart himself. He also scolded his two sons, big brother, second brother, hurry and go to the city, with Shimli to help him. The brothers Ji Daling and Ji Erlin had to follow immediately. Ji Samlin, whose mind seemed to be elsewhere, quickly got up and hurried to join them. The men of the Ji family went to the county to investigate. Tong Shuji and others had already found Sui Jiangbua's house and met him in person. Sui Jiangbua was packing his luggage at home. Feng Qiuhua's work was being handed over, and in a few days, she would leave her job. They planned to move to the city to live. Old Tong, Xiao Jiang, why are you here today? Sui Jiangbua poured them tea, looking calm and composed, smiling as he greeted them. Tong Shuji looked around at the things in the house and casually asked, Are you packing your bags? Are you moving to your son's place in the city? Yes. Once Qiuhua finishes her work transfer, we'll move to the city. Sui Jiangbua knew they didn't come for no reason. He also understood their purpose and asked proactively, You two aren't just idling around now. It's working hours, and you're not at your jobs. Why are you visiting me? Did something happen? There is indeed something we need to ask you about. Tong Shuji was polite to him, even though he was now an ordinary person. He knew about Sui Jiangbua's connections and background. Old Tong were old friends. Just say it straight. Sui Jiangbua's attitude was very friendly. Children's book, sighing, he curled his lips and asked Comrade Sui Jiangbua, Do you know a woman named Talon? Yes, I do. I met her this morning. Why do you suddenly ask about her? Sui Jiangbua, having worked in official circles for over 20 years, had trained himself to be a perfect actor. His expressions were just right, and outsiders couldn't see any signs of abnormality. He honestly said he knew Talon, which was expected by Tong Shuji, who then asked, What is your relationship with Talon? Officially, we are related as cousins, but we have no blood relation. Tong Shuji narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to ask, How so? Can you tell me more about your relationship? Sui Jiangbua smiled and replied, Who is spreading rumors behind my back now? Again? Tong Shuji caught the key phrase and asked, Has anyone else said anything? This morning, I met Talon at the station. I overheard her stepdaughter saying that the girl probably misunderstood our relationship because she heard some rumors. I tried to explain to her, but she wouldn't listen and left angrily. I thought, since I have nothing to hide, I didn't chase after her to clarify. Sui Jiangbua looked calm and natural, continuing to speak. I met Talon about 17 or 18 years ago. I had just transferred to work in the county town. At that time, I was young and fearless. rushing into handling a difficult civil dispute without fully understanding the situation. As a result, I was a bit too aggressive, got into a conflict, and was chased and beaten by some hot-tempered villagers. Talon helped me hide. If it weren't for her help, I probably would have been injured and might have lost my job. She was on her way back to her parents' house, pregnant at the time. When she pulled me away, she ran quickly, almost causing her to have a miscarriage. She stayed in the hospital for a day or two to stabilize the fetus. I felt guilty for almost causing her harm while saving me and have tried to repay her since. During festivals, I would visit her and bring gifts to show my gratitude. If I was busy and not at home, Chiohi would help prepare things for her.
We've kept in touch like this until now.
Recently, she asked me to help find a match for her daughter. Her daughter is a bit unruly, spoiled by her, and apparently took her half-sister's job. She was fired from her workplace and has a bad reputation back home. No men nearby are willing to marry her, so she asked me to help find a distant family for her. There is a relative in Autumn Lotus's family who mentioned a suitable match, so I helped connect them and became somewhat popular. The two children married 3 days ago, and today was their return visit, but they didn't come back. Her daughter asked Talon to go to the city, and last night she called me to pass on a message for her mother. They arranged for a tractor in the city to pick her up. I went to the station this morning to tell her about this. While he was speaking, Tong Shuji didn't interrupt, and Xiaojiang quickly took notes beside him. Before coming, Tong Shuji had prepared himself mentally. He knew he wouldn't find anything unusual with Suo Jianbua. His story was very well crafted. More precisely, he had already prepared it, just waiting for him to come and repeat it. Tong Shuji knew he couldn't get more information, so he simply asked a few basic questions, finished the tea on the table, then took Xiaojiang and left. On the way back, Xiaojiang softly asked, Tong Shuji, do you think what Comrade Sui said is true or false? Tong Shuji smiled faintly. Truth and falsehood are mixed. False and true are intertwined. Sometimes what seems true is false, and what seems false can be true. His story was reasonable. Since there was no special relationship between the two, only a life-saving favor, why would Talon hide anything from the Ji family? And about Ji Mani getting married, why didn't the Ji family participate? Is it because they dislike the Ji family members being too prominent? Tong Shuji, what should we do next? Continue investigating? Xiao Jiang asked. Report what we've found honestly to the city authorities. The rest depends on their arrangements. The county had actually received a tip 3 days ago, but they didn't take it seriously. More accurately, someone deliberately suppressed it. However, this morning, city leaders suddenly called and mentioned the matter, explicitly asking him to investigate. Since the city had received the tip, the county couldn't ignore it. Outside information, Ji Luo didn't know about this. At this moment, she was at home massaging Zhou Rongyan. After a week of medication, his wound was reacting more clearly, stabbing pain, and itching at the injury site, making it hard for him to sleep at night. Today, Ji Luo handed all household chores to the Qin family and focused on gently massaging him to relieve the pain. She also kept warming compresses with hot towels. She didn't stop all day. In the evening, Qin Jifeng hurried back after selling his goods and told them, Ji Luo, I just ran into Ji family members on the street. Your second uncle asked me to pass on something to you. He said someone had sent a report to the county and the commune. Today, a leader went to Ji's house to investigate, saying Talon was having affairs outside, and her lover was a former revolutionary leader. Ji Mani was their illegitimate daughter, not your father's child. The Qin family and Li Jiao had all gone back home. Only the 3 of them were left, and Ji Luo told him honestly, I wrote the report. Really? Chen Jifeng was surprised but quickly understood and agreed with her. Those 2 mother and daughter are very vicious and shameless. They deserve this kind of revenge. After saying that, he asked her, is Talon really having affairs outside? And is Ji Mani really not your father's child? Probably 90%. Ji Luo didn't have concrete proof, but Ji Mani looked about 50% like Talon and 50% like Sui Jianbua. Plus, the day Sui Jianbua met with the mother and daughter, Talon said something that made her believe the truth was just as she guessed, though Ji Mani herself didn't know. As for evidence, she didn't need to provide any or plan to look for detailed proof. Given the character of the Ji family and what Talon and her daughter had been doing lately, even without proof, they would believe what was in the report. Why did they come to the county town? Ji Luo asked. Ji Shimli is investigating Ji Mani's marriage. They now suspect that Ji Mani lied and deceived the family about her marriage. Also, Talon went to the city this morning and took all the savings from home, leaving only a few clothes. It looks like she's not coming back.
Yi Luo sneered lightly.
She always looked down on Ji Sanlin as a useless waste. She followed him and couldn't even get a decent meal. Now her daughter has finally made it big. How could she still stay in Niu Jiao Bay to suffer? There's no better time than now to leave. Chen Jifeng thought about Ji Sanlin's troublemaking and sneered. Actually, they're quite a match. A turtle with a green bean? Truly a perfect match, Ji Luo said with a smile. Earlier, when they went out to sell goods, Ji Luo had cleaned up the house and cooked dinner. She made a spicy small fish and shrimp dish, a bitter melon scrambled eggs, and braised tofu. The three of them sat in the cooler backyard to eat. Ji Luo didn't pay attention to what was happening at the Ji family. She spent her days busy and fulfilled, helping make noodles to earn money, accompanying her husband to recover his health, and reading and studying with him at night. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Ji's family initially spent a lot of effort investigating Ji Mani's affairs, but later, with the help of a friend, Ji Shimli confirmed that Ji Mani had indeed married into a prominent family in the city as a niece-in-law. This was true, and neither she nor her mother lied about it. Additionally, Suo Jiangbus secretly pressured others to suppress the matter. The local and commune leaders no longer visited Ji's home, nor did they bring up Talon's lifestyle issues. With the busy farming season arriving, the matter gradually faded away.